In an era of unparalleled heroes, Chu Ying ascended from obscurity, achieving an unparalleled tenfold celestial taboo through the effects of a unique system, merging boundlessly. By practicing the spring and autumn sacrifice, one would expend years of life to gain years of enlightenment. After the transfer, celestial maidens from myriad realms gazed upon their aged visages, all driven to madness. They wept and knelt, beseeching Chu Ying to restore their beauty. On the origin star, in the eastern wilderness, at the sacred land of Taishan, atop the summit of the first designated holy sun. "Forgive me, Chu Ying, but for Brother Fan, I must sacrifice you," echoed within the grand, antiquated meditation hall. A stunningly beautiful maiden, untainted by the slightest dust, sighed softly. In her star-like eyes, a flicker of struggle swiftly transformed into cold indifference. The maiden, merely 18 or 19 years of age, was still in the prime of her youth. Clad in a gown of moonlight white, her graceful figure and elongated silhouette resembled that of a delicate orchid, her skin as smooth as mutton fat, fairer than snow. Her cascading tresses, like a waterfall, flowed down her back, exuding an innocent beauty akin to a rare bloom, evoking a sense of tender affection. Before her, a young man in white lay half reclined on a mat. A smear of dark blood stained his lips, droplets falling onto his snow-white robe, creating a stark contrast. "Ruashi, why have you done this? Do you truly care nothing for our 10 years of childhood bonds?" Chu Ying clutched his ribs, his voice quivering. His darkened lips, pallid visage, incredulous gaze, and the imminent shattering of his spirit. In that moment, Chu Ying seemed to glimpse his own self from 13 years past. He had traversed from Blue Star, reborn anew. Unfortunately, upon arrival, he discovered himself to be an abandoned infant, forsaken at the city god temple. Fortunately, a kind-hearted beggar took him in and raised him. When he turned 7, the old beggar passed away, entrusting him with a fortuitously acquired cultivation technique. Thus, he embarked on the path of cultivation. The old beggar had rescued many abandoned infants. Among them was Yao Ruashi. It is not difficult to deduce the bond they shared. Chu Ying and Yao Ruashi were childhood companions, raised together by the old beggar. After acquiring the cultivation technique, Chu Ying, disregarding the old beggar's warnings, passed the technique to Yao Ruashi. They trained together, became mercenaries, and served as guardians for prominent families before entering a minor sect as disciples. Eventually, both showcased their remarkable talents, successfully joining the sacred land of Taishan. What does a decade of childhood friendship matter? Chu Ying, the path of cultivation is ruthless. I am grateful for your care over the years, but you have become an obstacle in Brother Fan's ascent to Holy Sun. With her ethereal grace, Yao Ruashi's expression shifted from guilt and self-reproach to an unveiled coldness. Why? Is it merely because he, Yijun Fan, is an ancient sacred body? Chu Ying gazed at Yao Ruashi in despair, his face aflame with anger. Indeed, Brother Fan has transcended the second tribulation of the ancient era, possessing boundless potential. Only he is worthy of me and can lead me further, Yao Ruashi replied, her gaze indifferent. As for you, your talents have waned. Your cultivation lags far behind mine. It would be wise to yield your position to Brother Fan. Gazing up at Yao Ruashi, whose demeanor was icy and tinged with disdain, Chu Ying clenched his fists. 2.5 years prior, he and Yao Ruashi became disciples of the sacred land of Taishan and quickly ascended to the ranks of designated Holy Son and Holy Maiden. At that time, the sacred land boasted many designated Holy Sons and Holy Maidens, yet none had been officially recognized. To aid Yao Ruashi in swiftly enhancing her cultivation and defeating other contenders for the title of Holy Maiden, he selflessly allocated his monthly cultivation resources to her. Yao Ruashi, indeed a prodigy, surpassed all other designated Holy Maidens under the double resources, claiming the top position and being proclaimed Holy Maiden. Once elevated, Yao Ruashi basked in the adulation of many, enjoying various honors. However, Chu Ying also thrived. Despite diminished resources, he persevered, securing his position as the foremost designated Holy Son. Although he could not entirely overshadow the other Holy Sons, he remained a formidable contender. Yet, several months ago, a new disciple named Yijun Fan emerged within the sacred land. Yijun Fan, an ancient sacred body, had transcended the second tribulation of the ancient era, breaking the curse, and was hailed for his limitless potential, although his ranking was still notably lower than Chu Ying's. What Chu Ying never anticipated was Yao Ruashi's decision to forsake their decade-long childhood bond for Yijun Fan. Today, Yao Ruashi presented him with a piece of Qing Wan's precious bone, intended to forge his first celestial manifestation. Chu Ying, of course, harbored no doubts. His feelings for Yao Ruashi were pure and unblemished, a testament to his unwavering affection. Despite his affection, He had never once crossed a boundary in the past decade. He believed that his untainted love, scorned on Blue Star, would find acceptance in this fantastical realm. Yet, he was unaware that the Qing Yuan's precious bone Yaorua she gifted him was tainted with the poison of the Xian Pin, a flawed relic. Flawed bones can still be treasures, and Qing Yuan's precious bone is exceedingly rare. However, refining such a relic would incur devastating side effects, draining his vitality, diminishing his cultivation, and rendering his combat prowess nearly non-existent, while also exhausting his potential for growth. Without specialized identification, it is challenging to distinguish between flawed bones and genuine treasures. Yaorua, she was certain of his trust in her, compounded by the rarity of the Qing Yuan's precious bone, leading him to fall victim to this scheme. 13 years prior, he had guided Yaorua she onto the path of cultivation, inadvertently firing a bullet toward his own future. 13 years later, that bullet struck him squarely between the eyes. What a tragic fate. Yaorua she, you are unworthy of your humanity. After a decade of camaraderie, have my sentiments gone unnoticed? You would so treacherously betray me? Chu Ying pointed at her, his lips trembling, his voice laden with sorrow and bitterness. I believe this world would be different. I genuinely thought that genuine feelings existed in this realm. Yet, our 10 and 13 years of childhood companionship pale in comparison to someone you have known for less than 3 months, an ancient sacred body. I led you in cultivation, guided you from that secluded corner, provided you with resources, and aided you in attaining the title of Holy Maiden. Yaorua she crossed her arms, quietly observing him. Speak your mind if you wish. Regardless, in 10 days, during the contest for Holy Sun, you shall be defeated by Brother Fan. Chu Ying was momentarily choked by her words, yet strangely, he felt a sense of calm. All my poetic aspirations wasted. Yaorua she had already departed. Chu Ying lay numb and powerless within the meditation hall. After refining that flawed bone, his cultivation had plummeted to the 7th level of the Spirit Sea, his vitality waning, and his potential exhausted. In 10 days, he must participate in the contest for Holy Sun as a designated Holy Sun. Yet now, with diminished combat capability, he would surely fall short against Yi Jun Fan, who had long harbored the intent to eliminate him. Chapter 2. The tiger falls and is humiliated by dogs. Here it comes. For a woman, I, Chu Ying, have met such a fate. It is truly deserved. My heartfelt devotion has been squandered, and should I face this once more, I would never look back. A fierce resolve brewed within Chu Ying. Soon after, he quickly regained his composure. He had come to a profound understanding, whether in his past life on Blue Star or in this fantastical realm. Genuine feelings and emotions were the most inexpensive commodities. Casting aside all sentiments, Chu Ying began to confront the crisis he faced. His immediate priority was to address the intricate situation within him. A practitioner of the spiritual sea realm merely needed to open a cavity in the heavens to step into the cave heaven realm. The cultivation consists of 11 stages. The blood transformation stage focuses on refining vital energy, strengthening the physical body, and solidifying one's foundation. The spiritual sea realm transforms true energy into a spiritual sea, refining the inner organs and meridians with liquid true essence. Both of these realms can be regarded as the foundation of cultivation. However, the third realm, cave heaven, is markedly different. It serves as the dividing line between geniuses and mediocrities, distinguishing unparalleled prodigies from ordinary talents. When a practitioner of the spiritual sea realm cultivates their dantian to its zenith, reaching the 9th peak of the spiritual sea realm, they may advance further to seize the essence of heaven and earth, exploring the secret realms of the human body, thereby opening the cave heaven. Countless secret realms exist within the human body, with the dantian being but one, yet its function extends beyond merely storing true energy. The true exploration of the dantian secret realm involves establishing a domain within, known as the cave heaven. Practitioners may directly absorb the divine essence of heaven and earth through the cave heaven, nurturing precious bones, battle weapons, and spiritual bodies. Most importantly, they can condense the Dharma aspect. The Dharma aspect serves as the core that governs the cave heaven, dominating its realm. Without it, the cave heaven is merely a physical form devoid of spirit. Generally speaking, a single cave heaven will possess at least one Dharma aspect. Practitioners may condense the Dharma aspect while seizing the essence of heaven and earth during the opening of their first cave heaven, but if unsuccessful, there remains another opportunity. The cave heaven realm consists of 9 tiers, with each tier representing an expansion of the cave heaven, a process of absorbing the divine essence of heaven and earth to achieve sublimation. Each of the 9 sublimations offers a chance to condense a Dharma aspect. Thus, it follows that the most formidable practitioners within a singular cave heaven would possess 9 Dharma aspects. Why refer to it as a singular cave heaven? It is because the cave heaven realm is not limited to the opening of just one. Since ancient times, it has been said that a practitioner may open up to 9 cave heavens, signifying a truly exceptional individual. There are even older legends that speak of a supreme 10th cave heaven above the 9. Of course, these are matters for another time. Chu Ying, already at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, was fully capable of reaching the stage of opening the cave heaven. However, the act of opening the cave heaven and seizing the essence of heaven and earth is the optimal moment to condense the Dharma aspect. Chu Ying's ambition was to condense 9 Dharma aspects, achieving the most powerful cave heaven realm. Yet, to condense a Dharma aspect, one must refine extraordinary materials from the world. Rare bones of mythical beasts, unparalleled divine weapons, and peculiar treasures. The rarer the refined item, the stronger the resultant Dharma aspect. The refinement of the Qinghuan's precious bone would enable the condensation of the Qinghuan Dharma aspect, as the Qinghuan is one of the branches of the true phoenix among the 10 ancient fiends. Thus, Chu Ying accepted the gift from Yaoruashi. However, the precious bone of the Qinghuan he refined turned out to be a worthless remnant. Although the cave realm was successfully opened, it remained partially sealed, and the law form was absent, leaving him deeply afflicted by backlash. While Chu Ying pondered, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Is Brother Chu Ying present? This is Tang Ershing from the 19th Saint Sun Peak, here to pay a visit. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Ying furrowed his brows. Tang Ershing, also a Saint Sun ranked 19th, had little interaction with him. What could the other party want? However, before Chu Ying could respond, a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. Brother Chu, you appear to be injured? Tang Ershing exclaimed, noting Chu Ying's blood-stained robe and pallid complexion. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes, as if he had guessed something. It's merely a small injury. No need for Brother Tang to concern yourself. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Chu Ying asked coolly, revealing no hint of his aura, which still bore the weight of a top-ranked Saint Sun, deterring any underestimation. I had come to seek Brother Chu's company on a mission, but seeing your injuries, I shall take my leave. My apologies for the disturbance, Tang Ershing said, clasping his fist in farewell and hastily departing. Just as Chu Ying sighed in relief, another voice rang out. This is Wang Tao from the 27th Saint Sun Peak, here to visit Brother Chu Ying. Chu Ying raised an eyebrow. Another one? But immediately after, a series of voices followed. This is Guojin Ming from the 39th Saint Sun Peak, here to visit Brother Chu. This is Lu Yao from the 21st Saint Sun Peak, here to visit Brother Chu. A throng of individuals burst in, each bearing expressions of astonishment. Lu brother, you too have come to visit Brother Chu? Indeed, Wu brother. What a coincidence. Such a stroke of luck for us. Chu Ying observed these Saint Suns, who typically engaged in fierce rivalry, now appearing so harmonious. He understood. It was that woman, Yaoruashi. She must have revealed the news of his downfall to them. Oh dear. Brother Chu, you are injured? The 51st Saint Sun exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Brother Chu's prowess surpasses us all. Who could possibly harm you? The 43rd Saint Sun gaped in disbelief. Could it be that Brother Chu encountered a mishap in his cultivation? A certain 11th Saint Sun suddenly remarked. These individuals exchanged words, emboldened by their numbers. Showing no fear of Chu Ying, he cast a glance over them and replied coolly, Indeed, my cultivation has encountered some issues, but it is nothing grave. However, it is inconvenient to receive guests. I ask you all to take your leave. Oh, I see. A top 10 ranked Saint Sun nodded, but suddenly launched a palm strike towards Chu Ying. Chu Ying's expression changed, and he leaped from his cushion, evading momentarily, yet still felt the gust of the palm strike graze him, causing him to stagger, a sweetness rising in his throat. What do you mean by this, Xiaoyan? Chu Ying questioned with a bloodied corner of his mouth, his face stern and filled with fury. My apologies, Brother Chu. I have also encountered some issues in my cultivation and inadvertently unleashed a technique I had just practiced, Xiaoyan replied sheepishly, though a glimmer of intent flickered in his eyes. I stated it is inconvenient to receive guests. I ask you all to leave. Chu Ying intensified his tone, exuding an air of dominance. Despite having fallen from his previous status, should he truly engage in a contest of skill, these individuals would find themselves at a disadvantage. His ranking as the foremost quasi-saint was earned through sheer strength. Let's not linger. Since Brother Chu Ying is injured, we shall take our leave. They murmured, bidding farewell. Outside the peak of the number 1 quasi-saint, Tang Ershing observed the departing crowd and inquired with a smile, What are your thoughts? Chu Ying is finished. Xiaoyan laughed heartily. The saintess did not deceive us. Chu Ying, in his ambition, has indeed brought ruin upon himself through reckless cultivation. With the upcoming competition for the position of Saint Sun in 10 days, one formidable adversary has been eliminated. Chu Ying is no longer a concern. The group of quasi-saints exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Previously, Chu Ying was regarded as the strongest among them, with only the top 5 able to contend with him to any degree. Did I not hear that Chu Ying was constantly delivering resources to the saintesses? Why would she inform us that he has ruined his own cultivation? He's but a sycophant. Chu Ying is merely a love-stricken fool, yearning for something unattainable. And he must have angered the saintesses to suffer such a fate. In a mere half-hour, the Taishan Holy Land was engulfed in uproar. Numerous disciples had learned of the news that Chu Ying had severely damaged his cultivation due to reckless practice. Consequently, rumors began to spread. Brother Chu Ying has gone astray in his cultivation, and in 10 days, he will be unworthy of the title of Saint's son. Brother Chu Ying has harmed himself with demonic arts. Brother Chu Ying is no longer capable of righteous deeds. Chu Ying visited the library but found no solutions. Setting aside the difficulty of extracting the damaged bone, even if he succeeded, his cave realm would be utterly ruined, resulting in severe loss of foundation. Yet, if he did not extract it, his vitality would continue to wane, his potential squandered, and his cultivation not only would remain unrecoverable but likely deteriorate further. After traversing the fantastical realm for 20 years, was this how Chu Ying would meet his end? Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a profound sense of unwillingness. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, akin to a divine melody. Beep, detected that the host is afflicted by side effects. Activating the divine side effect system. Commencing binding. System? Chu Ying was overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down his face. You have finally arrived. 20 years, an entire 20 years. Do you know how long I have waited for you? Beep, divine side effect system successfully bound. Just as Chu Ying was filled with excitement, the system had completed its binding. A transparent interface materialized before him. Host. Chu Ying cultivation level, 7th layer of Spirit Sea, originally had entered the 1st layer of Cave Heaven. Identity. Quasi-Saint of Tai Xian Holy Land Secret Techniques. Tai Xian Scripture Initial Volume. Forbidden Techniques. None. Current side effects. None. No new side effects recorded post-binding. Future side effects will be fully accounted for. Designated target for side effects. None. Current number of targets for side effects. 0. Current limit is 1. Chapter 3. I activate cheats. Others bear the side effects. Chu Ying gazed blankly at the transparent interface before him. The divine side effect system. If the system merely alleviated the side effects resulting from the refinement of the bones of the Qing Yuan, it would hardly suffice to evoke his excitement. After all, a system is akin to an external tool. If its sole function is this, it can only be deemed a minor enhancement. However, the information ultimately revealed by the system left him in a state of overwhelming joy. This system is known as the Supreme Side Effect System, capable of transferring all side effects endured by the host, including but not limited to various negative buffs such as cultivation decline, vitality depletion, potential overexertion, poison, soul fragmentation, and backlash from divine abilities, onto a designated target. Truly, you are a remarkable system. Chu Ying could not help but give a thumbs up. The advent of this system was akin to a dream come true. He was currently suffering from the adverse effects of refining the bones of the Qing Yuan. Had he relied solely on his own efforts, resolving this predicament would have been nearly impossible. He was destined to meet his demise in the Holy Sun competition 10 days hence. Yet now, the situation had changed. By the way, system, do we not have any rewards akin to a novice gift package? Chu Ying inquired with eager anticipation. System, this system is specifically designed for the underdogs to rise against the odds, flourishing in the face of despair. At present, there are no grand rewards. All progress must rely on the host's own diligent efforts. Excellent. The underdog's resurgence. Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even without a grand gift, I can still rise again. Departing from the cultivation peaks, Chu Ying made his way directly to the disciple market within the Taishan Holy Land. The disciple market, located in the Huangfeng Valley of the Taishan Holy Land, is a long and expansive area with a small black market hidden within its depths. In this black market, one can procure numerous prohibited items, often at advantageous prices. Although its origins are dubious, the affordability is enticing. Chu Ying's finances were meager. Prior to this, he had devoted all his monthly cultivation resources to Yao Ruashi and had to undertake tasks for his own sustenance, leaving him with scant spirit stones. His only valuable possession was a storage ring, which contained merely 1,000 spirit stones. Should the other aspiring holy sons discover this, they would surely find it laughable. In no time, Chu Ying arrived at the disciple market in Huangfeng Valley and soon reached the entrance of the small black market. Without a mask, many of the stall holders and shopkeepers in the black market recognized Chu Ying, the illustrious number 1 aspiring holy son. I require a gathering chi pill. By Danpu, a renowned alchemy shop within the black market, boasts an extensive array of pills. However, all the pills sold here are inferior, Counterfeit versions. It is rumored that a certain unscrupulous disciple from the Tai Xian Holy Land's Alchemy Hall has resorted to unorthodox methods to create them, as they cannot be openly sold. For fear of punishment or expulsion from the Alchemy Hall, they are instead clandestinely marketed within the black market. The effects of these counterfeit pills are comparable to normal ones. Yet each carries its own side effects, some so severe that consumption may lead to death by the following day. At this moment, Chu Ying stood before Bai Dan Pu. You are the illustrious number 1 aspiring holy son, Chu Ying? Are you certain you wish to purchase a gathering chi pill? The proprietor of Bai Dan Pu, also a masked disciple, was merely responsible for sales, not the crafting of these counterfeit pills. As the proprietor of the 100 Dan shop beheld Chu Ying approaching, his mind briefly faltered. Could it be that a distinguished figure such as the first Saint Son would come to his establishment to purchase imitation elixirs? Typically, only those disciples who found themselves in dire straits or were in urgent need of specific effects would seek him out. Higher-ranking disciples are far less likely to do so. Indeed, I possess 1,000 spirit stones. I wonder how many chi gathering pills that could procure? Chu Ying inquired. The chi gathering pill, as its name suggests, is a pill that, upon ingestion, allows spiritual energy to manifest within the body. For lower-tier cultivators, it serves as a means for cultivation or a means to restore vigor. However, the imitation chi gathering pills from the 100 Dan shop carry significant side effects, namely, a reduction in the rate of absorption of celestial spiritual energy, along with an enforced expansion of the dantian, which depletes the potential for future breakthroughs. The proprietor of the 100 Dan shop remained hesitant. What could the Saint Son Chu Ying possibly want with imitation chi gathering pills? Rest assured, I assure you, my intentions are beneficial, and I will not trouble your establishment should any misfortune arise, Chu Ying stated plainly. What is the price? With my 1,000 spirit stones, how many may I obtain? Understanding the proprietor's concerns, Chu Ying addressed him directly. Upon hearing this, the proprietor felt a sense of relief. With Chu Ying's assurance, he was reassured. The market price for authentic chi gathering pills is 50 spirit stones each, yet our imitation chi gathering pills are merely 5 spirit stones apiece, the proprietor explained. So inexpensive? Chu Ying expressed his astonishment. Though he had heard of the imitation chi gathering pills from the 100 Dan shop, he had never before purchased any elixirs from this establishment and was unfamiliar with the pricing. The proprietor chuckled. Indeed, they are cheap. Our shop has long since achieved economies of scale, resulting in low production costs. We operate on a model of thin profit margins and high volume. In truth, if we priced them higher, they would not sell. Given the significant side effects, a higher price would deter buyers, who would opt for an imitation at a premium when they could acquire the authentic version. Could you offer a discount? Chu Ying hesitated. Though it felt somewhat beneath him to request a discount given his status as a Saint's son, his financial constraints compelled him to do so. Since this is the first visit of a Saint's son to our 100 Dan shop, and you have not concealed your identity, it serves as a promotion for our establishment. I can authorize a price of 3 spirit stones per chi gathering pill for you, the proprietor replied. Very well, I shall take it. With incredulous gazes from other disciples in the black market, Chu Ying departed with a bag full of imitation chi gathering pills, an impressive total of 320. The proprietor even gifted him a few extra as a gesture of friendship. On his journey home, Chu Ying began to consume the imitation chi gathering pills one by one, akin to enjoying jelly beans. Yao Ruashi, you wish for Yi Junfan to ascend to the position of Saint Son in the competition 10 days hence. But I shall thwart your desires. Chu Ying thought fiercely. The target for enduring the side effects was determined, Yi Junfan. With a flicker of thought, the visage of Yi Junfan materialized in his mind. Subsequently, a translucent screen appeared before him. Target for side effects, Yi Junfan, number of side effect targets, 1, current limit, 1. Simultaneously, his information page underwent a transformation. Host, Chu Ying, cultivation level, 7th layer of Spirit Sea Realm, current side effect 1, Azure Lawn's Wasted Bones buff, diminished vitality, declining cultivation, weakened combat power, exhausted potential, permanent, current side effect 2, inferior imitation chi gathering pill buff, reduced spirit absorption rate. Exhausted potential, permanent, target for side effects, Yi Junfan number of side effect targets, 1, current limit, 1. Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't there a rigid side effect of expanding the dantian associated with this chi gathering pill? It appears that, in terms of this particular effect, it is not classified as a negative buff, hence it was not included. Nevertheless, Chu Ying smiled. Surely, Yi Junfan would be delighted, wouldn't he? Chapter 4. Frantically consuming pills. Cultivation returns to its zenith. Upon returning to his mountain peak, Chu Ying began to consume pills with fervor. 1 chi gathering pill could enhance my cultivation by 1/20th, but it would also expand my dantian approximately 1,000th. The expansion, however, implies that I would require a greater amount of spiritual energy to fill my dantian. He tossed another chi-gathering pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved within, its potency coursing through his limbs and bones, transformed into true chi via his meridians. Chu Ying could already sense his dantian enlarging. Apart from that, there were no discernible side effects. In less than 30 chi-gathering pills, I could revert to the 8th layer of Spirit Sea Realm. Following his intuition, Chu Ying swallowed 30 chi-gathering pills in one go. Should anyone witness Chu Ying consuming chi-gathering pills in such a manner, they would likely be left aghast. These were exceedingly inferior and unscrupulous pills crafted by a renowned pharmacy. Whoosh! A flash of white light surged forth as Chu Ying's aura ascended rapidly. 8th layer of Spirit Sea Realm. Exhilarating. More. After consuming nearly 50 additional chi-gathering pills, Chu Ying's cultivation reached the 9th layer of Spirit Sea Realm. The next step is the Cave Heaven realm. I already possess a Cave Heaven, having refined that piece of Azure Luan's wasted bones. Had it been before, this Cave Heaven would have been rendered useless. However, now, refining the wasted bones incurs no side effects. Let us proceed. Chu Ying took a deep breath and devoured 100 chi-gathering pills in one go. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy flooding in, reinvigorating his semi-dilapidated Cave Heaven. The Azure Luan, a formidable branch of the True Phoenix, is celebrated for its unparalleled speed among the True Phoenix clan. At this moment, within Chu Ying's Cave Heaven, a piece of ancient bone inscribed with black glyphs floated. This was indeed the bone of the Azure Luan. Earlier, it had just been refined, and my Cave Heaven was rendered obsolete. Huh? Yao Rawashi, you believe the ancient sacred body holds greater potential, seeking to use this bone to thwart me and pave the way for Yi Jun Fan. Yet alas, I have turned misfortune into fortune. Chu Ying began to focus intently on the refinement. Half an hour later, an unparalleled aura radiated from him. He had returned to the 1st layer of Cave Heaven realm. Meanwhile, within this Cave Heaven of is a magnificent divine bird, resplendent in emerald hues and transparent as crystal, soared gracefully through the air. It was the extraordinary creature known as the Qingwan. A torrent of profound information surged within Chu Ying's mind, encompassing the legacy and supernatural abilities imprinted within the Qingwan's precious bones. The Qingwan's swift shadow represented the pinnacle of speed among the Qingwan clan. Second only to the legendary Kunping, it could seamlessly blend into any attack or maneuver. If classified by rank, this legacy could be considered a supernatural ability of at least low-grade celestial caliber. Indeed, the Qingwan was a branch of the ancient 10 Fiends, the True Phoenix, and its bones were invaluable. Had it not been for Yao Rawashi's awareness that the Qingwan's precious bones were essentially worthless remnants, which upon refinement would neither yield a corporeal manifestation nor enhance one's abilities, but rather inflict significant adverse effects, she would not have gifted such bones to me. A faint smile graced Chu Ying's lips, though it carried an undercurrent of chill. Upon refining the Qingwan's bones and solidifying the Qingwan's manifestation, he discovered a marked enhancement of his physical form. He resolved to continue consuming the chi-gathering pills, preparing to open a 2nd Cave of Heaven. With my innate talents, I should be able to establish at least 5 such caverns. One Cave of Heaven is rather commonplace, lacking any competitive edge in this realm. True geniuses focus on creating multiple caves rather than solely pursuing the exaltation of the 9-fold realm. Most prodigies can open 4 to 5 caves, while a rare few can achieve 6 to 7. Beyond this, those who reach such heights are truly exceptional, akin to dragons among men. A rarity of 1 in a million. 7 caves are extraordinarily scarce, 8 are unmatched, and 9 stand as the zenith of mastery. Half an hour later, Chu Ying consumed the remaining 200 pills. A substantial amount of spiritual energy was refined into his true chi, successfully establishing a 2nd Cave of Heaven. The process was rather arduous. His dantian had already expanded by over 30%, rendering the chi-gathering pills ill-suited for his current realm. While the singular Cave of Heaven with 9 manifestations is the strongest, the quality of those manifestations varies. Conversely, opening multiple caves alleviates the stringent constraints on manifestation formation, allowing for more flexibility. Host. Chu Ying cultivation level. 1st layer of Cave of Heaven. 2 1st layer caves, 1 manifestation. Qingwan. Secret techniques. Qingwan swift shadow. Taishan classic. 1st chapter. Current side effects 1. Qingwan remnant bone buff. Diminished vitality. Decreased cultivation level. Impaired combat strength. Depleted potential. Permanent. Current side effects 2. Inferior imitation chi gathering pill buff. Reduced absorption rate of spiritual energy. Depleted potential. Permanent. Designated target for side effects. Yi Jun Fan current number of targets for side effects. 1. Limit. 1. Next, I shall diligently cultivate the Qingwan swift shadow. After briefly reviewing his information, Chu Ying settled into a meditative state. Meanwhile, at the Taishan Holy Land, on the summit of the Eighth One Sacred Suns, a handsome young man with resolute eyes sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Surrounding him were various spiritual herbs and a plethora of spirit stones that he absorbed. He was none other than Yi Jun Fan, the newly appointed sacred son of Taishan, embodying the ancient holy body. "Sir, the holy maiden has arrived," a maid's voice echoed, prompting Yi Jun Fan to open his eyes and step out of his meditation garden. Beneath the ethereal glow of the moonlight, a delicate gauze dress enveloped her, untouched by any speck of dust, as if she were a celestial maiden from the palace of eternal cold. Yao Ruoshi stood gracefully at a distance. "Ruoshi, you have arrived." Yi Jun Fan smiled, his face lighting up. Yao Ruoshi gently nodded, her voice soft and nuanced as she spoke. "Brother Fan, you need not worry about the Sacred Sun competition in 10 days. Yi Jun Fan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her words. "Chu Ying has exhausted himself in the sacred land's forbidden techniques, rendering him your greatest adversary. Without him, the rest are hardly formidable. Is that truly the case? Brother Fan, if you inquire, you shall find that the entire sacred realm is abuzz with this news." Yao Ruoshi smiled. "Nonetheless, you must not become complacent. The top 5 potential sacred sons are not significantly weaker than Chu Ying. My current cultivation has reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea. Within my domain, none can rival me. Even if those few break into the cave heaven, I can still contend with them." Yi Jun Fan exuded confidence. "In 10 days, I shall ascend further. The position of sacred son shall be mine. Ruoshi, thank you. I will not disappoint you." As he gazed at the enchanting figure before him, gratitude mingled with a subtle possessiveness in his eyes. "Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer," Yao Ruoxi said before departing. Yi Jun Fan then dispatched a maid to gather information, and indeed, the news aligned with what Yao Ruoshi had conveyed. "I once thought you would be my fiercest rival. It appears you are yet unworthy," he chuckled, shaking his head. He settled into a meditative posture and began his cultivation. He retrieved a pale purple spiritual herb, murmuring, "This exquisite Xianling flower, procured from the beast forest, is now perfectly opportune. By refining it, I should have no trouble breaking through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea." Taking a deep breath, he consumed the rare herb and commenced his cultivation. The essence of the herb coursed through his body, swiftly transforming into potent effects. Yi Jun Fan felt a clarity wash over his spirit, invigorating his entire being. He was entering a focused state. Half an hour later, he was on the verge of reaching the threshold of the 8th level of the spiritual sea, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Just as he prepared to push for the 8th level, a sudden surge of the herb's power erupted uncontrollably within him. And alarmingly, his vitality began to wane. "What is happening?" Yi Jun Fan's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. He hastily channeled his techniques to stabilize himself. However, an even more dire situation ensued. His aura rapidly plummeted from the 7th level of the spiritual sea, with the true energy in his dantian dissipating as if rotting away. It continued to decline until it reached the 5th level. The very power he had hoped would elevate him detonated within his meridians, causing his internal organs to quake violently. And at least dozens of meridians were surely ruptured. "Pooh!" Yi Jun Fan expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his lips stained crimson, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Chapter 5. Selecting Techniques to Enhance the Ancient Sacred Body. Why? Gazing at the dark red blood upon the ground, Yi Jun Fan's once pale visage twisted into a grimace. He could not comprehend how, having already surmounted the second tribulation, he could still fail to ascend. "Cursed shackles of heaven and earth, I defy you." Yi Jun Fan was consumed by an overwhelming fury, believing that the ancient curse of the sacred body was the reason for his failure to advance. He was merely attempting to break through to a minor realm, especially since he had already endured the second tribulation of the sacred body. Why, then, was he subjected to such adversity? With reddened eyes, Yi Jun Fan retrieved a low-grade Xiandan, a treasure he had fortuitously acquired at a market stall, originally intended for use after reaching the cave heaven realm to open his own domain. Yet, in his current state of near madness, he could scarcely tolerate the crushing disparity of his circumstances. It was akin to a player striving for the ultimate rank in a game, having reached a stellar 5 stars, only to be thwarted by a team of inept allies, resulting in a catastrophic fall from grace. "I refuse to believe I cannot succeed," he declared, tilting his head back to consume the low-grade Xiandan intended for the cave heaven realm. In an instant, the elixir melded with his essence, inundating his body with immense pressure. His cultivation surged once more, propelling him to the 6th level of the spirit sea realm. This was a Xiandan. Even if it was merely of lower grade, it far surpassed ordinary spiritual elixirs. However, just as Yi Juanfan's expression brightened, and he sensed his cultivation nearing the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, a strange curse seemed to resurface from the ether. In an instant, his dantian quaked violently, the depletion of his vitality rendering his body incapable of withstanding such a tremendous influx of medicinal power, causing his cultivation to plummet back to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Yet this was not the end. Having forcibly consumed the Xiandan while still nursing prior injuries led to a backlash that further escalated the repercussions. His cultivation descended another tier, and as he felt himself drop to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm, Yi Juanfan's vision darkened, and he fainted from the sheer intensity of his rage. Meanwhile, Chu Ying remained oblivious to Yi Juanfan's predicament. However, he had no intention of sparing him. Even without Yao Ruoxi, he regarded him as an adversary. This individual had repeatedly provoked him since arriving at the Taishan Holy Land, leveraging the reputation of the sacred body, and had long since become his foe. Rumor had it that a prominent figure in the Holy Land was backing Yi Juanfan, betting on his ability to shatter the fateful shackles of the sacred body. Thus, despite being the strongest of the quasi-holy sons, Chu Ying could not act against him. Immersed in the cultivation of the Qing-Yuan legacy, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In that brief span, Chu Ying had successfully mastered this extraordinary technique. With a swift motion, he tested the technique atop his mountain, and instantly, countless phantoms of himself appeared. Such speed. Chu Ying's pupils contracted sharply. This remarkable velocity left him exhilarated and utterly invigorated. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of movement. His attacks could also be seamlessly integrated. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a gust of wind from his palm, its explosive speed rendering his enemies incapable of responding in time. The Qing-Yuan technique was indeed unparalleled, of a caliber that could be classified as heavenly. Within the Taishan Holy Land, only disciples at the 8th or 9th levels of the Cave Heaven realm, or even those of the Soul Palace realm, would be deemed worthy of its practice. Nevertheless, the Qing-Yuan technique primarily emphasized the enhancement and amplification of speed. In the pursuit of my cultivation within the Cave Heaven realm, I must also cultivate new martial skills. Subsequently, Chu Ying emerged from the mountain peak, making his way to the Pavilion of Hidden Arts within the sacred land of Taishan. The scriptures and secret techniques housed within the pavilion require contribution points for exchange, serving as the currency of the sacred land and a symbol of one's dedication. For an ordinary disciple to ascend to the status of a quasi-saint, it is imperative not only to possess the requisite talent and strength, but also to contribute significantly to the sacred land, a measure quantified by contribution points. Naturally, as the foremost quasi-saint, Chu Ying enjoys resources befitting his rank, including a monthly stipend of 10,000 spiritual stones, a privilege that many disciples can scarcely imagine. However, he had already claimed this month's spiritual stones, bestowing them entirely upon Yao Ruoxi, while the earlier 1,000 spiritual stones were earned through his own efforts in completing tasks. Additionally, each month permits the selection of 2 martial arts techniques from the Pavilion of Hidden Arts. The sacred land of Taishan stands as a titan among the myriad sacred sites of the eastern wilderness, majestically situated in the southern domain of the region. Its landscapes are picturesque, with rolling green hills, ethereal mists, and a rich aura of spiritual energy, far surpassing the allure of the outside world. As Chu Ying traversed the path, he noticed numerous disciples whispering and pointing in his direction. Isn't that the first quasi-saint, Brother Chu Ying? Did he not ruin himself by practicing forbidden arts, rendering himself incapacitated, even breaking his legs? No, I heard that Brother Chu Ying developed 3 heads and 6 arms. But after a conflict, each head possessed its own thoughts, leading to his downfall. Yet, he doesn't appear to have 3 heads. Nonsense. Brother Chu Ying merely cannot engage in matters of the opposite sex. It is not as severe as you suggest. Listening to their chatter, Chu Ying found it increasingly absurd, though a slight smile graced his lips. Let the rumors spread. When you all believe I have become a wastrel, imagine the expressions on your faces when I emerge victorious in the contest for the saint's position. It is unfortunate, originally, Brother Chu Ying and the saintess were a match made in heaven, but now that he has been rendered incapable, who among us in Taishan's sacred land is worthy of the saintess? What do you know, you mere outer disciple at the 6th level of blood transformation? Moreover, there is no question of worthiness. Our Taishan sacred land has always seen the saint and saintess pair as partners. As long as someone rises to prominence and is established as the saint, they will naturally accompany the saintess. Indeed, if the saint reaches unparalleled heights and vanquishes his peers within the sacred land, he will eventually become the future lord of the sacred land. The title of sacred lord has always been inherited from the saint. Do you understand? Isn't there also the ancient sacred body? I've heard it has overcome the second tribulation, breaking through the second shackles. Difficult to say. At this moment, Chu Ying arrived before the Pavilion of Hidden Arts. After greeting the elder responsible for imparting teachings, he expressed his desire to select 2 martial arts techniques for cultivation. Chu Ying bowed respectfully to the elder, who was adorned in a flowing white robe, with white hair and beard, embodying an ethereal presence. The first quasi-saint? The elder raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, Chu Ying nodded lightly. Your current cultivation is at the first level of the cave heaven realm? The elder's gaze sharpened suddenly, as if he could penetrate Chu Ying's very essence. Release your aura. At this, Chu Ying hesitated briefly before beginning to reveal his power. First level of the cave heaven realm. 2 sources of cave heaven. 1 Dharma manifestation, a branch of the true phoenix, one of the 10 ancient fiends, the Qing Yuan. The sound of the phoenix's cry reverberated through the air. And at the moment when Chu Ying revealed his Dharma manifestation, a colossal azure phoenix silhouette quietly emerged in the void outside the Kangong Pavilion. The Elder of Transmission was taken aback and swiftly waved his hand, dispersing Chu Ying's extraordinary manifestation. You possess remarkable fortune to condense such a transcendent Dharma form. The Dharma manifestations in the realm of Dantian are categorized from 1st to 9th rank, with the 9th rank and above considered extraordinary. Whether there are further ranks beyond the extraordinary remains uncertain. The stronger the Dharma manifestation, the greater the combat prowess at the same level. For a solitary Dantian cultivator, a higher rank and greater number of Dharma manifestations directly enhance one's strength. History is replete with solitary Dantian cultivators who have perfected the 9 supreme Dharma forms, easily overpowering multi-Dantian geniuses. No one dares to claim supremacy within the Dantian realm. Although this stage appears to be merely the 3rd, the competition is exceedingly fierce. You may be a rare gem among the 7 Dongshins, yet what if you encounter a 6 Dantian contender boasting 54 supreme Dharma forms? If a 7 Dantian cultivator does not possess a sufficient number of Dharma manifestations or their ranks are not high enough, determining who is superior becomes a complex endeavor. You may choose 2 techniques from the low-grade Xian level, with no restrictions on their types. After expressing his admiration, the Elder of Transmission pondered thoughtfully. Thank you, Elder. Chu Ying's eyes brightened. Until now, he had been practicing spirit-level techniques, and at that time, he was still at the Spirit C stage. In truth, Chu Ying had his own considerations. By demonstrating the extraordinary Azure Phoenix Dharma form, he garnered the attention of the Elder of Transmission. After all, the one who guards the sacred Kangong Pavilion cannot be an ordinary individual. Although he was a quasi-saint and currently ranked 1st, he lacked any substantial backing. Essentially, he had no connections. Following the betrayal by Yao Ruashi, Chu Ying gained clarity on many matters. Subsequently, he entered the Kangong Pavilion to begin his selection. Chapter 6. The 7 Emotions and Disturbing Desires Fist should be quite suitable for the sacred body, shouldn't it? Within the Kangong Pavilion, an atmosphere of solemnity and antiquity pervaded. The Taishian sacred land had existed for ages, and the history of this Kangong Pavilion was equally long. Chu Ying arrived at the 2nd floor of the Kangong Pavilion, where all the techniques and martial arts were of the Xian level. Disciples below the Dantian realm were not qualified to ascend to this level. Therefore, there was an elder stationed at the entrance of the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Chu Ying arrive, this elder appeared unsurprised, perhaps having received a message from the Elder of Transmission outside. Techniques and martial arts are not necessarily better simply because they are of higher rank. It is the suitability that unleashes their maximum power. Listening to the elder's reminder, Chu Ying nodded. However, whether something is suitable or not is not for him to decide. It is determined by the system. I have already gained advantages. What could possibly be unsuitable? Chu Ying commenced his search for techniques and martial arts on the 2nd floor of the Kangong Pavilion, but he rejected the ordinary ones. 72 sword techniques? Balanced in offense and defense? No side effects? I do not desire it. Taiyuan condensing true technique. Capable of refining true energy into azure lotuses? Still no side effects? I shall pass. As the morning passed, Chu Ying had yet to find a satisfactory technique. If it were not for the elder at the entrance of the 2nd floor observing that Chu Ying was indeed searching and not fixated on a particular technique, he might have felt compelled to offer a reminder. At long last, after a quarter of an hour, Chu Ying scoured the 2nd floor and arrived at the farthest corner on the right. Here, the accumulated martial arts tomes appeared disheveled, as if carelessly discarded. The moment Chu Ying picked up one to peruse, his expression transformed into one of overwhelming joy. This volume was titled Dragon Subduing and Tiger Vanquishing Technique, a method capable of rapidly enhancing combat prowess and augmenting physical strength within a short span of time, exuding an aura of raw ferocity. Mastering it would enable one to unleash a single punch that could subdue dragons and vanquish tigers, effectively obliterating opponents of the same cultivation level, a true gem among the mystic tier techniques. However, it bore a conspicuous drawback. The technique's excessive ferocity rendered the practitioner's meridians highly susceptible to rupture. Moreover, as this method harnessed an extreme essence of yang during the night, when the air turned cool and filled with yin energy, one would endure excruciating pain in the internal organs, with the heart feeling as if it were on the verge of bursting, a torment that could last for at least half an hour. Indeed, this technique resonated profoundly with Chu Ying's aspirations. With a beaming smile, he cradled the tome in his arms and continued his selection. Soon, he discovered another martial skill that greatly pleased him, known as the 7 Emotions and Turmoil Fist. The introduction of this technique stated, "Cultivate the 7 emotions. Disrupt the desires of the enemy." This peculiar form of martial arts, once unleashed, not only inflicted significant damage, wounding the adversary, but also disordered their emotions and desires, adversely affecting their mental state, potentially driving them to madness. Essentially, while the physical body sustained harm, the spirit and soul would suffer additional, devastating psychological damage. Comparatively, this martial skill was as formidable, if not more so, than the dragon subduing and tiger vanquishing technique. However, the cultivation of this fist technique also came at a considerable cost. The practitioner's own emotions could become chaotic, leading to increasingly irrational behavior, violent tendencies, and erratic mood swings, alternating between the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which could easily culminate in explosive outbursts. In fact, if practiced to an extreme, one might ultimately become a madman. Despite being classified as a low-grade mystic technique, its lethality rivaled that of a top-tier mystic skill. Yet, its terrifying side effects were the reason it lay abandoned in this neglected corner. The same was true for the dragon subduing and tiger vanquishing technique. These two would suffice. One cannot overindulge, especially since I am only permitted to choose 2. The ancient holy body. Are you still enamored with these 2 techniques despite their drawbacks? Chu Ying's lips curled upward as he exited, clutching the 2 martial tomes. Upon seeing Chu Ying emerge, the elder at the entrance of the 2nd floor was filled with curiosity. What on earth had this young man chosen to take so long? However, upon glimpsing the names of the techniques in Chu Ying's hands, the elder's demeanor shifted drastically. Both of these martial arts possessed overwhelming side effects. How could you choose them? The elder furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Because they offer rapid mastery. Chu Ying replied with a grin. The elder's face twitched in disbelief. Rapid mastery is of no use. Wouldn't you be jeopardizing your cultivation prospects by damaging your own body? Return and select 2 different ones. Once you practice these, your future will be irrevocably hindered, and you won't progress far, the elder lamented. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I am resolute in my choice of these 2. Chu Ying shook his head firmly. The elder's eyes widened in anger. Then you may go speak with the transmission elder yourself. This young man truly fails to recognize the heart of a good person. Even after being reminded, he still insists on his stubbornness. Chu Ying stepped out of the Hall of Hidden Mastery, where the elder of transmission asked, "What have you chosen?" "These 2 volumes," Chu Ying replied, displaying them with confidence. The elder raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. "Do you understand the side effects of these martial arts techniques? Cultivating such methods is akin to slowly succumbing to poison. I can offer you a chance to select another pair. There is no need for further words, elder. My mind is made up. It is imperative that I cultivate these techniques, especially since they are displayed here for that very purpose. If they remain in the corner, gathering dust, who will practice them if not I?" Chu Ying asserted resolutely. The elder furrowed his brow. How foolish could this lad be? Is he truly the chosen disciple of the Tai Xian Holy Land? Since you have made your choice, then take care of yourself, the elder huffed coldly. Choosing not to elaborate further, the youth's arrogance and ignorance of moderation would surely lead him to face hardships. The side effects of these techniques were significant. He would undoubtedly feel their impact upon cultivation and would return to select anew. At that time, the elder would have the opportunity to impart valuable lessons, providing him with a measure of wisdom through experience. After leaving the Hall of Hidden Mastery, Chu Ying contemplated his next steps as he made his way toward the mission hall. With little left in his reserves, he needed to undertake some tasks to exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, he could also practice these 2 techniques. The mission hall was adorned with numerous task boards, each representing tasks yet to be completed. The tasks were classified into 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each category further divided into 3 ranks, 1 being the highest and 3 the lowest. Typically, tasks from the yellow board were undertaken by disciples in the spirit sea and blood transfusion realms, while the profound tasks were for those in the cave heaven realm. The earth tasks were reserved for cultivators in the soul palace realm and above. Chu Ying had previously accepted many first-rank tasks from the yellow board. The mission hall was a frequented place for the disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land. After all, each disciple had a limited amount of cultivation resources each month. To accelerate their progress, They needed to undertake tasks to earn wealth and resources. His gaze fell upon the profound board. Now that he was in the cave heaven realm, he was eligible to accept third-rank tasks from the profound board. However, one task prominently displayed at the top of the list captured his attention. Profound board, third rank, task 7. Locate a snow-listening jade ginseng. Hint: it grows in the returning snow ridge of the 10,000 beast forest. Task reward: 1,500 contribution points and 10,000 spirit stones. A favor from the semi-saint lady Lu Jishua. Task issuer: Lu Jishua, semi-saint lady No. 7. Chapter 7. Accepting the task and venturing to the 10,000 beasts forest for cultivation. So, it is a task issued by a semi-saint lady. No wonder it holds a place of prominence on the profound board, Chu Ying murmured. The rewards for this task are indeed substantial, while the spirit stones are secondary. The 1,500 contribution points equate to 15,000 spirit stones, and contribution points can be exchanged for cultivation resources far exceeding those of mere spirit stones. However, for the average disciple, perhaps the favor of a prospective saintess is the most precious. Listening to Xue Yu's profound insights, is this not a mystic-grade spiritual herb? Chu Ying stroked his chin. Such a herb only flourishes in the snow-capping ridge of the beast forest, a place fraught with peril. So it is no wonder that the difficulty of this task has reached the third tier of the mystic ranking. Unveiled. With my Azure Phoenix art, what do I have to fear? Even though I am merely at the first level of the cave heaven realm, wielding the Azure Phoenix art will elevate my speed to its zenith. Thus, Chu Ying took down the task plaque. Just then, a soft voice echoed from behind. Isn't this the first prospective saint's son, Chu Ying? Do you dare to undertake a task from the mystic ranking? Chu Ying frowned and turned around, only to see a striking youth in a white robe approaching. Upon seeing this individual, Chu Ying maintained an expressionless demeanor. This person was the second prospective saint's son, the one he had always overshadowed, known as Sui Chen. What concern is it of yours? Chu Ying replied indifferently. Sui Chen was taken aback. Then a cold smile crept across his face. This fellow remains as composed as ever. Is it confidence or mere facade? Training forbidden techniques to the point of self-destruction, yet still daring to take on mystic ranking tasks. Truly reckless. Chu Ying, you have no hope of contending for the position of Saint Son. I advise you to remain low-key, lest you vanish without a trace at an unforeseen moment. Sui Chen threatened, his aura radiating a formidable presence. First level of the cave heaven realm. Chu Ying's pupils contracted slightly, his expression revealing surprise. In the current Tai Xian Holy Land, I am the foremost among the prospective Saint Sons. The position of Saint Son is mine, Sui Chen proclaimed with pride. Since becoming a prospective Saint Son, he had always been beneath Chu Ying's shadow. The difference in ranking was trivial. Yet all the glory seemed to belong solely to Chu Ying. When disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land spoke of the prospective Saint Sons, they would first think of Chu Ying, who was the second prospective Saint Son. Unknown. This had caused him considerable frustration, living perpetually in Chu Ying's shadow. Fortunately, this guy's reckless training had left him in a state of ruin. At last, he had emerged. Oh, then do your best, Chu Ying replied nonchalantly before turning to leave. Sui Chen was momentarily stunned. Was his reaction so lackluster? But he quickly donned a chilling smile. It seemed this fellow had resigned himself to fate. After taking down the task plaque, Chu Ying departed from the Tai Xian Holy Land, his destination set for the beast forest. Half an hour later, Chu Ying arrived at the periphery of the beast forest. It was an expansive and vast woodland, rife with danger. This place was not only the habitat of ferocious beasts, but also a haven for hunters and notorious evil cultivators. Snow-capping Ridge should belong to the Snow Ape tribe, renowned for their immense strength and mastery of ice and snow powers, capable of hindering their enemies' movement speed, extremely difficult to deal with. Chu Ying ventured alone into the forest, studying the map in his hand as he proceeded towards Snow-capping Ridge. Along the way, he encountered numerous lurking ferocious beasts, to which Chu Ying showed no mercy. He immediately began practicing the dragon suppression and tiger subjugation technique in the 7 emotions and desires fist. The deadline for this task card is 3 days, meaning that once the task card is unveiled, the task must be completed within that time frame. Failure to do so would result in the task being deemed unsuccessful, rendering the reward unattainable and possibly inciting the ire of the task issuer. After all, by unveiling the task card, one effectively seizes the opportunity for themselves, denying others the chance to undertake the task and limiting the issuer's options. However, Chu Ying is confident he can locate the Shuyu Jinkan within 3 days. Before embarking on this quest, he must first refine his skills in 2 martial arts techniques, the dragon subduing and tiger taming art, characterized by its ferocity and power, where one's fists strike like dragons, shaking the very earth. Chu Ying, a prodigious talent. could not have ascended from an obscure background to become the foremost candidate for the position of quasi-saint in the Taishan sacred land without such innate brilliance. His comprehension is exceptional. Within half a day, he has already mastered the dragon subduing and tiger taming art. Suddenly, a third-tier ferocious beast roars before him, brandishing its claws as if eager to engage in a contest of strength. Chu Ying, naturally, is more than willing to oblige. Third-tier ferocious beasts correspond to the Dantian realm, with the beast hierarchy ranging from 1st to 7th tier, paralleling the initial 7 realms of martial arts. However, 7th-tier beasts, known as sacred beasts, are extraordinarily rare, rivaling the lords of sacred lands. This particular third-tier beast is merely at the early stage, making it an excellent target for practice. Several minutes later, Chu Ying stores the beast's corpse in his storage ring, anticipating a lucrative sale. Elated, he stretches his arms. The dragon subduing and tiger taming art, devoid of any adverse effects, is indeed overwhelming. He feels his true energy intensifying, igniting a fervent desire to strike. Subsequently, Chu Ying shifts his focus to practicing the 7 emotions and conflicting desires fist. Every individual harbors 7 emotions and 6 desires. The ability to manipulate these is undeniably a formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of his fists slicing through the air reverberates in a corner of the beast forest. The ferocious beasts surrounding him become mere instruments for his training. Their eyes blaze with red fury as they initially attack him, but soon turn on each other in a frenzy of chaos. Ultimately, Chu Ying emerges as the reaper of this tumultuous battle. While Chu Ying diligently practices the dragon subduing and tiger taming art alongside the 7 emotions and conflicting desires fist. At peak number 81, Yi Junfan is recuperating from injuries sustained 3 days prior, seeking ways to restore his cultivation. Having survived the second tribulation, there should be no reason for me to remain hindered. It must be that some latent injuries within me have resurfaced, causing my failed breakthrough and resulting in a severe backlash, which led to my decline in realm. Yi Junfan's expression darkens as he analyzes his predicament. With the competition for the position of Saint Sun approaching, encountering such setbacks is truly a critical misstep. Determined, he grits his teeth and expends a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase a profound-grade Great Recovery pill from the Alchemy Hall. This pill is a profound elixir capable of healing all injuries below the Dantian realm, except for those involving severed limbs, and can cure ailments almost instantaneously. Upon consuming the Great Recovery pill, the deterioration of his vital energy, the tumult of his internal organs, and the ruptured veins are all swiftly mended. He consumed another miraculous elixir, elevating his cultivation from the 4th to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm after a prior setback. However, he soon discovered that his training speed had inexplicably slowed. It was imperative to regain his original strength. Even without a breakthrough, he would still have a fighting chance. Otherwise, the position of the Holy Sun might slip from his grasp. Yi Junfan murmured to himself, continuing his efforts to restore his cultivation. Suddenly, with a sharp gasp, dozens of meridians within him ruptured, causing spiritual energy to surge violently within his organs and resulting in another bout of coughing up blood. What was happening? Yi Junfan was both astonished and enraged. Chapter 8. Unexpected Gains, the Fiendish Bone of Gluttony. Yi Junfan's eyes inexplicably turned crimson, and a torrent of violent emotions flooded his mind. Is the heavenly Tao intent on my demise? Why, oh why, cursed heavenly Tao? No, do not extinguish me. I am the ancient sacred body, bearer of the mission to save the world. What right do you have to annihilate me? Yi Junfan's expression fluctuated between joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. Coupled with the resurgence of his internal injuries, his mind was thrown into turmoil, nearly choking him. In the vast expanse of white snow, amidst the colorless mountains, Chu Ying's gaze grew solemn. Truly, this was the return to Snow Ridge, where the temperature was utterly inhospitable to cultivators. Even those of the Spirit Sea realm could hardly endure the frigid conditions. Fortunately, having practiced the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique, Chu Ying's physique had been significantly enhanced, granting him considerable resilience. Having never ventured here before, Chu Ying had to explore step by step. The snow jade essence, a mysterious grade spiritual herb, typically thrived in the most extreme cold and darkness. This place was indeed frigid, but the extreme atmosphere. Chu Ying sighed, realizing he would have to excavate the ancestral grave of the snow ape. Half an hour later, he delved deeper into the return to Snow Ridge. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Pairs of eyes hidden within the snow had emerged around him. It dawned on Chu Ying that these were the snow apes. Their fur blended seamlessly with the snow, rendering them nearly invisible in their environment. Until now, Chu Ying had been employing the Qingluan divine technique to traverse swiftly, which had prevented encounters with the snow apes. Even if he had, A few solitary snow apes could hardly keep pace with him. Suddenly, a chill ran down Chu Ying's spine as a snow ape appeared abruptly behind him, its massive paw descending ominously. Should he be struck, at least half of his bones would shatter. In that perilous moment, Chu Ying unleashed the aura of the first level of the cave heaven realm and a cerulean. Glass-like Qinghuan soared through the air, shrieking. Barely evading the attack, he turned on his heel and fled. I do not wish to engage in battle with you. Do not think to overwhelm me with numbers. I am not one to be trifled with. Yet, ironically, his escape led him further into the depths of the ridge. The multitude of snow apes, startled and furious, surged through the snow like a torrent in pursuit. However, they soon lost sight of Chu Ying. At this moment, cloaked in a mantle of white snow, Chu Ying moved swiftly, the surrounding environment growing increasingly frigid. He felt as though his meridians were freezing, and the flow of true energy within his dantian had become exceedingly sluggish. Do not presume that I am merely at the first level of the cave heavens. Even advanced cultivators of the cave heavens would find it a matter of fate to locate a single listening snow jade ginseng within the glacial snow ridge. Chu Ying silently ground his teeth, realizing that this task was indeed somewhat of a loss. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming deathly aura that pierced through to his very soul, causing his body to tremble. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was not the formidable snow ape that had appeared, but rather a pure white cold pond ahead. This whiteness was peculiar, resembling the color of lime. Simultaneously, his vision was graced with the sight of a mysterious spiritual herb shaped like a ginseng. Its entire form glimmered like white jade, translucent and ethereal. It resembled ginseng, yet bore blossoms with petals akin to falling snow, subtly exuding a fragrant aroma. The listening snow jade ginseng. Upon further observation, he noticed towering mountains of pure white, resembling a reclining Buddha. A chill ran down Chu Ying's spine. Had he truly arrived at the burial grounds of the Snow Ape clan? No matter, he would secure this treasure first. His eyes sparkled with determination. For there was not one, but two listening snow jade ginseng. An unexpected boon. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his speed, activating the Qinghuan technique, and in an instant, he stood before the two ginseng plants, reaching out to grasp them. At that very moment, Chu Ying felt the surrounding snow stir, and the massive snow-capped ridge rose to its feet. Oh no! His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, yet he resolutely plucked the two ginseng plants. Just as he was about to turn and flee, a gigantic white palm descended from above. This is bad, Chu Ying shouted in alarm. In a moment of desperation, he dove headfirst into the pure white cold pond. The palm grasped at empty air. In the unfathomable depths of the cold pond, Chu Ying could not help but curl his body, his teeth chattering as he held his breath. He continued to sink, yet had not yet reached the bottom. Hastily, he activated the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique, a forceful and vigorous method capable of dispelling a degree of the cold. Where on earth was this cold pond? Could it truly be a grave? Ding. Side effects of a heavily cursed treasure detected. Host, please investigate. The system's cold, impersonal voice suddenly rang out. Chu Ying was taken aback. What treasure? Let me see. The next moment, a luminous screen appeared before him, revealing an image of the very bottom of the deep pond. There lay countless massive white bones, unmistakably the ancestral grave of the Snow Ape clan. Yet among the sea of bones, there was a vertebra, half an arm's length in size, jutting out ominously and emanating a sinister black aura. The surrounding bones appeared to be corroded, also turning black. This is a cursed, corrupted Taotai demon bone. If the host refines it, the benefits will be immense. Chu Ying's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Charge. Upon fully descending to the bottom of the cold pond, Chu Ying discovered he was treading upon white bones. Without a second thought, he rushed towards that black vertebra, which bore no resemblance to human bones. Despite being cursed and corrupted, the mysterious runes inscribed upon the Taotai demon bone were still clearly visible. The inherited techniques of the Taotai clan. Refinement. It must be refined. Strangely, as he approached the gluttonous demonic bone, the chilling aura seemed to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ying resolved to refine this demonic bone right here, enhancing his strength before breaking through. The cursed and corroding gluttonous demonic bone contained the ancestral treasures of the gluttonous clan. Its ancient curse would erode the internal organs and sap the essence of life, while its insatiable nature could profoundly impact one's sanity. What splendid side effects! Eroding the essence of life, indeed. Chu Ying's lips could hardly suppress a smile. The ancient sacred body was surely akin to an unkillable cockroach, right? Such minimal side effects should merely tickle the ancient sacred body, no? Refining a piece of the gluttonous demonic bone to add a slight challenge to the cultivation of the ancient sacred body seems quite reasonable, does it not? A quarter of an hour later, Chu Ying had successfully infused the gluttonous demonic bone into his second celestial abode. The optimal moment to condense the Dharma form is during the opening or sublimation of the celestial abode, harnessing the power of cosmic creation. However, it can still be condensed outside of these moments, albeit with greater difficulty. The quantity and quality of Dharma forms dictate a cultivator's combat prowess. While the number of celestial abodes not only influences combat power, but also determines future potential and limits. Roar. An eerie, beastly roar echoed within Chu Ying's body. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, although the glutton was not one of the 10 ancient fiends, it was nonetheless a fearsome primordial beast. Formidable and not inferior to the 10 ancient fiends. Within Chu Ying's second celestial abode, a fearsome beast roared. Its menacing form was awe-inspiring and instilled dread. The Dharma form of the glutton. It too was an extraordinary level Dharma form. Chapter 9. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Increase in side effects and limits. Bang. Filled with excitement, Chu Ying unleashed a punch forward. It was merely an ordinary strike, yet it reverberated through the depths of the pool, turning numerous bones to powder. Powerful. Chu Ying felt that overcoming the third or fourth level of the celestial abode realm was now well within his grasp, for he possessed 2 celestial abodes, both with extraordinary Dharma forms. One was a branch of the true phoenix, the Qing Yuan, and the other was the ancient primordial beast, the glutton. Legends spoke of the glutton's ability to devour all things in heaven and earth to grow stronger, and this gluttonous treasure technique was indeed remarkable. After refining the cursed gluttonous demonic bone, Chu Ying also acquired the gluttonous treasure technique. This technique allowed him to consume all surrounding forces, including enemy attacks, converting them into his own explosive power. The more power he devoured, the stronger the rebound force. However, each act of consumption inflicted severe damage upon his physical body. The weaker his body, the greater the injury. Should he exceed his limits, it would result in his own destruction. Heaven's assistance indeed. It turned out to be a technique with side effects. With my current strength, crushing all quasi-saints should pose no difficulty, should it? A smirk appeared on Chu Ying's lips. Soon after, with a thought, a shimmering translucent light screen materialized before him. Host. Chu Ying, cultivation level. Second layer of the cave heaven realm. 2 cave heavens. Qing Yuan Dharma form. Tao Tai Dharma form. Identity. Prodigy of the Tai Xian Holy Land, secret techniques, Qing Yuan treasure technique, dragon suppression and tiger subjugation skill. 7 emotions and 6 desires fist, initial volume of Tai Xian scripture, forbidden techniques, Tao Tai treasure technique, current side effects 1, Qing Yuan wasted bone buff, diminished vitality, decreased cultivation, impaired combat strength, drained potential, permanent, current side effects 2, inferior imitation chi gathering pill buff, reduced absorption of spiritual energy. Drained potential, permanent, current side effects 3, dragon suppression and tiger subjugation skill buff, meridians easily fractured during cultivation, intense visceral pain at night. Heart-wrenching agony persists for half an hour, current side effects 4, 7 emotions and 6 desires fist buff, cognitive influence. Emotional turmoil, current side effects 5, Tao Tai demon bone buff, life eroded by cursed power. Demonic influence on cognition, permanent, designated target for side effects. Yi Jun Fan current number of targets for side effects. 1. Maximum limit is 5. Upon reading, Chu Ying's eyes sparkled like stars. The accumulation of 5 buffs. How pleased must the ancient sacred body be? Further examination revealed that the upper limit for the number of targets for side effects had also increased. In terms of cultivation, although I possess 2 cave heavens, I am essentially still at the first layer of the cave heaven realm. However, the system has deemed it a cultivation enhancement, thus raising the limit for target acceptance. Whom shall I bestow these 5 effects upon? Chu Ying's mind wandered to the despicable faces of those on his training peak. Truly, a tiger fallen in the lowlands is bullied by dogs. Many prodigies had come to test his strength, among them the 7th-ranked prodigy, Xiao Yan, who dared to strike at him. Designated target for side effects, Xiao Yan. As Chu Ying closed his eyes in recollection, another name surfaced, Su Yichen. Su Yichen, the 2nd-ranked prodigy, had once been beneath his heel for millennia. Thinking he was crippled, he had the audacity to be arrogant before him, even threatening him. Designated target for side effects, Su Yichen. With 2 targets remaining, Chu Ying murmured to himself. Currently, there was no pressing target to confront. As for Yaoruashi, that woman was beneath his contempt. Utilizing such a side effect on her would be a sheer waste. For now, he would hold it in reserve, ready to act should she show her face. Designated targets for side effects, Yi Jun Fan, Xiao Yan. Su Yichen, current number of targets for side effects, 3. Maximum limit is 5, the accumulation of 5 buffs. Only those who experience it know the delight. A grin crept upon Chu Ying's lips as he surveyed the ancestral tomb of the Snow Ape clan. The Snow Ape clan of the returning Snow Ridge boasted at least fourth-tier beings, corresponding to the Soul Palace realm of cultivation. It is said that these Snow Apes possess a trace of the bloodline of the primordial Ice Ape, suggesting their extraordinary nature. Perhaps their ancestral tomb holds some treasures. After a thorough search, Chu Ying indeed made some discoveries. The precious bones of a fourth-tier Snow Ape. He was somewhat astonished. Not every bone can be deemed a precious bone. Only the fearsome bones of mystical beasts, imbued with the legacy of arcane arts, may be deemed as treasures. The manifestations achieved through the refinement of such bones typically rank above the third tier. In contrast, ordinary cultivators, eager to make swift breakthroughs, often resort to refining low-tier weapons like swords and knives to coalesce their manifestations, resulting in inferior grades and consequently feeble combat prowess, rendering them easily overpowered. The realm of the cave heaven is not one where rapid cultivation is the ideal. Rather, it necessitates a methodical approach. Each manifestation must be meticulously selected and pondered with great care. True geniuses linger within this realm for an extended duration, focusing on consolidating formidable manifestations and endeavoring to open as many cave heavens as possible. 1, 2, 13. By the heavens, what fortune! Chu Ying, akin to a fortunate find, promptly stowed away these 13 pieces of Snow Ape treasure bones in his storage ring. To his utter delight, among these Snow Ape bones was a fifth-tier treasure bone. Fifth tier, corresponding to the realm of Nether Void, of extraordinary value. Most of the prospective saints within the Taishan sacred land, should they choose to refine treasure bones to condense manifestations, would likely only attain this grade, with higher ones remaining beyond their grasp. These treasure bones alleviated my pressing financial predicament in the short term. This venture proved most rewarding. With a face full of joy, Chu Ying, having ensured nothing was overlooked, began to ascend. Minutes later, he neared the water's surface. After a brief pause, Chu Ying burst forth from the water, simultaneously channeling the Qingwan's sacred art, transforming into a streak of white light racing away. The Snow Apes slumbering around the pristine white pool stirred, slowly awakening. Did something just escape? Chu Ying soared over 100 miles, finally distancing himself from the Snow Ape clan's lair. After exiting the return to Snow Ridge, he cultivated for a time in the 10,000 beast forest, returning only as the deadline for his task approached. Nightfall descended quietly. The moonlight flowed like water. At this moment, within the heavenly physician hall of the Taishan sacred land, a young man clad in the robes of a prospective saint bore an undeniable stature. Under normal circumstances, any prospective saint, regardless of their ranking, would stand out as an elite within the Taishan sacred land, exuding an exceptional aura and formidable cultivation. Yet this particular prospective saint clutched his chest, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his face contorted in pain, veins bulging, as he implored an elder alchemist. Had Chu Ying been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this prospective saint as the one who had assaulted him mere days ago in the grand hall of his cultivation peak. The seventh prospective saint, Xiaoyan. Elder Lin, I can barely endure. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. The agony of his internal organs paled in comparison. The torment of his heart, akin to being twisted and incessantly bursting, rendered him in a state worse than death. This elder, having tread the path of medicine for many years, had never witnessed such peculiar symptoms. The renowned celestial alchemist Lin Dingchong furrowed his brow. He was an alchemist, a profession distinctly different from that of a pill master. Alchemists follow the path of medicine, while pill masters delve into the alchemical arts. Of course, the realms of medicine and alchemy are complementary, with many theories interlinked. Cough. Xiaoyan suddenly felt as though his internal organs had been dealt a heavy blow. His eyes widened, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 10. In the Hall of Heavenly Healers, the compassion of physicians allows for credit. Do not be agitated. Remain calm. You shall not perish. Lin Dingchong examined Xiaoyan's condition, but could not discern the source of these symptoms. It was the first time he encountered such an unexplained ailment. If it were an enemy's ambush or poison, traces would certainly be detectable. Yet, the affliction within Xiaoyan was utterly incomprehensible. Upon hearing Lin Dingchong's words, Xiaoyan could not help but spit more blood. Standing there without pain in your waist. How could I not be agitated? His vital energy waned. His organs were in turmoil, meridians severed, and a searing pain gripped his heart. This seemed to spark a thought in Lin Dingchong's mind. Just then, another patient staggered into the Hall of Heavenly Healers. Elder, save me. The newcomer was supported by two maidservants, and upon closer inspection, the young man being assisted was none other than a prospective saint, his complexion as pale as death. His condition was hardly better than that of Xiaoyan. Lin Dingchong was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer, another prospective saint. The newly arrived patient was none other than Chu Ying, the second heir who had previously threatened Chu Ying. Elder, our young master is the second prospective saint. I implore you to save him. Chu Ying's maidservant pleaded desperately. Lin Dingchong raised an eyebrow. This case carried greater weight. Bring him over. Soon. Chu Ying was placed beside Xiao Yan. In excruciating pain, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Chu Ying. Why do your symptoms mirror mine so closely, even identical? After examining Chu Ying's condition, Lin Dingchong was astonished. What? Chu Ying struggled to open his eyes and was shocked to find Xiao Yan beside him. Your symptoms are exactly the same. Perhaps this gives me a clue. Elder Lin stroked his beard and pondered. Have you both cultivated certain techniques with severe backlash? Hearing this, Xiao Yan spat out another mouthful of blood and immediately shook his head in denial. Elder, please see clearly. I have never practiced such techniques. Chu Ying could not restrain his anger any longer. Elder, do not speak carelessly. I am the second prospective saint, soon to be recognized as a true saint. Why would I cultivate techniques with backlash? Lin Dingchong remained unfazed by his agitation and continued. Yet your conditions clearly indicate the practice of techniques with severe side effects. And not merely one, but a combination of several. If I am not mistaken, your current cultivation has been gravely affected, and your existing abilities may be at risk. What? Both Xiao Yan and Chu Ying were taken aback. They had not practiced anything unusual, merely continuing their cultivation as usual, only to be suddenly afflicted. They even suspected they had been poisoned, yet after consuming healing elixirs, they found no relief, ultimately arriving at the Hall of Heavenly Healers in unbearable pain. How could they have anticipated such a revelation? Elder, please save me. I am the destined Holy Son, the paragon of the sacred land. I cannot afford to lose my cultivation. Xiao Yan immediately implored, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. Do not move recklessly. I shall not allow you to descend in your cultivation, Lin Dingchong swiftly interjected. According to your assertions, you have not practiced such techniques. So the rootless symptoms you exhibit are indeed perplexing. However, there are remedies available. A slight smile graced Lin Dingchong's lips as he continued. Have you ever heard of the Withering Wood Rejuvenation Pill? Upon hearing the name of this elixir, both Xiao Yan and Chu Ying's pupils constricted. The Withering Wood Rejuvenation Pill is a supreme elixir capable of healing all injuries below the Soul Palace realm. Although your wounds are severe, a single pill would suffice to remedy your condition. The price at our Heavenly Medicine Hall is 30,000 contribution points. What say you? Would you like to procure one? The smile on Lin Dingchong's face gradually morphed into one tinged with commercial intent. Elder Lin, you cannot be jesting. How could I possibly procure 30,000 contribution points? Xiao Yan's face contorted with bitterness. He had expended most of his contribution points on cultivation resources, and the total he had accrued was far less than 30,000. Elder Lin, is there truly no alternative? Chu Ying could no longer contain himself. 30,000 contribution points was an exorbitant sum. At present, if you are unable to pay, you may defer the payment until you have earned it. After all, our Heavenly Medicine Hall is known for its compassion. Lin Dingchong stroked his beard, stating matter-of-factly. Both men's faces twitched in disbelief. Does compassion truly align with the intentions of your Heavenly Medicine Hall? If you are unwilling, I am powerless to assist. Although our Heavenly Medicine Hall bears the duty of saving lives within the sacred land, we too incur costs and cannot provide treatment free of charge. Lin Dingchong's expression grew solemn. However, should your condition continue to deteriorate, your cultivation may. His words trailed off as he observed the two. For Xiao Yan and Chu Ying's cultivation was already beginning to plummet. Chu Ying's realm, originally at the first level of the cave heaven, had fallen to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had descended to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea. In truth, from the moment they began to exhibit these symptoms, their cultivation had been gradually waning, though at that time, their minds were consumed by the agony of their injuries and the excruciating pain in their chests, leaving them oblivious to their plight. Now, as their cultivation officially dropped a tear, panic seized them both. I will buy a Withering Wood Rejuvenation Pill. I shall incur the debt, Chu Ying exclaimed anxiously. Despite the unbearable pain. Elder, will taking this pill restore my cultivation? Indeed, it will, Lin Dingchong nodded with a smile. I will also buy one. Elder, please grant me a pill. Seeing Chu Ying take the initiative, Xiao Yan wasted no time in following suit. What was 30,000 contribution points compared to the urgency of their situation? The decline in their cultivation was of paramount importance, especially with the impending competition for the position of Holy Son. If their cultivation diminished rather than increased, what hope would they have of contending for such a title? Oh, this is a most prudent decision you have made, Lin Dingchong remarked as he produced 2 Withering Wood Rejuvenation Pills for the two to consume. After consuming the elixir, the various afflictions within the two individuals indeed dissipated. Their internal organs were restored, meridians rejuvenated, and the pain in their hearts vanished. Their cultivation levels began to rise rapidly, returning to their original state. In the alchemy hall, this singular spring rejuvenation pill would cost 35,000 contribution points, with no option for credit. However, our heavenly medical hall adheres to the benevolent principles of a healer, offering a more reasonable price, with the possibility of deferred payment. Lin Dingchong observed the two with a cheerful demeanor, as he was troubled by a lack of accomplishments. As an elder of the heavenly medical hall, he was not only engaged in cultivation but also needed to earn contribution points, as resources were essential, especially with the impending assessments from the sacred grounds. Should his performance fall short, the heavenly medical hall would face closure. Sui Qin and Xiao Yan's expressions were decidedly grim. Despite the hall's compassionate approach, they were still indebted for 30,000 contribution points. They wondered how many tasks they must undertake to settle this debt. Nevertheless, they expressed their gratitude and prepared to depart. Yet, they were met with the sight of two figures hastily approaching, carrying an unconscious individual. Please, Elder of the Heavenly Medical Hall, save our young master. Chapter 11. The ancient sacred body also owes 30,000. With a thud, the two maidservants knelt before Lin Dingchong, revealing that the person they bore was none other than Yi Junfan, the ancient sacred body. Please, Elder, save our young master. Sui Qin and Xiao Yan were equally astonished upon recognizing Yi Junfan. Is he truly the ancient sacred body? Lin Dingchong gazed intently at the unconscious Yi Junfan, and upon confirming there was no immediate danger to his life, he spoke. I understand your panic, but please remain calm. He placed his hand upon Yi Junfan, commencing an examination of his condition. As he began his investigation, he instinctively voiced his thoughts. A backlash from cultivation? Upon hearing this, Sui Qin sneered. Indeed, the ancient sacred body has long been ill-suited for this era. Achieving the Spirit Sea realm is already a stroke of luck. However, Xiao Yan noted that Yi Junfan's condition seemed eerily similar to theirs. We don't know what happened. Our young master was in seclusion, and while practicing, he began to spit blood uncontrollably. When we brought him here, he had already fainted from the excruciating pain. The two maidservants wept, their eyes brimming with tears. Yet, they failed to notice Lin Dingchong's expression gradually shifting. Wait, his condition is nearly identical to yours, only he appears to be in a more severe state. It seems he has suffered for several days. Lin Dingchong's countenance grew increasingly peculiar as he glanced at the already healed Xiao Yan and Sui Qin. Did the three of you conspire? Sui Qin and Xiao Yan exchanged incredulous looks, both equally astonished. Elder Lin, he has sustained the same injuries as us? Xiao Yan inquired. Indeed, however, from my perspective, your injuries stem from practicing certain techniques that have significant backlash, Lin Dingchong replied. The two men's expressions darkened. Practicing what nonsense techniques? We have ample resources for cultivation. Why would we engage in such folly? Elder, please, we implore you to save our young master. Two maidservants. Upon hearing the words of Elder Lin, though perplexed by the situation, discerned some underlying significance. The individual in question was a young master capable of rescuing them. Of course, this elder, with a healer's benevolence, would naturally extend his aid. However, to render such assistance, I must expend a withered wood spring pill, valued at 30,000 contribution points. This transaction must be duly noted, Lin Dingchong remarked, his expression grave. The two maidservants exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Esteemed Saint Sons, you are just in time to serve as witnesses for this elder. The ancient sacred body has succumbed to unconsciousness and is unable to make decisions for himself. Thus, it falls upon you to testify on his behalf, Lin Dingchong continued, his tone measured. Certainly, Sui Qin replied with a faint smile, while Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Dingchong produced a jade vial, from which he extracted a brownish-green pill. Behold, this is a supreme mystic pill, sold by the Hall of Heavenly Medicine for 30,000 contribution points. This pill has the capacity to revive him and heal all his injuries, including any decline in his cultivation, he asserted, his keen perception revealing that Yi Junfan had indeed suffered a degradation in his realm. The maidservants widened their eyes, unable to suppress their astonishment. A supreme mystic pill, priced at 30,000 contribution points. This was beyond their wildest imagination. Lin Dingchong then administered the withered wood spring pill to Yi Junfan. Moments later, Yi Junfan coughed, spitting out blood, and opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. Instinctively clutching his chest, he was astonished to find that the pain in his heart had vanished. Upon further inspection, he realized he was not in his designated Saint Sun peak. Young master. The two maidservants exclaimed in unison, their joy palpable upon seeing Yi Junfan awaken. It was this venerable elder from the Hall of Heavenly Medicine who saved you. Upon hearing this, Yi Junfan steadied himself and turned his attention to Lin Dingchong, as well as Sui Qin and Xiao Yan. Lin Dingchong smiled and addressed him. You are the 81st Saint's son, the ancient sacred body, Yi Junfan, are you not? You are in the Hall of Heavenly Medicine, rest assured. It was indeed this elder who rescued you. Yi Junfan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you is the least I can offer. However, you now owe this elder 30,000 contribution points. Will you settle this immediately or defer the payment? Lin Dingchong inquired with a friendly demeanor. What on earth? Yi Junfan's eyes widened in disbelief. 30,000 contribution points? Young master, the elder of the Hall of Heavenly Medicine administered to you a supreme mystic pill. The withered wood spring pill, priced at 30,000 contribution points. One maidservant murmured softly. A supreme mystic pill? Yi Junfan gasped in astonishment, realizing he had unwittingly consumed such a valuable item. You don't intend to hold me accountable for this, do you? Lin Dingchong smiled. I have two esteemed saint sons here as witnesses. Xiao Yin and Su Yichen immediately stepped forward. Xiao Yin remarked, Yi Junfan, you cannot evade the 30,000 contribution point debt. Were it not for Elder Lin, your current predicament would be dire. Yet, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you found yourself in such a situation. It is indeed perplexing. He sighed in contemplation. Yi Junfan snorted softly. Who would attempt to evade payment? He turned to Lin Dingchong and said, Esteemed elder, I must apologize, but I do not possess such a sum of contribution points at present. I can defer the payment for now, but I assure you I will repay it in due course. Elder Lin, a member of the Heavenly Medical Hall, chuckled and said, Perhaps the three of you, esteemed saints, have much to discuss. As time is of the essence, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Upon hearing this, Yi Junfan felt a twinge of confusion but complied and exited. Meanwhile, Su Yichen and Xiao Yin approached him. After a brief exchange, Yi Junfan was astounded to learn that he was not alone. Others had also experienced similar inexplicable injuries, sudden blood vomiting, damaged internal organs, and severed meridians. Elder Lin suggested that these afflictions stemmed from the severe side effects of a particular cultivation technique, yet it was evident that he had not engaged in such practices. I certainly have not, Xiao Yin asserted. Nor have I, Su Yichen added with an air of indifference. Yi Junfan's expression darkened further. Neither have I. So what could possibly be the cause? Although the three were engaged in conjecture, each withheld certain details regarding their cultivation statuses, leading to an inconclusive discussion. The sole comfort was that their injuries and cultivation levels were recovering under the effects of the revitalizing Springwood Rejuvenation Pill. Prepare to be my stepping stones in the contest among saints. Su Yichen laughed heartily as he departed with his maid. Having broken through to the first level of the cave heaven realm, who could possibly stand against him now? With his newfound strength, he was poised to sweep aside all other saints effortlessly. Xiao Yin, suppressing a disdainful scoff, returned to his own peak among the saints to further prepare. Although Su Yichen had gained an advantage by reaching the cave heaven realm, the gap was still not insurmountable. As long as his opponent could not single-handedly overpower everyone, he would merely hold the title of the newly appointed saint, not the true saint. Thus, Xiao Yin resolved to strengthen himself further. In stark contrast, Yi Junfan found no joy in the situation. Despite his efforts, he remained at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. He had already expended considerable resources, consuming both exquisite spiritual medicines and high-tier elixirs, only to find himself devoid of further cultivation resources. Cursed fate! Yi Junfan seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet he could find no outlet for his anger, as he remained bewildered by the inexplicable backlash he had suffered. Chapter 12. Lin Jishua, who dared to unveil my task plate. Break his third leg. On the third day following Chu Ying's unveiling of the task plate, outside the task hall, a graceful and slender woman, adorned with exquisite features and an air of aloofness that repelled approach, strode elegantly into the hall. However, upon discovering that her posted task had been taken down without completion, the woman erupted in fury. How dare someone remove my task? Which impertinent fool desecrated my assignment? Lin Jishua was incensed. Although anyone could post a task in the hall by offering appropriate rewards, only one task could be posted at a time. She was on the verge of a breakthrough but lacked a specific advanced spiritual herb that complemented her cultivation. Unable to find it immediately, she resorted to posting her task in the hall. In truth, she harbored little hope that anyone would successfully complete the task she had set forth. She was acutely aware that the insights of Shiyu were exceedingly rare. Thus, her task had lingered on the front page of the Xian board for a fortnight, with no one daring to take it on, leaving her disheartened. To her surprise, upon her return a couple of days ago, she discovered that her task card had been claimed. Elated at the prospect that someone might indeed be capable of fulfilling her request, she was soon met with dismay. As the deadline approached, there remained no record of her task being completed at the task hall. This incited her anger. Furthermore, posting a task was not without cost. Should her task card remain unclaimed, she would owe no commission to the task hall. However, once claimed, irrespective of the task's completion, the hall would extract 1/10 of the reward as a fee. In essence, her task promised a reward of 10,000 spirit stones and 1,500 contribution points, alongside a personal favor. Yet, she would also be obliged to pay an additional 1,000 spirit stones and 150 contribution points to the task hall. The favor, being a voluntary gift, was not counted towards the reward. If the task had been accomplished, it would have been manageable. However, without completion, she was still liable for the commission, all while being oblivious to who had claimed her task card. The sensation was akin to swallowing a fly, utterly revolting. If it were some disgruntled disciple from the inner or outer sect who had taken her task card with ulterior motives, it would be even more distasteful. With only half an hour remaining before her task's deadline, Lin Jixue felt utterly despondent. Standing outside the task hall, she stomped her foot in frustration, muttering through clenched teeth, "If I discover who took my task card, I shall break their third leg." Just as her voice, laden with resentment and fury, faded, a tall and handsome figure appeared atop the mountain where the task hall resided. It was Chu Ying, who had just returned from the beast forest and was making his way to the task hall. As he approached, he caught wind of a woman's voice filled with grievance. Instinctively, Chu Ying glanced in her direction. The woman, clad in a creek-green robe that flowed like rippling water, accentuated her graceful form, embodying the essence of a stunning beauty. Her snow-white arms emerged from the flowing sleeves, hands resting on her hips, her brows furrowed in indignation, rendering her ethereal presence somewhat more earthly. Yet, she remained an exquisite vision. Even in anger, she was a breathtaking sight. How had I not noticed such a captivating beauty in this sacred place before? Chu Ying marveled. Yet, her temper was rather fierce. To threaten breaking someone's leg seemed excessive, he mused. Lin Jixue, noticing someone audaciously staring at her, felt her anger surge anew. If it had been a mere glance, she might have dismissed it, but this person was unabashedly gazing at her. The moment stretched on, and she immediately categorized Chu Ying as one of those detestable disciples. How dare he provoke a quasi-holy maiden? A fool seeking his doom. Lin Jixue, with a chilling gaze, swiftly approached Chu Ying with grace. Regaining his composure, Chu Ying invoked the Qinghuan treasure technique, vanishing from his original position in an instant. "My apologies, I was momentarily distracted," he said, reappearing at a distance from Lin Jixue. Her furious eyes were laced with astonishment. This person's speed is astonishing. It was so rapid that she scarcely registered how he evaded her attack. "Who are you?" Lin Jixue suddenly realized that he was likely not an ordinary inner sect disciple. The disciples of the Taishan sacred land are categorized into 3 tiers: outer disciples, inner disciples, and the quasi-saints and saints. Those in the blood-moving realm are outer disciples, while those at the spirit sea realm and above are inner disciples. As for the quasi-saints, they are individuals of exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess, surpassing their peers and meeting the requisite standards along with contribution points. In other words, quasi-saints lead the disciples in talent but do not necessarily possess the highest cultivation levels. Many disciples who have reached the cave heaven realm still remain inner disciples, having accumulated their cultivation through extensive training over time. Above the quasi-saints are the saints, who represent the image and prestige of the sacred land. While a quasi-saint may not be the strongest, a saint is undoubtedly groomed to become the most powerful disciple of the sacred land. This distinction is significant. Could he be a second-tier inner disciple? Lin Jixue pondered silently. Quasi-saint, Chu Ying, he replied nonchalantly. He was no mere novice. The title of number 1 quasi-saint is known throughout the Tai-Shen sacred land. Surely, even if one had not seen him, they would have heard his name. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Ying's name, Lin Jixue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "You are the number 1 quasi-saint. That woman's devoted admirer, Yaruashi?" Lin Jixue instinctively remarked. Chu Ying's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he stepped into the task hall. Lin Jixue remained rooted in place, gradually becoming astonished. Wasn't it said that Chu Ying had rendered himself incapable? How could he evade my attack? She stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, just a step away from the Cave Heaven realm. With the acquisition of the Listening Snow Jade essence, she could not only enter the Cave Heaven realm, but also attain a 9th grade Dharma form. Despite her formidable strength, ranking 7th among the quasi-saints, she was by no means inferior even when compared to those of the same rank. Yet, how could this supposedly incapacitated Chu Ying so effortlessly evade her strike? She was lost in confusion when a beeping sound emanated from her identity token. "The task you posted has been completed. Please proceed to the task hall to collect your reward." Lin Jixue was momentarily stunned, but joy quickly illuminated her face. The Listening Snow Jade essence is within reach. She dashed into the task hall without hesitation. Inside the hall, Chu Ying was engaged in conversation with the elders present. Truly deserving of the title #1 quasi-saint, to have procured such a rare treasure as the listening snow jade essence. It is indeed remarkable. May I inquire if you have indeed ventured into the glacial ridge of the 10,000 Beasts forest? Elder Su could not help but ask. Indeed. Chu Ying replied with calm assurance. Ah, you have arrived a tad late. The 7th Holy Maiden, who initially issued this task, has just departed. It seems everyone assumed this task had fallen through, so I ask you to wait a moment, Elder Su remarked. No sooner had Elder Su's words left his lips than Lin Jishua materialized in the task hall. Elder Su, who has fulfilled my task? Lin Jishua exclaimed, only to realize that the individual conversing with Elder Su was none other than Chu Ying. Chapter 13. The day of the Holy Sun's competition arrives. Are you Lin Jishua? Chu Ying's expression turned somewhat unfriendly. What had this woman said earlier about wanting to sever his third leg? Upon seeing Chu Ying's demeanor, Lin Jishua felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. By now, she comprehended that her task token had been claimed by this esteemed Holy Sun, who had successfully completed the task and procured the snow-listening jade ginseng. Yet, her previous remarks outside seemed to have been overheard by him. Since the task issuer has arrived, you may proceed with the handover. Elder Su smiled faintly. As a neutral party, he had already collected Lin Jishua's commission, and the matter was no longer his concern. Chu Ying curled his lip, grasped his snow-listening jade ginseng, and exited the task hall. Lin Jishua hurriedly followed, blocking his path and pleading, Brother Chu, please wait. I was in the wrong earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Chu Ying cast a sidelong glance at her and replied coolly, did not the Holy Maiden say she wished to break my third leg? What? Has my third leg offended you? At his words, a delicate blush crept across Lin Jishua's refined features. She was fully aware of what that third leg referred to, but being confronted so bluntly by Chu Ying left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. And no, I sincerely apologize, Brother Chu, Lin Jishua said, her face tinged with regret, though she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Who could have known that it was this #1 Holy Sun who had taken her task token? Who could have foreseen that he would actually accomplish the task? Chu Ying snorted dismissively, his tone growing cold. And when did I ever become Yao Ruashi's sycophant? Clarify. Lin Jishua regarded Chu Ying's serious expression with hesitation. Did he truly not know? If you do not clarify, you shall not receive this snow-listening jade ginseng. I could easily forego your reward, Chu Ying remarked nonchalantly. Lin Jishua gritted her teeth and said, among us holy maidens, this is what we say. What is it that you say? You shamelessly pursue Yao Ruashi, surrendering all your monthly cultivation resources to her, without any sense of boundaries, like a sycophant. Yao Ruashi herself even admits that you are her sycophant, Lin Jishua replied, observing Chu Ying's expression as she spoke. Chu Ying's countenance shifted from indifference to coldness, but soon reverted to an air of nonchalance. Deep affection is equated to being a sycophant, he said with a hint of self-mockery. Could you possibly grant me the snow-listening jade ginseng? Lin Jishua asked cautiously, her small face revealing her nervousness. And what of my reward? Chu Ying revealed a crystal-clear, snow-white ginseng in his hand. Listening to Shui, the jade ginseng was harvested by Chu Ying, a remarkably rare Xian-level spiritual herb, scarcely inferior in rarity to the top-tier Xian-level spiritual medicines. The reward set by Yao Ruashi was indeed insufficient. However, considering the additional favor granted, opinions may vary. I shall transfer it to you immediately, Lin Jishua exclaimed upon seeing the jade ginseng, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she promptly produced her identity jade token. Chu Ying likewise revealed his own identity jade token. Subsequently, Lin Jishua transferred 1,500 contribution points to Chu Ying. Here are 10,000 spirit stones, she added, retrieving a storage ring. Brother Chu, I owe you a favor. With a beaming smile, Lin Jishua expressed her gratitude upon receiving the jade ginseng. Chu Ying appraised her with a smile, saying, favors are rather insubstantial. Why not something more tangible, a kiss or an embrace? Lin Jishua's smile faltered. Just joking. You may keep that favor for yourself. With a wave of his hand, Chu Ying turned and departed. In just a few days, the competition for the position of Holy Sun would commence, and he still had time to cultivate further. As she watched Chu Ying's retreating figure, Lin Jishua furrowed her brow. This reputed #1 candidate for Holy Sun seemed quite different from the rumors. Not only had he not faltered in his training, but contrary to whispers that he only had eyes for Yao Ruashi, he had just playfully teased her, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. She realized she had only 4 days left to refine the jade ginseng and break through to the cave heaven realm. The candidates for Holy Maiden must also compete. However, as the Taishan Holy Land already had a Holy Maiden, they could only partake in ranking contests. Only the #1 ranked candidate could challenge the Holy Maiden. And should they triumph, they could take her place. On this day, Chu Ying remained on his mountain peak, immersed in cultivation. As the dawn broke, illuminating the horizon, he opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars, filled with brilliance. The day of the Holy Sun competition had arrived. After days of cultivation, he had successfully opened his third cave heaven, though it currently held no Dharma manifestations, and his cultivation remained at the first level of the cave heaven realm. Ancient holy body, I wonder how much you can grow in 10 days. If you believe that my downfall grants you peace of mind, that would be most disappointing. Chu Ying left his mountain peak and headed toward the arena for the grand competition. At the Taishan Holy Land, the martial combat peak stood as one of the 18 sacred peaks, sovereign and independent, with its own unique cultivation system. Within the Taishan Holy Land, there are 18 sacred peaks, 36 halls, and 72 pavilions. Every disciple has the opportunity to join these organizations, albeit the criteria for admission are exceedingly stringent. Taking the martial combat peak, which hosted the Holy Sun competition, as an example, 2 conditions must be met for one to cultivate there. The first condition is to reach the cave heaven realm, a standard that applies uniformly across the 18 sacred peaks. While numerous disciples can be found within the Taishan Holy Land, they are primarily outer disciples and inner disciples below the cave heaven realm. Inner disciples who have attained the cave heaven realm have long since joined the sacred peaks for their cultivation. The second condition stipulates that one's combat level must exceed their cultivation realm by 1 tier. For instance, if one's realm is at the first level of the cave heaven stage, then their combat prowess must ascend to the second level of the cave heaven stage. This is the requirement set forth by the martial battle peak. Moreover, it is rumored that this is not merely an entry prerequisite, but a long-term expectation as well. Even after joining the martial battle peak, one must undergo combat level assessments periodically. At that time, should one advance to the 8th level of the cave heaven stage, their combat level must be at least at the 9th level of the cave heaven stage. Anything higher is acceptable, but anything less is absolutely inadmissible. Failing to meet this standard would result in restrictions on cultivation within the peak, leading to a decrease in resources. Should one fail twice consecutively, they would be expelled from the martial battle peak outright. The 18 holy peaks, being the core of the Taishan Holy Land's legacy, naturally impose stringent requirements. At this moment, numerous prospective holy sons have already arrived at the martial battle peak. A projection array has been established, allowing those ordinary disciples who cannot enter to witness the grand competition. Do you see that? That is the second holy son, Chu Ying, with Chu Ying rendered incapable. Chu Ying is now the most likely candidate to ascend to the position of holy son. And there stands the third holy son, Li Yifeng. It is said that he has mastered the minor annihilation sword technique, one of the top 10 low-grade profound martial arts renowned for its might within the Holy Land, and a simplified version of the great annihilation sword technique. Look, the holy maidens are arriving. Chapter 14. After Chu Ying's fall, everyone is a bit elated compared to the holy sons. The procession of holy maidens captivates even more attention. In an instant, all eyes are drawn to the ethereal and graceful figures gliding through the air. The first holy maiden, Luo Ruyan. She has already broken through to the cave heaven stage. How beautiful! And there is the second holy maiden, Lu Hongyi. Although Lu Hongyi may not boast the highest cultivation, I dare say that even the holy maiden herself cannot compare to her legs. Shoo, be careful, the holy maiden might hear you. As the holy maidens arrive, they mostly keep to themselves, with few forming particularly close bonds. After all, competition among the holy maidens is fiercely intense. Friendship is a luxury when every individual aspires to be the singular holy maiden. A quarter of an hour later, the rankings for the holy sons commence, with those not present being counted as forfeits. A resounding call echoes through the air. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in gray robes materializes in the void, waving his hand to reveal a grand arena. This position of holy son is destined to be mine. Chu Ying feels a swell of pride. Ever since consuming the revitalizing wood elixir, his cultivation has not only stabilized, but has also ascended to new heights, enabling him to forge a second cave heaven. Although he is yet to reach the second level of the cave heaven stage, he undoubtedly progresses faster than others, his strength surging ahead. He is confident in his ability to sweep away all challengers. The third and fourth holy sons, along with others positioned further back, eagerly prepare, clearly ready for the contest. This time, I aim to advance at least 10 places. With the first holy son, Chu Ying, incapacitated, what is there that is impossible? I believe that my fate lies in my own hands, not in the hands of destiny. The holy sons ranked towards the bottom may not harbor such lofty ambitions for now, as they are still distanced from the contention for the position of holy son. But advancing forward is certainly within reach. Hopeful for the arrival of Chu Ying, one of the 80 quasi-saints remarked, "If I can challenge him, victory shall surely be mine," preventing me from falling to the bottom. At that moment, a series of powerful footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by an invisible, oppressive weight. The crowd turned their gaze, their eyes flickering with curiosity. The position of saint belongs to me, Yi Junfan. The newcomer was none other than the ancient sacred body. Yi Junfan's countenance exuded determination, radiating an aura of superiority over the multitude. Neither the shackles of heaven and earth nor his descent in rank could deter him. Since leaving the Hall of Heavenly Medicine that night, his condition had fully recovered. He recalled that evening when, after consuming the withered wood rejuvenation pill to heal his injuries, he sought the assistance of an elder to ascertain the state of his body. After a thorough examination, the elder concluded there were no issues. Having broken the second shackle of the ancient sacred body, his cultivation in the spirit sea realm would be flawless. Perhaps the injuries were merely latent wounds that had suddenly flared up, but under the influence of the withered wood rejuvenation pill, he had fully restored his vitality. This elder had become his unwavering supporter, a pillar of strength. The elder also provided him with resources, allowing him to ascend from the 7th to the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, ensuring his path to the saint position was secure. With his appearance today, Yi Junfan was resolute in not disappointing the elder's expectations. What audacity! Mocked the 7th quasi-saint, Chu Ying, with a sneer. Given your aura, you have yet to break into the cave heaven realm, yet you dare to boast. Although the ancient sacred body is indeed unmatched at the same level, you are merely in the spirit sea realm, foolishly aspiring to rival us in the cave heaven realm. How laughable. Another quasi-saint who had attained the cave heaven realm shook his head. Yi Junfan merely smiled indifferently, unfazed. Once on the arena, he would demonstrate his prowess. The reputation of this ancient sacred body truly loomed large. Not just large, but inflated. Several quasi-saints murmured among themselves, casting curious glances at Yi Junfan. Rumor had it that recently, Yao Ruashi had grown close to him. Could it be that she intends to support him for the position of saint? The 18th quasi-saint, Gu Ranner, commented. But what of the first quasi-saint, Chu Ying? He has always pursued Yao Ruashi. Someone mentioned Chu Ying's name, causing many quasi-saints to become indignant. Humph. How infuriating. If it weren't for Chu Ying bestowing his cultivation resources upon Yao Ruashi, how could she possibly outpace us so significantly? Were it not for that, the outcome of the saint position would still be uncertain. Yao Ruashi has already cast aside Chu Ying, and her closeness to the ancient sacred body is telling. However, that woman, Yao Ruashi, truly wields her sword with skill. She discarded Chu Ying, who provided her with so many resources. He deserves it. Chu. It seems Chu Ying has rendered himself ineffective. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Just as they were deep in discussion, another figure stepped forth on the martial combat peak. The individual possesses a tall and slender physique, with a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of aloofness and solitude. Though solitary, he seems to carry the weight of countless legions behind him. There appears to be a marked change in his demeanor, as if he has transformed entirely. Observers have noted his presence, uttering, Chu Ying has arrived. At this proclamation, most of the aspiring saints lowered their voices, their breaths becoming noticeably lighter. They turned to gaze upon the newcomer, who was none other than Chu Ying, hastily descending from the training peak. His name is renowned, his shadow cast long. Chu Ying had once firmly held the title of the foremost aspiring saint, having bested many of his peers decisively. Although many now believe he has rendered himself incapable through his rigorous training, destined to languish at the bottom with a bleak future ahead. The mere thought of facing him still induces an instinctive tension among many. Those aspiring saintesses who had been discussing him fell silent, daring only to whisper in private about his perceived devotion to Yao Ruashi. Publicly, they were reluctant to provoke Chu Ying, and much of their mockery stemmed from envy. After all, they believed themselves to possess equal beauty and grace as Yao Ruashi. Why then, they pondered, does Chu Ying stubbornly cling to his infatuation with her? And now, it seems he has not only been cast aside by Yao Ruashi, but has also diminished his own capabilities. Many aspiring saintesses cast sympathetic glances his way. Amidst this gathering of 49 aspiring saintesses, Lin Jishue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. While others perceived Chu Ying as diminished, she held a different view. To her, he had become even more enigmatic. He had managed to procure the coveted snow-listening jade essence from the return to Snow Ridge. The casual display of his prowess on that day sent chills down her spine. Was this merely a ruse? Was he truly poised to reclaim the title of saint? Lin Jishue mused, her mind conjuring a series of scenarios. Perhaps Chu Ying was feigning his decline, deliberately spreading rumors to lull his peers into complacency, only to emerge unexpectedly at the competition and outshine them all. The more she considered this, the more plausible it seemed. Chu Ying advanced toward the throng, his expression placid and indifferent, radiating an unspoken authority. Chapter 15, Daring to Pose with a Lowly Rank? As Chu Ying approached, The eyes of several aspiring saints flickered with apprehension. After all, he was once the #1 aspiring saint, his reputation firmly established. The use of once was deliberate. As many believed he had fallen from grace, this was a widely accepted truth. Who would dare challenge him otherwise? Who was it that had claimed they would confront him upon his arrival? Someone urged a certain 80-ranked aspiring saint to step forward and display their skills. Just moments before Chu Ying's arrival, numerous aspiring saints had boasted recklessly, oblivious to the gravity of their words. It seemed that in the wake of Chu Ying's alleged downfall, they fancied themselves as the new elite. Now, one among them, eager to stir chaos, spoke up, seemingly unperturbed by the challenge ahead. I wish to witness the current plight of the once mighty #1 quasi-saint, now reduced to a state of disarray. Nevertheless, the words of those inciting provocation were met with mere murmurs of agreement from most quasi-saints. Few dared to confront Chu Ying directly. Go ahead, brother. We'll support you from behind. Suddenly, the 81st quasi-saint felt an unexpected shove behind him, compelling him to approach Chu Ying involuntarily. This spectacle drew the attention of all the quasi-saints and quasi-saintesses. Once a paragon, now a figure of concern, Chu Ying, it seems, is a target for any and all. Sui Chen crossed his arms, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. When the competition begins, I shall relish the opportunity to trample this fellow's face. His past arrogance irks me. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smirk, laced with mockery. The expressions of the quasi-saintesses varied, yet most were eager for the unfolding drama. Would a fierce battle ensue? Or would the former #1 quasi-saint, Chu Ying, choose to bow his head? The 81st quasi-saint pondered how best to belittle this fallen #1, yet was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling aura as Chu Ying's cold gaze locked onto him. Instantly, he faltered, halting 3 steps from Chu Ying, and reflexively blurted out, "Senior brother Chu Ying, you two have arrived?" The other quasi-saints were left bewildered. Weren't you just about to confront Chu Ying? Why address him as senior brother? The quasi-saintesses exchanged glances, some filled with contempt as they regarded the 81st quasi-saint. Realizing his blunder, his face flushed crimson. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the past, upon seeing Chu Ying, the #1 quasi-saint, he would indeed call him senior brother, but now that Chu Ying has fallen, what was the point? Of course, I must attend the quasi-saint competition. Chu Ying replied nonchalantly to the greeting. The 81st quasi-saint, witnessing Chu Ying's indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. How could he maintain such an aloof disposition, having rendered himself a mere shadow of his former self, devoid of hope for the future? He resolved to be the first to challenge Chu Ying when the competition commenced, eager to humiliate him. Regaining his composure, he smiled with feigned dignity, saying, I hope senior brother Chu can achieve a commendable rank. Chu Ying nodded, responding, yes, and you too. Strive not to finish at the bottom. A muffled gasp of humiliation rippled through the quasi-saints, while the quasi-saintesses struggled to suppress their laughter. The face of the 81st quasi-saint was as ghastly as if he had swallowed something foul. Chu Ying, you, who have been rendered powerless, still have the audacity to be here? Are you not afraid of losing both fame and fortune? At that moment, the long-standing second place, Sui Chen, sneered. Indeed, had you not come, you could have retained the title of the former #1 quasi-saint, but now that you are here, you shall only be the one at the bottom. Xiao Yan chuckled derisively. Chu Ying remained unperturbed, clearly unconcerned with the opinions of these individuals. They are but mere jesters. Chu Ying, I once believed you to be a worthy adversary. However, it appears that on the path of martial arts, there can only be one victor. And you have already been eliminated. The ancient sacred body, Yi Junfan, suddenly directed his gaze towards Chu Ying. The beauty of a fading flower, the fleeting nature of life. Once lost, it cannot be retained. Had you chosen not to come, you might have preserved your former glory. Yi Junfan even let out a sigh, as if lamenting the loss of such an exceptional opponent. An adversary, indeed, yet also a whetstone, capable of sharpening him further. Alas, this whetstone has rendered itself obsolete. Chu Ying smiled. If I had not come, how could I possibly align with your expectations? Yi Junfan's expression remained unchanged. He was aware that the other was alluding to Yao Ruashi. In terms of potential, he was the ancient sacred body. Once he shattered his shackles, his potential would be limitless. What right did Chu Ying have to compare himself to him? In terms of strength, his current power had already surpassed that of Chu Ying. The ancient sacred body was invincible among equals. He had reached the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, ensuring his supremacy within it. Furthermore, he possessed a combat power level of 9 stars at the first stage, making him unparalleled. Thus, even against someone at the first level of the cave heaven realm, he could prevail in an instant. This was the foundation of his confidence. A quarter of an hour swiftly passed. All the prospective holy sons and holy daughters had arrived, save for the holy daughter, Yao Ruashi. Yet, her absence was inconsequential. for she was the holy daughter. Naturally, she was not required to participate in this grand contest unless someone dared to challenge her. The elder clad in gray once again made his appearance. I am the elder presiding over this contest of prospective holy sons and holy daughters from the martial combat peak. You are all aware of the rules. Aside from personal weapons, no external objects may be utilized. Lu Lin surveyed the assembly, his gaze lingering for a few moments on Yi Junfan, whose presence was as imposing as the sun, and he nodded subtly. Now, we shall proceed with the assessment of combat power levels. Those who do not meet the standards will forfeit their titles as prospective holy sons. Before them, on the expansive platform, a stone tablet emerged, inscribed with the powerful characters, Martial Arts. The Martial Combat Peak, the Martial Arts Tablet. It was specifically designed to evaluate the combat power levels of disciples. At this moment, throughout the Tai Xin Holy Land, disciples gazed upon the projection of the Martial Arts Tablet, each one gasping in awe. The Martial Arts Tablet once more. To gain entry into the Martial Combat Peak, one must achieve a combat power value at the first stage on the Martial Arts Tablet. To ascend to the rank of prospective holy son, one must surpass the first stage combat power level. Many disciples felt a deep sense of reverence as they beheld the Martial Arts Tablet, realizing the stark difference between themselves and the prospective holy sons. Others could engage in battles beyond their level, wielding 9 stars at the same rank, while they themselves could not. This was the distinction. I shall go first. The 81st prospective holy son snorted, seemingly eager to wash away the humiliation he had previously faced. With a leap, he ascended the platform, channeling all his strength into a strike upon the martial arts tablet. The celestial marks illuminated, ultimately revealing 10 stars. The martial arts level displayed. First stage, 1 star. Lu Lin cast a glance and remarked, first stage, 1 star. Do you wish to test again? Of course. I have yet to employ any martial techniques. The 81st prospective holy son's expression was one of pride. With a mere ordinary punch, he had achieved a combat power of first stage, 1 star. This is the essence of a prospective holy son. Even if he ranks at the very bottom, he remains incomparable to the ordinary disciples. Chapter 16. Sui Chen. Do you think this is the extent of my power? Boom. The great strength, Vajrapalm. The 80th ranked quasi-saint disciple unleashed his most esteemed martial technique, a low-grade profound skill he had exchanged with contribution points. In his fervent desire to cultivate profound martial skills, he did not hesitate to expend his contribution points, with the paramount aim of enhancing his combat prowess. His cultivation had just recently ascended to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, thus his low ranking was primarily attributed to his cultivation level. As this strike landed upon the martial steel, the stellar imprint was illuminated once more, this time reaching the 12th star. First grade, 3 stars, deemed qualified. Elder Lulin made a notation. Following suit was the next quasi-saint disciple. One by one, the lower-ranked quasi-saints began their evaluations, as if sharing a silent understanding. They did not wait for the grand finale. They generally exhibited combat power levels of first grade, 3 stars. The so-called combat power levels, within the same realm, range from low to high across 9 stars, representing the dominance one holds within that realm. Achieving 9-star combat power signifies the ability to dominate within a minor realm. Surpassing 9 stars leads to first-grade status, indicating the capacity to engage in battles across realms. The illumination of 9 stellar imprints on the martial steel signifies 9-star combat power, while 10 stars denote first-grade 1 star. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest increase of just 1 star on the martial steel. This designation is not referred to as 10-star combat power, but rather first-grade 1 star, for first-grade and 9 stars are not synonymous. Dominance within the same level does not necessarily imply the ability to fight across levels. If the gap between 8 stars and 9 stars is 10, then the chasm between 9 stars and first grade is at least 100. A quarter of an hour passed. Over half of the quasi-saint disciples had completed their evaluations, with the highest combat power level recorded being merely first grade 4 stars. Given that the testing for the quasi-saint maidens would occur after the quasi-saint disciples, they would take their turn subsequently. The various quasi-saint maidens observed the combat power tests of the quasi-saint disciples. Some appeared slightly burdened, others relaxed and content, while some remained indifferent. After all, the quasi-saint maidens and quasi-saint disciples share the same rank of disciples. Beyond comparing themselves to their fellow quasi-saint maidens, they would also measure themselves against the quasi-saint disciples. 81 quasi-saint disciples. The quality is concerning. A certain 35th ranked quasi-saint maiden smiled faintly, although she too ranked lower. Her combat power level had reached first grade 5 stars in the previous assessment. With the increase in numbers, naturally, there are those of questionable merit. Another quasi-saint maiden remarked with a smile. At last, the evaluations of the quasi-saint disciples approached the top 30. The 30th ranked quasi-saint disciple struck the martial steel with all his might, illuminating 14 stars. First grade 5 stars, qualified. Elder Lulin nodded. Next. The 27th ranked quasi-saint disciple unleashed a combat power level of first grade 6 stars, stunning all present. This fellow had concealed his true capabilities quite well. It seems he intends to sprint into the top 20 in this competition. How infuriating. How could he possibly attain the standard of first grade 6 stars? Some quasi-saint disciples ranked before the 27th began to feel anxious, as they had yet to reach this level of combat power. Until the 21st. The first 5 remain under strict prohibition. The rankings from the 20th to the 10th are all confined to a formidable 6-star combat level, with only slight distinctions among them, predominantly on par with one another. At this juncture, the number of individuals yet to be assessed is dwindling. Among the top 10, only Chu Ying and the archaic sacred body, Yi Junfan, remain untested. Who shall be the first to step forward? Upon reaching this echelon, every contender possesses the potential to vie for the title of Saint's Son, contingent solely on their overall prowess. However, their individual combat levels are undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, unless someone achieves a significant breakthrough, their combat levels will invariably reside at the 7-star mark. What is there to hesitate about? Are they not all at the 7-star level? Unless they have surpassed that threshold. The 8th-ranked quasi-saint Sun, Shirley, is known for his forthrightness. With a single leap, he ascends to the arena and unleashes a remarkably powerful martial technique. The martial arts monument illuminates with the brilliance of 15 stars. 7-star combat level, quite commendable. A smile graces Elder Lulin's face. Such a combat level among cultivators is already exceptionally robust, a rarity in previous times. Shirley reflects with a hint of nostalgia. Although his cultivation has advanced, he has not made significant breakthroughs in combat level. After all, at his stage, achieving such a leap is a formidable endeavor. Witnessing this, the 7th-ranked quasi-saint Sun, Xiaoyan, also undertakes his assessment, estimating that he might reach the 8-star threshold. Yet, the outcome remains at 7 stars, akin to his previous result. Even if my level remains unchanged, I still surpass our first-ranked quasi-saint Sun, considering he has regressed. Xiaoyan remarks peculiarly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other quasi-saint Suns in the top 10 turn curious, inexplicably instilling them with confidence. Indeed, even if their combat levels have stagnated, they have at least surpassed Chu Ying. Consequently, the pace of testing accelerates, with all results reflecting a 7-star level. At this moment, 3 individuals remain untested, the perennial second, Su Yichen, the archaic sacred body Yi Junfan, and Chu Ying. However, most of the quasi-saint Suns pay little heed to Yi Junfan, merely an underwhelming 81st-ranked quasi-saint Sun. How formidable could he possibly be? As for Chu Ying, he is already deemed ineffective, thus hardly warranting concern. Only Su Yichen stands as a formidable rival. Since everyone has taken the initiative, I shall not hold back any longer, Su Yichen declares with a confident smile, clearly implying that while others are mere stones, he is the gem. With that, he strikes the martial arts monument with a simple palm. The stars illuminate in succession, 1, 2, 15. The disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land, witnessing this spectacle through projections, are left wide-eyed. A mere ordinary palm can yield a 6-star combat level? What an anomaly. The 2nd-ranked quasi-saint Sun must have surpassed the combat level. I would bet my life on it. It seems this time, the 2nd-ranked quasi-saint Sun is poised to shine brightly. Within the Tai Xian Holy Land, there is no shortage of admirers and enthusiasts for Su Yichen. Each quasi-saint Sun possesses their own fanbase to varying degrees. Brother Su is incredible. He is undoubtedly destined for first place. On the martial combat peak, astonishment envelopes the quasi-saint Suns, while the expressions of others in the top 10, such as Xiaoyan, grow increasingly grim. Due to the circumstances, an ordinary individual cannot reach the threshold of 1 prohibition and 6 stars, with the maximum being only 1 prohibition and 5 stars. Several quasi-saint maidens also gazed intently, evidently intrigued. Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely. Su Yichen noted the expressions on their faces, feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, he struck a pose and bellowed, then unleashed his most formidable martial technique, the 18 dragon subduing palms. As the palm energy struck the martial monument, a swift flash illuminated the stars, bringing the count to 17. A battle power of 1 prohibition and 8 stars. Even Elder Lu Lin was astonished. It was said that during the last competition among the quasi-saints, the most powerful was the first quasi-saint, Chu Ying, who only achieved a level of 1 prohibition and 8 stars. To think that someone has now reached this level. 1 prohibition and 8 stars. Remember, that fellow Chu Ying was also at 1 prohibition and 8 stars previously. The 3rd quasi-saint, Li Yifeng, squinted, his demeanor growing serious. With Chu Ying incapacitated, Su Yichen has taken his place as a formidable adversary. Chu Ying, as the previous holder of 1 prohibition and 8 stars. What do you think of my palm strike? Su Yichen smiled calmly, with one hand behind his back, exuding the aura of a martial arts master. He turned to Chu Ying and inquired, emphasizing the word previously. Not bad, mediocre at best, Chu Ying replied nonchalantly. Haha, naturally, it is still acceptable. After all, that was all you were capable of back then. Su Yichen thought Chu Ying was merely putting on a brave front. He had just demonstrated a feat surpassing Chu Ying's past accomplishments, but that was then. Presently, Chu Ying's battle power must have diminished, and it was uncertain if he could even maintain 1 prohibition. Many quasi-saints smirked, their lips curling in mockery. To them, this was merely Chu Ying's way of expressing his own inadequacy. Next, Elder Lu Lin continued, his gaze shifting to Yi Junfan and Chu Ying. Su Yichen looked at Chu Ying. Are you, the once-fallen quasi-saint, also going to take the test? Chu Ying remained composed, not the slightest bit angered. It was not a facade. To him, 1 prohibition and 8 stars were merely acceptable. He was about to step forward to assess his current battle power. But Yi Junfan leaped onto the platform first. Ah, the ancient sacred body, indeed remarkable in its invincibility at the same level, but so what? Su Yichen's expression was one of surprise, yet his tone was laced with disdain. The current world is not conducive to the cultivation of the ancient sacred body. Each advancement requires breaking through the shackles of the heavens and earth, and its potential is indeed worrisome. It is likely that he could train himself to the point of obsolescence. At most, he might reach the Spirit Sea realm, with the Cave Heaven realm seeming a distant goal. Xiaoyan also commented. He and Su Yichen had encountered Yi Junfan that night at the Heavenly Medicine Hall, and they were well aware that he had suffered from a peculiar injury. However, to them, it seemed that the limitations were imposed by the ancient sacred body. Regardless of its might, in the Spirit Sea realm, it is not so exaggerated. Invincibility at the same level does not equate to invincibility across ranks, and at most, he would possess a battle power of 1 prohibition and 5 or 6 stars. Indeed, whether it be the ancient sacred body or a figure of considerable prowess, it certainly surpasses the discarded Chu Ying by a significant margin. While some prospective holy sons engage in discussions, they do not hesitate to disparage Chu Ying. A group of prospective holy maidens, their beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue, fixate on the ancient sacred body. They are deeply curious about the extraordinary strength that has captured the attention of the saintess Yao Ruashi, for this is the most formidable invincible physique from the ancient epics. Yi Junfan, standing before the martial arts monument, inhales deeply, his expression resolute. Suddenly, he unleashes a powerful fist technique. Boom. The stars on the martial arts monument illuminate with astonishing rapidity. 1, 2, 15, 16. Within the blink of an eye, he reaches the 1st grade of the 7th star. Is he truly at this level? Incredible. How could this be? He has only recently ascended to the status of a prospective holy son. The top 10 prospective holy sons stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle. Even Su Yichen, who believed himself firmly seated at the pinnacle of combat strength, furrows his brow in astonishment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, the stars on the martial arts monument continue to shine brightly, not halting at this point. 17 stars. He has reached the 1st grade of the 8th star. This matches Su Yichen's combat strength level. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. At that moment, thousands of disciples from the Tai Xian Holy Land, observing through the formation's projections, are left utterly dumbfounded. Su Yichen's expression darkens to an extreme. Damn it. He seethes with anger. He had thought that without Chu Ying, he would undoubtedly be the most prominent of the prospective holy sons. Little did he expect that this ancient sacred body would achieve the same level of combat prowess as himself. No, it does not stop there. It is not merely the 1st grade of the 8th star. Voices of shock erupt. Before their eyes, the 18th star on the martial arts monument suddenly illuminates. The 1st grade of the 9th star. The crowd is astounded, gazing at the 18 resplendent stars on the martial arts monument. All the prospective holy sons and maidens stand frozen in disbelief. A glance back at the monument reveals a faint glimmer of the 19th star, though still dim and lacking brilliance. This signifies that the ancient sacred body's combat strength level is perilously close to the 2nd grade. Yi Junfan, 1st grade of the 9th star, a half step to the 2nd grade. It is only when Elder Lu Lin speaks that the crowd regains their senses. A half step to the 2nd grade. How has he achieved this? Could this truly be the ancient sacred body that once roamed invincibly in ancient times? To reach such heights at the Spirit Sea stage. Goodness, one would have thought that the former Chu Ying was unparalleled. Yet it appears that Yi Junfan is even more formidable. The top 10 prospective holy sons are all profoundly shaken. If Yi Junfan had merely attained a combat strength level of the first grade of the 6th or 7th star, they would have felt astonished and envious. However, achieving the first grade of the 9th star, or even approaching the 2nd grade, evokes a profound sense of disrespect and defeat. Such strength is simply insurmountable. The top 10 prospective holy sons, like the 8th rank Shirley, who have witnessed Yi Junfan sustain grievous injuries, and Sui Chen, who once basked in glory, display expressions akin to having an overwhelming burden thrust upon them. A figure ranked 81st, at the very bottom, the so-called quasi-saint, astonishingly surpassed them all. Moreover, he achieved a level of combat prowess that would typically require a considerable amount of time and fortuitous circumstances for them to attain. The ancient sacred body, once having trampled upon countless divine kings, demonic bodies, and Taoist bodies, remains formidable even in this era. The first quasi-saint maiden, Luo Ruyan, gazed with brilliant starry eyes, her stunning visage reflecting an expression of wonder. Could it be that Yao Ruashi had already discerned his latent potential and thus chose to befriend him? Lin Jishuo mused inwardly. Yet her gaze involuntarily fell upon Chu Ying, who stood apart. Why was his demeanor so composed, seemingly unfazed and unperturbed? Lin Jishuo felt a flicker of curiosity. Similarly, the second quasi-saint maiden, Lu Hongyi, sensed a disparity in perception. Su Yichen, a figure of 8 prohibitions, and the half-step ancient sacred body, all emanated an aura of inscrutability. Lu Hongyi's gaze drifted towards Chu Ying inadvertently. At that moment, Elder Lu Lin suddenly directed his attention to a particular spot. Bowing slightly in greeting, I pay my respects to the saintess. In that direction, a woman clad in a moonlit dress approached, treading upon the void. Her skin was translucent and fair, like a radiant pearl, with divine light subtly enveloping her. Her long, fair legs were partially visible beneath her gown, but it was her immaculate jade feet that stood out vividly. Snow lotuses blossomed at her feet, accentuating her nobility and sanctity. This figure was none other than the Taishan saintess, Yao Ruashi. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down her back, her ethereal presence and stunning beauty radiating tranquility. She appeared as though she had just emerged from a bath, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, too pure to be profaned, yet irresistibly beautiful. The saintess symbolizes the prestige of the sacred ground. In terms of status, she ranks just below the Saint Lord, on par with the masters of the 18 sacred peaks, the 36 palace lords, and the 72 pavilion heads within the Holy Land. Hence, even Lu Lin, an elder from the martial combat peak, must pay his respects to Yao Ruashi. If Lu Lin must do so, one can only imagine the reverence the quasi-saint sons and daughters must hold. Despite the seemingly minor difference of one word, the disparity is as vast as that between heaven and earth. In Chapter 18, Chu Ying truly made an impression. With just this one punch, all quasi-saint sons, including Sui Chen, and 49 quasi-saint daughters slightly bowed towards Yao Ruashi. However, there were 2 exceptions. Why did the ancient sacred body not bow to the saintess? Through the array's projected light curtain, many Taishan disciples witnessed this scene. Infuriating. Did Yi Junfan truly believe himself to be a saint's son, daring to show disrespect to the saintess? Upon seeing Yi Junfan fail to pay homage, the majority of male disciples were filled with righteous indignation. In their hearts, the saintess was sacred and untouchable, a cherished fantasy they dared only to harbor in secret. A dream lover. As of now, the Taishan sacred land had no saint's son, which meant that the saintess was single. This implied that anyone could indeed have a chance. This has spurred countless disciples of the Taishan sect to diligently hone their skills. In truth, prior to her ascension as the saintess, Yao Ruashi had already garnered a considerable following. After assuming the role, her cultivation soared, setting her apart with an ethereal grace that rendered her even more divine and noble, thus widening the chasm between her and the other aspiring saintesses. Consequently, she quickly became the object of adoration for many male disciples within the Taishan sacred land. In their eyes, failing to pay respects upon encountering the saintess was an act of profound disrespect. However, their attention soon shifted from Yi Junfan to another individual. Look, Chu Ying has also neglected to bow before the saintess. It was already well known that Chu Ying had been fervently pursuing the saintess, acting as her devoted admirer. Yet now he had been rendered powerless. What audacity did he have to act thus? At the martial combat peak, Yi Junfan stood with an air of pride, confident that as an ancient sacred body, he was on the verge of becoming the Holy Son. He believed that there was no need for him to pay homage to Yao Ruashi. Moreover, among his peers, his combat prowess was unrivaled, a source of his pride that would not allow him to bow before anyone. He smiled at Yao Ruashi, only to notice that Chu Ying had similarly failed to show her the respect she deserved. Others began to take note of this peculiar situation, their expressions turning strange. It seemed that there truly were complications between Chu Ying and the saintess. In that moment, Chu Ying appeared unperturbed, his demeanor calm in the presence of Yao Ruashi. You ascended to your position on the back of my cultivation resources. Am I still expected to bow to you? Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Yao Ruashi cast a discerning glance over the crowd, her gaze landing on Chu Ying. Noticing that he seemed relatively well, she felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, that was the extent of her reaction. Her expression towards him was icy, as though all past connections had evaporated into thin air. Her attention quickly shifted to the martial monument being struck by Yi Junfan, who demonstrated prowess at the level of 1 prohibition and 9 stars, a formidable feat for an ancient sacred body to achieve at the Spirit Sea realm. Indeed, it was astonishing. Even during her time in the Spirit Sea realm, her highest combat level had only reached 1 prohibition and 9 stars, a result of her doubled resources, opportunities, and continuous refinement. The fact that Yi Junfan had only just reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm and accomplished such a feat was truly remarkable. Yao Ruashi nodded gently at Yi Junfan, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite features. Elder Lu, please continue, she instructed. She had come to observe the competition for the position of Holy Son, confident that Yi Junfan would secure the title, while also considering the possibility of an aspiring saintess challenging her. Elder Lu Lin regained his focus and directed his gaze toward Chu Ying. He recalled vividly that among the 81 aspiring Holy Sons, only Chu Ying had yet to undergo testing. He felt a tinge of regret for this once prominent candidate, but his enthusiasm was muted. The former number 1 Holy Son, whose combat prowess had been unrivaled, had been selected as a candidate for invitation by the Martial Combat Peak. Initially, they had planned to extend an invitation to Chu Ying after he entered the Celestial Realm. However, with the emergence of the ancient sacred body, their peak leader chose to place their bets on Yi Junfan, thereby discarding Chu Ying. Who would have thought that Chu Ying had actually practiced some forbidden technique that rendered him utterly incapable? This left the Martial Combat Peak in a state of lamentation and disbelief, for even though they had placed their bets on the ancient sacred body, it did not mean they dismissed the value of others. All eyes were upon Chu Ying, the former number 1 quasi-saint. With a calm demeanor, he ascended the stage with measured steps. Observing his movements, some quasi-saints could not help but scoff. Had Chu Ying been reduced to the point where he could not even leap onto the platform? The tides of time pushed the waves forward. While the previous waves perish on the shore, the name Chu Ying would soon fade into obscurity. The disciples of Tai Xian, watching the projection of the formation, were equally astounded. How could Chu Ying, in such a state, still dare to participate in the quasi-saint competition? For the sake of pride, of course. After all, he was once the foremost quasi-saint, the one most likely to ascend to the position of saint. One could only say he had brought this upon himself. Lin Zhixue gazed at Chu Ying's figure, internally scoffing. This fellow, despite his swift speed, still chose to step onto the stage. It was truly baffling. However, others seemed oblivious to the fact that Chu Ying had not truly been rendered incapable. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation for Chu Ying's performance. Her intuition told her that he was no longer the Chu Ying of old, but rather a deeper, more unfathomable version of himself. At this moment, Chu Ying raised his hand and, with a casual fist, struck towards the Martial Path monument. Humph. Chu Ying had truly embarrassed himself. That punch lacked any vigor. Likely incapable of breaking even a single barrier. Once a prodigy, now in disgrace. Shameful, laughable, pitiable, and yet infuriating. The quasi-saints did not hold back their derision, in their eyes. Chu Ying's punch was utterly mundane. Even without employing martial techniques, his lack of effort was glaringly evident. It could only serve to prove that Chu Ying had indeed fallen, reduced to such a state. Among them, a certain quasi-saint, who had previously boasted of challenging Chu Ying, arrogantly declared, "I told you, Chu Ying is finished. I will be the first to challenge him when the competition begins." Yet, as his words hung in the air, they abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not just him, but everyone present thought they were hallucinating. On the Martial Path monument, the celestial marks began to illuminate one by one, skyrocketing from the 1st to the 18th. And it did not stop there. 18, 19, 20, 21. 2 barriers and 3 stars. The arena fell into silence. Every breath forgotten in astonishment. How did he achieve 2 barriers and 3 stars? Xiaoyan trembled, his voice quaking. How could this individual, with merely an ordinary punch, unleash a combat power of such magnitude? Su Yichen furrowed his brow in confusion, shock intermingled with countless questions. The last time Chu Ying had tested his power, he had only reached 1 barrier and 8 stars. Now, having been rendered incapable, there was no reason for his combat level to rise rather than fall. The most expressive of all was Yi Junfan. Moreover, The ancient sacred body was reputed to be invincible among its peers. Yet even he had only barely reached half of 2 barriers. How could Chu Ying possibly attain such a level? Before the Martial Path monument, Chu Ying did not pause. That was merely a casual punch, not yet his full strength. As for this combat level, he was not the least bit surprised. Do not forget that the 2 manifestations he has cultivated, Qing Wan and Tao Tai, are both extraordinary embodiments. His innate talent is exceptionally high. Even before Yao Ruoshi ascended to the status of a saintess, she could not compare to him. After acquiring the system, if his combat prowess did not soar, it would indeed be a disgrace. In Chapter 19, as his cultivation experienced a decline, how could his combat level rise? Under the bewildered gaze of all present, Chu Ying unleashed his second punch against the martial arts steel. This time, he exerted all his strength, yet refrained from employing any martial techniques. Boom. The martial arts steel seemed to tremble, and the number of stars suddenly skyrocketed. In one fell swoop, it surged from 21 star marks to 25. 25 stars signified a combat level of 2 bands and 7 stars. At that moment, even Elder Lu Lin of the martial combat peak could not help but narrow his pupils in shock. This level of combat prowess was astonishing. How could he possibly elevate his combat level? It was inconceivable. Yi Juanfan's eyes burned with fury and skepticism. Chu Ying had been rendered useless. How could he achieve a combat level of 2 bands and 7 stars? Yet, it did not end there. Chu Ying rolled up his sleeves and began to channel his true energy. He was about to unleash a martial technique. The 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. This was the most formidable martial technique he had mastered to perfection, characterized by its ferocity in attack. Boom. As this punch landed, the 25 star marks that had not yet dissipated surged once more. 26, 27, 28, 31. The star marks ultimately reached 31, representing a combat level of 3 bands and 4 stars. The astonished onlookers felt as if their eyes might pop out, no matter how they looked at it. The combat level displayed on the martial arts steel was indeed 3 bands and 4 stars. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. 3 bands and 4 stars. Could this be real? Surely, I am not dreaming. Slap. Does it hurt? Yes, it hurts. Why are you hitting me? This is not a dream. Chu Ying's combat level has indeed reached 3 bands and 4 stars. The martial combat peak was in an uproar. The aspiring saints howled in disbelief, utterly stunned. Their gazes toward Chu Ying transformed into one of awe. He was indeed no ordinary individual. The 7th aspiring saintess, Lin Jixue, gazed with sparkling eyes. Is this truly the first aspiring saint? Luo Rian pursed her red lips. As the first aspiring saintess herself, how could there be such a vast disparity? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Yi Junfan shook his head frantically, refusing to accept this reality. His anger intensified upon noticing Yao Ruoshi's unwavering gaze fixed on the martial arts steel, her exquisite face revealing a blend of confusion and astonishment. The martial arts steel must be faulty. Yi Junfan pointed at the steel. In response to his claims, Sui Chen, the perennial second, chose silence, though he too was reluctant to accept it. But how could the martial arts steel possibly be broken? Suddenly, the crowd's attention sharpened. They saw Yi Junfan leap onto the martial arts steel, fiercely unleashing a martial technique against it. In an instant, the number of star marks on the steel began to fluctuate, plummeting dramatically. 31, 27, 24. Ultimately, it returned to 17, 1 band and 9 stars. Yi Junfan stood frozen in shock on the spot. Cough. Elder Lulin coughed softly and remarked, the martial arts monument is impervious to damage. Indeed, Chu Ying has manifested a combat strength level of 3 prohibitions and 4 stars. In truth, Elder Lulin was equally astounded. Such an elevated level of combat prowess could likely only be matched by the peak leaders of the 18 sacred peaks within the current realm of the Tai Xian Holy Land. A curious and astonished expression flickered across Yao Ruoshi's typically indifferent visage, though she was predominantly shrouded in perplexity. She had distinctly witnessed Chu Ying refining that piece of the Qing Wan's remains. He had indeed suffered a decline in his cultivation, rendering him ostensibly incapacitated. Why then? Had his combat strength surged? Suddenly, an ecstatic exclamation pierced the air. The 7th-ranked quasi-saint, Xiao Yin, proclaimed, Chu Ying's cultivation has plummeted, yet his combat strength remains largely intact. In other words, where he previously could engage at the level of 1 prohibition and 8 stars, now, despite descending 1 or 2 realms, his combat prowess is still comparable to before. Does that not imply his combat strength level has ascended to 2 or 3 prohibitions? Upon hearing this, the other quasi-saints experienced an epiphany, resonating with Xiao Yin's deduction. Indeed, it must be so. If I were to unexpectedly fall 2 realms, my combat strength would not diminish significantly. Thus, my ability to engage in battles beyond my level would be indirectly enhanced. The martial arts monument evaluates combat strength based on an individual's cultivation level. If one is at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, one must exhibit prowess equivalent to the 9th level to achieve a level of 2 prohibitions. However, if I were to drop to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, experiencing a decline in cultivation yet retaining most of my combat strength, I could still manifest the might of the 9th level. Would that not equate to a combat strength level of 4 prohibitions? In an instant, the gazes of all the quasi-saints shifted from shock to scorn, derision, and cold indifference. While they had previously only surmised that Chu Ying was rendered incapable, they now concluded that he had undoubtedly fallen at least 2 realms, likely from the 7th to the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Thus, it was only feasible for Chu Ying to exhibit a combat strength level of 3 prohibitions and 4 stars. So it was this way. I truly believed you had risen once more. Sui Chin crossed his arms, a smirk of disdain and mockery adorning his lips. Chu Ying, it appears you have come here merely to showcase your combat strength level, but it is of no consequence. Your life has reached its terminus. Sui Chin's tone was imbued with confidence, as if he were pronouncing Chu Ying's fate. Chu Ying, however, maintained an air of tranquility, unfazed by the ridicule and scorn directed towards him. Undeterred, he remained steadfast in his resolve. A group of quasi-saint women engaged in hushed whispers, each contemplating the implications of the situation. Some were inclined to accept the notion that a decline in cultivation could lead to an enhancement in combat strength, while others remained skeptical, believing that Chu Ying might not be as incapacitated as suggested. Yao Ruoshi, however, was willing to embrace this interpretation. As the orchestrator behind Chu Ying's downfall, she was acutely aware of the extent of his incapacitation. Thus, this explanation was the only one that could account for the elevation in his combat strength. At that moment, Elder Lulin declared, Chu Ying, your combat strength level stands at 3 prohibitions and 4 stars. All quasi-saints are deemed qualified. We shall now proceed to battle trials and re-rank accordingly. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Combat, after all, remains the sole criterion for assessing true strength. The ranking of the quasi-saints is not determined solely by combat prowess. Rather, combat level signifies innate talent and potential, serving as a threshold for becoming a quasi-saint. However, in the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Only the mightiest can ascend to the forefront. Should one possess the formidable power to sweep away all adversaries, they would undoubtedly be the rightful saint. As the words resonated, the martial arts monument vanished, revealing the expansive arena in its entirety. Moments ago, someone had declared their intent to challenge first, and suddenly, the individual known as the 80th quasi-saint leapt onto the stage. Chu Ying, I challenge you, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. What does your elevated combat level matter? It is true strength that prevails. Chu Ying raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback that such a lesser opponent would be the first to challenge him. It was rather displeasing. You do not mean to suggest that I am afraid to face a bottom dweller, do you? Su Yichin teased, eyeing Chu Ying with amusement. If you truly lack the courage, you may choose to concede. Concede? Chu Ying cast a disinterested glance in his direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are not worthy of my surrender. Let alone him. With that, Chu Ying pivoted gracefully and reappeared on the arena. Chapter 20. The Taishian Sacred Land needs no excess quasi-saints. TCH. A mere upstart. Su Yichin scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. He found it hard to believe that Chu Ying, even in a diminished state, could achieve victory. The 80th quasi-saint, despite his relative weakness, possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea. Even if Chu Ying's combat prowess had not significantly faltered, his overall strength would undoubtedly fall short in comparison. Chu Ying was destined for defeat. How unfortunate. I thought he had encountered a great opportunity and ascended in strength. Yet it appears otherwise, Yi Junfan remarked, regaining his composure, shaking his head slightly, and offering a light smirk. Indeed, an elevation in combat level is tempting. Who wouldn't want to showcase their skills? The term mere upstart was quite fitting, he thought, casting a glance at Su Yichin. Su Yichin's lips curled upward, though he regarded Yi Junfan with equal contempt. Even if Yi Junfan's combat level surpassed his own, he was confident in his invincibility regarding actual strength. The contest begins. Elder Lu Lin announced. The rules for the Quasi-Saints combat trials were straightforward. Challengers would face opponents in order from the back to the front, with victories leading to a shift in rankings while those defeated would descend in standing. Should any subsequent challengers feel discontent, they could challenge forward. In the arena, the 80th Quasi-Saint grinned menacingly. How delightful it would be to trample the once #1 Quasi-Saint. What a satisfying experience that would be. Earlier, he had embarrassed himself before Chu Ying, only to be astonished by the latter's combat prowess that had reached the formidable 3-ban, 4-star level. However, he soon realized that it was merely a facade, a result of a decline in cultivation leading to an illusory rise in combat level. This fluctuation left him deeply unsettled, and thus he sought to vent his frustrations on Chu Ying. The fallen genius shall be ruthlessly trampled. This will surely be exhilarating. The 80th quasi-saint summoned all his might, unleashing his proudest martial technique in a fierce assault against Chu Ying. He sought to resolve the battle in a brutish manner, eager to slap the face of this once lauded prodigy. All eyes were riveted on the spectacle, the quasi-saints wearing smiles as if they had already envisioned Chu Ying's impending defeat. Yi Juanfan's expression had returned to normal. A once promising genius, now rendered obsolete, was no longer worthy of his concern. The aspiring saintesses were filled with anticipation and excitement. Some wished to witness the expression of the former number 1 aspirant saint, who had now been defeated by someone at the bottom of the rankings. Others expressed sympathy, lamenting the capriciousness of fate and the unpredictability of life. Even I could easily vanquish that number 80 aspirant saint. What chance does he stand? Lin Jishue curled her lips in disdain. For some reason, she was eagerly looking forward to seeing Chu Ying teach those arrogant little men a lesson. At that moment, the number 80 aspirant saint moved with remarkable speed, foregoing any tentative probing and unleashing his strongest martial technique. Chu Ying appeared to be in a daze, standing still, leaving onlookers perplexed. What was Chu Ying doing? Even if he had fallen in rank, surely he wouldn't be caught off guard? Some furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. No, it's a shadow. A terrified shout echoed from the crowd. A second Chu Ying had inexplicably appeared beside the number 80 aspirant saint. In the astonished gaze of his opponent, Chu Ying seized his arm with one hand and delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Thud! The number 80 aspirant saint crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him an abject fool. What? The aspirant saints widened their eyes in shock. What did they just witness? The defeated one was the number 80 aspirant saint, not Chu Ying. Next, Chu Ying clapped his hands, his gaze calmly sweeping over the others. The disparity between the number 80 aspirant saint and himself was already immense, and considering his current advantage, he regarded such a weakling as unworthy even to serve as a sparring partner. Didn't you all think I was finished? You are welcome to challenge me. Chu Ying's unassuming words sent ripples through the crowd. Observing his serene demeanor, which now radiated an air of enigma, many aspirant saints hesitated. Could it be that he was truly finished? Stop playing tricks. The number 7 aspirant saint, Xiaoyan, emerged, having long harbored intentions to challenge Chu Ying and usurp his position, even if he could not claim the title of number 1. He yearned to humiliate this individual and avenge his earlier defeat. You were able to defeat him only because he is too weak. Xiaoyan's expression was one of utter disdain. Being at the bottom means being at the bottom. If you cannot even defeat someone who has fallen from grace, then I believe all aspirant saints ranked below 49 should be eliminated. The Taishan Sacred Land does not require 81 aspirant saints. 49 will suffice. Xiaoyan's words left those ranked below 49 in shock and fury, yet they found themselves unable to retort. There were also 49 aspirant saintesses, perfectly paired, weren't they? The aspirant saintesses, watching from a distance, wore expressions of varying peculiarity. Indeed, if Chu Ying had truly fallen, and the number 80 aspirant saint could not even overcome the diminished Chu Ying, it was utterly disgraceful. If the aspirants ranked below 49 possessed such mediocrity, their existence was indeed questionable. Xiaoyan licked his dry lips, declaring, I will give you 3 moves. He raised 3 fingers toward Chu Ying. Chu Ying smiled coolly. Those are your words. And what of it? Do you think I, Xiaoyan, would go back on my word? Xiaoyan's expression was one of pride as he unleashed his aura, the first level of the cave heaven realm. Upon sensing this presence, many of the prospective saints exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. This group primarily consisted of those ranked lower. Indeed, as Xiaoyan had asserted, it was those beyond the 49th position. They had yet to break through to the cave heaven realm and remained at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. I shall stand right here and allow you 3 moves. I will only defend, not attack. Xiaoyan taunted, come now. Let me witness what this so-called waste of a first-ranked prospective saint is truly capable of. After days of arduous seclusion, he had finally succeeded in advancing to the first level of the cave heaven realm just before the competition. His confidence was unwavering. A peculiar smile began to surface on Chu Ying's face. He remarked that he had never encountered such an outrageous request. Naturally, he could accommodate the other party. Thus, Chu Ying activated his dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique, executing the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. However, as Chu Ying initiated his move, there was no discernible change in Xiaoyan. This left Chu Ying slightly astonished. Designated target for side effects, Yi Junfan, Su Yichen. Xiaoyan, Current number of targeted individuals for side effects. 3. Maximum of 5. The number of targets for the side effects remained unchanged, yet this fellow appeared unaffected, indicating he had employed some means to temporarily negate the effects. Chu Ying mused inwardly. His conjecture was indeed correct. The Spring Awakening pill was a supreme elixir, and during its potency, it allowed Yi Junfan and the others to remain unharmed by his retaliatory side effects. However, once the elixir's effects waned, the accumulated side effects would unleash in full force. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He could strike without the side effects. As the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist was unleashed, a crackling sound resonated through the air of the arena. A ferocious blow could shatter the target's emotions and disrupt their mental state. Xiaoyan's expression instantly shifted. What on earth was this? Instinctively, he dodged, as the sense of danger from this punch was overwhelming. It felt as if not evading would result in severe injury or even death. But could he truly evade? With a ghostly grace, Chu Ying's figure appeared before Xiaoyan, delivering a heavy punch squarely to his face. Uffed. Xiaoyan spat blood, his visage contorting grotesquely. Wait, he was filled with shock and rage, utterly perplexed by how Chu Ying had struck him. Yet, Chu Ying paid no heed to his protests. What about the 3 moves you promised? Bang. Chapter 21. All of you, come at me together. Bang. Bang. Fists rained down upon Xiaoyan, his chest visibly caving in. 7 bizarre colors danced around Chu Ying's fists. With each strike, the tumultuous emotions within Xiaoyan wreaked havoc upon his consciousness. It seemed that even this 7th-ranked prospective saint could not best a mere fallen cultivator like himself. Perhaps it would be better to kick him out of the ranks of prospective saints entirely? Chu Ying's mocking words echoed in Xiaoyan's ears, returning his earlier taunts in full. And then, with one final punch, he slammed it into Xiaoyan's face, distorting it beyond recognition. Bang! Xiaoyan plummeted heavily onto the arena, reduced to a pitiful state. In that moment, the crowd fell into a profound silence. All the prospective saints gazed at Chu Ying as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't it said that Chu Ying was useless? How do you explain this? If he was truly incompetent, then what was this? You coveted my position as the foremost prospective saint, did you not? Chu Ying stood upon the stage, his expression serene as he regarded Sui Chen. Come up. Those 2 unassuming words proclaimed Chu Ying's undeniable strength. The atmosphere within the Tai Xian Holy Land erupted in uproar. The disciples watching through the array projection gasped in astonishment. Who dared to claim that Chu Ying had become useless? Who? Step forward, so I can teach you a lesson. I always knew that Brother Chu was far from useless. He is still capable. In the face of Chu Ying, Xiaoyan was utterly powerless. A true testament to the prowess of the leading prospective saint. On the martial combat peak, the lower-ranked prospective saints looked on with profound fear and trepidation. The former Chu Ying had returned. Sui Chen was equally taken aback by Chu Ying's formidable combat prowess. How could Xiaoyan, having broken through to the first level of the cave heaven realm, be so thoroughly defeated by Chu Ying? Yet his expression soon hardened. If I am not mistaken, you are employing the 7 emotions and disturbing desires fist, are you not? It is only through such a backlash-inducing technique that you can unleash this level of power. Do you think I fear you? With a leap, Sui Chen gracefully landed on the arena. Simultaneously, his aura surged forth, revealing his first level of the cave heaven realm. Yet he possessed 2 cave heavens. Behind him, 2 ethereal cave heavens flickered into view, one housing a majestic 9th-grade Dharma manifestation. A 9th-grade Dharma manifestation. This is a top-tier manifestation. Who would have thought that Sui Chen's first manifestation would be of such caliber? How did he achieve this? Some of the top 10 prospective saints gasped in astonishment. They too had entered the first level of the cave heaven realm, but their manifestations were mostly of the 7th or 8th grade. A 9th-grade manifestation can only be formed with exceedingly rare treasures, divine weapons, or extraordinary artifacts. I possess a 9th-grade Dharma manifestation, and my cultivation surpasses yours. What do you have to contend with me? Sui Chen's gaze was filled with arrogance. In the next moment, he made his move, his steps flickering like a phantom upon the arena. With the fortification of his 9th-grade Dharma manifestation and his combat power reaching an impressive 8 stars at the first level, he was almost at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm. What could Chu Ying possibly do against him? Is a 9th-grade Dharma manifestation truly that formidable? As Sui Chen brimmed with confidence, believing he could easily defeat Chu Ying, the latter uttered something peculiar. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Sui Chen's brow, an ominous premonition surfacing. A sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry echoed faintly. Chu Ying activated the Qing Yuan treasure art, integrating it into the 7 emotions and disturbing desires fist. With the fierce might of the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, the seemingly first striking Sui Chen was sent hurtling back like a meteor after receiving a single punch. Blood spilled into the air. Sui Chen crashed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had been defeated by a single punch. Is this what they call a ninth-grade Dharma manifestation? So easily vanquished. Chu Ying stood tall upon the arena, resembling a resplendent sword, shining with the brilliance he rightfully deserved. Upon hearing Chu Ying's words, Su Yichen nearly gasped for breath. That was an extraordinary artifact he had painstakingly procured, one of utmost quality, which had enabled him to condense his ninth-grade law avatar. Yet, in the end, he could not withstand even a single punch from Chu Ying. The immense disparity between expectation and reality was utterly unacceptable to him. All of you join forces. Suddenly, Chu Ying spoke again, this time addressing all the quasi-saints. He was determined to take on them all. His proclamation stirred a tempest of outrage among the quasi-saints, who erupted in disbelief. Chu Ying, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe you have reached the level of a saint? Bellowed the third quasi-saint, Li Yifeng. As long as we are here, you shall never ascend to the position of a saint. The fourth quasi-saint echoed, equally furious. They could tolerate Chu Ying's dominance over the quasi-saint ranks, but they would never allow him to claim the title of saint. Each quasi-saint was filled with righteous indignation, deeming Chu Ying's aspirations mere folly. They acknowledged his strength. Yet the notion that he could single-handedly confront their 80-strong assembly was utterly preposterous. Should he succeed, they would be no different from mere flotsam. Not only were they shocked by Chu Ying's audacity, but the disciples of the Tai-Xian Holy Land were equally astonished. They recalled the last time Chu Ying, full of bravado, attempted to initiate the Saint Establishment War, only to be defeated in the second round, failing to sweep aside all the quasi-saints, a mere 2.5 years ago. Indeed, since then, he had firmly held the position of the foremost quasi-saint, but had not initiated another Saint Establishment War. Frankly speaking, figures like Su Yichen and Xiao Yin were merely posturing. Even if they became the strongest quasi-saints, the idea of simultaneously vanquishing all others remained impossible. Hardly anyone held faith in Chu Ying's capabilities. It wasn't that he lacked strength. It was simply that overcoming the coordinated assault of all the quasi-saints was an insurmountable challenge. Ignorance, came the airy dismissal from Yao Ruoxi, who stood gracefully in the air. She could not fathom why Chu Ying still possessed such combat prowess, having witnessed his cultivation decline with her own eyes. Nevertheless, she firmly believed he could not triumph in the Saint Establishment War. To crush and sweep away all the quasi-saints, several criteria must be fulfilled. One must either possess absolute cultivation superiority, at least 3 realms above the highest quasi-saint, or have an unparalleled physique with overwhelming combat power and endurance, or exhibit extraordinary explosive capabilities to defeat all in a fleeting moment, provided one could withstand the onslaught of all. In essence, one must be able to endure the attacks of all the other quasi-saints while simultaneously overcoming them. She had once achieved this by defeating all the quasi-saints in concert to ascend to the position of saintess, relying on her absolute cultivation supremacy. You are not yet qualified to initiate the Saint Establishment War. At that moment, a resolute and steady voice resounded. The primordial sacred body, Yi Junfan. I had thought you had rendered yourself inept, but perhaps you have merely employed a ruse. Attempting to use such tactics to make us underestimate you is a grave mistake. Yi Junfan stepped forward, one deliberate stride after another, ascending the arena. At this moment, all eyes on Wudo Peak and throughout the Tai-Xian Holy Land were fixed upon him. However, he deemed you merely a whetstone on my path to becoming a holy son. Yi Junfan appeared unfazed, seemingly unshaken in confidence despite Chu Ying's formidable display of combat prowess. Chapter 22. Chu Ying versus Primordial Sacred Body. What? Chu Ying is merely qualified to be his whetstone? Good heavens! This primordial sacred body is exceedingly arrogant. It is rumored that Yi Junfan has already captured the heart of the saintess, while Chu Ying was previously recognized as her suitor. Are they destined to clash? This promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. The combat prowess of the primordial sacred body, despite being a half-step into the 2 restrictions, is undeniably formidable. Yet the specifics of Chu Ying's situation remain uncertain. I overheard Su Yichen mention that he seems to be practicing a martial technique that bears immense backlash, but possesses extraordinary power. On Wudo Peak, both the aspiring holy sons and the 49 aspiring holy maidens watching from a distance inhaled sharply, their breaths held in anticipation of this confrontation. Chu Ying gazed at the approaching Yi Junfan, a playful smile suddenly gracing his lips. Is your cultivation of the primordial sacred body progressing smoothly? Yi Junfan immediately furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Does he know about my cultivation mishaps? Recalling the inexplicable backlash in my training these past few days, leaving me injured and spitting blood, anger surged within him. Thus, he coldly huffed, his gaze dark as he spoke. I will make you see your true self. You are not only unqualified to occupy the position of Holy Son, but also unworthy to pursue Ruoxi. As his words fell, Yi Junfan struck decisively. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Behind him, an illusory golden ocean surged, with glimpses of blooming golden lotuses within. In an instant, a heavy and resplendent pressure enveloped the surroundings. Could it be that the golden lotus of the sea of suffering, inherent to the primordial sacred body, has manifested? Such a spectacle, one could argue, rivals the execution of supreme martial techniques. Eyes widened in astonishment, some spectators instinctively gasped. It is said that only those possessing unparalleled physiques can cultivate such extraordinary phenomena. Once manifested, these phenomena suppress their peers, rendering them unmatched. Others spoke with glimmering eyes, a blend of envy and reverence. Such phenomena are akin to a domain, yet only those of the holy master level can wield such domains. This primordial sacred body is truly defying the heavens. The expressions of the top 10 aspiring holy sons turned exceedingly grave. Merely witnessing this display from Yi Junfan was enough to leave them in awe, even without Chu Ying in the mix. Facing Yi Junfan would yield no favorable outcome for them. Bang! Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding events, a thunderous collision reverberated across Wudo Peak. At some point, Chu Ying's fist had already collided with Yi Junfan's. A deadlock. As onlookers realized that both figures remained unmoving, astonishment washed over them. The phenomenon of the Sea of Suffering's golden lotus was not accounted for in Yi Junfan's half-step into the two restrictions, suggesting that his true strength may be even more terrifying. Yet, Chu Ying, Yi Junfan, astonished, had not anticipated that his opponent could withstand his strike. Perhaps you have yet to witness a phenomenon? I am fortunate to let you experience this sharpening stone. Yi Junfan laughed heartily, his entire being radiating a golden glow. His physical form was extraordinarily formidable, a testament to the invincible advantage of the ancient sacred body at the same level. The two separated, only to collide once more. Surrounding Yi Junfan's fist was a swirling black and purple lightning fox, resembling a fearsome, thunderous martial technique. Could it be the Nine Heavens' divine thunder fist? Yi Junfan has actually cultivated it? No, it must be a simplified version, the lesser divine thunder fist, one of the top 10 low-grade martial techniques. After an explanation, many prospective holy sons felt a chill run down their spines. Low-grade martial techniques of the profound tier are notoriously difficult to cultivate, especially the top 10 most powerful techniques. It is said that the lesser divine thunder fist requires the summoning of heavenly thunder for its cultivation. But who among the ordinary dares to attract heavenly thunder? Isn't that an exercise in futility? It is precisely due to the rigorous cultivation requirements that it is rated as a low-grade profound technique. Otherwise, its classification would be far greater. No wonder, when this fist was unleashed, it felt as if the heavens themselves were looming above. It is likely that Yi Junfan had summoned a strand of tribulation thunder during his tribulation to cultivate it. The ancient sacred body requires tribulation. This is a well-acknowledged fact. Hence it is not surprising. However, the commentators soon fell into a stupor. In terms of fist power, can I outshine you? Within Chu Ying's body, the formidable force of the dragon-subduing, tiger-subduing technique surged forth as he executed the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist, enhanced by the Qinghuan treasure technique. The 7 emotions and 6 desires fist first unsettles the opponent with a tumult of joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, fear, and shock. In that moment, Yi Junfan's expression changed dramatically. He sensed a terrifying force that was impossible to resist, and instantaneously, his emotions and Tao heart were thrown into turmoil. As the two fists collided, he was astonishingly forced back several steps, his form staggering and his footing precarious. At this moment, the 7 tumultuous emotions ignited within his mind, leaving his intellect in disarray, oscillating between joy and sorrow, terror and tranquility, bewildered by the reasons for his anger and grief. With a sudden burst, he could no longer contain himself. His spirit was wounded, compounded by the upheaval within his internal organs, resulting in a spurt of crimson blood. What? After just 2 exchanges, the ancient sacred body has sustained injuries? Wasn't he supposed to be invincible at this level? Many stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend. Some of Yi Junfan's supporters found it utterly unbelievable. Having risen from obscurity, having endured the trials and tribulations of the heavens and the earth, the ancient sacred body had become a symbol of aspiration in their hearts. They were among the most eager to witness Yi Junfan's victory. Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Ruoshi furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. You are merely fortunate, do not take pride in it. Once Yi Junfan steadied his mind, a wave of anger surged within him. How could the dignified ancient sacred body suffer such a significant setback? He summoned the might of the sacred body, enhancing his physical form, speed, and reflexes to an unparalleled degree, bolstered by the golden lotus of the Sea of Suffering. Simultaneously, Within his spiritual sea, a seemingly ethereal yellowish small cauldron emerged. The primordial cauldron of all things. Yi Junfan gritted his teeth. Although his innate small cauldron had not yet been fully tempered and formed, it was still usable. This cauldron suppresses all, replacing fists with the cauldron. The rapidly swirling small cauldron charged towards Chu Ying like a meteor, with sparks visibly crackling in the air. Yet, no matter how swift the cauldron, it could not match Chu Ying's speed. The Qingwan's swift shadow, a resounding cry of a phoenix reverberated, revealing a celestial realm behind Chu Ying. Within this realm, the ethereal and exquisite branch of the true phoenix, the Qingwan, danced gracefully in the air. Staring at the manifestation of the Qingwan, Yao Ruoshi's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, filled with disbelief and astonishment. What a stunning divine bird. Could this truly be the legendary Qingwan beast? One of the 10 ancient fiends, the true phoenix branch. Lin Jishue gazed at the ethereal silhouette of the Qingwan, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Wait, is this an extraordinary manifestation? The elder of the martial dual peak, Lu Lin, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Above the 9th grade manifestation lies the extraordinary. Yet few are fortunate enough to condense such an extraordinary form. Talent is one aspect, while fortune and resources constitute another. Even many eminent figures of sacred lands have failed to manifest an extraordinary form in the realm of celestial beings. The ultimate speed signifies a piercing force. A grin spread across Chu Ying's lips. At that moment, he had mastered the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. Disturb my 7 emotions. Disrupt my 6 desires. Slay enemies and self. Scatter the soul and spirit. Even Chu Ying felt a momentary disarray within his mind, yet it lasted but a fleeting instant. For the side effects of cultivating the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist were entirely diverted. Below, Xiao Yin and Sui Chen, whom he had previously defeated, felt their pupils inexplicably redden as the tumult of emotions surged within them, causing their minds to tremble violently. Shocked, they hastily consumed medicine to stabilize their injuries. On stage, Yi Junfan's pupils constricted sharply. The yet-to-be fully formed materia primordialis Ding was forcefully sent flying by Chu Ying. His spirit was instantly shattered. Chapter 23. The ancient sacred body does not yield. How can it hold back? The materia primordialis Ding is his innate battle weapon. And with its incomplete formation, being struck in such a manner left Yi Junfan severely wounded. Chu Ying offered him no respite, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, akin to a surging tide, overwhelming and tumultuous. At that moment, Yi Junfan appeared as though he were a mere punching bag for Chu Ying, continuously absorbing the blows. Is the ancient sacred body limited to this? Chu Ying sneered as he continued his assault. Yi Junfan's 7 emotions and 6 desires had already been shattered, thrown into chaos. Even though Yi Junfan was still under the effects of the Withered Woods spring pill, barely managing to resist the side effects, the primary lethality of the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist lay in its ability to harm the spirit and extinguish the soul. With his pupils turning crimson and malevolence surging forth, Yi Junfan found himself cornered, suddenly roaring in rage. How dare you think you can bark at me with such meager strength? In that instant, his aura transformed abruptly, blood and energy surging wildly within him, releasing a terrifying golden stream of energy, as if a portal had been opened. Howl! A roar reminiscent of a dragon's fury echoed through the air. Sacred body divine repository, 8 parts celestial dragon. With his eyes aflame, Yi Junfan unleashed his most concealed technique, one he had never employed since unlocking the first divine repository. Initially intended for a life and death moment, he had been pushed to this dire state too many times. He could even sense the skepticism surrounding him. How could the ancient sacred body be weaker than its peers? Ruoshi was also closely watching the battle, and I cannot afford to disappoint her. Yi Junfan instinctively cast a sidelong glance towards the direction of Yao Ruoshi, but all he could see was her figure. He could not discern her current expression or whether she felt disillusioned with him. This only fueled his rage further, as an overwhelming tumult of emotions surged within him. I shall not be defeated. Yi Junfan bellowed towards the heavens, activating the divine concealment of the 8-part heavenly dragon. He swung his fists with fury, resembling a roaring golden dragon, embodying the essence of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The spectators on the martial combat peak stood in stunned silence. The sacred body's divine concealment? What is this? Could it be a unique ability of the ancient sacred body? The onlookers, comprising various semi-saints, were rendered speechless. Having previously witnessed Yi Junfan being ruthlessly pummeled by Chu Ying, they had thought the ancient sacred body was merely an ordinary affair. However, upon witnessing Yi Junfan unleash a divine concealment, their reactions transformed instantaneously. Indeed, it was said that the prodigious physique of the sacred body possessed innate divine concealments. Once activated, it exponentially enhanced combat prowess, allowing one to vanquish opponents beyond their level, a commonplace occurrence. Elder Lu Lin of the martial combat peak murmured in awe, his gaze now gleaming with clarity. He understood why the peak master had placed his bets on Yi Junfan, even at the Spirit Sea realm. He had already unlocked a sacred body divine concealment. The potential of this individual was boundless. Perhaps he could indeed withstand the trials of the ancient nine calamities. Chu Ying was equally astonished to see Yi Junfan unleash his divine concealment, but he quickly countered with the devouring treasure technique. Without manifesting a celestial realm or a dharma form, Chu Ying infused the devouring treasure technique into his 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. The 8-part heavenly dragon charged in with great bravado, yet within mere seconds, it was wholly absorbed by Chu Ying's fist. Yi Junfan was left bewildered. What is happening? He recalled the adage, repay in kind. Bang! A golden fist tore through the air with overwhelming force, absorbing the lethal might of the 8-part heavenly dragon and transforming it into his own offensive power. Chu Ying distinctly felt a tremor coursing through his physique at that moment. The backlash of the devouring treasure technique, a formidable counterattack, threatened to inflict severe damage upon his body. The greater the absorbed power, the more devastating the repercussions. Fortunately, the side effects had shifted. Below the stage, Xiaoyan, who was frantically healing and stabilizing his mind, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, as if his internal organs had been shattered, causing his body to shudder violently. The pale-faced Xiaoyan was utterly perplexed. What? Sui Chen was similarly affected. He abruptly opened his eyes and spewed forth blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Nearby, other semi-saints were drawn by the unusual occurrences, bewildered. What is happening? While Chu Ying and Yi Junfan are battling, why are you two spitting blood? On the stage, Yi Junfan witnessed Chu Ying unleash a punch that devoured the might of his 8-part heavenly dragon, and he felt utterly unhinged. Yet he was also suddenly struck by an intense tremor in his body, as if hammered by a mighty mallet. Bang! This was the backlash from the devouring treasure technique. Even the residual potency of the withering spring pill could not withstand it. Then, the fist descended. Yi Junfan was struck, his chest caving deeply, soaring through the air in an elegant arc before crashing onto the arena. The audience gasped in disbelief, a cacophony of astonishment echoing throughout. Has Yi Junfan been sent flying again? Had he not activated the sacred body divine repository? How could he still be so thoroughly bested by Chu Ying? Yi Junfan listened to the discussions around him, his vision darkening with fury. He too yearned to comprehend this baffling situation. I have unleashed the sacred body divine repository. How can you, Chu Ying, continue to overpower me? Bam! 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 Chu Ying was not one to relent easily. Yi Junfan had yet to concede. As long as he did not kill him, he would strike with relentless ferocity. Chu Ying seized Yi Junfan's arm, wielding him like a punching bag, relentlessly slamming him against the ground. Thud! Thud! Yi Junfan struggled to contain the internal injuries, unable to stabilize the tumultuous emotions within him. His Dao heart was on the verge of shattering. Bang! 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 With each strike, the observing cultivators instinctively blinked. Is Brother Chu being a tad too ruthless? A certain aspiring saint could not help but voice his trepidation. The onlooking aspiring saintesses rolled their eyes in unison. This was far beyond mere ruthlessness. Their eyelids twitched in alarm, and some of the more delicate aspiring saintesses trembled in fear. Initially, they had contemplated mocking Chu Ying for having been rendered ineffective. After all, if it were not for Chu Ying, Yao Ruashi would not have ascended to the status of saintess, leaving them at such a disadvantage. However, those thoughts quickly dissipated. Who would dare claim that Chu Ying was ineffective? Not only had he not been rendered so, but he had become even more formidable. Meanwhile, Yao Ruashi's brow had furrowed tightly at some point, her exquisite features shadowed by a cloud of discontent. Yi Junfan was her chosen one, destined to shine brightly in this era due to his ancient sacred body, even securing the endorsement of the masters of 2 sacred peaks in the Tai Xian Holy Land. She believed her choice was infallible. Yet now, the very person she had chosen, Yi Junfan, was being so thoroughly thrashed by the very Chu Ying she had discarded. A humiliation that struck at her pride and ignited a sense of indignation, as if she had made a grave error in judgment. However, she would never admit to such a mistake. Enough! A clear and melodious voice suddenly resonated across the martial combat peak. In the name of sparring and competition, must it truly be so bloodthirsty? Yao Ruashi spoke coldly, though it was evident that her words were directed at Chu Ying. Chu Ying was taken aback. This woman, usually so aloof, was now speaking up for Yi Junfan. He smirked. The ancient sacred body has yet to concede, so how can we speak of merely stopping? Is the saintess implying that Yi Junfan has surrendered? Bam! Chu Ying once again slammed Yi Junfan into the ground, causing Yi Junfan's eyes to bulge in agony. His body a gruesome mess, blood staining his garments. Elder Lu Lin also wore a furrowed brow. If Yi Junfan continued to be battered like this, it could jeopardize his foundation, perhaps even lead to his ruin. The Peak Master had placed his bets on Yi Junfan, and should anything happen to him, he would be held accountable. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. As a referee, under the watchful eyes of not just these aspiring saints and saintesses, but also the entire inner and outer disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land, as well as those from the 18 sacred peaks, 36 halls, and 72 pavilions. How could he contravene the rules? He could not, and he dared not. Chapter 24. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's strength? With each powerful strike delivered by Chu Ying, the hearts of the observing cultivators quivered in trepidation. Ferocious and relentless, these descriptors aptly encapsulated the essence of Chu Ying, the foremost of the quasi-saints. The ancient sacred body was but a mere shadow of this reality. Chu Ying's mocking voice echoed in Yi Junfan's ears, igniting a deeper fury within him, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to retaliate. The 8-part heavenly dragon had already been unleashed. What more could he offer? Surrender? Chu Ying's foot pressed firmly against Yi Junfan's chest, casting a domineering gaze upon him. His indifferent eyes glimmered with a hint of danger, filled with palpable disdain. Yi Junfan clenched his fists, yet he lacked the strength to break free. Gritting his teeth, he once again summoned the yet-to-be fully refined primordial chi cauldron. The cauldron surged forth from his divine sea once more. Would this familiar tactic prove effective? Chu Ying sneered. Since the will of the ancient sacred body is so tenacious, I shall exert myself fully as a mark of respect. With a swift motion, Chu Ying sent the fragile cauldron flying and seized one of Yi Junfan's arms, rendering it useless in an instant. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Yi Junfan, the excruciating pain flooding his eyes with crimson. The audience atop the martial combat peak gasped in shock. Did Chu Ying truly dare to incapacitate Yi Junfan? Such audacity, in the midst of a sanctioned duel. Such cruelty was unconscionable. Yao Ruashi could no longer contain herself and intervened with a fierce cry. An overwhelming aura emanated from her, dominating all disciples present. Do not interfere with the saintess. Elder Lu Lin, serving as the referee, stepped in to halt Yao Ruashi's advance. Her gaze flickered momentarily as she unleashed a palm strike towards Elder Lu, who refrained from exerting any force, allowing himself to be propelled backward. Clearly, this was a staged act. As the referee of the grand competition, he was bound by the law. Yet the saintess was not constrained. In the blink of an eye, Yao Ruashi directed her palm strike at Chu Ying on the stage, her delicate hand enveloped in a menacing current of energy. Since becoming the saintess of Tai Xian, she had received substantial cultivation support, reaching the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, having already condensed 9 profound manifestations in her first Cave Heaven. However, she remained unhurried in advancing to the Soul Palace realm, as she too aimed to break through to the 7 Cave Heavens. The 7 Cave Heavens were a rarity. Across all major sanctuaries, those who ascended to the status of Saint Master had invariably attained this level, with only a select few at the 6th Cave Heaven achieving the Saint Master realm through other fortuitous means. Thus, the attainment of the 7 Cave Heavens was almost synonymous with the potential to reach the Saint Master rank. In the face of Yao Ruashi's strike, a cold glint flashed in Chu Ying's eyes. Though he had harbored some semblance of camaraderie, recognizing her ruthlessness, he could not afford to be unprincipled. Very well, he thought. As his mind focused, designate the target for side effects. Yao Ruashi. Targets for side effects. Yao Ruashi, Yi Junfan, Sui Chen. Xiao Yin, number of targets for side effects. 4, current limit. 5. With this, he unleashed his formidable techniques, the gluttonous treasure art, the dragon-subduing tiger-taming technique, and the 7 emotions and desires fist. Chu Ying leaped from Yi Junfan's body, launching a fist towards Yao Ruashi's palm strike. At the very moment Chu Ying launched his strike, Yao Ruashi inexplicably felt a violent tremor deep within her core, and a surge of crimson welled up in her throat. She stifled a low groan to suppress the blood. This fleeting moment went unnoticed by the onlookers, yet the corner of Chu Ying's mouth curved into a chilling smile. Boom. Empowered by the gluttonous treasure technique, Chu Ying felt no fear towards Yao Ruashi. Whatever formidable attack she unleashed, he would absorb and redirect it back at her. As for any backlash, apologies, but you shall bear that burden for me. The collision of his fist imprint and the gust of his palm resonated in the air, dissipating into nothingness, while Yao Ruashi's ethereal form swayed gently in midair. Chu Ying landed firmly on the stage, his figure standing tall and proud. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. The enchanting figures of the semi-saint maidens had their mouths agape in astonishment, as if one could not help but want to place something within. They were utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Yao Ruashi, already unfathomable. Yet Chu Ying managed to withstand her palm strike. The first semi-saint maiden, Luo Ruyan, gazed with glimmering eyes, contemplating that Chu Ying might have truly acquired the strength to ascend as a saint. The second semi-saint maiden, Lu Hongyi, wore a cryptic expression, murmuring softly, "How intriguing! How intriguing! Such strength, yet you have been forsaken by the saintess?" The seventh semi-saint maiden, Lin Jishua, suddenly found her smile peculiar, as another realization dawned upon her. Observing the reactions of the semi-saints, none could conceal their astonishment. Sui Qin was engulfed by terror as he realized that Chu Ying had indeed withstood a strike from the saintess. Could it be that Chu Ying was powerful enough to sweep away all semi-saints? As he pondered, an overwhelming turmoil surged within him, and he could not help but spit out blood. "Curse this!" Sui Qin silently cursed, but the blood continued to flow. He was not alone in this peculiar predicament. Xiaoyan found himself in the same dire state. Both were baffled, questioning how they had suffered such injuries out of the blue. Was the saintess intent on disrupting the rules of the semi-saint competition? Chu Ying's demeanor remained impassive. As his words settled, he seized the barely conscious Yi Junfan from the ground, casting a fleeting glance at Yao Ruashi. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds, akin to a sandbag being struck, echoed clearly atop the martial peak, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. Yao Ruashi, momentarily stunned by the sudden turmoil within her, hesitated to strike again. Where did my injury originate? Yao Ruashi furrowed her brows, introspecting, only to discover numerous fissures along her meridians, as if her internal organs had been assaulted by an overwhelmingly fierce force. At that moment, Yi Junfan was engulfed in excruciating pain, unable to discern whether it stemmed from his injuries or the beating he had received. Crack! Chu Ying was ruthless enough to render Yi Junfan's limbs completely incapacitated. Ancient sacred body, will you concede? Chu Ying's voice floated lightly through the air. Elder Lu Lin could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Yi Junfan, defeat is defeat. Skill has its limits. Can you not even admit your loss?" Concerned for Yi Junfan's well-being, Lu Lin recognized that Chu Ying's actions fell within the bounds of the rules, leaving him powerless to intervene. Thus, he could only urge Yi Junfan to concede when the time called for it. But who truly understands the pent-up frustrations within Yi Junfan's heart? His bloodied and disfigured visage contorted in resentment. Had it not been for the inexplicable mishap in his cultivation a few days prior, he would have already ascended to the realm of Dantian. Had he entered the Dantian realm, would he have faced such defeat in this battle? At this moment, the tide of public opinion had decidedly turned, favoring the prospective saintess predominantly. Is this the so-called ancient sacred body? Such inflated aspirations, reduced to this state, unable even to concede defeat, this is not tenacity, but folly. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's strength? For whom is he putting on this display? Failing to confront one's own shortcomings is, without a doubt, a manifestation of self-doubt. What future accomplishments can one expect from a person like this? Mockery, disdain, and derision echoed throughout the arena. Yi Junfan watched as Chu Ying approached him step by step. His expression was a grotesque mix of fury and fear. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather pain, both physical and psychological. Today marked the greatest humiliation and torment he had ever encountered since he began his cultivation journey. As Chu Ying drew nearer, he could not help but prop himself up with his hands, retreating in desperation. It seemed he had come to some realization, and with an inexplicable surge of strength, he abruptly stood upright. Chu Ying, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today, I, Yi Junfan, shall repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Yi Junfan shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Ying. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes, preparing to deliver another flurry of blows. I concede. Yet Yi Junfan immediately bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 25. The commencement of the battle for the Saint title, 1v80. Is he truly conceding? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. They had looked down upon the ancient sacred body, believing it to be unworthy in this era. Yet upon witnessing Yi Junfan unleash a formidable power at the half-step 2 prohibitions level, they were taken aback. Moreover, it was rumored that the ancient sacred body was invincible among its peers. Yi Junfan, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, should have had no trouble facing an opponent in the 2nd level of Dantian. Yet now, before Chu Ying, he chose to surrender outright. How absurd. They had thought the bones of the ancient sacred body to be unyielding, expecting him to fight until the end. Who would have imagined he would ultimately capitulate? It seems his earlier bravado about never conceding was merely for show. The ancient sacred body, it appears, is nothing extraordinary. The discussions around him turned Yi Juanfan's complexion a ghastly shade, akin to having swallowed something foul. Throughout the Taishan sacred land, disciples who witnessed Yi Juanfan's surrender through the projection of the array displayed a myriad of expressions. Whispers of discontent filled the air, particularly from those who idolized Yi Juanfan, who could not help but spit in disdain. Those who had watched his rise from adversary to beloved disciple now felt their faith shatter. Indeed, Yi Juanfan had set his own expectations far too high. The greater the elevation, the more painful the fall. Elder Lu Lin, I request the initiation of the battle for the saint title. I believe I am deserving of this opportunity. Chu Ying addressed Elder Lu Lin, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, his demeanor calm and composed. Elder Lu Lin's gaze was notably complex. Originally, it was anticipated that Yi Juanfan would be the one to initiate the battle for the saint title. Their peak master had placed great hopes in him. A couple of days ago, Yi Juanfan visited the Wudo Peak to pay respects to the peak's master, who was in seclusion. It was widely believed that Yi Juanfan's designation as the Holy Sun was nearly certain. However, who could have anticipated that he would fall short against the so-called first candidate for the Holy Sun, Chu Ying, who was rumored to have rendered himself incapable? Everyone took a moment to recuperate, and after a quarter of an hour, the Wudo secret realm was activated. Chu Ying faced 80 other candidates for the Holy Sun. Victory would secure his position, while defeat would result in the continuation of the rankings among candidates without establishing a Holy Sun. This announcement resonated throughout the entire Taishan sacred land. The battle for the Holy Sun was the grandest of events, necessitating its unfolding within the secret realm. Moreover, it was a no-holds-barred contest, allowing all participants to unleash their full potential. To prevent any candidates from facing fatal consequences, given their rarity as prodigies, the secret realm was designed to protect their lives. Should any candidate be on the brink of death or confronted with an inescapable, life-threatening attack, they would be automatically eliminated and transported out of the realm. After a 2.5-year hiatus, Chu Ying was finally set to reignite the contest for the Holy Sun. Could he triumph overall? I have no doubt. Chu Ying has transformed dramatically. As for the rumors of him being rendered useless, I am at a loss as to where such baseless gossip originates. It is evident that he has mastered an extraordinary technique and undergone a profound metamorphosis. Discussions surged within the sacred land, and even Chu Ying's original supporters began to feel hopeful. Brother Chu will undoubtedly secure the position of Holy Sun. In terms of humble ascendance, who could rival Brother Chu? I stand with him. Meanwhile, Yi Juanfan was diligently focused on healing and recovering, as he could not allow Chu Ying to become the Holy Sun. Otherwise, his own prospects would diminish even further. Sui Chen, what is wrong with you? The third candidate for the Holy Sun, Li Yifeng, frowned at the pale-faced Sui Chen. Under normal circumstances, Li Yifeng would relish Sui Chen's misfortune, but now, all candidates stood united. They had to prevent Chu Ying from claiming the title of Holy Sun. Otherwise, once he ascended, the gap between them and Chu Ying would only widen. Sui Chen bore his silent suffering, exchanging a glance with the sympathetic Xiao Yan. Their shared pain was known only to them. No one should hold back. If Chu Ying becomes the Holy Sun, none of us will surpass him. The fourth candidate for the Holy Sun surveyed the group, noting hesitation among them, and continued, you all must understand the power Chu Ying has displayed today. Unleash your full strength. Do not fear exposure. Our conflicts among candidates are merely for ranking, but if Chu Ying ascends, we will face a long time under his heel. His words prompted affirmative nods from the assembly. We must act. Chu Ying may be first, but he cannot be the Holy Sun. Indeed, let us unite against him. While the candidates strategized, Chu Ying remained calmly focused on his breathing. A candidate for the Holy Daughter approached him. Brother Chu, your hidden depths have truly opened my eyes. Luo Rian smiled gently, her features exquisite and her stature tall, embodying both the spirited essence of a woman and her delicate grace. The beauty of most candidates for the Holy Daughter was indeed not inferior to that of Yaoruashi. This was also the primary reason for their previous indignation. Chu Ying was utterly devoted to Yaoruashi, providing her with double the cultivation resources while offering them not even a shred of opportunity. Cough, you flatter me. May I ask who you are? Chu Ying replied awkwardly, aware that there were 49 prospective saintesses, yet he was unfamiliar with their names. Reflecting on his own foolishness, he wondered why he had fixated so stubbornly on that woman, Yaoruashi. Luo Rian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she offered no response. What great prestige the saint's son possesses. He doesn't even know the illustrious name of our number one prospective saintess, Luo Rian? Lin Jishua approached, holding her arm in a teasing manner. By the way, Chu Ying, how confident are you in defeating those 80 individuals? She inquired. Chu Ying cast her a cool glance. Are we that familiar? Lin Jishua was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a dismissive response from him. She muttered under her breath, "So petty. Is it just because I teased your third leg? Truly devoid of grace." Third leg? Lu Hongyi, who had just arrived, wore a peculiar expression, questioning whether she had truly heard what she thought she had. Chu Ying's face flushed. Despite having lived 2 lives, he was still inexperienced, and discussions of such nature made him somewhat uncomfortable. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "I appreciate your concern, but it is not convenient to disclose." "I hope you can become the saint's son." Luo Rian smiled slightly, yet with an odd tone added, "The saint's son pairs perfectly with the saintess." Chu Ying's gaze deepened as he calmly stated, "Even if I become the saint's son, I will remain solitary. In my past life, I was blind, but I shall not be so again." Though he did not name her directly, it was evident that his words were aimed at Yao Ruoshi. Luo Rian, Lu Hongyi, and Lin Jixue exchanged surprised glances, realizing from his demeanor that the rumors were indeed true. Chu Ying and Yao Ruoshi had fallen out. "Brother Chu, after this, if opportunity arises, we could venture down the mountain together for training, especially with the impending opening of the ancient city of Calamity," Luo Rian suggested softly. She was taking the initiative to befriend him, primarily because his relationship with Yao Ruoshi had soured. Otherwise, with her pride, she would not deign to befriend a man who harbored feelings for another. "Very well, I shall keep an eye out for that," Chu Ying replied with a smile, not refusing her offer. After all, there are countless flowers in the world, why cling to just one? After gaining an advantage, Chu Ying found his mindset had shifted significantly. "Brother Chu, I feel the same," Lu Hongyi said with a smile. Chu Ying reciprocated her sentiment, just as Lin Jixue was about to chime in with "Me too." Chu Ying interjected, "You needn't bother. I fear you might break my third leg." Lin Jixue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, stamping her foot in frustration. Chapter 26. So I become the saint's son? Is it truly inescapable? At this moment, Yao Ruoshi's brow furrowed ever more tightly. After she had repaired her meridians, she discovered that her vitality had inexplicably diminished. Moreover, she sensed a subtle decrease in the speed of her true energy absorption and flow. Though minor, it was indeed present. She pondered this perplexity, and in a moment of distraction, she cast a glance toward Chu Ying, only to see several prospective saintesses surrounding him, laughing and engaging merrily. Yao Ruoshi's eyes were shrouded in uncertainty, and an inexplicable discontent brewed within her. "Humph, those whom I, Yao Ruoshi, have chosen to forsake are naturally unworthy of my regard. Let others claim them, what does it matter?" She regained her composure, standing gracefully in her snow-white attire, akin to a solitary snow lotus amidst the ethereal heights of Wudo Peak. The time had come, the secret realm was about to unfold. As Elder Lu Lin's voice faded, a total of 81 aspiring saints, including Chu Ying, stepped into the Wudo secret realm. It revealed a small paradise, its conditions projected for all to witness. It has begun. How exhilarating. Last time, senior brother Chu Ying lasted until the second round. This time, even in defeat, he would surely endure for a considerable duration, wouldn't he? Numerous disciples eagerly prepared, as if they themselves were about to engage in a fierce battle. Assessing his surroundings, Chu Ying nodded discreetly. He had traversed this place before, hence it was not entirely unfamiliar. "Chu Ying, we acknowledge your strength. Should you choose not to engage in this battle, your position as the first among the saints would remain unshaken. Yet, you insist on igniting the contest of saints. Should you inadvertently find yourself incapacitated, do not blame us for our ruthlessness," thundered third Saint Li Yifeng. Due to the poor condition of Yi Junfan, Sui Qin, and Xiao Yan, the trio refrained from stepping forward, allowing others to take the lead. "Chu Ying, do you truly believe you can vanquish us 80 with your solitary strength?" "Such delusions," declared a fourth saint. "Indeed, Chu Ying, your arrogance knows no bounds. Would it not be wiser for us to remain calm? Must we engage in this conflict? Do not end up jeopardizing your position as the first saint," sneered a fifth saint. Chu Ying observed with intrigue as these individuals launched verbal assaults. Seeking to destabilize his resolve, he scoffed, "I could easily rise above you. Why should I lower myself to your level? The title of first saint? Who covets such a title? I shall simply become a saint." The collective fighting spirit among the aspiring saints surged, with one exclaiming, "Why waste words with him? He will understand when we leave him searching for his teeth on the ground." Attack. Among the 80 saints, nearly half stood at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, while the other half occupied the first level of the cave heaven realm. All possessed combat prowess surpassing the first restriction, capable of battling beyond their ranks. United, this formidable assembly exuded an undeniable might. In that moment, all 80 unleashed their power without reservation, employing fierce and relentless techniques. Even Yi Junfan activated the sacred body secret, unleashing the 8 parts of the heavenly dragons, while Sui Qin and Xiao Yan, despite their compromised states, exerted every ounce of strength. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. a dazzling display of martial prowess that enveloped the space, almost overwhelming Chu Ying. Witnessing this scene, many could not help but change their expressions. This was truly terrifying. Would Chu Ying be struck down outright? A devoted fan of Chu Ying watched anxiously. I hope senior brother Chu can withstand this. Within the Taishan Holy Land, at the 18 sacred peaks, 36 halls, and 72 pavilions, elders and disciples alike observed this battle with keen interest. The status of a saint was akin to that of a holy maiden, often bearing even greater authority and representation. Thus, the Taishan Holy Land naturally placed immense significance on this event. The selection of the Holy Son is, in terms of difficulty, far more challenging than that of the Holy Maiden. Can Chu Ying succeed? Lin Zhixue anxiously fixated on the screen, realizing that if it were her in that position, it would be utterly impossible to withstand such a barrage of attacks. It is simply unfeasible. The competition for the Holy Son is inherently more ruthless. Only by excelling can one aspire to kingship in the future. Luo Rian's autumn eyes rippled with a subtle confidence in Chu Ying for reasons unknown. It is indeed favorable to have a Holy Son emerge, lest a certain individual's power continues to swell. Lu Hongyi cast a sidelong glance at Yao Ruoshi, her implication clear. Yao Ruoshi was equally absorbed in this battle. He cannot possibly win, she mused, a faint smile curving her lips, for she understood Chu Ying all too well. Lacking an exceptionally strong physique and not possessing cultivation that surpasses the other semi-holy sons, what could he possibly rely on to prevail? Despite her disappointment in Yi Junfan being overwhelmed by Chu Ying, she still recognized the potential and value of Yi Junfan's ancient holy body. Yet, just as she began to articulate her thoughts, she suddenly fell silent. One must reciprocate in courtesy. Inside the secret realm, Chu Ying appeared to be engulfed by the assaults of 80 semi-holy sons. However, he immediately activated the Taotai treasure technique, absorbing their attacking power and transforming it into his own explosive strike, the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. With a series of impacts, the 80 semi-holy sons stood in stunned silence, bewildered as to why Chu Ying remained unscathed. The barrage of punches raining down upon them instilled a sense of dread, causing their bodies to tremble in fear. No one could withstand Chu Ying's martial prowess. Not only did he surpass them in combat strength, but he also absorbed their attacks, reversing the energy back upon them, rendering them utterly defenseless. The sounds of spitting blood echoed incessantly as one by one, the semi-holy sons were whisked away in blinding flashes of light, eliminated. Among them, the most severely injured were undoubtedly Yi Junfan, Sui Chen, and Xiao Yan. After unleashing their attacks, they had eagerly anticipated seeing Chu Ying defeated, only to be caught off guard, spewing blood, their bodies resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Enduring excruciating pain. Bang, bang, bang. Out of the 80 semi-holy sons, over 60 were instantaneously transported out. The remaining 10 or so were gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. They were still able to breathe but were far from death, allowing them to remain in the secret realm for the time being. Indeed, your ability to endure my initial wave of attacks has already surpassed that of others, Chu Ying remarked with a slight smile. Yet, his commentary fell upon the ears of these semi-holy sons like a harsh reprimand. The second wave of Chu Ying's attacks followed in swift succession. In despair and shock, the remaining 10 were also eliminated, transported out of the secret realm. At this moment, Chu Ying stood alone within the secret realm. I, Chu Ying, am the undisputed holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. Who dares to dissent? Though Chu Ying found himself within the secret realm, his voice resonated outward, reverberating throughout the expansive Taishan Holy Land via the formation. Who dares to dissent? Within the Taishan Holy Land, many disciples were left in a daze, rendered speechless for an extended period. However, once the silence subsided, an uproar erupted. Brother Chu's combat prowess is unparalleled. He has valiantly stood against 80 foes alone. The Holy Son must be established. Only Brother Chu is worthy of being the Holy Son. At last, our Taishan sacred land has given birth to a Holy Son. Among the 18 holy peaks, there lies the clumsy peak. A single man stands guard, impenetrable to thousands. He is indeed worthy of becoming the Holy Son. From the depths of Clumsy Peak, a faint sigh escapes. Alas, it appears he may not be suited for the cultivation practices of Clumsy Peak. Among the 18 holy peaks, there exists the Fist Peak. This young man is shrouded in mystery, employing martial techniques that even I cannot discern, yet he is formidable and exhilarating. He also practices boxing. I shall extend an invitation to him and see if he is willing to join our Fist Peak. The hearty laughter of a burly middle-aged man resonates forth. Chapter 27. One stands, one falls. Unrelated, this individual possesses an air of aloofness, destined to be chosen as a sword cultivator. I must invite him to join our sword peak for training. Within the sword peak of the 18 holy peaks, an ancient voice echoes. However, upon a celestial peak, veiled in ethereal clouds and misty spirits, discordant voices abound. Why does the peak master choose to stake everything on the archaic holy body? The archaic holy body has always been constrained by the heavens, bearing considerable uncertainty. Furthermore, recent rumors suggest that Chu Ying has been rendered ineffective. Yet, Yi Junfan scarcely matches even a fraction of Chu Ying's prowess. An elderly woman in gray robes erupts in fury, particularly disheartened by Yi Junfan's disappointing performance, which starkly contrasts with Chu Ying's overwhelming victories. She muses that the peak master's choice may have been rather hasty. Another elder sighs softly. Among the disciples traversing this sacred peak, not a single one is a man. They are all women, predominantly of exceptional beauty. Any one of them, should they step outside, would be a captivating beauty in any nation of the eastern wilderness south region. The peak, gathering 90% of the female disciples of Taishan sacred land, is called the Goddess Peak. Deep within the Goddess Peak stands an ancient, mist-laden hall. Atop the cold jade bed that emanates a chilling aura sits a stunning woman. Her eyes tightly shut in meditation. Clad in an ice-blue gauzy gown, draped with a rainbow-hued garment, her figure is tall and graceful, with bare jade feet revealing her translucent, snowy skin. While cultivating on the jade bed, beads of cold sweat appear on her forehead, and an unusual flush emerges on her otherwise flawless visage. She is the master of the Goddess Peak, a formidable being at the Saint Sovereign level. Yi Qinxian suddenly opens her eyes, her commanding voice reverberating throughout the Goddess Peak. Concerning the archaic holy body, I shall make the decisions. You need not worry. The chilling and authoritative words echo, silencing all elders and disciples of the Goddess Peak. Not only is their master immensely powerful, but her origins are also shrouded in mystery. Even the Taishan sacred master shows her great indulgence and forbearance. In the grand hall, with a wave of her hand, Yi Qinxian conjures an image of the martial combat peak. This individual has vanquished the archaic holy body? Yi Qinxian murmurs, as the scene before her begins to rewind, returning to the moment when Chu Ying overturned and defeated 80 quasi-holy sons. It turns out to be a formidable forbidden technique that can convert another's attack into one's own, though it surely inflicts considerable backlash upon the user. Yi Qinxian perceives the essence of Chu Ying's gluttonous treasure technique, though she remains unaware that the level of this technique is a rare and sought-after inheritance. The ancient sacred body, having been passed down through the ages, must possess its own profound significance. It is destined that the descendants of the Yi family have yet to seize their moment. Thus, the position of the Holy Son of Taishan may be temporarily bestowed upon another without issue. Within the entirety of the Taishan sacred land, there are but a handful who are aware of her origins. She, too, has chosen to place her bets on the ancient sacred body, Yi Junfan, making the same decision as the master of the martial peak. There are 3 reasons for this. Yi Junfan bears the surname Yi, and the Yi family of Zhongzhou requires a male heir. The bloodline of the ancient sacred body is beneficial to her family. On the martial peak, Elder Lu Lin could hardly have anticipated that Chu Ying would not only defeat all the prospective holy sons, but do so with such unblemished finesse. The victory was a complete and overwhelming triumph. Elder Lu Lin sighed inwardly, his gaze lingering for a moment on the now esteemed Yi Junfan. He was profoundly disappointed. Yet, one could assume that the master of the peak must be even more disheartened. Alas, the martial peak merely facilitated the battle among the prospective holy sons, and everything must adhere to the established rules. After all, the holy master of Taishan was observing. The prospective holy son, Chu Ying, completed the holy son's trial, triumphing against 80 adversaries, thus proving his eligibility to become a holy son. Following Elder Lu Lin's announcement, Chu Ying naturally emerged from the secret realm. But at that instant, a graceful silhouette fell from the sky, drenched in blood. Thud! Yao Ruashi, who had been spectating, suddenly bore the brunt of the backlash when Chu Ying unleashed the Taotai treasure technique to absorb the combined assaults of all the prospective holy sons. The tremendous side effects of the technique shifted towards her. The Taotai demonic bone buff erodes the essence of life. It is a gradual process, often imperceptible in the short term. However, the immediate repercussions of employing the Taotai treasure technique were palpable. Chu Ying absorbed the full force of 80 prospective holy sons' attacks. The sheer magnitude of that power would inevitably inflict severe damage upon his own body. Yet, all these adverse effects were redirected, not evenly distributed among the targets, but rather each target bore the entirety of the repercussions. Yao Ruashi, with her 9th level of cultivation in the cave heaven realm, was undoubtedly formidable. Yet suddenly facing such a harrowing bodily trauma left her bewildered. Her internal organs convulsed violently, and as if struck by lightning, her figure faltered. Coupled with the influence of the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist side effects, she found herself unable to stabilize her form. Consequently, Yao Ruashi's body plummeted downward. The vivid crimson stain upon her immaculate white robe was particularly striking. Coincidentally, just as Chu Ying emerged from the secret realm, he was positioned not far from Yao Ruashi and witnessed her fall before him. Should he desire, he could effortlessly catch her. With all eyes fixed upon Chu Ying, the unfolding incident involving Yao Ruashi captured the attention of many. The holy maiden was injured? Could it be that she was unwell today? Numerous disciples gasped in alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, was the holy maiden truly in a dire state? Chu Ying, quick, catch her! They cried in unison. Their hearts filled with urgency as they implored him to save the holy maiden. They yearned to transform themselves into Chu Ying, longing for an intimate encounter with the saintess. However, Chu Ying was oblivious to their desires, and certainly had no intention of acquiescing to them. In Yao Ruashi's bewildered eyes, she suddenly beheld Chu Ying materializing before her. Instinctively, she believed that he would catch her, even subconsciously extending her arms. Yet, Chu Ying merely stood there, expressionless, devoid of any intention to embrace her. One stood cold and aloof, while the other fell, bloodied and wounded. This scene was undeniably dramatic. This fellow had indeed severed ties with Yao Ruashi, displaying such indifference. Lin Jishue's eyes sparkled mischievously, a sly smile gracing her lips. Yet, I find it delightful. Luo Rian, Lu Hongyi, and numerous aspiring saintesses, with their keen senses, also took note of this tableau. In an instant, peculiar expressions emerged on their faces, accompanied by an unexpected sense of exhilaration. With Chu Ying and Yao Ruashi parting ways, did they not see an opportunity for themselves? Bang! Just before hitting the ground, Yao Ruashi regained her senses, managing to steady her descent, though her posture remained unsteady. Clenching her teeth, she channeled her energy, her mind clearing. At that moment, her complexion turned grim, as she felt numerous gazes upon her. These were not the usual expressions of infatuation, admiration, or reverence, but rather ones of astonishment, skepticism, and curiosity. She could not comprehend the sudden injuries afflicting her body. Suddenly, Yao Ruashi's eyes narrowed. She saw Chu Ying descending slowly, a faint, mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 28. The Supreme Saint's Son, Chu Ying. Why did you not catch me? Gazing at Chu Ying, who stood with arms crossed, Yao Ruashi felt an inexplicable fury. She sensed that the majority of the curious glances directed at her were questioning why, despite witnessing her fall, Chu Ying chose not to reach out for her. With a slight cold smile lingering on his lips, Chu Ying remained silent, brazenly ignoring her. Anger welled within Yao Ruashi, and just as she was about to unleash it, she heard Chu Ying's voice ring out again. I, Chu Ying, shall be the saint's son. Is there anyone who dares to defy this? No one responded. Yi Junfan, Su Yichen, and Xiao Yan had long since lost consciousness, and the other aspiring saint sons were all gravely injured and weary. Elder Lu Lin observed the situation. Feeling a surge of frustration, it appeared that the rankings for the aspiring saint sons would need to be postponed. The competition had not even officially commenced. Yet all lay prostrate. Even he could not help but marvel at the ferocity of Chu Ying, a talent once highly regarded. At 3:15, the ceremony for the coronation of the saint's son commenced. At that moment, a resonant and profound voice emanated from a direction beyond the martial peak. This voice reverberated throughout the Tai Xian sacred land, reaching all who were not in secluded cultivation. In accordance with the decree of the Holy Master, Elder Lu Lin hastily bowed in respect toward the source of the voice, for its owner was none other than the current Holy Master of the Tai Xian sacred land. Let the ranking battle for the aspiring saintesses commence, Elder Lu Lin sighed. The ensuing developments would no longer concern Chu Ying, for he departed the martial peak, making his way toward the Holy Master's peak. As for Yao Ruashi, she remained in a daze after being disregarded by Chu Ying. When she finally regained her senses, Chu Ying had vanished, leaving only the resonant words of the Supreme Master echoing in her mind. The grand ceremony of the Saint's Son's enthronement. Chu Ying has truly ascended to the status of a Saint's Son. Saint's Son, please follow me. Upon reaching the summit of the Sacred Master Peak, an elder with a radiant visage approached to welcome him. Once the Saint's Son has changed and bathed, the enthronement ceremony may commence, the elder stated. As the heir to a monumental sacred land, the Saint's Son embodies the honor of the sacred realm. Every action and word bears significance for its reputation. Hence, the enthronement must be conducted with utmost gravity. Half an hour later, after changing and bathing, and offering incense and prayer, Chu Ying arrived at the formal proceedings. On the expansive plaza of the Sacred Master Peak, the current Supreme Master of the Tai Xian sacred land, Ouyang Feng, made his grand appearance. He was a man of striking features, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. While he was neither towering nor frail, his demeanor was that of a well-proportioned middle-aged man. However, as a practitioner of the Supreme Master Realm, his true age far exceeded that of mere middle age. At this moment, the enthronement ceremony of the Saint's Son announced to the entire Tai-Hsien sacred land, inviting all who could attend to pay their respects. Those unable to fit could watch via projection. The enthronement ceremony for the Saint's Son commences. Today, we declare Chu Ying as the 981st Saint's Son of the Tai-Hsien sacred land. Upon witnessing Chu Ying accept the title of Saint's Son and bask in the reverence of disciples from all directions, many aspiring Saint's Sons wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. Humph, what a farcical ancient sacred body, worthless. He can't even defeat Chu Ying, what a waste. And that Sui Chen, we all faced defeat together, yet he emerged in a half-dead state, far weaker than I. Numerous aspiring Saint's Sons grumbled, their discontent palpable. Yet, the matter was settled. Chu Ying had ascended to the position of Saint's Son and would soon relish the privileges that came with it. For them, who were inherently inferior to Chu Ying, the prospect of catching up seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Following the enthronement, Chu Ying did not linger in front of others. For him, becoming the Saint's Son was not a matter of great elation. He bore burdens. His aspirations extended far beyond mere title. After receiving his monthly stipend, he could not help but reflect. Indeed, a single character can signify a world of difference. An aspiring Saint's Son's monthly stipend amounts to 10,000 spirit stones, whereas that of the Saint's Son is a staggering 100,000. This tenfold disparity is no trivial matter. It translates into a tenfold rate of cultivation. Moreover, spirit stones serve as currency, allowing for the purchase of additional cultivation resources. Over time, the average aspiring Saint's Son would find it nearly impossible to surpass the Saint's Son, unless by some extraordinary fortune. Upon departing from the sacred Master Peak, Chu Ying made his way directly to a prime cultivation site within the Tai-Hsien sacred land, the Taiching Pool. Both the Saint's Son and the Saintess are granted a monthly opportunity to enter and cultivate there for 2 hours free of charge. However, any additional session at the Taiching Pool requires a hefty fee of 100,000 spirit stones, a price exceedingly steep. Yet, the Taiching Pool is an exceptional place for cultivation. If utilized wisely during those 2 hours, one could potentially break through to the next realm. Nestled within a valley, the Taiching Pool is considered a pivotal location within the Tai-Hsien sacred land, guarded by formidable protectors. Surrounding it are several pavilions and halls, where dedicated elders oversee the payment and registration process. Chu Ying directly presented his Holy Son token. It turned out he was the new Holy Son, permitted to cultivate within for 2 hours, after which he was to exit on his own accord, as stated by the elder. Chu Ying nodded in understanding. Should he linger beyond the allotted time, he would be forcibly expelled and required to pay an additional fee in spiritual stones. He stepped into the valley, where a fog of spiritual mist enveloped a vast pool, obscuring its dimensions. The energy within the Taiching Pool not only facilitated breakthroughs in cultivation, but also nourished the body, healing various internal injuries. This pool had accumulated an abundance of medicinal resources. Chu Ying immersed himself in the waters to commence his cultivation, dedicating the 2 hours to opening a new realm. Meanwhile, within the Tai-Hsien sacred land, the Hall of Divine Healing welcomed several familiar visitors once again. Elder Lu, what brings you here? Lin Dingchong exclaimed, astonished to see the 3 individuals accompanying Elder Lu. Were they not the same trio of quasi-holy sons who had visited previously, the ancient sacred body Yi Junfan, Sui Chen, and Xiaoyan? What had befallen them this time? They sustained severe injuries during the battle of the holy establishment, so I brought them here, Elder Lu sighed. Lin Dingchong nodded and approached Yi Junfan, grasping his hand to assess his condition. His brow furrowed gradually. He subsequently examined Sui Chen and Xiaoyan, his expression becoming increasingly grave. Elder Lin, how are they faring? Can they recover within a day? Elder Lu inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity at Lin Dingchong's demeanor. Upon hearing the question, Lin Dingchong's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. Given their current state, not only a day, but it may take them half a month to fully recuperate. Elder Lu was taken aback, pondering how their injuries could be so dire. Was it a consequence of their encounters with Chu Ying? Had he been too forceful? Yet, he had overseen the matches personally. In that case, let them remain in the Hall of Divine Healing for now. They will automatically occupy the lowest ranks in this round of quasi-holy son rankings, Elder Lu declared, cupping his fist in salute before departing. The ranking battle for quasi-holy sons could not be delayed for the sake of 3 individuals. Should they desire a ranking, they would have to wait for the next assessment. Lin Dingchong's countenance twitched. So, they're just being left here? He found it hard to comprehend how all 3 had suffered identical grave injuries. Their vitality was waning, blood essence deteriorating, with their internal organs and bodies severely damaged. Yet, This did not deter Lin Dingchong from taking action to assist them. A sly grin spread across his face as he formulated a plan. This time, he would employ the Supreme Restoration Elixir, which was highly effective for their injuries, albeit requiring a period of half a month for recovery. The Supreme Restoration Elixir of the Xin Dan level cost 40,000 contribution points per piece. Additionally, he would provide them with a body-refining potion, priced at 3,000 contribution points for a single dose. Chapter 29. Cultivation in the Tai Ching Pool. Opening 2 new realms. What? You say we owe 73,000 contribution points. Yi Junfan, Su Yichen, and Xiao Yin awakened from their slumber, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon them, having inexplicably incurred a staggering debt. It is not you all, but you, and you, and you. Each of you owes me 73,000 contribution points to the Heavenly Medicine Hall. Lin Dingchong, with an air of composure, presented the list he had compiled before the 3 individuals. A withered wood spring elixir, valued at 30,000 contribution points, remains unpaid from your previous debt. This time, to restore your vitality and improve your internal conditions, I have employed the exquisite Great Restoration Pill, worth 40,000 contribution points. Furthermore, I have prepared a body-nourishing elixir, costing 3,000 contribution points per vial, to mend and cultivate your physical forms. The 3 were left in a state of disbelief. Despite the stark black and white of the list laid before them, they found it hard to accept the reality. Given the severity of your injuries this time, do you truly believe you could awaken without the exceptional Great Restoration Pill? Lin Dingchong's lips curled slightly, his tone growing somewhat indifferent. I possess a recording pearl that captures the entire process. I am not afraid of your denial. The 3 exchanged glances, ultimately expressing their gratitude. Remember, within half a month, you must refrain from engaging in intense battles. You can exert no more than 50% of your combat power. Additionally, as your debts to the Heavenly Medicine Hall have reached a considerable amount, you must provide certain items as collateral, and from this moment forth, you are to find ways to repay your debts without delay. I have reported this matter to the Discipline Pavilion, and an elder will come to verify with you. Listening to Lin Dingchong's words, the 3 prospective holy sons turned pale. Elder Lin, we have every intention of repaying. There is no need to involve the Discipline Pavilion. Is there? Xiao Yan's face reflected his frustration, rendered speechless. The Discipline Pavilion, one of the 72 pavilions of the Supreme Xian Sacred Land, oversees the rules and regulations concerning disciples. Even as prospective holy sons, one cannot easily contravene the Sacred Land statutes, or they shall face the Discipline Pavilion's penalties. Severe violations could lead to restrictions on personal freedom and the revocation of their status as prospective holy sons. It cannot be said so lightly. I have also reported this to the Punishment Hall. The Heavenly Medicine Hall conducts its medical services with utmost integrity, under the supervision of the Punishment Hall. While you can rest assured, you must also prepare to repay your debts, lest the Heavenly Medicine Hall suffer losses without recourse. Lin Dingchong chuckled, suggesting that during this period, the 3 prospective holy sons should focus on recovering from their injuries before settling their debts. It would be prudent for you to remain within the Sacred Land for now, where you may also earn ample contribution points. Yi Juanfan's expression soured, realizing this was a veiled form of house arrest. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from outside the Heavenly Medicine Hall. Second uncle, I wish to venture out of the Sacred Land for some training. May I request a few moon spirit pills? The 7th prospective holy maiden, Lin Jishue, entered and was taken aback to see Yi Junfan and the others. She paused momentarily before recalling that these 3 seemed to have been sent to the Heavenly Medicine Hall for treatment by Elder Lu from the Martial Peak due to their grievous injuries. Upon hearing the mention of moon spirit pills, Lin Dingchong's expression grew strained. Such pills are of nearly celestial quality. They cannot be dispensed lightly. Ahem. You may leave for now, and remember to repay your debts promptly. Do not make things difficult for the Heavenly Medicine Hall. Lin Dingchong waved his hand, dismissing Yi Junfan and the others. They left, somewhat astonished. Wasn't she the 7th prospective holy maiden? To think she is the niece of an elder from the Heavenly Medicine Hall. Yi Junfan, Su Yichen, and Xiao Yin quietly sighed as they departed, turning their thoughts to the pursuit of contribution points. After their exit, Lin Jishue earnestly addressed her uncle. Second uncle, I request 2 pills. I am confident in opening 6 caverns. Lin Dingchong smiled wryly. Jishue, you are aware that my supply of elixirs is quite limited. Lin Jishue exchanged a knowing glance and discreetly transmitted to Lin Dingchong. Second uncle, the ancient city of disasters is about to open. They are summoning me back. Lin Dingchong's expression shifted, and he promptly produced a jade vial containing 3 moon spirit pills. Exercise utmost caution. Remember to conceal your true identity from the people of the Tai Xian Sacred Land. After a brief exchange, Lin Jishue hastily departed. Lin Dingchong remained in the Grand Hall, squinting as if lost in contemplation. The Heavenly Medical Hall, gradually shrouded in night, took on an air of mystique. At the Taiching pool, a torrent of spiritual energy coursed through Chu Ying's limbs, ultimately converging in his dantian. As the body's most common yet often overlooked secret realm, the dantian can open internal caverns and harbor a world within. How to achieve this? It lies in communicating with the heavens and earth, merging oneself with the cosmos, and absorbing the essence of creation. The initial 3 caverns opened easily for Chu Ying, as his innate talent was fully capable. However, from the 4th cavern onward, only a true genius could succeed. Even without external assistance, had I not been betrayed by Yao Ruoshi, I could have still become the Holy Sun. The 4th cavern shall not deter me. Open. Suddenly, a vortex with a diameter of half a meter manifested within the Taiching pool, drawing in copious amounts of water and countless celestial essences. Within his dantian, the 4th cavern emerged. Chu Ying did not halt there. Seizing the moment of abundant celestial nourishment, he surged forward, aiming for the 5th cavern. Crack! The bones throughout his body resonated with a cacophony, and his soul was beset by an extraordinary weight of pressure. To seize the essence of creation is no simple feat. Chu Ying activated his dragon subduing and tiger subduing technique, his strength surging, bolstering his physical form to withstand the oppressive forces of nature. I shall open at least 7 caverns. The 5th I will open. His eyes glimmered with crimson threads as he voraciously consumed the celestial essence, and at that moment, another cavern materialized within his dantian. The 5 caverns whirled, their divine radiance intertwining. With a sigh, Chu Ying expelled a breath of stale air, realizing he could progress no further. Time was of the essence, and to continue opening caverns, he needed to enhance his foundation, body, and soul. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure the strain. With approximately 15 minutes remaining, Chu Ying absorbed the energy from the Taiching pool, elevating his 1st cavern 3 times and breaking through to the 3rd level of cultivation. He reached the 4th level of the cavern realm. As time elapsed, Chu Ying sighed softly and rose from the Taiching pool. His next visit would not occur until next month, for he was not foolish enough to expend 100,000 spirit stones for a single training session. Such a venture would be far too costly for ordinary cultivators. 3 caverns represent the pinnacle, while geniuses enter the realm of 4, and exceptional talents can open 5 to 6 caverns. However, between the 6th and 7th realms, there exists an insurmountable chasm. The number 7 serves as a threshold, a monumental watershed. The 7 realms are exceedingly rare, a symbol of latent potential. Among the 11 stages of cultivation, the last 2 have long since become mere legends, no longer present in this world. Typically, only the first 9 stages are acknowledged. Remarkably, the number 7 corresponds to the 7th stage of cultivation, the Saint Master realm. Those who unlock the 7 realms possess the potential to reach the Saint Master stage. For instance, within the Taishan Sacred Land, only the masters of the 18 sacred peaks and the Taishan Saint himself are cultivators of the Saint Master realm. Formidable beings who govern the heavens and the earth. Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with resolve, firmly resolved to step into the realm of 7. With his extraordinary prowess, he could not settle for anything less. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized he had unwittingly arrived at the Disciples' Market outside the Huangfeng Valley within the Taishan Sacred Land. Chapter 30. The Malevolent Pill Capable of Unlocking Realms, the Burning Essence Pill. The Huangfeng Valley at night was anything but desolate. It thrived with lively bustle. The moonless night and howling winds provided an ideal backdrop for clandestine dealings, especially in the deepest recesses of the black market. Chu Ying, still unmasked, was immediately recognized due to his elevated status. Greetings, Holy Sun. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun, regardless of whether they were outer or inner disciples. All bowed upon seeing Chu Ying. Such was the reverence commanded by the Holy Sun. Encountering him was akin to standing before a Saint Master. The disciples in the market gazed at Chu Ying with a mixture of awe and admiration, having witnessed him single-handedly vanquish 80 opponents with overwhelming might, leaving them profoundly shaken. Chu Ying smiled and nodded but did not linger, making his way directly to the innermost black market. It was rumored that the Holy Sun had previously visited the black market to procure items, possibly even the gathering chi pill from the Biden shop. Observing Chu Ying's vanishing figure, many murmured in low tones. Indeed, it was true. I am curious as to why the Holy Sun would purchase such inferior gathering chi pills. Surely, he wouldn't consume them himself? The Biden shop's pills were notorious. They should only be used in dire circumstances, when life itself was at stake. Oh, the Holy Sun is indeed imposing, able to traverse the black market without concealing his identity, unafraid of drawing attention. At that moment, Chu Ying entered the black market once more, arriving again at the Biden shop. His purpose was clear: to acquire the shop's inferior pills, the worse the quality, the greater the side effects. Is the burning essence pill available? Chu Ying inquired directly. Yes, the burning essence pill? The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied in the affirmative. However, upon realizing the implications, he was astounded and stammered. Holy Son, why do you inquire about such a pill? Naturally, I intend to purchase it. Chu Ying replied with a smirk. Why else would I ask? Yet, the shopkeeper hesitated significantly. The burning essence pill is a medicinal elixir that aids practitioners in their cultivation of the cave realm, primarily serving the purpose of assisting cultivators in the establishment of their own cave. It is widely acknowledged that the process of establishing a cave involves the absorption of the heavenly essence and the appropriation of the natural transformations of the universe. To delve into the cave realm is to explore the profound depths of one's dantian. The so-called burning essence pill entails the combustion of one's own vital essence, including both the physical body and the soul. One interpretation likens it to robbing Peter to pay Paul. It consumes one's life essence to facilitate the opening of a cave and seize the opportunities of the universe. Such a method undoubtedly exists, or else the burning essence pill would not have come into being. The merits of this approach are difficult to evaluate. It appears there are indeed some. How much for a single pill? I will take them all, declared Chu Ying with grandiosity. The proprietor of the 100-pill shop was nearly paralyzed with fear, stammering. Your Excellency, we do possess the burning essence pill, with a current stock of 10. However, regulations permit the sale of only 1 per month. Why is that? Chu Ying frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Are you not in the business to sell? Can I purchase them all at once? The shopkeeper sighed repeatedly, explaining. This is not merely a matter of selling. Such pills have been expressly forbidden by the entire alchemical community. The alchemy hall of the Taishan Sacred Land does not teach its disciples how to concoct such pills. To put it bluntly, they are considered evil and forbidden elixirs. May I inquire how long it has been since you last sold a burning essence pill? Chu Ying inquired, his brow furrowing. The shopkeeper lamented, 3 years. The side effects of this pill are unimaginably severe. If one has already reached their limit, at least several of these pills would be required to potentially establish a cave. But how many can a cultivator withstand? Even one may be unbearable. Once consumed, it is highly likely that the individual will self-immolate before the effects dissipate. Consequently, the number of buyers for such a pill is exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. 3 years without a sale, is it? Then I shall purchase them all today. Ensuring your business thrives, Chu Ying stated with a slight smile. The shopkeeper shook his head in trepidation. The individual before him was a saintly son. If the elders of the sacred land were to learn that he dared to sell such a forbidden pill to the saintly son, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. His cultivation could be stripped away, and he might be expelled from the sacred land. Chu Ying's expression darkened. He required such a pill. The greater the side effects, the more he desired it. But why were they not willing to sell it to him? Who wishes to purchase the burning essence pill? At that moment, a low voice emerged from the depths of the shop. A figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe stepped forth, rendering his appearance indiscernible. Chu Ying's gaze sharpened. The newcomer's aura was extraordinarily restrained, suggesting they had already transcended the cave realm and entered the Soul Palace. Senior Brotherly. This is the saintly son, a disciple cautiously remarked. The saintly son? The figure in black questioned, perplexed. The Taishan Sacred Land has just appointed a saintly son today. This is Chu Ying. He previously purchased over 300 chi gathering pills from us. The black-robed figure's eyes brightened as if realization dawned upon him. Chu Ying regarded the figure with curiosity, still unable to discern their features, and said, I wish to acquire all the burning essence pills you have. Might you facilitate this request? The figure cloaked in black fell into a brief silence before responding with a question. You are the Holy Son. What need have you for this forbidden elixir? Chu Ying smiled and replied, It is, of course, for the purpose of opening up a celestial realm. The man in black suddenly lifted his head, scrutinizing Chu Ying intently, and in turn, Chu Ying discerned the man's appearance. Unremarkable, lacking in striking features. Follow me, he said, curiously omitting further inquiry. Chu Ying, bold and skilled, chose to accompany him inside. Within the inner chamber of the 100-dan pavilion, the black-clad man approached a shelf and retrieved a dusty treasure box from the corner. Currently, there are only 10 refining essence pills in stock. Should you require more, I can concoct them for you, he stated. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother? Chu Ying countered with a question of his own. Li Feiyu, the man replied. Is there such a person as Li Feiyu in the alchemy hall? Chu Ying inquired with a curious smile. Perhaps yes, perhaps no, Li Feiyu responded enigmatically. Contemplating this, Chu Ying estimated that 10 refining essence pills might assist him in opening another celestial realm, yet to reach the 7th or more would likely require additional supplies. I desire 100 refining essence pills. Can you concoct them, brother? Chu Ying's gaze was intense. 100? Even Li Feiyu was taken aback. He was aware that some malevolent practitioners used such forbidden pills for their cultivation, able to withstand the side effects. Given that this elixir was crafted specifically for the wicked, he suspected that Chu Ying might practice similar arts, warranting such a request. However, the sheer quantity astonished him. Surely, the Holy Sun is jesting? Li Feiyu furrowed his brow. No, I am quite serious. If you doubt me, I can offer a partial deposit, Chu Ying asserted. Taken aback by Chu Ying's earnestness, Li Feiyu paused. He considered himself sufficiently wicked and had faced rejection within the alchemy hall. He sensed that it would not be long before he was expelled from the hall. Perhaps even from the sacred land of Taishan altogether. Yet, he never anticipated encountering someone equally unhinged. Chapter 31. The Reversal of the Four Extremes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feiyu declared, each refining essence pill costs 1,000 spirit stones. That is my price here. Even in the outside world. Despite its nefarious nature, it would sell for several times that amount. I will take them all, Chu Ying declared without hesitation, promptly producing 10,000 spirit stones. Li Feiyu chuckled. For these 10 refining essence pills, I do not intend to charge you. Chu Ying was perplexed. However, if you wish for 100 more, I can accept a portion as a deposit, and once I have completed the concoction, you may pay the remainder. Li Feiyu's words brightened Chu Ying's eyes, and he eagerly inquired, how much is the deposit? Not much. Only 1,000 spirit stones, which is the price of these 10 refining essence pills. Chu Ying was astonished. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Perhaps we shall meet again under different circumstances, Li Feiyu said with a cryptic smile. Although Chu Ying found his implication puzzling, did he presume him to be a malevolent practitioner? He nonetheless nodded in agreement. It was not a loss for him, especially as he genuinely required these refining essence pills, for disregarding their side effects. Their quality surpassed that of superior profound pills, reaching the category of semi-divine pills. If a certain monk reaches the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm by establishing 3 cave heavens, he can, with the aid of the vital essence pill, forcibly elevate himself to the 4th cave heaven, thereby transcending a level. A rational person would undoubtedly scoff at the notion of sacrificing one's life essence to forge a cave heaven, deeming it a futile endeavor that jeopardizes one's future. Yet, he possesses a unique advantage. The future he jeopardizes is not mine. Only he knows the true satisfaction of this choice. Thank you. I have befriended Senior Brotherly. Chu Ying smiled faintly as he accepted the ornate box containing 10 vital essence pills and stepped outside. He also purchased 1,000 gathering chi pills, which, although of little use to him now, could at least restore some vital energy. However, they could also serve as sweet treats. This excursion cost him 13,000 spirit stones, a price he found acceptable. After departing from Huangfeng Valley, Chu Ying hurriedly made his way to the Hall of Hidden Accomplishments. The hall, at night, was particularly desolate, with scarcely anyone present at such an hour. After all, the elders of the hall required rest, did they not? They were not on standby for 12 hours straight. Yet, the enigmatic transmission elder would always be there, which is why Chu Ying chose to come. Ah, it's you again. Upon seeing Chu Ying, the transmission elder paused momentarily, then fixed a gaze on him that seemed laden with significance. The current Saint Son of Taishan. He had witnessed the battle for the position of Saint Son at the Martial Peak, and was particularly astonished. How is it that you practice the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, and the 7 emotions and desires fist without being affected? The transmission elder inquired, astonished. The former is known for its overwhelming force and severe side effects, while the latter can lead to mental chaos and demonic deviation. Yet, this young man appeared entirely unscathed. Indeed, I remain unaffected, Chu Ying replied with composure. The transmission elder refrained from further questioning. When one's physical body is immensely powerful, practicing the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique allows one to disregard its side effects, or perhaps those effects become negligible. Similarly, when one's soul is extraordinarily strong, one can also withstand the backlash of the 7 emotions and desires fist. Young man, have you considered joining one of the 18 sacred peaks? The transmission elder asked with a smile. Entering the inner sect as a disciple of the cave heaven realm allows one to choose to join one of the 18 sacred peaks, thus gaining superior guidance and cultivation resources. Whether a prospective Saint Son or a true Saint Son, one typically aspires to join a sacred peak for training. I have no particular thoughts at the moment, Chu Ying replied, shaking his head. I shall not press you. Pay attention to the Martial Peak and the Goddess Peak. The transmission elder concluded, choosing to refrain from further discussion. Although this old man did not participate in the selection of the various peak leaders within the Taishan Holy Land, he was nonetheless aware of the situation. 2 sovereign-level powerhouses had opted for the primordial sacred body, each with their own rationale. Others remained in a state of observation, including the Taishan saint. Chu Ying's gaze flickered slightly. Thank you, esteemed elder. Go forth. Upon becoming a Saint Son, You may select 2 supreme-level techniques or martial arts to cultivate. Remember, choose what suits you best. The young man understood. Half an hour later, as Chu Ying emerged with 2 techniques and martial arts that bore significant side effects. The transmission elder couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was perplexed. What was this young man thinking? Was he truly selecting techniques and martial arts that could easily lead to his demise? Are you certain about choosing these 2? Absolutely and unequivocally. The 2 stared at each other in astonishment. The elder of transmission scrutinized Chu Ying once more, pondering whether he possessed an extraordinary physique that could render him immune to the adverse effects of cultivation techniques and martial arts. Ultimately, Chu Ying departed contentedly, having acquired 2 techniques, 1 cultivation method and 1 martial art. The chosen method was titled Reversal of the 4 Extremes. The term 4 Extremes refers to the lesser yang sun and lesser yin moon. This cultivation technique focuses on body refinement, mastering the balance of yin and yang within the human body and reversing this equilibrium for training purposes, regardless of gender. Practitioners generally maintain a balance of yin and yang attributes, though women predominantly embody yin while men embody yang. The reversal of the 4 extremes aims to tap into human potential, disrupt the balance of yin and yang, and cultivate the 4 extremes to temper the physical body. Upon mastery, one can achieve the bone of the infinite. When the 4 extremes are in disarray, true yin and yang balance cannot be attained, leading to the state of infinity. With a mere strike, one could effortlessly unleash the reversal of the 4 extremes, shattering the opponent's balance and ultimately annihilating their corporeal form. Without a physical body, the soul becomes as insubstantial as drifting reeds, making it far easier to eradicate. However, the price of cultivating this technique is exceedingly severe. Each time one masters an aspect of the 4 extremes, a limb becomes irreparably incapacitated. Additionally, the practitioner is rendered unable to utilize their powers for an entire week, reducing their capabilities to that of an ordinary mortal. Upon achieving mastery of the reversal of the 4 extremes, all limbs would be rendered entirely paralyzed. And unless a new body is acquired, functionality would be unattainable. Most critically, the reversal of the 4 extremes disrupts the balance of yin and yang, which inevitably leads to a significant depletion of potential. To open a celestial realm requires potential and a robust physical form. Thus, should Chu Ying succeed in mastering the reversal of the 4 extremes, the adverse effects would render him a mediocre talent in the celestial realm. As for the exquisite martial technique he selected, it is known as Tianzhao Burning Heart Palm. This technique wields formidable power. Once mastered, it conjures the flames of Tianzhao, incinerating the enemy's heart and bones. Upon contact, the flames are nearly impossible to extinguish until death ensues, instilling great terror. The cost of cultivation is the self-immolation of one's soul and blood. The more one sacrifices, the faster the progress. This is why it is considered a forbidden technique. Often, practitioners perish before they can even complete their training. At times, Chu Ying could not help but wonder what kind of genius conceived such a martial art. His next destination was the armament hall. Chu Ying was now set to reap the benefits of his status as a holy son. Having selected his techniques, it was only natural to procure a suitable weapon, even though the martial art he practiced seemingly required no weapon at all. Yet, having a weapon is certainly better than having none. The armament hall, also known as the refinement hall, boasts a plethora of weaponry, ranging from spiritual tools to royal battle arms. The weapons produced by the armament hall of the Taishan Holy Land are of exceptionally high quality, far surpassing the inferior wares found outside. As a newly appointed holy son, Chu Ying was entitled to receive a complete profound weapon free of charge. The hierarchy of weaponry is as follows: spiritual tools, profound weapons, magical artifacts, royal battle arms, and the holy weapons that serve as the hallmark of a sacred land, along with the legendary extreme Dao Emperor weapons, which are said to originate from ancient forces that have produced great emperors. Chapter 32, Sword Name, Seed of Demons. Armament Hall. The vast sea of the Great Pang was preparing to close, and at such a late hour, who would come to purchase weapons? In the past 10 days or so, it was unlikely that a single item would be sold. Most disciples now sought to obtain things for free, waiting to receive them once their cultivation improved. Who would be foolish enough to willingly expend spirit stones and contribution points to make a purchase? Pang Dehai silently scoffed to himself, just as he was about to shut the door when he noticed a young man in white hastily approaching. "Wait, elder!" Chu Ying gasped for breath, relieved that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have to wait until tomorrow. "Holy Son Chu Ying?" Pang Dehai caught sight of the Holy Son's token at Chu Ying's waist, a distinct and recognizable emblem radiating an aura of the utmost profundity. Such tokens were exceedingly rare in the sacred land of Taishan, granted solely by the Holy Master, with one bestowed upon both the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Elder, may I claim a complete profound weapon for free? Chu Ying inquired with a smile. Certainly, but why did you arrive just at the last moment? I was about to close, Peng Dehai replied. Well, I just came from the Hidden Merit Pavilion, Chu Ying explained. The second floor was filled with complete profound weapons. Following Peng Dehai, Chu Ying entered the second level, where an array of dazzling weapons adorned the shelves: swords, spears, halberds, axes, hammers, and whips, truly an impressive collection. Chu Ying felt overwhelmed and slightly perplexed. He decided to ask directly, Elder, do you have anything, well, something a bit more sinister? Peng Dehai cast a sidelong glance at him. What do you mean by sinister? Perhaps a weapon that is somewhat hazardous? Chu Ying blinked. If martial arts techniques can have side effects, why not weapons? Hazardous? Peng Dehai frowned. Something that isn't quite user-friendly. Like one that consumes a lot of vitality, or perhaps even backlashes against the wielder, Chu Ying elaborated. Upon hearing this, Peng Dehai's expression turned skeptical. He regarded Chu Ying with curiosity. What an unusual request. Was there something amiss with his mind? To choose a weapon specifically for its backlash? Nevertheless, Peng Dehai indeed recalled a weapon that had remained in the second level for over a century, unwanted and unclaimed. It could not be sold, and discarding it would be a pity, so it merely gathered dust in the corner. There is one, but you must see it for yourself, he said, leading Chu Ying to a corner of the second floor where a pitch-black iron sword hung. Chu Ying involuntarily furrowed his brow, for the sword emanated an eerie aura. The jet-black blade bore a ghostly face, a visage that seemed to smile and weep simultaneously, hauntingly peculiar. The sword's name was unknown, forged by the previous master of the forging hall. But why did it take on such a form? Chu Ying pointed to the ghostly face on the blade. Peng Dehai sighed. Even that master found it quite perplexing. It is said that the previous master stumbled upon a piece of iron, hard and infused with demonic energy, and was suddenly inspired to forge a weapon using this material. Upon completion, the sword naturally manifested this ghostly face, which remains a mystery. Hence, the sword is excessively hazardous, inflicting 800 points of harm to the enemy while wounding the wielder by 1,000. Since its creation, it has remained here, unclaimed by anyone. Upon hearing this, Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How does this sword inflict 800 points of harm to the enemy while wounding the wielder by 1,000? Peng Dehai shook his head, expressing uncertainty. The sword in question was indeed of half-step celestial grade. However, due to its malevolent nature, it was relegated to the second tier, categorized as a perfected profound weapon. Within the entirety of the second tier, this weapon epitomized the type of wickedness you described. Very well, I shall take this sword, Chu Ying declared, rubbing his hands together as he reached for it. Hold on. Peng Dehai hesitated before continuing. Perhaps you should consider selecting another weapon, Holy Sun. If you have a preference for swords, I can present you with several exquisite options. Peng Dehai felt a twinge of apprehension regarding this cursed sword. After all, the individual before him was the Holy Sun. Should anything untoward occur after he took possession of the sword, Peng Dehai would bear the consequences. No. This sword is perfectly suited for me, and I am thoroughly satisfied, Chu Ying asserted, disregarding any further counsel and seizing the sword. Instantly, a surge of demonic energy enveloped his mind, revealing a line of text. Sword name: Seed of Demons. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Ying's eyes as he coolly replied, Elder, there is no need for further persuasion. Since this sword is also classified as a perfected profound weapon for sale, I am entitled to choose it. Others may not wield it, but I certainly can. Thank you. But there is no need for farewells. Without granting Peng Dehai the opportunity to respond, Chu Ying exited the armament hall with the sword in hand. Peng Dehai stood momentarily stunned, only to regain his senses when he realized Chu Ying had already departed from the hall. Alas, I hope no mishap will occur. This sword turned out to be a demonic blade. It was a vessel for nurturing one's inner demons. Chu Ying was taken aback by the effects and repercussions of the Seed of Demons sword. Once it recognized its master, it would invoke the Seed of Demons, feeding upon the master's very essence. Moreover, it would gradually divide the soul into two. One half would evolve into a formidable inner demon. Thus, this sword could also be referred to as the Sword of Heart Demon Seed, producing a heart demon that would become an unparalleled sword cultivator. When the heart demon grew strong enough, it would consume the master's will. If the master wished to avoid annihilation, they would be forced to engage in a relentless battle with their own heart demon. Hee. Chu Ying muttered to himself, suddenly breaking into a sinister smile. The ancient holy body, if divided into two, one as the master and the other as the heart demon, who would emerge superior? In the deep of night, Chu Ying arrived at his peak, the Holy Sun Peak. The spirit gathering array here was of a higher grade, providing a cultivation environment tenfold superior to that of the quasi-Holy Sun Peak. he began his practice of the reverse four extremities technique in the heavenly radiance heart-burning palm. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness, as Chu Ying immersed himself in diligent cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi, Su, and Xiao toiled away, striving to earn contribution points, either delving into secret realms for treasures or undertaking various tasks within the sacred grounds. The ranking battles for quasi-holy sons and quasi-holy daughters concluded today, after which they each embarked on new paths of cultivation, as they had all reached the realm of cave heaven. During the night, some quasi-holy daughters and quasi-holy sons had already departed from the Tai Xian sacred land. At the goddess peak, Yao Ruashi, having been bestowed the title of holy daughter, joined the ranks of practitioners at the goddess peak, a favored destination for many female disciples within the sacred grounds. Wounds without roots? Why so? Even after consuming the healing elixir, Yao Ruashi found herself beset by inexplicable phenomena within her body, which left her both vexed and perplexed. Initially intending to depart from the sacred land for the ancient city of Calamity the following day, she now realized she would need to wait several more days. A trace of helplessness graced her stunning visage. At one moment, she gazed up at the star-studded sky. Clad in a flowing white gown, she appeared ethereal and resplendent, akin to a celestial fairy, untouched by the mundane world. Even with Chu Ying having ascended to the status of a holy son, his position would not remain secure for long. I remain steadfast in my belief that the ancestral saint body possesses greater potential and will undoubtedly shatter the shackles of heaven and earth, Yao Ruashi murmured softly. No one knew that she hailed from beyond the stars, her homeland a cerulean planet. Upon her arrival in this world, she had traversed into the body of an infant. Chapter 33. Is it discourteous for a fellow cultivator to enter so brazenly? She had once imagined that the world she entered would be a parallel city where she might encounter a domineering CEO, or perhaps a historical setting rife with noble lords. Little did she anticipate that it would be a perilous male-centric fantasy realm instead. To her further dismay, she lacked any golden fingers. The only solace lay in her memories from her past life. She had faintly heard that in male-centric fantasy worlds, the ancestral saint body is often the protagonist, a formidable physique destined to be a savior. Thus, despite her 13 years of childhood affection with Chu Ying, she opted to abandon him. Consider this. She was the saintess of the Tai Xian sacred land, as beautiful as a celestial being, her grace and appearance unparalleled in this realm, if not the most exquisite in the eastern wasteland. Chu Ying, on the other hand, was the foremost candidate for the position of holy son within the Tai Xian sacred land, simultaneously her admirer, resembling in some ways the devoted suitor from her previous life. Furthermore, there was Yi Junfan of the ancestral saint body, who had swiftly ascended from the outer sect to the inner sect upon his arrival at the sacred land. Soon becoming a contender for the holy son, he garnered the attention of the master of the martial peak, one of the 18 sacred peaks, as well as the recognition of the master of her own sacred maiden peak. Wasn't he this a quintessential male protagonist-esque narrative? If so, did that not make Chu Ying merely a stepping stone on the path of the male lead? A minor antagonist at best? Given this, she was not foolish. Why would she choose the destined underfoot Chu Ying over the fated male protagonist Yi Junfan? Yao Ruashi chuckled softly. Countless traversers in my former life were protagonists, thriving in their journeys. I shall not be an exception. It dawned upon her that she was indeed the heroine, yet the true male lead was not Chu Ying, but rather the ancestral saint body. With this realization, her spirits lifted considerably, and she felt invigorated to continue her healing and cultivation. Days later, in the eastern wasteland, southern domain, Black Mist Mountains, a range perpetually shrouded in thick, unpredictable fog, resembling a colossal black dragon stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Traversing the entirety of the southern domain of the eastern wasteland, lay the fabled, lost ancient city of Calamity. The ancient city of Calamity was a significant ancient relic in the southern domain, once a forbidden zone of the eastern wasteland during antiquity, until it was obliterated by an extraordinary emperor. Once subdued, the danger dissipated, revealing numerous opportunities instead. Moreover, the unique location of this place only manifests to the world at specific moments, thus attracting cultivators from the surrounding Black Mist Mountain to explore. A significant number of individuals had gathered, including disciples from other sacred sites in the southern region. Clad in black and wearing a conical hat, Chu Ying arrived here. Weary from his journey, he was naturally keen on the opportunities that the ancient city of Calamity promised. Stop. Disciples of Tai Xian are not permitted to enter. Can't you see? At one of the entrances outside the mountain range, a group of Tai Xian disciples was halted. The fierce conflict and standoff drew the attention of many cultivators nearby. Who are they? How dare they be so audacious as to block the disciples of Tai Xian? Do they not realize that Tai Xian is a towering giant in the southern region? Hush. Those are disciples of Yao Guang. Yaoguang. Is the conflict between these two sacred sites so intense? Numerous cultivators around the mountains whispered among themselves, as temporary markets and tea pavilions dotted the area. Not quite. I heard that just a few days ago, some Taishan disciples were recruiting a team to venture into the Black Mist Mountain, and 5 Yaoguang disciples joined them. However, shortly after entering the mountains, this team composed of disciples from both sacred sites encountered peril. The Taishan disciples panicked and fled, abandoning the Yaoguang disciples. Pray, elaborate? It is said they were searching for a rare treasure of heaven and earth, but were guarded by fearsome beasts. One Taishan disciple inadvertently provoked them, leading to a crisis. The Yaoguang disciples attempted to rescue him, but after being saved, the Taishan disciple not only failed to assist, but also fled with his fellow disciples, as the beast was simply too terrifying. Understandably, the Yaoguang disciples suffered grievous losses. Oh, I see. The conflict at the entrance escalated into a brawl. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly enthusiastic, reveling in the chaos. It was not until powerful experts from both sides arrived that the fighting subsided. What does Yaoguang intend? To humiliate Taishan? Li Yifeng, who had just ascended to the rank of the foremost quasi-saint, shouted angrily. Su Yiqin and Yi Junfan, both too injured to seize their ranking opportunities, had missed their chance, allowing him to rise to prominence. He was now brimming with confidence and arrogance. A quasi-saint from Yaoguang sneered, "Let us settle this in the ancient city of calamity. Your Taishan is merely a breeding ground for scoundrels." Quickly, both parties entered the mountain, representing just a small fraction of the vast number of cultivators arriving at this location, in the southern region of the eastern wilderness. For colossal powers stood tall, the ancient Holy Clan, the Tianchu Luo family, and the 2 sacred sites of Yaoguang and Taishan, alongside a mysterious demonic sect rumored to have 2 factions. As the opening of the ancient city of calamity approached, it was certain that prodigies from these 4 titans would be present. As the elite had yet to make their appearance, Chu Ying mused. Perhaps I should find a place to practice my martial skills. He held little interest in the conflict between the Taishan and Yaoguang disciples. Firstly, the reasons behind the clash were still ambiguous, and secondly, as a saint, it was inappropriate for him to intervene, lest his status be compromised. Bang, bang. The Black Mist Mountains are perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable haze, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Those who dare to traverse this treacherous terrain are invariably bold and skilled cultivators. Occasionally, the echoes of combat and fierce roars resonate through the mountains. Chu Ying clapped his hands, as a group of mercenaries and bandits lay hidden, seizing the opportunity to ambush him, believing his solitary presence to be an easy target. However, attempting to rob him would be perilous. The flames ignited by the heavenly illumination burning heart palm incinerated the bandits on the spot. Such formidable power, without even employing any magical enhancements. He effortlessly vanquished these 9th-level cultivators of the cave heaven realm with merely his 4th-level prowess. Chu Ying could not help but express his satisfaction with this outcome. Soon, he discovered a serene valley, an ideal temporary sanctuary for cultivation, enriched with abundant spiritual energy, indicative of a nearby water source. Indeed, upon entering the valley, he was greeted by a steaming hot spring. His eyes brightened. After his journey, the sweat upon his skin called for a refreshing bath. Yet, just as he approached the edge of the spring, he was forced to retreat sharply. A streak of sword energy, imbued with divine radiance, surged forth from the waters. Aimed directly at him, Chu Ying swiftly countered with the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist, shattering the attack. A chilling, melodious voice then reached his ears, tinged with both frost and ire. "Fellow Taoist, is it not rather impolite to enter this place so brazenly, without inquiring as to whether someone is present?" As he gazed intently, he beheld a graceful figure standing by the hot spring. The woman was clad in a simple robe, her proud figure adorned with a delicate ice silkworm corset, her skin radiant and snow-white, her waist as slender as a willow swaying in the breeze, cinched with a slender azure ribbon. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, glistened with droplets of water, evidence of her recent emergence from the spring. Upon closer inspection, her beauty was breathtaking. Her autumn-like eyes, reminiscent of shimmering water, appeared both sorrowful and enchanting. Her elegantly arched brows, akin to distant mountains, seemed to frown yet beckon. She resembled a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, evoking a deep sense of admiration. Her exquisite features were without flaw, as if sculpted by the gods themselves, and her delicate feet barely grazed the ground, as pure and picturesque as fine mutton fat. At that moment, a hint of displeasure clouded her lovely countenance, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with the unexpected arrival of this intruder. "Indeed, there is an element of discourtesy," Chu Ying acknowledged calmly. Yet in this wild expanse, amidst the gentle autumn winds and the melodious trickle of clear springs, Do these sounds and sights not belong to both you and me? While you bathe here, without any formations or barriers to signal your presence, do you not claim this space as your own, which may also seem a touch inappropriate? The woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Initially, she perceived his words as an apology, only to be taken aback by his eloquent rebuttal. True. But does the principle of first come, first served not apply? I intend to rest and cultivate here. I kindly ask you to seek another location. Her tone softened, reminiscent of a silver bell, clearly attempting to dissuade Chu Ying. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, akin to the delicate hue of a young maiden's blush at dusk. Chu Ying hesitated momentarily, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, and thus chose to turn and depart. As soon as Chu Ying departed, the woman could no longer suppress the injuries within her body and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion paling significantly. She immediately settled into a meditative posture, forming seals with her hands to heal herself, and soon an ethereal radiance of 7 colors enveloped her. Behind her, a magnificent celestial diagram of the 7 stars materialized, with the star of flickering light shining particularly bright. Any cultivator who recognized it would be utterly astonished. The 7-colored flickering diagram is a closely guarded secret of the sacred land of flickering light, accessible only to the holy sons and daughters of generations past. After a brief period of healing, the woman's complexion improved considerably. Cursed hall of the underworld. Had I not been ambushed by that red desire star envoy at such a crucial moment in my cultivation? How could I have suffered such grievous injuries and found myself in this plight? She seethed with gritted teeth. Suddenly, her expression shifted, transforming into a streak of flowing light as she fled the valley. So the flickering light saintess was hiding here, truly worthy of her title, even gravely injured. She must first cleanse herself. However, your escape has come too late. A melodic laughter, both near and far, echoed in the air. This laughter carried an exquisite illusionary charm, captivating the heart, and its source was a woman. A figure draped in a sheer fiery gown, revealing her snow-white long legs, hovered before the flickering light saintess. The woman in the red dress was provocatively attired, artfully concealing her most intimate areas, her skirt billowing in the breeze, enticing onlookers to peek into the mysterious realm beyond. Enigmatic and alluring, she embraced her jade-like arms and chuckled softly. Our esteemed young master of the Hall of the Underworld has harbored feelings for the flickering light saintess for quite some time and intends to pay a visit soon to propose. I wonder, does the saintess have any inclination? The injured beauty was indeed the current saintess of the sacred land of flickering light. My inclinations are of little importance. You should first inquire whether the flickering light holy sun will acquiesce, she replied, and as her words fell, the flickering light saintess transformed into dozens of colorful lights, darting in all directions. I am curious to see how long you can evade capture unless you wish to forego entering the ancient city of calamity. The woman in red scoffed, selecting a direction to pursue. Aside from that valley, Chu Ying found no suitable place for cultivation, so he carved out a cave for his practice. The sword of demon cultivation must be refined and bound to me first. The more sinister the weapon, the more Chu Ying relished it. It was nothing but a side effect. Although the sword was malevolent, the process of bonding was surprisingly easy, and as he succeeded, he sensed a faint connection blossoming within his mind. Simultaneously, a seed of inner demons began to sprout in his heart, accompanied by a force of profound malevolence that seemed intent on tearing his soul apart, as if seeking to split it. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Chu Ying exhaled in relief. Indeed, this is merely a side effect, which can also be redirected. Far away in the Taishan sacred land, Yi Junfan, Sui Chen, and Xiaoyan suddenly clutched their heads and howled in anguish. Their eyes were bloodshot, struggling fiercely as if engaged in a violent confrontation with an unseen foe. Meanwhile, Yao Ruoshi, en route to the ancient city of calamity, suddenly felt a piercing anguish in her heart, realizing that inner demons were sprouting within her. Damn it! Who is scheming against me? Yao Ruoshi's beautiful eyes flared with anger, and she promptly halted her journey to address the turmoil within her. Upon recognizing the bond with the sword of demonic fate, Chu Ying discovered an unexpected liberation from his burdens. The consequences of feeding the demons no longer pertained to him, as the repercussions had shifted elsewhere. At that very moment, deep within the black mist mountains, layers of dark fog rolled like waves, revealing the faint outlines of a crumbling ancient city. The city of calamity had opened its gates, a call to enter echoed forth. Securing one of the 3 core opportunities would exponentially enhance one's combat prowess, ensuring a place among the most formidable prodigies. A multitude of disciples from the nearby Taishan Holy Land and Yaoguang Holy Land flocked to the site, all of them at the realm of Dantian. Those beneath the Dantian realm were deemed unworthy to approach the ancient city of calamity, while those above, such as the Soul Palace cultivators, were barred due to restrictions on cultivation levels. This was an immense opportunity for Dantian cultivators. The sound of rupturing air filled the atmosphere. From a distance, a figure resembling a radiant sun approached with incredible speed, emanating a heavy aura that forced nearby cultivators to stagger. The newcomer was a young man, cloaked in the fiery brilliance of the sun, akin to a scion of the celestial body. Retreat. It is Luo Chun of the heavenly initial Luo clan. The divine king body. Many Dantian cultivators faltered and descended, compelled to evade the brilliance of the Luo clan's divine king body. The heir of an ancient family. Fearsome indeed. Yet, before entering the ancient city of Calamity, Luo Chen's gaze shifted to a certain direction. There, a figure approached with measured steps. Calm in demeanor and unremarkable in appearance, yet radiating an ineffable aura of mystery. Beneath his feet, stars materialized one after another, as if he tread upon a celestial map. Yao Guang, I trust you are well, Luo Chen remarked with a slight smile before turning to enter the ruins of the ancient city. This seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, the contemporary saint son of Yao Guang Holy Land. Yao Guang. A gasp escaped someone's lips. Realization dawning as they inhaled sharply, the saint son of Yao Guang has arrived. In the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, the saint sons were undeniably the pinnacle of prodigies, and only those of equal stature could contend with them. Once the Yao Guang saint son vanished into the ancient city, a throng of cultivators leaped to follow suit. They dared not obstruct the path of the Yao Guang saint son, but sought to partake in the treasures within the ancient city, even if only to savor the residual benefits. Was this the true essence of prodigies in the eastern wilderness? Chu Ying's eyes sparkled like stars. This was the rival he yearned to face. A mere Tai Xian Holy Land was but a small fish in the vast ocean, for he aspired to the cosmos. Just as Chu Ying prepared to enter the ancient city of Calamity, a streak of light surged through the void behind him. Is it she? Chu Ying turned back, unable to suppress a raised brow. Following the Yao Guang saintess was not only a pursuing woman in a red dress, but also 3 others of exquisite beauty, each exuding a fierce and perilous aura. Those unrelated to the affairs of the Yao Ming first-class hall should withdraw. A chilling voice rang out, as a golden arrow descended from above, akin to a falling sun, radiating its sharp brilliance throughout the area. Nearby cultivators who had yet to enter the ancient city of Calamity had no time to evade, disintegrating into blood mist beneath the force of the golden arrow. Chu Ying's pupils constricted sharply. How ruthless! Wait, are you charging towards me? Suddenly, Chu Ying's eyes widened in realization. The escape route of that stunning woman was directly toward him. Get away from me. Are you just staring at me because you think I'm easy to bully? The voice of the radiant light saintess, soft and laced with an alluring yet slightly frail timbre, echoed in the air. Let us join forces to repel the enemy. Repel whom? They are not my foes. Why should I care? Chu Ying's face twitched, inwardly cursing. Chapter 35. What can't be touched? She is the radiant light saintess? At that moment, Chu Ying took flight, charging directly into the ancient city of Calamity. He had no desire to entangle himself in a struggle for power. Unlike other holy sons, he had no backing. Becoming embroiled in a hunt for prodigies or the covert conflicts of certain factions could lead to his untimely demise. It was undoubtedly prudent to maintain a low profile. However, golden arrows rained down from above, targeting not only the radiant light saintess, but also encompassing Chu Ying. Furrowing his brow, he looked up to see a young man clad in golden armor, wielding the bow of the Sun Chaser. He was the Sun Chaser envoy from the Hall of Netherworld. Unbeknownst to him, the radiant light saintess had caught up to him, her fragile voice whispering in his ear. The Hall of Netherworld? Chu Ying was taken aback. This mysterious demonic sect from the southern region of the eastern wilderness was said to have 2 branches, one of which was the Hall of Netherworld. It was rumored that the Hall of Netherworld commanded 7 celestial envoys, each a top-tier prodigy, equally gifted as the holy sons and daughters of major sacred lands and the heirs of ancient families. These 7 envoys were under the command of the young master of the hall, whose strength and extraordinary talent surpassed even that of the 7 celestial envoys, making it impossible to subdue them without such power. The primary task of the celestial envoys was to hunt or capture the young prodigies of the eastern wilderness for their young master. And that young master was the most enigmatic and formidable of all prodigies, a true adversary to every other prodigy in the eastern wilderness. What is your background? How did you provoke the Hall of Netherworld? Chu Ying trembled with fear and astonishment. Before he had even entered the Tai Xian sacred land, he had heard whispers of this terrifying force, albeit only vaguely. This sect was powerful and mysterious, acting in stark contrast to the sacred lands. While the sacred lands, despite their occasional underhanded dealings, operated in secrecy, the Hall of Netherworld was a demonic sect. Their actions were always bold and unrepentant, unafraid to provoke any force, daring to subdue or hunt down prodigies from any faction. In response to Chu Ying's inquiry, the Radiant Light Saintess remained silent. You little brother, being so close to a woman favored by our young master, you are quite bold. A seductive laugh came from behind. It was the Red Desire Envoy, one of the 7 celestial envoys, adept in illusions, and the most enchanting of women. I didn't. She came onto me. Chu Ying protested, stretching his neck in defense. Just then, the rain of golden arrows continued, forcing both Chu Ying and the Radiant Light Saintess to evade and defend themselves. However, due to her injuries, the Radiant Light Saintess ultimately faltered. A golden streak pierced through her right shoulder, causing her to lose her balance. Hey, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Chu Ying's eyes widened as the stunning woman unexpectedly fell into his embrace. Should he catch her or not? There was no need for contemplation. One should seize every opportunity that presents itself. The soft and fragrant form collided against him, enveloping him in a delightful scent. The Saintess of the Shining Light furrowed her brows, unable to fathom how she had ended up in the arms of a stranger, completely unaware of his name or appearance. Chu Ying had donned a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring his features from her view, as she attempted to struggle free. The realization struck her. She was the Saintess of the Shining Light, pure and pristine, representing the sanctity of her realm. How could she allow such intimacy with a stranger? If her disciples were to witness this, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, she soon discovered that Chu Ying's grip was firm, rendering her unable to escape. Isn't it you who has fallen into my arms? What do you intend to do now? Chu Ying chuckled peculiarly. Little brother, heed your sister's advice. This woman is untouchable. Hand her over to me, came the seductive voice of the Red Desire Star Envoy. The pursuing 7 Fiend Star Envoys were taken aback by Chu Ying's godlike speed. While the arrows shot by the Sun Pursuer Star Envoy were effortlessly evaded by him, not even grazing the hem of his garment. Have I not touched her now? What of it? Chu Ying shrugged nonchalantly. Am I to be punished for saving this woman? She is the Saintess of the Shining Light. The words of the Red Desire Star Envoy echoed once more. Who? Chu Ying's expression momentarily faltered, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the exquisite woman in his embrace. The Saintess of the Shining Light's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her lips pursed tightly. Release me. Seeing her lack of resistance, a jolt of realization struck Chu Ying. Good gracious. It truly is the Saintess of the Shining Light. What a predicament. I, the son of the Supreme, entangled with the Saintess. If the Saint of the Shining Light were to see this, would he not pursue me relentlessly? Yet, Chu Ying soon broke into laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, farewell to the ancient city of calamity. A melodious cry of a blue phoenix resonated through the mountains. With the agility of a divine creature, he embraced the Saintess of the Shining Light and vanished into the entrance of the ruins of the ancient city of calamity. Fleeing into the ancient city of calamity is fine by me. Just the opportunity to deal with the Saint of the Shining Light and the God King of the Luo family, making them submit to the young master. The Sun Pursuer Star Envoy's eyes were shrouded in gloom. The Red Desire Star Envoy rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. What grandiose claims! Do you dare to attempt such a feat? If not for the injuries sustained by the Saintess, do you think pursuing her would be so simple? Beside her stood 2 other enchanting women, each possessing their own allure. The one clad in orange robes, with a dark sash accentuating her waist, was the Orange Moon Star Envoy. The one in flowing green, adorned with embroidery of birds and fish, was the Flying Fish Star Envoy. Should they grace any sacred ground, they would undoubtedly be regarded as peerless paragons. This illustrates the mystery and might of the Hall of the Underworld. The task assigned by the young master must be fulfilled. Otherwise, we shall both await our punishment. The Sun Pursuer Star Envoy cast a cold glance at her, showing no hesitation as she plunged into the ancient city of calamity. With a hint of disdain, the Red Desire Star Envoy remarked on the fellow who had long been associated with the Black Sword, now foolishly wielding a mere feather as if it were a command. Let us depart. The desolation ancient city lay before them, desolate and barren, strewn with the remnants of shattered temples and dried bloodstains. The sky was a hue of crimson, with a blood moon hanging ominously. The earth was shrouded in darkness, teeming with relentless fiends, revealing the full extent of calamity. Mountains crumbled, and the ground fissured, with rivers of lava flowing. Yet these were merely trifles. Those who ventured into the desolation ancient city would be assailed by the forces of misfortune. The longer one lingered, the greater the peril. In ancient times, when this place was deemed a forbidden zone, its master sought to refine the fates of countless beings of the eastern wilderness through the celestial path of calamity. Aiming to attain emperorhood, this audacious attempt incited the wrath of a reclusive, aged emperor. The emperor intervened, quelling the forbidden zone. Yet the area remained steeped in disaster and misfortune, yet also brimming with opportunity. Let us act as if nothing has transpired. I do not know you, and you do not know me. Upon entering, Chu Ying promptly cast aside the radiant light saintess. His expression was one of grave tension. The radiant light saintess remained speechless, her delicate brows knitting together in silence, as if alluding to events that had transpired. Chu Ying, wishing to avoid entanglement with this untouchable woman, swiftly surveyed his surroundings and vanished without a trace. The radiant light saintess, too, chose a path and transformed into a stream of light, fleeing with haste. The Seven Fiends Star Envoy still had his gaze fixed upon her. However, after arriving here, she needed to seek the three core opportunities within the Desolation Ancient City, necessitating a swift recovery from her injuries. Has Yao Ruashi not arrived? Alone, Chu Ying traversed the Desolation Ancient City, feeling the encroaching force of misfortune assaulting his body. As monsters charged towards him, and skeletal warriors threatened to engulf him, perhaps it was for the best that she had not come. He was not inclined to confront her yet, for seizing opportunities was paramount. Chu Ying made his way deeper, as the three core opportunities undoubtedly lay within the depths. Securing even one would yield a substantial enhancement. Chapter 36. The Mantis Catches the Cicada? The Child of Calamity. The calamity-infused beasts, corrupted and mutated by the forces of misfortune, possessed strength surpassing that of their ordinary counterparts. Chu Ying dispatched numerous calamity beasts, gradually advancing deeper into the heart of the city. The surroundings transformed from the remnants of shattered temples and desolate ruins into a landscape of withered forests, overgrown with wild grasses and desolation. What was that? Suddenly, Chu Ying's gaze sharpened as he beheld a crystalline blue key suspended amidst the trees. Just as he was about to approach for a closer inspection, he abruptly halted, entirely masking his presence. Could this be the key to unlocking the forbidden zone of calamity? A figure clad in golden armor appeared beside the crystalline blue key, seizing it into his grasp. Upon sighting this individual, Chu Ying's pupils constricted. Was this not the Daybreak Star Envoy among the Seven Fiends Star Envoys? The aura emanating from him was formidable. Indeed, he was at the 9th level of the Celestial Realm, and it was likely that he had at least opened 5 celestial domains, else Chu Ying would not have felt such pressure. The Daybreak Star Envoy remained oblivious to Chu Ying's presence. After claiming the key, he proceeded further into the depths. The three core opportunities of the forbidden zone of calamity within the Desolation Ancient City lay there, requiring a key to unlock their potential. Chu Ying pondered, reflecting on the words he had just heard. However, if it is indeed a key, how could it casually appear in such a place? Chu Ying pressed onward, stealthily trailing behind. At this moment, numerous cultivators within the ancient city of Calamity had also discovered the key's presence. There was a singular key. The one who possesses it may enter the forbidden zone of Calamity and seize 3 great opportunities. A crimson key floated, attracting a fierce battle among a dozen cultivators of the Cave Heaven realm. Yet, midway, it was intercepted by another. The Holy Son of Radiance snatched the key away, stepping onto the Radiant Star map and heading deep into the ruins. The gathered cultivators found themselves helpless, lacking the qualifications to contend with the Holy Son of Radiance. From various directions, the Sun King body of the Luo family, Luo Chun, gazed curiously at the 2 keys in his hands, murmuring, "It appears there is more than one key. Could it be that more is better?" In a dilapidated hall, the Holy Maiden of Radiance emerged, now clad in a plain robe. Her complexion had returned to normal, her internal injuries fully healed. Just as she stepped out of the hall, she beheld a floating azure key, the forbidden key of calamity. In the vast open space deep within the ruins, those holding keys followed the guiding light to arrive here. At first glance, the ancient divine body of the Luo family and the Holy Son of Radiance were the first to arrive. Soon after, 4 members of the 7 fiends of the Netherdark Hall appeared. As they arrived, the atmosphere turned tense and charged. Those who dared to hide in the shadows, having the audacity to come here? The Holy Son of Radiance's brow furrowed, a chill flashing across his face. Kill. The sun-chasing star envoy did not hesitate and launched an attack. Will you submit to our young master, Holy Son of Radiance? The Red Desire Star Envoy giggled, her laughter filling the heavens, highly enchanting. Several cultivators of lesser strength immediately succumbed to her illusion. The Holy Son of Radiance snorted coldly, unleashing a supreme-grade profound martial technique with effortless ease. His cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Let your Netherdark young master show himself before me. You are not worthy. The Holy Son of Radiance's expression remained indifferent as he acted with calmness. He understood that the Netherdark young master was shrouded in mystery and immense power. Yet as the Holy Son of Radiance, what had he to fear? At this moment, the sun-chasing star envoy, the Red Desire Star Envoy, the Orange Moon Star Envoy, and the Flying Fish Star Envoy surrounded the Holy Son of Radiance. Oh, I forgot to mention, The Holy Maiden of Radiance has been gravely injured. She won't be coming. The Red Desire Star envoy smiled cryptically. The Holy Son of Radiance's brow furrowed. Such audacity. Clearly, he was enraged. This group from the Netherdark Hall had wreaked havoc in the southern domain, suppressing, hunting, and subduing one young genius after another, infringing upon the interests of several sacred lands. The Netherdark Hall had even dared to hunt and subdue disciples of the sacred lands. The Holy Son of Radiance fought fiercely against the four, showcasing his formidable strength. The Divine King Body, Luo Chun, observed with great interest, suddenly fixating on a young man in gray attire and a mask who approached slowly. "Who are you from the Gate of No Return?" Luo Chen's expression darkened instantaneously, becoming quite grim. The demon sect in the Eastern Wilderness southern domain branched into two factions, one being the Netherdark Hall and the other the Gate of No Return. The former had prodigies like the Seven Fiends, while the latter possessed the enigmatic figures of the Black and White Impermanents. 2 months ago, one of his cousins fell victim to the Nehi sect, who abducted her and siphoned away her bloodline power. Upon her rescue, it was evident that her cultivation had plummeted significantly, her potential utterly exhausted. Once a prodigy of the Luo family, she had suffered grievously at the hands of this nefarious sect. It is safe to assert that the Nehi sect has made an enemy of the Luo family. Both factions of this demonic cult are far from benevolent. The Yuming First Hall seeks to monopolize all prodigies, threatening death to those who refuse to submit. Meanwhile, the Nehi sect plunders the bloodlines of prodigies, stripping them of their innate abilities for the purpose of conducting sinister experiments in cultivation. Bai Masheng, a gray-clad man, chuckled softly. The bloodline and physique of the Sun God King's body are of great interest to the Nehi sect. Let us put that to the test. With a furious roar, Luo Chun surged with energy and immediately engaged him in battle. Bai Masheng, one of the two Wuchang disciples of the Nehi sect, possessed extraordinary combat prowess and had already opened 6 cave heavens. In an environment where achieving 7 cave heavens is exceedingly rare, Bai Masheng undoubtedly ranks among the elite. By the time the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang arrived, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The appearance of the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang prompted the Red Desire Star envoy to consider retreating. Facing both a Holy Son and Holy Maiden from a sacred land placed immense pressure on the 4 of them. Suddenly, a startling change occurred. Everyone present had received the key of misfortune. It seemed as though all the keys had gathered, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. As keys uncontrollably soared into the air and merged together, a portal of light suddenly manifested in the void, swallowing the merged keys within. The portal opened. An aura of ancient time emanated from within, shaking the hearts and minds of the cultivators present. The forbidden zone of misfortune had opened, presenting 3 great opportunities. In an instant, the Holy Son of Yaoguang, the 7-killing star envoy, the God King Body Luo Chun, and Bai Masheng of the Nehi sect all abandoned their battle and surged into the light portal. The Holy Maiden of Yaoguang also intended to be the first to enter. Yet a strange feeling crept into her heart. Was it too easy? However, she dismissed the thought. Securing even one of the 3 great opportunities would make this journey worthwhile. Once everyone had entered, a figure hidden beneath the shade of a nearby tree materialized. This individual bore an extremely pale visage, appearing frail and weak. Yet it seemed as though they were born this way. A Holy Son, a Holy Maiden, a God King Body, for 7 killing star envoys, and 1 Wuchang disciple of the Nehi sect. The blood of these top-tier prodigies would be sufficient to unlock the Tower of Misfortune. The legacy of the king will ultimately return to my grasp. Unlike other cultivators who must resist the force of misfortune here, this shadow actively absorbed that malevolent energy as if it were sustenance. Soon, the title of the Child of Calamity will resonate throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The Child of Calamity also leaped into the light portal, but he was no mere explorer. He was the master. Ding. Side effects of a heavily cursed artifact detected. Please investigate further. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes, observing the Child of Calamity as he lay in wait like a mantis stalking a cicada. He lacked a key, but guided by an external force, he had arrived here and discovered that someone dared to covet so many top prodigies. Chapter 37. The mantis stalks the cicada. Seizing the heavenly intent, a multitude of keys appeared in rapid succession, seemingly orchestrated to manifest beside each of the top-tier prodigies. This occurrence was decidedly unusual. Moreover, it had never been heard that the acquisition of the 3 great opportunities within the ancient city of Calamity required any keys. Following the system's guidance, Chu Ying quietly discovered that there were indeed individuals lurking in the shadows, leading to the earlier scene. This person, so intimately familiar with the relics of the ancient city of Calamity and able to summon those keys at will, could he be a descendant of the city? Stroking his chin, Chu Ying pondered whether to venture inside. Clearly, opportunities existed, yet they had already been intricately arranged by someone else. He chuckled softly. If one were to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, then he would be the yellow bird lying in wait, engaging in a game of darkness. With a mischievous smile, Chu Ying entered the luminous portal. The side effects he faced were indeed considerable. Within the true forbidden zone of calamity stood a tower of black, white, and gray, suspended high above the heavens. Dozens of chains, infused with the essence of calamity, dangled down, enveloping the entire celestial tomb. Astonishingly, those who had just intruded, including the divine king of the Luo clan, the Saint of Radiance, and the 7 fiends, were now ensnared by the chains, unable to break free. Who are you? How can you manipulate the Tower of Calamity? Roared the divine King Luo Chun, as 6 portals hovered ominously behind him, accompanied by the manifestation of a resplendent sun. I am a descendant of the Lord of Calamity. Du Mao, with an exceptionally pale countenance, grinned wickedly. In ancient times, the great emperor of the eastern wilderness quelled the forbidden zone of calamity, and now, I shall descend upon the eastern wilderness in the form of calamity. Arrogance, interrupted the Sun Chaser, his voice thunderous. Do you even grasp our identities? Release us at once. To offend the hall of the underworld is to invite your own demise. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself bound by the enigmatic Tower of Calamity, which was draining his blood. If this continued, his fate would be dire. Does a mere sect of demonic teachings dare to bark? Du Mao sneered bloodthirstily. When my ancient city of calamity thrived, the Yellow Spring sect had yet to be born. You covet the 3 great opportunities here, do you? Alas, you shall have no chance. You will face the wrath of calamity. He laughed heartily, striding towards a chaotic burial mound beneath the Tower of Calamity. One of the 3 great opportunities, the will to slay heaven, gained through disaster, destroyed by the heavens. The faces of the imprisoned individuals turned grim. Brother Yao Wang, let us exert all our strength, transmitted the divine King Luo Chun to the Saint of Radiance. The saint nodded resolutely. He would not sit idly by. Gentlemen, now is not the time for infighting. We must unite to break this dire predicament, Luo Chun urged. Turning to the 4-7 fiends of the hall of the underworld, the alluringly beautiful Red Desire, her lips slightly parted, nodded gently. She had already lost a considerable amount of blood, her strength waning. However, they soon found themselves in shock, realizing that none of their abilities could be summoned. Their portals, Dharma forms, and cultivation levels were all as if poisoned, rendered unmanageable. You shall be a cursed group of calamity. There is no need to struggle, echoed Du Mao's haunting voice. The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have ventured here. The Holy Maiden of Radiance furrowed her brow, now nearly at the end of her rope. Even if there were formidable treasures or mystical weapons at hand, they would prove of little use. Suddenly, a sound of blood being spat echoed through the air as Du Mao, who was undergoing the inheritance of the sacred will of slaughtering heaven, was taken aback with both shock and fury, rising abruptly. Who is it? Naturally, it is I. Chu Ying's figure abruptly materialized outside the chaotic graveyard of swords. Why are you not affected by the Tower of Misfortune? Du Mao's pupils constricted sharply. He did not recognize this individual, suspecting he was not a renowned prodigy. But why did the calamity curse of the Tower of Misfortune have no effect on him? Oh, do I also need to be affected? Chu Ying responded with feigned astonishment, as if entirely oblivious to the situation. A dark line flashed across Du Mao's forehead. Upon witnessing Chu Ying's arrival, the imprisoned prodigies present displayed expressions of utter disbelief. It's this fellow. The Sun Chaser, Star Envoy's eyes glinted with menace. Is the mantis capturing the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the rear? The Red Desire Star Envoy furrowed her delicate brow, but soon relaxed. The unexpected turn of events arrived just in time. Otherwise, they truly might have met their demise here. The Holy Maiden of Radiance observed with curiosity, her autumnal eyes shimmering with intrigue, wondering about Chu Ying's true origins, appearing as if she felt invincible. The sacred will of slaughtering heaven, the unparalleled will of the sword. Come forth. Chu Ying wasted no words, charging directly at Du Mao. Azure Phoenix Technique. Devouring Technique. Reversal of the 4 extremes. Amaterasu Heart-Burning Palm. A series of combination strikes landed upon Du Mao, whose eyes bulged in horror, akin to suffering 1,000 critical hits. Despite his cultivation at the 9th layer of the cave heaven, designated targets of side effects. Du Mao, Yao Ruoshi, Yi Junfan, Sui Chen, on the brink of death. Xiao Yan, on the brink of death. Current number of targets enduring side effects, 5. Current limit is 20. Du Mao was about to retaliate when, unexpectedly, he coughed up blood, bewildered. How could he be injured before the enemy's attack even reached him? Was it a case of hitting the cow across the mountain? Bang! A palm from Chu Ying birthed terrifying Amaterasu flames, and the moment they struck Du Mao, his complexion dramatically altered. What kind of flames are these? Aren't you the embodiment of calamity? Such flames are hardly worth mentioning. With a smile, Chu Ying unleashed another strike, knowing that this small amount of Amaterasu fire was insufficient. The cost of employing the Amaterasu heart-burning palm was the self-immolation of his soul and essence. Du Mao clutched his chest tightly, feeling as though his thorax was ablaze, his heart radiating intense pain. Not only that, but he also sensed his soul being drained of energy, rendering him alarmingly weak. Damn it, just you wait, Du Mao roared, turning to flee. Indeed, while he was the embodiment of misfortune, he could not withstand such bizarre damage. After his escape, the divine king body Luo Chun, the holy sun and holy maiden of radiance, and the impermanent sun by Moshing of the Nai he sect began to resist and struggle furiously. Sensing the weakening of the calamity curse, could young master possibly offer us assistance? The Red Desire Star envoy gazed at Chu Ying with her beautiful eyes, teeming with pleading. Her gaze sparkled with an enchanting and mesmerizing light. For a fleeting moment, Chu Ying was entranced, unleashing the sword of demonic seeds from his dantian, causing the illusion to dissipate. What do you think? Chu Ying's countenance turned slightly cold, nearly falling into the trap set by this woman. Despite her delicate demeanor as the Red Desire Star envoy, she was, in truth, a viperous beauty capable of killing without a second thought. Meanwhile, the other 7 fiends envoys were exerting themselves to break the chains that bound them, manifestations of the curse of calamity. Chu Ying decided to delay no longer. Seizing this moment, he aimed to obtain the sacred will of slaughtering heaven. This was a supreme sword intent that could assist one in reaching the realm of the Holy Master, and if a sword cultivator were to acquire it, their power would surge exponentially, their cultivation accelerating 100-fold. Having just recognized the demonic sword as his own, should he also attain the sacred will of slaughtering heaven, his strength would reach a terrifying pinnacle. Only with formidable power could he venture forth in search of greater treasures and opportunities to open new realms. In an instant of comprehending the sacred will of slaughtering heaven, a pervasive aura of slaughter filled Chu Ying's mind. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Slaughtering the heavens, slaughtering the earth, slaughtering all living beings. Divine punishment as calamity, human punishment as slaughter. The moment Chu Ying opened his eyes, the sacred will of slaughtering heaven was entirely absorbed and refined by him. The chaotic burial ground of swords roared with sword energy, as if breaking free from some constraint, yet rapidly dissipating. Chapter 38. Even if not offering oneself in devotion, one shouldn't repay kindness with malice, should they? One of the 3 great opportunities had already been lost. The remaining 2 must not be missed. Chu Ying smiled at the struggling prodigies, teasingly remarking, "There's no need for haste, my friends. I shall reserve one opportunity for you." The expressions of the divine king body, Luo Chun, and the holy sun of shining light darkened. "Brat, this opportunity belongs to our underworld young master. Hand it over at once." The sun-chasing star envoy bellowed, adopting an imperious tone. "Have you lost your mind?" Chu Ying replied with a cold smile. "Do you think I would hand over an opportunity that has come into my possession? Dare to bark again, and I shall send you to your demise. Do you believe me?" Currently, he possessed 20 designated targets for bearing side effects, having utilized only 5, and among them, Su Yichen and Xiao Yin were on the verge of collapse. The system had marked their names with impending death, indicating their time was short, which would consequently free up 2 more slots. The designated targets could be changed, but those who had provoked him would not escape his wrath. Revenge was, after all, his nature. Chu Ying leaped into the air, disappearing into the towering Tower of Calamity, suspended in the heavens. The exact number of layers in the Tower of Calamity was uncertain. On the surface, it appeared to have 9 levels, yet within, it formed a world of its own. This was the war weapon of the former Lord of Calamity. Chu Ying suspected that it might be a quasi-emperor weapon, considering the Lord of Calamity was a master of the Forbidden Zones, whom only an emperor could defeat. His destiny weapon would surely not be weak, either. "I fear it will be difficult to subdue this Tower of Calamity, yet I must find the 9 calamities scripture." Upon entering the tower, Chu Ying found himself in an extremely dark crimson space, reminiscent of a hellish realm. Dim flames flickered here, and grotesque demons roamed the area. Calamities occurring at every moment, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Upon his arrival, numerous grotesque demons turned their gaze upon him. An invisible force of calamity surged forth, and the demons lunged at him, completely engulfing Chu Ying. But in the next moment, a sword's chill swept across the 14 states. Chu Ying was enveloped in a shroud of dark magic, wielding the sword of demon seeding, infused with the blood-red essence of slaughtering heaven. Empowered by this formidable essence, he felt capable of dispatching any foe beneath the 9-fold realm of the cave heavens with a single stroke. The sheer might of the slaughtering heaven essence sent shivers down his spine. However, he soon realized that this power was intricately linked to the sword of demon seeding, which required nourishment from his own blood vitality and the division of his inner demons. Fortunately, these two side effects had been mitigated. Astonishingly, using this sword to vanquish enemies allowed him to absorb their blood, thereby augmenting the sword's power. This revelation left Chu Ying in awe. With a focus on the enigmatic visage etched upon the sword's blade, which bore an expression oscillating between mirth and sorrow, Chu Ying felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him. As calamity-laden demons fell beneath his blade, he remained oblivious to the subtle movement of the face etched upon the sword. It was not until he ventured to the deepest recesses of this hellish realm that he beheld an ancient stele suspended above a pool of molten lava. The Nine Calamities Sutra. A wave of exhilaration washed over Chu Ying. In martial cultivation, one requires a core scripture to traverse each grand level of mastery. Chu Ying, for instance, had mastered auxiliary techniques such as the dragon subduing and tiger subduing skill and the reversal of the four extremes force, but these were mere supplementary arts. His foundational scripture was the esteemed Tai Xian scripture of the Tai Xian Holy Land. One might liken the core scripture to the robust trunk of a towering tree, encompassing nearly all realms of cultivation, while the auxiliary techniques are akin to the finer branches. A holy land is often underpinned by its inherited wisdom. The Tai Xian scripture stands as its sacred text. After all, the Tai Xian Holy Land has yet to produce a great emperor. In contrast, the Luo family of the Eastern Desolation's southern domain has indeed birthed an emperor, safeguarding an ancient scripture of unparalleled significance, the Luo Book. Similarly, the Yaoguang Holy Land, like the Tai Xian Holy Land, has not seen the rise of an emperor, yet curiously possesses a half-scroll of an ancient emperor's scripture. The Nine Calamities Sutra, a scripture of the Master of Calamities, is assuredly on par with the Tai Xian scripture. If cultivated properly, its efficacy could rival that of the emperor's ancient texts. Chu Ying's gaze blazed with determination as he soared towards the ancient stele. However, just then, several golden arrows raced towards him from behind, aimed directly at his heart. Should he persist in seizing the stele, he would surely be pierced through. Yet, Chu Ying remained unperturbed. As he activated the Qinghuan treasure art, he evaded the arrows with ghostly agility, reappearing a mere meter away from the stele. Surrender the slaughtering heaven essence and the Nine Calamities Sutra, commanded the Sunchaser Star Envoy, his gaze cold and piercing. Beside him stood three other female star envoys of the underworld, poised with elegance. I perceive the aura of your scripture. It resembles that of the disciples from the Tai Xian Holy Land. The Yaoguang Holy Sun interjected, also hovering in the air. You have already obtained one boon. It would be wise to relinquish the Nine Calamities Sutra to maintain harmony between our two holy lands. His demeanor was calm, and his presence was imposing, indicating that the prior calamities curse had not severely wounded him, or perhaps he had already recuperated. Chu Ying surveyed his adversaries. Aside from the aforementioned individuals, the daylight god king of the Luo family, Luo Chun, stood imposing with 6 cave heavens, his battle spirit surging and radiating an intense heat. His aura was the most formidable, surpassing even that of the Yaoguang Holy Sun and the 4-7 Calamity Star envoys. Amidst the ethereal realm of the Niha Gate, the enigmatic figure known as the Impermanence Child, by Ma Sheng, stood with arms crossed, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Clad in a pristine robe, the breathtakingly beautiful saintess of the shining light fixed her gaze upon Chu Ying. Her voice, soft and melodious, broke the silence. If you surrender the Nine Calamities Sutra, I shall assist you in repelling the first-tier specters of the underworld. A peculiar smile danced upon Chu Ying's lips as he replied. Has the saintess perhaps forgotten that I once saved you from the relentless pursuit of the 4 celestial envoys? With a playful blink, he continued, surely, even without offering my body, you wouldn't repay kindness with enmity? The saintess furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of anger crossing her enchanting visage. Having never been touched by a man, and with her relationship with the Saint Son of Shining Light being one of mere acquaintance, the thought of being embraced by this individual sent chills down her spine. Saint Son of Shining Light, I saved the life of your future companion. You surely would not dare to act against me? Chu Ying's gaze shifted to the Saint Son, contemplating the uncertain nature of their future bond. The Saint Son remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent. Oh, Chu Ying chuckled heartily. If that is the case, then your future union with the saintess is of no concern to you, is it? At this proclamation, the Saint Son's brows knitted tightly together. Despite his usual composure, he could not abide such provocation. Their relationship, while lacking in emotional depth, bore the weight of expectation. The Saint Son was destined to be the future lord of the sacred land, while the saintess was to be the revered matron. What man could tolerate the notion of being cuckolded? Initially, he had refrained from acting out of respect for Chu Ying's identity as a disciple of the Taishan lineage. But now, faced with such disrespect, he resolved to claim victory through sheer strength. With a cold command, the Saint Sun unleashed his power. Behind him, 6 celestial realms manifested, boasting an astonishing 54 incarnations, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. As the Saint Sun made his move, others followed suit. The 9 Calamities Sutra lay tantalizingly within reach. How could they refrain from seizing it? This scripture rivaled the ancient texts passed down by their own factions. The divine figure of the Luo family stepped forth, his own 6 celestial realms hovering above him like radiant suns. With a swift motion, he charged towards the ancient steel. The primary objective was not to confront Chu Ying, but to secure possession of the 9 Calamities Sutra. Attack! Shouted the envoy of the sun, drawing his bow and releasing a flurry of golden arrows imbued with lethal intent. The 3 stunning beauties, Red Desire, Orange Moon, and Flying Fish, transformed into streaks of light, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the ancient steel. In that moment, only the saintess of shining light and by Mashung of the Niha Gate remained motionless. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the dimly lit abyss. Behind Chu Ying, 5 celestial realms materialized, yet 2 emitted a terrifying aura, a primordial Qing Yuan and a monstrous Tao Tai. Upon witnessing these extraordinary avian beasts, the assembled prodigies were taken aback. A primordial Qing Yuan? From the lineage of the true phoenix? The holy maiden of radiance, with her crimson lips slightly parted, revealed an extraordinary gleam in her autumnal eyes. Indeed, it was an unparalleled manifestation of a transcendent level. What remarkable fortune he possessed! The numbers within the cave heavens signify the ultimate potential and combat prowess, while the level and quantity of manifestations denote the strength variations within the same number of cave heavens. A single transcendent manifestation equates to the power of 9 ninth-tier manifestations. In other words, when considering a solitary cave heaven, the presence of one transcendent manifestation surpasses that of 9 ninth-tier manifestations. What ancient beast is this? It evokes an exceedingly fierce and perilous sensation. The enigmatic Bai Mo's gaze grew solemn as he fixated on the gluttonous manifestation within Chu Ying's second cave heaven. His expression shrouded in uncertainty. With your abilities, it is unlikely that you can seize the 9 Calamities scripture under the enhancement of the Qing Yuan's treasure art. Chu Ying accelerated to his utmost limits, swiftly placing the ancient steel containing the 9 Calamities scripture into his storage ring before darting deeper within. The attacks from the divine body of the Luo clan and the Holy Sun of Radiance fell short, as they were unprepared for Chu Ying's astonishing speed. How could he claim 2 out of the 3 great fortunes? With a ripple in the void, the divine body of the Luo clan transformed into a sun, vanishing from sight. The Holy Sun of Radiance, in silence, pursued him as well. Their arrival at this ancient city of calamities was solely for the 3 great fortunes. At the very least, one must be obtained, or else they would not find peace. Pursue. The 4-7 fiends were equally unwilling to lag behind, each burdened with a mission to seize one of the 3 great fortunes of the ancient city of calamities. The Holy Maiden of Radiance, after a moment's contemplation, followed suit. In contrast, Bai Mo's choice to depart was perplexing. Was there something about the 9 Calamities scripture that I failed to recognize? As Chu Ying entered the second level of the Tower of Calamity, he felt a flicker of confusion. A bone of a colossal ancient beast lies here. The system's cold voice resonated. Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Perfect. He would seize this bone and then flee. Reaching the second level was merely a temporary measure. He had little confidence in escaping with the entire Tower of Calamity, as it represented the 3rd great fortune within the forbidden zone of calamity. Utilizing the Qing Yuan's swiftness, there were few capable of pursuing Chu Ying within the cave heaven realm, unless one possessed means comparable to his Qing Yuan treasure art. But could that be possible? The second level unfolded into a snowy plain, yet upon it moved black, demonic beasts, exuding an aura of decay and misfortune. The contrasting shades of black and white were particularly striking. Chu Ying felt a chill. For any ordinary cultivator who encountered such an essence would likely be reduced to a puddle of pus. With the sword of demon slaying materializing in his grasp, Chu Ying carved a path with the intent to slay the heavens. On a towering snow-capped mountain within the icy expanse, he beheld a bone emanating a sinister, concentrated green aura. Rather than a mere mountain of snow, it was a formation coalesced from the power of calamity, with that bone serving as the core, manifesting the colossal beast of misfortune, Qiongqi. Bone of Qiongqi fused with the curse of calamity, contains the treasure art of the ancient colossal beast Qiongqi. The calamity curse erodes fortune and fate, leading to continuous encounters with suffering and disaster until death. Ah, what delightful side effects. Chu Ying's eyes gleamed with excitement. At that moment, the Cheongchi-like colossal beast of the snow mountain charged forth, rendering Chu Ying diminutive as an ant before its immense form. With the intent to slay the heavens, he struck. The sword of demon slaying descended. The power of calamity dissipated, the snowy mountain shattered, and a piece of treasure, cursed by misfortune, fell, particularly eye-catching. Without hesitation, Chu Ying collected it into his possession. At that moment, a terrifying sun descended from the heavens. The divine king of the Luo family had arrived. Figures emerged, encircling Chu Ying. It appeared that he had stumbled upon yet another opportunity. The saint son of shaking light spoke coldly. Indeed, but what concern is it of yours? Chu Ying replied with a slight smile. He gazed at the talented individuals before him and sincerely remarked, I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. Little brother, if you wish to avoid confrontation, simply hand over the treasure and the 9 calamity scriptures, and I shall guarantee your safety, the star envoy of Red Desire coaxed. Chu Ying widened his eyes and laughed. Scolding, is this star envoy excessively greedy? Initially, you only sought the 9 calamity scriptures, yet now you covet the treasure I have just acquired? Why waste words with him? The star envoy of the sun's pursuit cast a cold glance at the star envoy of Red Desire, the power in his hand erupting with a terrifying aura. Instantly, the expressions of those around him shifted. A heavenly artifact. The divine king body Luo Chun was astonished, not expecting that a 7-kill star envoy from the Netherworld's One Piece Hall could possess a heavenly artifact. The 9 calamity scriptures are essential as per the young master's directive. What are you all waiting for? The star envoy of the sun's pursuit commanded. In response, the star envoy of Red Desire pouted, questioning when this fellow had gained the authority to command them. However, the other's words held truth. Thus, the 3 women of the star envoy of Red Desire also produced their heavenly artifacts, unleashing their formidable powers. Even the divine king body Luo Chun and the saint son of shaking light had to retreat from their might unless they too summoned corresponding weapons or means. Chu Ying took a deep breath, and just as the might of the heavenly artifacts threatened to engulf him, he invoked the art of gluttony. He first absorbed their attacks with the art of gluttony, and then, merging the sword of demonic essence with the sacred will of slaughtering heaven, he struck out. That would be sufficient for them. Ha! Fate shall bring us together again. With a single sword swing, he cleared the area of all present, including Luo Chun and the saint son of shaking light, while the 4 7-kill star envoys bore the brunt of it, especially the star envoy of the sun's pursuit. It was already merciful not to grant you the side effects of your transfer. Chu Ying's thoughts whirled. This time, his aim was merely to seize an opportunity. He did not wish to create too many enemies. Each of these individuals had remarkable identities and backgrounds, and should he eliminate them, it might attract formidable figures. Of course, if circumstances truly escalated to a point of no return, then he would not hesitate to designate a victim to bear the consequences. Chu Ying hastened back, and as he approached the exit of the first layer, he encountered the saintess of shaking light. Are you the saint son of the supreme mystical land? The saintess inquired suddenly. Chu Ying's eyes gleamed as he countered. Why does your highness inquire about this? Are you perhaps interested in me? Do you wish to betray the shaking light sacred land and join my supreme mystical land? The saintess of shaking light bit her lip gently and murmured, earlier. I must thank you. That gratitude is well deserved. However, might I ask for your name, dear saintess? Chu Ying replied with a smile. If you are unwilling to share even your name, then your gratitude seems rather insincere, does it not? Sensing a rapid approach from behind, Chu Ying did not linger and dashed back into the first layer of hellish space. Meanwhile, 2 light, ethereal words echoed in his ears. Xiao. Chapter 40. Unable to endure? Someone has perished. Xiao? Chu Ying murmured, contemplating how melodious the name of the radiant saintess sounded. Without pausing, he retreated to the first level and swiftly made his escape, leaving the likes of the god king Luo Chun and the radiant saint child far behind. An hour later, Chu Ying successfully eluded the confines of the disastrous ancient city, having secured 2 out of the 3 great opportunities, leaving him quite satisfied. However, he did not return to the Taishian sacred land immediately. Instead, he sought a cave for cultivation. After some wandering, he found himself back at the valley with the hot springs. The Cheongchi evil bone could be refined into the 3rd cave heaven, undoubtedly transforming into another extraordinary Dharma form, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Next, he could attempt to open the 6th cave heaven. The god king Luo Chun, the radiant saint child, and the celestial star envoy were all still at the 6th cave heaven. They were top-tier prodigies, yet even they had not transcended. This illustrated the formidable difficulty of establishing the 7th cave heaven. No wonder it is said that those who attain the 7th cave heaven are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, as reaching this level could grant one the prospect of the Saint Lord realm, allowing even a mortal body to achieve sanctity. Chu Ying reflected on his journey through the disastrous ancient city while tallying his gains. He began to calm himself for cultivation. Burning essence pill, let your power manifest, he said with a smirk, tilting his head back to swallow a burning essence pill. In an instant, he felt as though his insides were ablaze. Though it was merely an illusion. Rather, a force akin to the essence of heaven and earth began to coalesce within his dantian, aiding him in the opening of the sixth cave heaven. The side effect of the burning essence pill involved consuming life's essence to replace the essence of heaven and earth, simultaneously attracting the latter to descend and facilitate the establishment of the internal cave heaven. Chu Ying's own life essence remained unscathed. However, others had perished. One pill was insufficient. After assessing his condition, he promptly swallowed the remaining 9 burning essence pills. His innate talent allowed him to open the 6 cave heavens with ease, and through diligent cultivation, he could ultimately reach the 7th. Yet, this process was certainly not instantaneous. Now, in pursuit of speed, Chu Ying had no choice but to rely on the burning essence pills. Instantly, a surge of life essence and the essence of heaven and earth flooded into his dantian, and the embryonic form of the 6th cave heaven quietly began to materialize. Meanwhile, far away in the Taishian sacred land puff. Why? Su Yichen had just earned another 3,000 contribution points, carving out a moment to cultivate, yet injuries began to manifest within him one after another. He was already in a state of great weakness. Despite seeking treatment at the Heavenly Physician Hall once again, it was temporarily closed. He had no opportunity even to defer payment. Zila. Suddenly, Su Yichen's body ignited, as he lost a considerable amount of vital blood, his soul weakening. Now, with his life essence unexpectedly ablaze, he found himself utterly powerless to suppress or control it. How I despise this. In despair, Su Yichen burned through his life force, succumbing to death entirely. Almost concurrently, Xiaoyan met a similar demise. When others discovered that these 2 quasi-saint children had perished within their respective cultivation peaks, the Taishian sacred land was thrown into turmoil. Predecessors, save me. On the martial combat peak, Yi Junfan clutched his chest, his complexion ashen as he moved rapidly. Yet his strides grew increasingly sluggish. He felt his life slipping away swiftly, and he had yet to step into the realm of the cave heaven. To make matters worse, his cultivation seemed to be deteriorating rather than advancing. He had believed that consuming the supreme-grade Great Recovery Pill would restore all his injuries, yet inexplicably, he found himself suffering from a depletion of vital essence and a weakening of his soul. Most terrifying of all, a seed of inner demons began to take root within him. The insidious whispers echoed relentlessly in his mind. Coward. You have only reached this point by relying on the support of others. Without them, you are not. Your arrogance has tarnished the reputation of the ancient sacred body. Your resolve is unstable. A mere Chu Ying has defeated you, instilling fear within. Yi Junfan's eyes burned crimson, tinged with a hint of malevolence, as he muttered fiercely, "No, I am not. I have walked this path step by step, grounded in reality. I shattered the second tribulation of the ancient sacred body. At the very least, I shall ascend to the great sage. I am the sacred vessel of salvation." Suddenly, he coughed up blood, in the fierce struggle against his inner demons. All his injuries erupted, a consequence of the side effects stemming from Chu Ying. At last, an elder from the martial combat peak discovered Yi Junfan, astonished by his condition, and promptly brought him to the summit of the martial combat peak. "The peak master, I have brought him." "Step back," came a resonant voice. A robust and imposing figure appeared, a formidable powerhouse of the saint realm within the Tai Xian Holy Land, whose mere presence could shake the very ground. The peak master of the martial combat peak, Wang Langsheng. Wang Langsheng furrowed his brows as he examined Yi Junfan's internal state, his expression quickly becoming a tangled knot. "No, I fear not Chu Ying. How could he possibly become my inner demon? My cultivation may be inferior to his, and defeat is to be expected, but I shall surely overcome him. I do not fear him." The blood-red eyes of the wrathful Yi Junfan continued to murmur fervently. Wang Langsheng's expression grew serious. This youth possesses immense fortune, yet his state of mind is evident even at his level. Yi Junfan has indeed birthed inner demons. Is it merely one failure that allows such a demon to manifest? Wang Langsheng frowned deeply, suddenly questioning whether this ancient sacred body was truly worthy of his investment. "Very well, since I have chosen him, I shall observe further. Should he break the 3rd layer of shackles, he will earn the right to delve into the forbidden grounds and comprehend that long-lost legacy." Wang Langsheng sighed softly. His decision to bet on Yi Junfan stemmed from the belief in his potential to enter the forbidden grounds and unlock the long-vanished taboo inheritance of the Tai Xian Holy Land. The ancient sacred body could withstand the deathly miasma within, provided that Yi Junfan could break through the 3rd layer of celestial shackles. That taboo inheritance is crucial for the martial combat peak and the entire Tai-Xian Holy Land. If it were to resurface, the Tai-Xian Holy Land might compete for supremacy in this era. Sixth Cave Heaven Manifest. Chu Ying opened his eyes, determination etched upon his face. As six mysterious cave heavens now hovered behind him, a chilling roar, resonating with terror, erupted in the air. Within the third celestial cave, the formidable manifestation of Qiongqi roared menacingly. Qiongqi's arcane art, heart-corroding fire and soul-severing ice, embodying an innate resistance to fire while being averse to water. Once unleashed, this technique annihilates the 3 souls and 7 spirits of its foes, preventing their reincarnation. Information regarding Qiongqi's arcane art surfaced in Chu Ying's mind. As one of the ancient 4 fiends, the Qiongqi clan's arcane arts were indeed astonishing. Such benevolence, such great benevolence. This arcane art grants me the ability to slay enemies imperceptibly. Suddenly, a thought crossed Chu Ying's mind. Chapter 41. The Pursuit of the Mysterious Assassins. Indeed, these 2 opponents could not withstand the pressure and had perished. A sinister smile crept across Chu Ying's lips. Having provoked me, they deserve their fate in hell. Chu Ying glanced at the number of side effects, and with a mere thought, he activated the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, discovering that it now bore little to no adverse effects on him. After he had opened 6 celestial caves, he had seized the very essence of heaven and earth, with the 6 caves interconnected, greatly enhancing his physical form. The dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, characterized by its ferocity, was prone to causing ruptures in the meridians. An exposure to the nocturnal yin energy would inflict excruciating pain. However, his current physical strength rendered this technique inconsequential. Presently, he bore 9 buffs, and the side effects of the essence-burning pill were merely temporary, akin to a one-time occurrence. As his cultivation progressed, the influence of the 7 emotions and 6 desires fist would also diminish significantly. The 10 essence-burning pills had greatly aided him in opening the 6th celestial cave, but the primary reason lay in his innate aptitude, which was sufficient to support the opening of 6 celestial caves. The forthcoming 7th celestial cave would likely present considerable challenges. Chu Ying sighed inwardly. He then produced the ancient stele that contained the 9 calamities sutra. Heaven calamity, hell calamity, mortal calamity, wealth calamity, suffering calamity, emotional calamity, Azura calamity, beast calamity, demon calamity. These calamities, wrought between heaven and earth, seize the essence of creation and reverse the opening of the human secret realms, offering a glimpse into the Imperial Path. Upon committing the entirety of the 9 calamities sutra to memory, Chu Ying's expression transformed in a manner of profound astonishment. Seizing the essence of creation, he clearly discerned a phrase within the sutra, beyond the limits of one's own being, with the power of the 9 calamities. One may open a celestial cave. This is disastrous. The 9 calamities sutra brought immense surprise to Chu Ying, suggesting the potential to open the 7th or even 8th celestial cave using the power of calamity. Yet, amidst his joy, a weighty concern settled upon him. The calamity-born Du Mao would surely be aware that the 9 calamities sutra could facilitate the opening of an additional celestial cave, but besides him, others such as the divine king of the Luo family and the holy son of shining light would also know of his acquisition of the 9 calamities sutra. Such a defiance of fate inherent in the 9 calamities sutra. No wonder it was once one of the 3 great opportunities within an ancient forbidden zone. A scripture cultivated by the former Lord of Calamities, truly formidable. Could it be that the Lord of Calamities once achieved 9 celestial caves within the realm of celestial caves? Chu Ying pondered, immediately rising to leave the cave dwelling. An ominous premonition gripped him, compelling him to hasten his return to the Tai-Xian sacred land. The 9 calamities sutra was not brought back. In a certain abandoned ancient city within the southern domain of the eastern wasteland, the Sun Chaser Star Envoy, the Crimson Desire Star Envoy, the Orange Moon Star Envoy, and the Flying Fish Star Envoy lowered their heads, facing the wrath of the young master of the underworld First Hall. However, the true form of the young master of the Yoming One Palace was not present. It was merely an avatar. He stood with his back to the others, shrouded in mystery. Young master. The 9 calamities scripture has been taken by a disciple of the Tai-Xian Holy Land. One of the speakers began to explain, only to be interrupted by a harsh voice. Useless. You 4 joined forces yet failed to seize any of the 3 great opportunities from the ancient city of calamities. What purpose does my cultivation of you serve? The figure spoke with a voice steeped in anger. When suddenly a message arrived. The mission to intercept the Tianxian Saint Sun has failed. Please punish us, young master. A hazy image materialized, depicting 2 young men. One bore a black broadsword and was clad in dark attire, while the other, dressed in white, possessed an extraordinarily enchanting appearance. Both men knelt before the figure. The gaze of the young master of the Yoming One Palace turned cold. Why did you fail? Black Sword. Your strength should be sufficient to slay the Tianxian Saint Sun, should it not? The Black Sword envoy replied in a low voice. We were interrupted by members of the Feng family. They allied with their heir, and we were forced to retreat. Slamming his hand on the table, the figure's eyes turned icy and terrifying, as unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. What audacity from the ancient Feng family. They dare to thwart my plans. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he continued. 2 missions were dispatched, involving 6 envoys, yet not a single one was accomplished. Has the Ruo Shui envoy returned? He inquired in a somber tone. She is currently receiving her inheritance, the Hongyu envoy replied, biting her lip. The Taishan Holy Land has already established a saint son named Chu Ying, along with that ancient saint body. The old-timer of the Taishan Holy Land will undoubtedly send these 2 to comprehend the word of combat. The great diviner has predicted that this time the word of combat will emerge, and one of those 2 will surely obtain it. Have the Ruo Shui envoy find a way to approach these 2 and ascertain who has acquired the word of combat. At that time, I shall personally go to subdue them. The figure spoke with indifference. Inform her that if this task is poorly executed, the position of the Ruo Shui envoy will be reassigned. The Hongyu envoy and the others trembled slightly, nodding in response. Yes. In the desolate mountains of the southern region, the Yaoguang Saint Sun stood quietly, donning a mask from his storage ring. Shortly thereafter, several shadowy figures clad in black robes appeared. Young master. These enigmatic figures, whose auras were unfathomable, surprisingly knelt before the Yaoguang Saint Sun in reverence. The 9 Calamities scripture has fallen into the hands of a disciple from the Taishan, whose speed was astonishing. I could not catch up with him. The Yaoguang Saint Sun stated flatly, his expression unperturbed, as if he found no shame in allowing an unknown disciple of the Taishan to seize such an opportunity. This revealed the depth of his cunning and the steadfastness of his resolve. Should we send assassins to eliminate that individual and reclaim the 9 Calamities scripture? One black-robed figure hesitated. The 9 Calamities scripture is of great importance to me. To achieve the pinnacle of the 9 caverns, this scripture is indispensable. The Yaoguang Saint Sun paused. Send 30 Soul Palace Realm assassins. Upon hearing this, several black-robed figures bowed in response. Understood. A sense of foreboding grew heavier. As Chu Ying made his way back to the Taishan Holy Land, he did not retrace his original path. His instincts warned him that following it would surely lead to an ambush. Damn. Did I not merely seize the 9 Calamities scripture? Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Chu Ying cursed silently in his heart. Currently, he found himself in the kingdom of Yin, nestled amongst countless realms in the southern domain. The vast expanse of the eastern wilderness and southern domain stretched infinitely, with the dark fog mountain range. Home to the ancient city of Calamity, situated over 10,000 miles from the Taishan sacred land, a distance considered relatively close. Within the grand southern domain, the formidable forces of the Tianshu Luo family, Yaoguang, and Taishan loomed large. Yet, beyond these titans, numerous smaller kingdoms and secondary-level sects thrived. Chu Ying chose to navigate through the endless kingdoms on foot. The kingdom of Yin itself was extensive. Even if he opted to fly, it would take him half a day to traverse. However, he refrained from taking to the skies, as such ostentation would draw unwanted attention. His intention was to return to the sacred land discreetly, shrouded in secrecy. In the dead of night, Chu Ying found refuge in an inn on the border of the kingdom of Yin, planning to continue his journey at dawn. At a certain moment, while seated in meditation, he was suddenly jolted upright, leaping towards the window. The room he occupied had been reduced to rubble. Damn, someone is indeed after me. In the darkness, Chu Ying activated the Qinghuan treasure technique, fleeing at breakneck speed, his countenance dark and foreboding. The pursuer's speed was astonishing. How could they have pinpointed his location so swiftly? He had concealed his presence along the way, leaving no trace, yet he was still found. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from the surrounding void, cold, desolate, and chilling. Damn it. Is it a soul palace cultivator? Chu Ying's expression changed drastically. Chapter 42. Side effects. A position filled, and Qingmei faces a bit of hardship. It felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, with an all-encompassing force thwarting his movements. Chu Ying's expression darkened considerably, yet he was not deterred from his path. The sword of demonic cultivation materialized in his grasp. Heavenly execution intent. Break for me. The force was a stage-specific power wielded by cultivators of the Soul Palace realm, capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth more adeptly than those in the Cave Heaven realm, enabling them to easily vanquish Cave Heaven cultivators. The Cave Heaven realm served as the foundational level, with each subsequent major realm representing a transcendence, becoming increasingly potent and divergent, varying from individual to individual. Chu Ying had not anticipated that his assailants would be cultivators of the Soul Palace realm. Fortunately, the eruption of heavenly execution intent allowed him to escape the threat posed by the force. Intent transcended force, and what Chu Ying possessed was the sacred intent. As he shattered the confinement of the force, he was about to dart away when, from every direction, cold-breathing figures clad in black emerged. All wore masks, and each was a Soul Palace cultivator. Fellow Taoists, from whence do you come, and to where do you venture? Hee, what a coincidence it is to meet here. Chu Ying managed an awkward smile, yet no reply came. Instead, he was met with a flurry of fierce attacks. Chu Ying's expression shifted, and he unleashed the Qingluan treasure technique, swinging the sword of demonic cultivation repeatedly. Although his cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the cave heaven realm, with 6 cave heavens, his combat prowess could not be measured solely by his cultivation level. Yet, Chu Ying had miscalculated. Despite the sharpness of his sword energy and the sword of demonic cultivation's capacity to swiftly slay foes, these individuals were death warriors, unafraid of death. Their sole objective was to fulfill the orders given by their master. Friends, let us speak civilly. Leaving a line for future encounters is wise. As a humble cultivator of the small cave heavens, why would I require such a multitude to confront me? Shall we engage in a one-on-one duel instead? Chu Ying inquired, probing the situation. Yet, only the glimmer of blades and the chilling aura of lethal techniques assailed him. By the heavens, is this how you repay my leniency? All of you perish. Chu Ying could no longer endure. He discerned the peculiar nature of these cultivators, their strikes unyieldingly fierce and resolute, seemingly undeterred by the prospect of injury as they aimed to eliminate him. These individuals are death warriors, uncertain of who dispatched these assassins to slay him. Chu Ying speculated that the most likely candidates were the Calamity Incarnate, Du Mao, or perhaps the 7 fiends of the Underworld's first hall. Designated targets for side effects: Death Warrior number 1, number 2, number 3, number 22, Du Mao, Yao Ruashi. Yi Junfan, current number of targets for side effects: 25, current limit is 25, Devouring Treasure Technique. Xiongqi Treasure Technique. Demon Seed, Sword of Slaughtering Heaven. In that moment, Chu Ying unleashed his lethal skills. Amidst the flurry of martial techniques, he absorbed and devoured with one hand using the Devouring Treasure Technique, while with the other, he unleashed the Xiongqi Treasure Technique, conjuring heart-eating flames and soul-severing ice in the void. The final strike erupted with the Sword of Slaughtering Heaven, embodying the sacred will of annihilation. 23 cloaked death warriors were grievously wounded and spat blood simultaneously. Besieged by the entirety of Chu Ying's side effects and confronted with his intricate combination of techniques, even seasoned experts within the Soul Palace realm would find it arduous to withstand such an onslaught, let alone these death warriors who were merely at the initial stages of the Soul Palace realm. The sudden turn of events left these warriors bewildered. Observing that Chu Ying had breached their encirclement and fled, the 30 black-clad warriors were left momentarily stunned. Chase! An emotionless voice echoed from one of the death warriors. The 30 shadows resumed their rapid pursuit, though it was evident that only 7 could keep pace, while the remaining 23 lagged behind, tending to their wounds even as they chased after him. Now, all 25 slots for side effects have been filled. Chu Ying sighed internally. Having initially reveled in the abundance of empty slots, he was taken aback by their swift utilization. Perhaps it was not the Calamity Incarnate? This individual should also be severely affected by my side effects. How could they possibly summon death warriors against me? The deployment of 30 death warriors from the Soul Palace realm is not a feat achievable by just anyone, Chu Ying pondered. Could it be the holy son of Yaoguang? Or perhaps the divine king of the Luo family? In the distant shadows behind him, death warriors continued their pursuit, preventing him from relaxing his guard. Curse it. Just wait. Once I elevate my cultivation and unlock more slots for side effects, I shall bring each of you to your knees. Anger flared in Chu Ying's brow as he continued his arduous escape. Meanwhile, on that fateful day, Yao Ruashi had also intended to journey to the Black Mist Mountain Range's ancient city of Calamity in search of 3 major opportunities. However, a sudden outburst of injuries within her body left her severely harmed. Believing herself to have been schemed against, she could not fathom who possessed the capability to orchestrate such a betrayal. Worse still, her internal injuries perpetually worsened, cycling back more intensely each time, which incited her considerable frustration. Damn it, could it be a curse? Who has laid this curse upon me? Yao Ruashi was on the brink of madness. Vanishing without a trace, formless and invisible, she found herself inexplicably wounded, left to speculate that it was some form of curse at play. Despite possessing the profound realm of 9 heavens, she was unable to heal herself and had no choice but to turn back halfway, seeking assistance upon her return to the sacred land. However, as she noted a considerable number of aspiring saintesses and saintly youths from the Taishian sacred land hastening towards the ancient city of calamity. She feared that should they witness her current state, they might not hesitate to strike her down, even upon attaining the status of a saintess. The peril of being cast down from grace and secretly assassinated loomed large. Such treachery was most prevalent within the Yaoguang sacred land, known for its cultivation of disciples. Reluctantly, to avoid falling victim to those who prey on the weak, Yao Ruoshi chose to infiltrate the endless kingdom of the southern region, planning to take a back route back to the sacred land. Initially, she managed to suppress her injuries, maintaining a certain pace. Yet, before long, a terrifying surge of severe wounds erupted within her. Her vitality inexplicably drained, and her life essence swiftly diminished, rendering her exceedingly weak. How infuriating! Who could be behind this? Anger welled up within Yao Ruoshi, yet she had no outlet for her frustration. At that moment, two conflicting wills emerged within her mind. The inner demon whispered, "You are afraid. You are in turmoil. You still doubt whether your choice of the ancient holy body was a mistake. You cannot deny that Yi Juanfan's defeat to Chu Ying has left you disheartened. This untraceable injury only deepens your dread. You do not know whom you have offended. You are afraid." With a sudden cough, Yao Ruoshi spat a mouthful of blood, staining her pristine robe, a sight most jarring. Silence. Since I, Yao Ruoshi, have made my choice, how could I ever regret it? My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. She lifted her gaze to the mountains ahead and charged into them. Continuing on was not an option. She needed to stabilize her injuries. Saint Sun, shall we not contend for opportunities in the ancient city of calamity? A group of young disciples clad in black and white robes traversed the rugged mountains. Observing their appearances, most were striking yet effeminate, their faces bearing an unnatural pallor, accompanied by an aura of debauchery. What is there to contend for? With the formidable talents from Taishian, Yaoguang, and the ancient Luo family present, what chance do we have? Not to mention the ever-hunting 7 killing stars of the ghostly underworld. Should we cross paths with them, how could I possibly survive? Lu Qing, the saint son of the Hahuan sect, shot a glare at his confidant beside him. Our Hahuan sect is merely a large sect, far inferior to the sacred lands and ancient families. Do you think yourself of any significance? Chapter 43. The Plight of the Plum Blossom Saintess, the Audacity of Hahuan Sect. After being reprimanded by Lu Qing, his subordinates dared not speak further. However, they saw an opportunity for gain. Lu Qing licked his parched lips and smirked coldly. The aspiring saint sons and daughters of the sacred land are all prodigies. Do you think that if they were to contend for treasures, fierce battles would ensue? Would they sustain injuries? Once someone is wounded and exits the ancient city of calamity, will they choose the main road back or the back paths into the myriad kingdoms? If I were to lay in wait at the most likely passage, would it not be akin to having a rabbit come to my door? Listening to his words, the disciples of the Hahuan sect around them brightened with excitement, realizing that the Holy Sun intended to intercept some prospective saintly maidens from the sacred lands. If only one of these exquisite paragons of the quasi-saint realm were to be obtained, it would surely allow me to break through another level of cultivation, cackling with delight. It is said that the quasi-saint maidens of the Taishian sacred land are all breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal beings of unparalleled grace. How delightful it would be to savor their essence. Hee. Lu Qing could not help but indulge in his fantasies. If the Hahuan sect were not to indulge in pleasures, then what purpose does cultivation serve? The other disciples joined him in this whimsical reverie. If the Holy Sun feasted, perhaps they could sip a few drops of the broth? Suddenly, a disciple pointed towards a certain direction, stuttering in his excitement. Look over there. Can you speak? Lu Qing smacked the disciple's head, but his brows soon arched, and his gaze ignited with fervor. A fleeting vision of a desolate yet graceful figure clad in white vanished swiftly into the mountains. That figure, that aura, must surely belong to a quasi-saint maiden. Yet, whether she hailed from the Taishian sacred land or the Yaoguang sacred land remained uncertain. Lu Qing licked his parched lips, an evil glint flashing in his eyes. Chase her. Yao Ruoshi was traversing the mountains in search of a suitable cave to recuperate. However, she soon furrowed her brows, sensing a presence pursuing her from behind. Was it mere coincidence, or had she been targeted? This realization darkened her expression further. Despite recognizing that those pursuing her were merely a group of cave-dwelling cultivators whom she would typically disregard, her current condition rendered her ill-suited for battle. With this thought, Yao Ruoshi quickened her pace, intending to leave the mountains and enter a bustling city. Yet, those behind her, noticing her increased speed, pursued her relentlessly. On the riverbank, the Mandarin ducks call. The graceful lady, the gentleman seeks a match. What could be the reason for this young lady's hurried journey? It seems she bears an injury. When Yao Ruoshi turned back, A striking youth clad in a black and white robe with gilded edges appeared before her. His appearance was handsome, yet overly effeminate, with an unmistakable lewdness etched upon his face. Begone! Yao Ruashi did not halt her stride, but raised her hand to unleash a martial technique. Given the severity of your injury, it would be wise not to engage. Lu Qing, the holy son of the Hahuan sect, feigned concern with a sigh. Yet in an instant, he lunged toward Yao Ruashi. Lu Qing, also at the 9th level of the cave-dwelling realm, possessed only 4 caves at present. His strength would be insignificant against a fully powered Yao Ruashi. However, given her current injuries, the odds were uncertain. A flash of cold light flickered in Yao Ruashi's eyes as a glimmering blade shot forth from her hand. Lu Qing was taken aback, hastily retreating just in time to avoid the attack. If you wish to live, get lost. Yao Ruashi's icy voice rang out as she transformed into a white streak, dashing away. Yet, in that instant, a muffled groan escaped her throat, and a mouthful of blood surged forth, causing her white dress to flutter even more enchantingly. The glimmer of cold light just now was her companion's sword, as delicate as a cicada's wing, a celestial artifact. Now, though wounded, she still wielded this divine weapon, which she could hardly suppress. Truly remarkable. Had she not been injured, I would not have stood a chance against her. Lu Qing gazed at the retreating figure of Yao Ruashi, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He recognized that Yao Ruashi possessed a celestial artifact, which only heightened his interest. He chuckled sinisterly to himself, pondering, a fallen fairy, shall I not seize this opportunity? The ability to condense the 5th cave heaven hinges upon this woman. Lu Qing smirked wickedly, and then commanded, search for this woman's whereabouts in the nearest kingdoms. She is gravely wounded and cannot travel far. This area was home to dozens of kingdoms, collectively known as Shangzhou, and Shangzhou was the territory of the great sect, the Hahuan sect. As night fell, Yao Ruashi barely managed to arrive at the capital of a kingdom, Yuegua's imperial city. Clad in a white gown stained with crimson blood, she appeared frail and pitiful, yet still emanated an aura of cold detachment, untouched by the mundane world. She checked into the largest inn in the capital, owned by the royal family of Yuegua, where no one dared to cause trouble, thus ensuring her safety. Would you like to stay the night, or simply rest? The innkeeper inquired. I wish to stay in the finest room, and require nothing else, she replied succinctly. Very well. The innkeeper turned to fetch a room key, but Yao Ruashi interjected, here. No one will cause any disturbances, correct? Her demeanor was icy. The innkeeper, observing this guest shrouded in a mystical aura, whose appearance and voice were indiscernible, assured her with fervor, rest assured, esteemed guest. In Yuegua, no noble or royal would dare to stir trouble in our inn. Very well, Yao Ruashi replied tersely, preferring brevity. The innkeeper, accustomed to such violent encounters, surmised that this person was a formidable cultivator fleeing from pursuers. Inside her room, Yao Ruashi exhaled sharply. I must recover at least a fraction of my strength swiftly. A sense of impending danger loomed over her. She retrieved numerous healing elixirs and rare treasures from her storage ring, caring little for their consumption or waste, as long as they could temporarily suppress her injuries and grant her the strength to return to the Tai Xian sacred land. Yet, the very scenario she dreaded unfolded before her. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the air around her was thick with the presence of several cave heaven realm cultivators, many of whom were from the earlier encounter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yao Ruashi leaped from the inn, only to face the onslaught of Lu Qing, the son of the Hahuan sect. Moreover, she noticed 2 figures in purple robes standing aloof in the distance behind Lu Qing, clearly masters of the Soul Palace realm. The young woman, injured and fleeing, was likely heading towards the Tai Xian sacred land. She must be a disciple of the Tai Xian sacred land, Lu Qing mused. Yao Ruashi countered Lu Qing's palm strike with ease, yet he was not taken aback. Rather, he smiled and inquired, knowing this, do you still dare to obstruct me? Yao Ruashi's gaze was frigid. Ha! Lu Qing laughed heartily. Why should I fear? This is the territory of my Hahuan sect. The heavens are high and the emperor far. Even the Tai Xian sacred land cannot reach us here. You must be a prospective saintess of the Tai Xian sacred land, am I correct? Listening to his words, Yao Ruashi's mood darkened. The Hahuan sect, a prominent cult in the southern region, though not on par with the sacred land of Tai Xian, was still well known to her. It was precisely for this reason that she understood the impending fierce battle she would have to face, which only fueled her fury and caused her inner demons to swell. Malevolence and rage perpetually brewed between her brows, and her murderous intent was laid bare. How dare they lay hands on a disciple of the sacred land of Tai Xian? The Hahuan sect must be seeking their own destruction. Yao Ruashi's tone was icily cold, her bloodlust accumulating relentlessly. She did not wish to flee, but rather, she was being watched by cultivators at the Soul Palace realm. There was no escape. TSK, TSK. Truly, the would-be holy maiden of Tai Xian speaks with such firmness. Yet, I wonder, when she finds herself upon the bed, will she beg for mercy in tears? Lu Qing's eyes glinted with avarice, his aura fully unleashed. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 44. Had I known this would entangle the heart, I would rather have never met. Severely wounded. Yao Ruoshi's greatest injury lay in her depleted essence and the consumption of her life force, rendering her exceedingly weak. Thus, she could not help but spit blood at the very first clash. Rather than suffer a painful demise, why not relish in the earthly pleasures of the Huan? Lu Qing's gaze was filled with wicked delight. He had never encountered such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She was surely not an ordinary would-be holy maiden in the sacred land of Tai Xian. A fallen celestial being subjected to my humiliation. How delightful. Lu Qing raised his hand, reaching towards Yao Ruoshi's chest, his eyes fixated on the tantalizingly concealed area, seeking death. In that moment, Yao Ruoshi's murderous intent surged wildly, and she could no longer endure. Terrifying ripples of void enveloped her, and in an instant, grass, flowers, flowing water, and gentle breezes manifested around her, filling the air with a mysterious aura of the great Tao. At that moment, she appeared as the favored child of heaven and earth, seemingly merging with nature itself. Tao follows nature. The forces of the surrounding world converged upon her, causing her aura to surge dramatically. Lu Qing, merely a holy son of a fourth-level sect, could hardly withstand Yao Ruoshi's killing intent. Elders, save me. Lu Qing cried out in horror, unleashing his life-saving measures. The two purple-robed elders of the Huan sect, both at the Soul Palace realm, no longer stood idly by and instantly appeared before Yao Ruoshi, launching a fierce attack. The Tao follows nature of the sacred land of Tai Xian. You are the holy maiden of Tai Xian. The two elders were utterly stunned. The Tao follows nature is the most powerful core inheritance in the Tai Xian classic, embodying both the great Tao and techniques. Only the holy sons and holy maidens of the sacred land of Tai Xian may cultivate it. Moreover, even the peak masters of the 18 sacred peaks are forbidden from its practice. This enmity, I shall remember. One day, I shall trample your Huan sect. Yao Ruoshi, harnessing the natural forces of heaven and earth around her, forcefully repelled the two Soul Palace realm masters before breaking through the void to escape. However, her aura began to wane. Clearly unable to sustain the state of Tao follows nature for long. Capture her. She is the holy maiden of Tai Xian. If we allow her to escape, our Huan sect will be doomed. Lu Qing shouted frantically, his eyes reddened. He had never anticipated that the one before him was not merely a would-be holy maiden, but a true holy maiden. Two elders from the Soul Palace pursued without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, having offended the esteemed Tai Xian saintess, they understood that the only recourse was to eradicate the threat entirely. Otherwise, the Harmony sect would surely face annihilation. They summoned 3 more elders from within the sect, determined to capture her at all costs. Lu Qing sent a message, his heart filled with trepidation, yet an undeniable excitement surged within him, causing his body to tremble. After all, it was the Tai Xian saintess, a celestial being, high above the mortal realm, whose beauty transcended the earthly plane. Even someone of his stature, a saintly disciple of a great sect, felt compelled to bow before her. Yet now, he found himself on the precipice of an opportunity to encounter a saintess, a fallen beauty in distress. Who could resist such perilous allure? Lu Qing hastened to follow. In the dim night sky, a cold moon rose, casting its chilling light upon Yao Ruoshi, accentuating her forlorn beauty. Behind her were not merely the 2 Soul Palace practitioners. Evidently, other formidable experts from the Harmony sect had joined the pursuit. As she sensed her vitality waning, despair and reluctance gripped her heart. She plummeted towards the forest below. Amidst the bamboo and cypress, her expression was one of profound sorrow, resolved to meet her end with dignity. Even in her downfall, she would not suffer humiliation. It would be better to kill her outright than to delay, risking her sending a message for reinforcements from the Tai Xian sacred land, which could spell disaster for the Harmony sect. The Soul Palace experts acted decisively. If they were to kill her, they would do so swiftly. Yao Ruoshi summoned all her strength to unleash a martial technique. She was sent flying, blood painting the sky. In her dazed state, she glimpsed a familiar figure. That figure sighed deeply, his tone laden with complexity. Had he known that such entanglements would ensue, he would have preferred never to have met her at all. Scarlet sword energy ignited the horizon, sweeping forth like a tempest. The 5 Soul Palace experts from the Harmony sect changed color, launching their attacks to defend against it. Chu Ying stood tall like a sword amidst the bamboo grove. To dare challenge the Tai Xian saintess, what audacity the Harmony sect possessed. His gaze was icy, sharp as a blade. He too was being hunted, yet during his flight through the desolate state of Shangzhou, he had sensed Yao Ruoshi's presence. Upon approaching and witnessing her dire condition, he understood the gravity of her plight. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Harmony sect?" commanded an elder. "Eliminate this intruder." Lu Qing, arriving on the scene, wore a fierce and ruthless expression, filled with shock and trepidation, yet also a thrill of excitement. But now, an unexpected player had entered the fray, igniting his fury. "Me?" Chu Ying replied with a cold smile. "I am the Taishan Saint's son." The faces of the Harmony sect members shifted slightly, and in the next moment, they all launched their lethal strikes toward him. Chu Ying remained unperturbed, his gaze catching sight of the 30 assassins pursuing him from the horizon. A smile crept across his lips. Designated targets for side effects. Elder of Hahuan, Sect Number 1. Elder of Hahuan, Sect Number 2. Elder of Hahuan, Sect Number 5. Deadly Warrior Number 1. Deadly Warrior Number 2. Deadly Warrior Number 3. Deadly Warrior Number 18. Du Mao. Yi Jun Fan. Current number of designated targets for side effects. 25. Current limit. 25. Qinghuan Treasure Technique. Taotai Treasure Technique. Xiongqi Treasure Technique. Reversal of the 4 extremes. First level. Sword of Demonic Seed. Slaughtering Heavenly Will. Chu Ying directly replaced the designated targets for side effects, swapping in all these Soul Palace experts from the Hahuan sect. After executing a series of combination techniques, who could withstand the onslaught? The sounds of blood spewing erupted, as the 5 Soul Palace experts from the Hahuan sect were horrified, spitting blood. How could they be grievously wounded by a mere cultivator at the cave heaven level? How can you be this strong? One elder in purple robes exclaimed in sheer terror. For Chu Ying's displayed cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the cave heaven realm. Yet, even with such an elevation, how could he possibly inflict harm upon someone at the 1st level of the Soul Palace realm? Ignorance. The 9 side effect buffs accumulated by Chu Ying erupted suddenly. How much could Soul Palace cultivators withstand? Could they endure the depletion of vital blood? Could they withstand the decline of their life force, the burning of their blood? Die? With the next strike, Chu Ying sent all these Hahuan sect cultivators to the western heavens, their prowess significantly inferior to the deadly warriors pursuing him. "You cannot kill me. I am the holy son of Hahuan sect." Lu Qing turned to flee in terror. He could hardly fathom that someone of similar age, perhaps even younger, had slain a Soul Palace expert. "I am still the holy son of Xian. What of it if I kill you?" Chu Ying sneered, piercing the heart of the man with his sword, claiming another life. He gazed at the 30 deadly warriors, now drawing ever closer, a savage smile spreading across his face. "Since you have come to pursue me, let us determine life and death." Chapter 45. Does Ruoshi regret? We have no further ties. The blood of the fallen Hahuan sect cultivators was entirely absorbed by the Sword of Demonic Seed, significantly enhancing its amassed power. Chu Ying could feel the surging murderous intent emanating from the sword. Moreover, among the 30 deadly warriors pursuing him, 23 had already been gravely wounded by his side effects, while the remaining 7, who had sustained minimal injuries, were now replaced in the designated side effect positions. These deadly warriors exhibited no change in emotion. They were resolute in their mission to slay Chu Ying and retrieve the 9 Misery Sutra. As for how many would perish, who would die, whether the deceased would be themselves, they did not ponder such questions, for they were deadly warriors. The vivid crimson light of the sword appeared particularly striking under the bright moonlight. After the final strike, all the deadly warriors lay slain beneath Chu Ying's blade. He maintained his composure, murmuring, "When I uncover the black hands behind you, I shall send them to the western heavens as well." At this moment, his cultivation broke through in battle, ascending to the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Breakthrough, Cave Heaven realm level 5. Designated targets for side effects. Du Mao. Yi Jun Fan. Others, deceased. Current number of designated targets for side effects. 2. Current limit. 30. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the limit has also increased. Chu Ying silently nodded, pondering whether the masters of these dead warriors had been informed of the situation. As he had predicted, the son of Yaoguang, who had already returned to the sacred land of Yaoguang, furrowed his brow and whispered softly, "Have all the dead warriors of the 30 Souls Palace perished?" The son's expression darkened, yet it swiftly returned to its usual composure. Turning his gaze, Chu Ying found Yao Ruoshi, her blood-stained white dress rendering her a specter of shock, staring vacantly at him. In that moment, her mind was a blank slate. The insidious voice of her inner demons echoed menacingly. "The one who saved you is Chu Ying. His strength has escalated to such heights that he can effortlessly slay those from the Soul Palace. He has surpassed you. You believed him to be incapacitated, yet he continually defies your expectations. Huh, this is the choice you have made, huh?" When Yao Ruoshi finally regained her senses, she found that Chu Ying had already departed, leaving her with the stark clarity of his indifferent words. "From this point onward, you and I shall have no further entanglements." A whirlwind of complex emotions stirred within her, giving rise to a faint twinge of regret. Had she made a grave mistake in her choices? Yet, she was soon astounded to realize that her internal injuries had ceased to worsen. Aided by the healing elixir, her wounds were finally beginning to mend. This revelation was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for her. Very well. No further entanglements, as you have stated. Yao Ruashi clenched her jaw, her gaze solidifying with newfound determination. This time, Chu Ying had saved her, and despite her apparent lack of sentiment, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. However, upon hearing his declaration of severance, she swiftly dismissed that thought. She resolved to perceive everything as an act undertaken solely to cut ties with her. You merely approached me while I was temporarily incapacitated. Do you truly believe you have surpassed me? Yao Ruashi steadied her injuries and made her way back to the Taishian sacred land. Even if you have transformed beyond recognition, you still do not compare to the ancestral body. You lack the mandate of heaven. She remained steadfast in her belief that the ancestral body would be the true protagonist of this world, the genuine child of destiny. As for that fleeting sense of regret, it was merely a natural response when one finds themselves in despair, witnessing others ascend to greatness. Note, the storyline involving the Green Plum Saintess is intricately woven, emphasizing the protagonist's growth and progression, which gradually instills regret in the Green Plum. Therefore, it is imperative to remove her from the position of adverse effects. Otherwise, her demise would eliminate the possibility of regret, aligning with the thematic essence of the title and facilitating the advancement of the main narrative. Note, the Green Plum is not the female lead. The early plot necessitates that she cannot die, nor can it be continuously tragic. Chu Ying gazed upon the Taishian sacred land, now within his reach, and exhaled a long breath of relief. This journey had concluded rather satisfactorily. Observing only 2 targets remaining on the adverse effects system panel, a smile graced his lips, reminiscent of the chill of early spring. By removing Yao Ruashi, he had effectively released her, and as he had stated, they would no longer be intertwined. He wondered how the essence refining pill concocted by Li Feiyu had turned out. Having now opened 6 celestial caves, ascending to the rarefied realm of 7 celestial caves would not be an easy feat. The essence refining pill would be a significant boon that he would not overlook. However, upon returning to the sacred land, Chu Ying was astonished to find the atmosphere unusually solemn. What could have transpired? Why are so many disciples flocking towards the martial dual peak? Excuse me, fellow disciple. May I inquire what has transpired? I sense an unusual atmosphere within the sacred grounds. Upon recognizing Chu Ying, the disciple's eyes widened in surprise. Holy Sun, senior brother? Indeed. It is I. What has unfolded within the sacred grounds in recent days? Chu Ying inquired with curiosity. The former 2nd-ranked quasi-saint, Sui Chen, and the 7th-ranked quasi-saint, Xiao Yan, have perished. The Alchemy Hall and the Heavenly Medicine Hall, along with the masters of various sacred peaks, have ascertained the cause. They succumbed to the cultivation of forbidden techniques. Presently, the Holy Grounds are conducting a grand competition for the rankings of quasi-saints and quasi-saintesses, with a comprehensive prohibition on the cultivation of any forbidden techniques in effect. Furthermore, the Holy Grounds are rigorously cracking down on the sale of inferior, hastily concocted elixirs that severely damage one's foundation and have potent backlash effects. The disciple, visibly shaken, continued. Initially, the Holy Grounds suspected an enemy intrusion, prompting several peak masters to intervene. However, upon discovering that the deaths of the 2 quasi-saints were due to the practice of forbidden techniques, they erupted with fury. I shall not elaborate further. Holy Sun, senior brother. We inner disciples must also conduct a thorough investigation. With that, the disciple hurriedly departed. Chu Ying furrowed his brow. How could such a vast sacred ground be targeting such matters? It felt as if it were aimed specifically at him. The deaths of 2 quasi-saints alone should not warrant such intensity. With an uneasy premonition, he arrived at the Yellow Wind Valley, only to find that the 100 elixir shop had been sealed. The 100 elixir shop has vanished? Chu Ying frowned. Suddenly, a disciple clad in a black robe and a wide-brimmed hat approached him, whispering, Holy Sun, senior brother, someone has asked me to deliver an item to you. The disciple produced a jade slip seemingly from thin air. Chu Ying's eyes brightened. After accepting the jade slip, he nodded in gratitude to the disciple. Brother Chu, by the time you hear my words, the 100 elixir shop will have closed its doors, and I shall have been expelled from the Tai Xian Holy Land. However, this is of little consequence. I am certain we shall meet again one day. 100 essence refining pills, which I have yet to fully refine, will be available for you to collect at Tianyahai in a month's time. In the cellar of the 100 elixir shop, I have concealed some discarded elixirs that bear similar side effects to the essence refining pills, albeit of different types. I can hardly be bothered to retrieve them. Feel free to take them if you need. I look forward to witnessing your growth. Surely, A position as a holy son cannot confine you. With that, the message concluded, leaving Chu Ying in a state of uncertainty. Li Feiyu has been expelled from the holy grounds. This is truly outrageous. Sighing, Chu Ying reluctantly accepted this reality. He gazed at the sealed 100 elixir shop and stepped inside. The interior was devoid of any items, shrouded in dim light. Venturing into the cellar of the 100 elixir shop, he discovered a hidden door. Behind it, he found the concealed elixirs. There were 3 jade boxes, each marked with Li Feiyu's annotations. Demonic transformation pill. I initially intended to research a pill capable of upgrading one's law manifestation from thin air. My theory involves the devouring and fusion between law manifestations. Perhaps this could enable an upgrade. However, I have devised a divergence. The Dharma manifestation possesses a unique power, forged from an array of extraordinary entities, rendering them incapable of direct amalgamation. Yet, I stumbled upon the realization that the heart demon could manipulate the Dharma manifestation, leading me to merge the heart demon with the Dharma manifestation. Indeed, this iteration of the demon manifestation pill meets my specifications. However, it bears an unbearable backlash. The demon manifestation pill can give rise to a heart demon, one that is a formidable counterpart to the primary soul, birthed through the division of the spirit. And it will inevitably fuse with the Dharma manifestation. Once these two entities are united, the Dharma manifestation evolves into an independent will, akin to a second fragment of the soul, possessing strength that surpasses the primary soul. In the realm where the demon manifestation exists, any other Dharma manifestations will become sustenance for the demon manifestation. In other words, only one demon manifestation, and thus one heart demon, can exist within that realm. Regrettably, I have conducted trials with the demon manifestation pill, and even practitioners of the nether void realm, upon consuming it, were instantly overtaken by the heart demon, their primary souls devoured, resulting in complete loss of self. Therefore, in my view, this demon manifestation pill has been rendered futile, although it may enhance the Dharma manifestation. The original soul perishes, dominated by the heart demon, rendering it utterly useless. Chapter 46. The elixirs left by Li Feiyu. The transformation of Tai Xian. The demon manifestation pill. A surreal enhancement of Dharma manifestation. Chu Ying inhaled sharply, and upon further scrutinizing Li Feiyu's explanation, the side effects of the demon manifestation pill not only rival those of the essence-burning pill, but indeed exceed them significantly. The primary soul being supplanted by the heart demon is akin to one's own demise, is it not? Can one accept the notion of a being with one's memories, yet possessing ideals and thoughts that are entirely divergent or even antithetical to one's own, commandeering the body while the original self fades into oblivion? Chu Ying's expression grew solemn, and he could not help but ponder. Is Li Feiyu truly a genius or a mastermind? How could he concoct such a potion? Presently, I possess 3 formidable Dharma manifestations, Qing Luan, Tao Tai, and Xiong Qi, all of which are extraordinary. If I were to consume the demon manifestation pill, to what heights could they ascend? Chu Ying could not suppress his speculation. The significance of Dharma manifestations within the realm is paramount, representing combat prowess, second only to the number of realms. Given a negligible disparity in the number of realms, a high-level Dharma manifestation can bridge the gap in combat strength. For instance, between 5 and 6 realms, 13 pills, quite a considerable yield. Upon opening the jade box, he was astonished to find 13 pills adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns. These bizarre patterns unmistakably formed a demonic visage, representative of the heart demon. Chu Ying closed the jade box and proceeded to examine the next type of elixir. Severed soul pill. It is well known that the Soul Palace realm is stratified into 9 celestial tiers, which can be subdivided into 3 major layers. The lower 3 tiers of the Heavenly Soul Palace, the middle 3 tiers of the Earthly Soul Palace, and the upper 3 tiers of the Human Soul Palace. To achieve the 3-tiered state, one must harmonize the forces of heaven, earth, and humanity, thereby attaining the completeness of the Soul Palace realm. The Soul Palace, as the second great secret realm within the human body, gathers the primordial spirit and commands the forces of heaven and earth, proving to be more direct and potent than the Dharma manifestation of the realm. The elixir I have developed divides the primordial spirit, consolidated at the threshold of the Soul Palace realm, into 3 parts, corresponding to the Heavenly Soul Palace, Earthly Soul Palace, and Human Soul Palace, thereby achieving the ultimate perfection of the Soul Palace realm. The vast majority of individuals are only capable of harnessing the forces of heaven, earth, or humanity in isolation, at most managing to develop merely 1/3 of the Soul Palace, a secret realm. This elixir possesses the potential to elevate a cultivator to the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. However, akin to the demon affinity pill, the soul-severing pill is nearly impossible to attempt. Upon consumption of the soul-severing pill, the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the cultivator are scattered, merging into the cosmos. Ideally, after absorbing the triadic forces of heaven, earth, and humanity, the souls would return to the corporeal form. Yet, the reality is that the souls vanish without a trace, lacking any means of guidance, merely drifting through the cosmos. The only force capable of providing guidance is the self. But with the 3 souls and 7 spirits already dispersed, how can one summon them back? Thus, this presents a deadlock, rendering this elixir a futile concoction. Chu Ying couldn't help but marvel once more. The pills concocted by Li Feiyu are not merely forbidden or evil pills, they are undeniably lethal. Is this truly the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm? His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Perhaps no one in this world could withstand such a pill crafted by Li Feiyu. Yet, he thought, except for himself. After all, he possesses an extraordinary advantage. Next, he examined the final creation, the reversal of life and death pill. I bear numerous identities. The exposure of any one of them would not lead to my demise, yet I remain apprehensive about the day I might be killed. Thus, the elixir I yearn to concoct most fervently is one that can reverse death into life. I have exhausted countless methods and experimented with myriad combinations of formulas. Ultimately, however, I met with failure, perhaps due to the inadequacy of the alchemical materials I employed. To reverse death into life is an act of defiance against nature, akin to granting one a second chance at existence. If such a miraculous substance were to exist, it would likely be akin to the legendary elixir of immortality. Nevertheless, it is not an absolute failure. I successfully crafted 3 reversal of life and death pills. One was used for experimentation, and I discovered its effect. It does not reverse death into life, but rather reverses life into death, tracing the trajectory from birth, growth, decline, to death. Does it not resemble the serene passing of a centenarian? This elixir, too, is a futile concoction, yet it can serve as a lethal poison. Upon reaching this point, Chu Ying opened the jade box to find 2 remaining pills, one black and one white, each resembling a fish-shaped orb. A poison pill for murder. After expending so much effort and energy, only to yield a product akin to a deadly poison, it left Chu Ying at a loss for words. He suddenly felt that the expulsion of such a genius from the Taishan sacred land was indeed a loss. I can utilize all 3 of these pills. With the system by my side, there is no need for concern. 13 demon affinity pills, 7 soul severing pills, and 2 reversal of life and death pills. Li Feiyu has indeed bestowed upon me a significant favor. Chu Ying pondered silently. Each of these pills would almost certainly lead to death upon consumption. Yet he need not bear the side effects. He could reap the benefits without enduring the detriments. After securing the pills, Chu Ying exited the 100-pill pavilion and departed from Huangfeng Valley. However, shortly after his departure, a powerful disciple from the Soul Palace realm approached him, inviting him to witness a battle at the martial combat peak. Junior brother, you request the Holy Sun to attend the battle. Please accompany me. The disciple from the martial combat peak spoke plainly, showing no signs of flattery due to Chu Ying's status as the Holy Sun, and even displayed a hint of disdain. Chu Ying furrowed his brow. Yi Junfan. Indeed. This left Chu Ying even more astonished. Both Su Yichen and Xiao Yan had succumbed to their respective side effects, suffering in the northwest. Even if Yi Junfan were the ancient sacred body, he should now be considerably weakened, should he not? He invited me, so must I comply? Chu Ying scoffed. As the saint son of Taishan, must he truly bow to Yi Junfan's wishes? The disciple from the Soul Palace sneered, stating that all the masters of the 18 sacred peaks were present, and this was their consensus. Upon hearing this, Chu Ying was genuinely taken aback. What extraordinary event had transpired to summon all the masters of the 18 sacred peaks? A sense of foreboding lingered in Chu Ying's heart. Lead the way, he said coldly, though a heaviness settled within him. Along the way, Chu Ying noticed numerous disciples who, upon seeing him, displayed expressions of righteous indignation. Saint Son, you must not be subdued. Indeed, Saint Son, the actions of the sacred land are utterly unreasonable. Which sacred land would act in such a manner? We implore you, Saint Son, to seek justice for us. Please, Saint Son, advocate on our behalf with the goddess Peak and the sacred land. Chu Ying was bewildered by their words. However, he soon gleaned the truth from their discussions and grievances. It turned out that the Taishan sacred land intended to demote all disciples who had consumed rapid cultivation pills with adverse side effects by 1 rank. For instance, the top 10 entry-level disciples in the Spirit Sea realm would see their resource allocations reduced if they fell into such a category. Some unfortunate ones might even be relegated to outer disciples. The rationale was that the sacred land believed these disciples were reckless in their pursuit of power, exhausting their potential with limited future achievements, and thus unworthy of the original resources allocated for their cultivation. This decision had ignited discontent among over 70% of the disciples within the sacred land. Were there not a few disciples who had not consumed harmful pills? The competition within the sacred land was inherently ruthless, and sometimes such measures were unavoidable. Moreover, as long as the damage was kept within certain bounds, it would not have a significant impact. After all, the highly detrimental pills, such as the chi-gathering pills produced by the 100-pill workshop, were exceedingly rare. The actions of the Taishan sacred land were, without doubt, a sweeping judgment against all. The one spearheading this decree was the master of the goddess peak. Chapter 47. Yi Qingxian. Depose Chu Ying from the position of Saint's son. Who dares to challenge me? Step forward. A confident and composed voice echoed across the martial dual peak. The surrounding prospective Saint sons frowned deeply, their expressions dark and grim. The source of this voice was none other than Yi Junfan, the ancient sacred body. Since none can best me alone, let you all come together. I call for the initiation of the Saint Establishment Battle. Yi Junfan's words resonated with the ears of many prospective Saint sons, eliciting both shock and fury. Yet they dared not voice any dissent. Let it commence. Within the secret realm of the duel, Yi Junfan faced all the prospective Saint sons of the Taishan sacred land alone. He fought with remarkable ease and composure, ultimately emerging victorious with an overwhelming display of strength. Yi Junfan had already demonstrated the prowess deserving of a Saint's son, and he was the ancient sacred body. Within the grand hall atop the martial battle peak, the lords of the 18 sacred peaks have gathered, including the revered master of the Taishan. A woman of ethereal beauty, her skin radiant and translucent, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, stands shrouded in a mysterious, resplendent aura. She is Yi Qingxian, the mistress of the goddess peak. Master, I have spoken with utmost clarity. She addresses the middle-aged man seated at the head of the assembly. Chu Ying, this young man, practices forbidden demonic arts and consumes hastily concocted elixirs, thereby diminishing his own potential. His future achievements are fated to be limited. He is ill-suited to assume the position of the Holy Son. In contrast, Yi Junfan is far more appropriate for this role. Most crucially, he possesses the ancient holy body, making him the most likely candidate to inherit the legacy that has lain dormant in the forbidden grounds of our Taishan sacred land for 7 millennia. Hence, I propose we depose Chu Ying from the position of Holy Son and allow Yi Junfan to take his place. Her cold yet powerful words reverberate within the hall, seemingly irrefutable, leading to an extended silence among the assembly. Master Ouyang Feng of Taishan heaves a deep sigh, stating, "There is no need for my esteemed brothers and sisters to tread lightly. I am well aware of your sentiments." He pauses, surveying the gathered individuals. "How many among you support Yi Junfan?" With each deliberate word, Ouyang Feng, the leader of this esteemed sacred land, asserts his authority. Yet, he is cognizant that his own approach is not overly forceful. In contrast, his junior sister Yi Qingxian, though slightly less powerful in cultivation, hails from the enigmatic and ancient Yi family of the central continent. She possesses a more assertive nature, often proceeding with her plans without seeking his counsel as the Holy Master. I lend my support. Master Wang Langsheng of Martial Battle Peak raises his hand, his expression calm. Not long ago, he felt a tinge of disappointment towards Yi Junfan, yet he was taken aback to discover that Yi Junfan had turned misfortune into fortune, unlocking the second divine repository and stepping into the realm of Dantian. This revelation solidified Wang's conviction in his choice, prompting him to align with Yi Qingxian's proposal. I too offer my support. The master of the Star Peak among the 18 sacred peaks lifts his hand. As Sister Yi has articulated, Yi Junfan is the most likely to attain that fabled legacy. The mistress of the Moon Peak, a graceful woman clad in palace attire, softly interjects. The very foundation of our Taishan sacred land, aside from the Taishan classic, lies within that unparalleled inheritance. Should it manifest, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the eastern wilderness. Dear colleagues, do you not yearn to witness the emergence of this legacy? This era heralds a great contest. Should the inheritance surface, our Taishan sacred land stands poised to ascend to unprecedented heights. Thus, I too support the elevation of Yi Junfan to the status of Holy Son. Her words incite considerable commotion within the hall, for all present are acutely aware of the nature of that fabled inheritance, the secret of the Taishan sacred land. The true words of combat. This legacy, bestowed by the founding ancestors of the Taishan sacred land, once illuminated its path to glory. It is one of the 2 core tenets upon which the Taishan sacred land was established. Equally as significant as the Taishan classic, with a success rate of merely 1 in 1,000 and an amplification of tenfold in combat prowess. I trust you all comprehend the weight of this proposition. Thus, I lend my support. The Lord of the Sun Peak has also voiced his stance. The Sun, Moon, and Star Peaks have always stood united. Imagine, should one master the true essence of the word duel, enhancing their power tenfold in battle against an opponent. What a concept that is. It would undoubtedly crush the adversary. Consider the pinnacle of combatants within the Eastern Wasteland, the esteemed Sovereign Realm practitioners. When two sovereign-level beings of equal strength confront each other, how would one react if the power of one side surged tenfold? What means of resistance could they muster? They would have no choice but to concede defeat or perish. I support this. Support is echoed as the leaders of various peaks slowly raise their hands. Ultimately, within the Grand Hall, an impressive 13 sovereign lords stand in allegiance with Yi Junfan. A captivating smile dances upon the exquisite visage of Yi Qingshan, a smile that could beguile the world. With the numbers now exceeding half, victory is assured. She gazes toward the remaining peak leaders. The Guardian Peak Lord states, "No need to look to me. I side with the sovereign." Named for its protective duty among the 18 holy peaks, the Guardian Peak's primary role is to safeguard the sanctity of the holy grounds, thus remaining unyieldingly aligned with the sovereign. Yi Qingshan nods and turns her attention to the 3 remaining holy peaks. The Hidden Peak, known for its discretion, never vying for fame or resources, has maintained a low profile. Yi Qingshan presumes these 3 peaks will either abstain from taking a stance or lend their support to her. However, her brow furrows in dismay. The Hidden Peak retains the original stance of the former Holy Sun. The Concealed Peak maintains the original stance of the former Holy Sun. The Veiled Peak upholds the original stance of the former Holy Sun. The leaders of these 3 holy peaks remain unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the larger implications. But their discontent arises from Yi Qingshan's perceived overreach into the sovereign's authority, and furthermore, targeting the already gifted Holy Sun, Chu Ying, appears dishonorable and unbecoming. Stubborn old fools. Yi Qingshan scoffs coldly, directing her gaze toward the supreme sovereign Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng, lost in contemplation, is interrupted by a voice declaring, "Chu Ying has arrived." At the martial combat peak, Chu Ying reaches the scene, witnessing Yi Junfan's overwhelming victory over all aspirants. "Ah, is this fellow well again?" Chu Ying muses, perplexed. "The ancient sacred body truly is an indomitable force, I assent it. The side effects he currently endures are formidable. Even the complete set would be too much for Yao Ruashi, nearly leading her to downfall at the hands of the Hahuan sect. How is Yi Junfan seemingly unaffected?" Suddenly, a dozen divine rainbows sweep from the summit of the martial combat peak. Upon seeing these figures, Chu Ying's pupils constrict slightly. Though unfamiliar, he immediately senses their significance. The lords of the 18 holy peaks of the supreme sacred land, practitioners of the sovereign realm, the most powerful and esteemed entities. Salutations to the peak lords. A chorus of voices resounds. Today, the aspirant Holy Sun Yi Junfan, embodying the ancient sacred body, has vanquished all competitors, thus qualifying for the position of Holy Sun. The former Holy Sun, Chu Ying, having cultivated forbidden demonic arts and consumed hastily prepared elixirs at the cost of his own potential, is deemed unfit to hold the title of Holy Sun. This esteemed assembly, in conjunction with the sovereign and the peak lords, deliberates and resolves to depose Chu Ying from his position as Holy Sun. A voice, cold and authoritative, reverberates throughout the hall. Yi Qingshan's sharp and indifferent gaze suddenly fixed upon Chu Ying, who had just arrived at the martial combat peak. "Chu Ying, do you have any objections?" The abrupt words fell upon Chu Ying's ears, causing his pupils to constrict and a chill to wash over his heart. Had he been stripped of his position as the Holy Sun? "Of course, if you are dissatisfied, you may challenge Yi Junfan," Yi Qingshan added after a pause. "However, I believe it is unnecessary. You are not his match." Chu Ying stared at the master of the goddess peak, suppressing the anger within him, his gaze growing tranquil. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, who you are?" "I am the master of the goddess peak, Yi Qingshan." Her expression was composed. Having dared to enact such a change in the Taishan Holy Land, she was unafraid of public scrutiny. She also believed that the potential of the primordial holy body would not let her down. "Is the master of the goddess peak not the Taishan Holy Lord?" Chu Ying inquired again, his tone remaining calm. Yi Qingshan understood his intent and smiled with composure. "Then let the Holy Lord announce his decision regarding you." The Taishan Holy Lord, Ouyang Feng, arrived late, his expression one of resignation. Over half of the masters of the 18 holy peaks had agreed, and he did not wish to stand in opposition to Yi Qingshan over this matter. "From this day forth, the position of Holy Sun shall be held by Yi Junfan." Ouyang Feng sighed softly. "However, you shall still receive the treatment you deserve." Chu Ying had not anticipated such words from Ouyang Feng, but he sensed that the Holy Lord seemed powerless in this situation. This left him astonished. What was the true background of Yi Qingshan? Why did she seem to wield greater authority than the Holy Lord himself? Were it not for the current harmony in the Taishan Holy Land, Chuing might have doubted whether Yi Qingshan had usurped Ouyang Feng's position. Holy Lord, since he is no longer the Holy Son, how can he continue to enjoy the privileges of that title? Would that not be unfair to the other disciples? Yi Qingshan responded calmly and coolly. Ouyang Feng's eyes twitched involuntarily as he sighed and looked at Yi Qingshan. Junior sister, is this truly necessary? You are correct, master. I shall forego the privileges of the Holy Son, as I am no longer one, Chu Ying said with a light-hearted smile, though in his heart he began to harbor resentment towards Yi Qingshan. I bear no grudge against you, yet you target me so ruthlessly because of a primordial holy body. Is that right? Very well, Yi Qingshan, mark my words. There will come a day when you will regret this. With that, Chu Ying turned and departed. The disciples on the martial combat peak, including the quasi-holy son and both inner and outer sect members, watched Chu Ying's plight with a sense of dismay. Even the quasi-holy son, who had previously clashed with Chu Ying, now felt sympathy for him. Stop. Chu Ying, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? At that moment, supported by Yi Qingshan, Wang Langsheng, and other masters of the holy peaks, Yi Junfan, firmly seated in the position of Holy Son, called out to Chu Ying. The gazes of the gathered disciples instantly sharpened. Yi Junfan was challenging Chu Ying. Would Chu Ying accept the duel? In truth, whether he accepted or not held little significance for Chu Ying. Without support behind him, he was destined to be unable to contend with Yi Junfan. At this moment, due to Yi Junfan's audacious challenge, the perception of countless disciples within the Taishan sacred land towards him plummeted. Cloaked in the guise of authority, relying on the esteemed lord of the sacred peak, how could he truly be worthy of the title of Sacred Son? It was unexpected that this ancient sacred body was nothing more than a hypocrite, his intentions in challenging Chu Ying transparent to all. Stopped by Yi Junfan, Chu Ying momentarily hesitated. He replied with calm detachment. I'm afraid I cannot accept your challenge. After all, I do not bear the surname Yi. With that, Chu Ying departed leisurely, leaving Yi Junfan frowning at his words. Observing the barely concealed disdain and mockery from the disciples on the martial combat peak, his countenance fluctuated between shades of green and red. How infuriating! How dare he look down upon me so? Does he believe I am here solely by the grace of Senior Yi? A surge of wrath ignited within Yi Junfan. Having previously suffered defeat at the hands of Chu Ying and faced an inexplicable curse, he had now not only recovered, but undergone a significant transformation in strength. He yearned to avenge his prior humiliation, yet Chu Ying denied him that opportunity. Yi Qingxian turned to Ouyang Feng and said, Brother Saint Master, there is no need to rush the ceremony for the Sacred Son's appointment. Why not allow Yi Junfan to enter the Forbidden Land to comprehend the true words of combat first? Ouyang Feng nodded slightly, responding, The opening of the Forbidden Land is of great importance. I must consult the ancestor. Please do not be hasty, junior sister. Meanwhile, the other ranking battles on the martial combat peak continued. Unbeknownst to the Taishan sacred land, numerous disciples had begun to harbor dissatisfaction towards Yi Junfan, while also discovering that the Lord of the Goddess Peak shared the surname Yi. This revelation led many to speculate about a potential connection between them, which only fueled their scornful ridicule. Was Chu Ying stripped of his position as Sacred Son? Had Yi Junfan ascended to that role? Upon returning to the Taishan sacred land, Yao Ruoshi was immediately apprised of this unexpected news. Especially after grasping the full context of the events, her expression became quite complex. But could it be true that Chu Ying had truly diminished his potential? Yao Ruoshi dared not draw any conclusions. No one knew better than she. Having witnessed Chu Ying refine the piece of Qingwan's discarded bone she had provided, logically, he should have been rendered powerless long ago. Yet he had persevered to this point, as if the refinement of the Qingwan's bone had little to no effect on him. Or perhaps there were other unforeseen circumstances at play. Moreover, it was he who had saved her this time, his displayed strength profoundly astonishing her. Perhaps this was the fortune of a destined protagonist. Even if Chu Ying possessed other opportunities, he ultimately could not rival Yi Junfan. Indeed, Yi Junfan appeared to be the fated child of destiny. Yao Ruoshi mused, believing this explanation to be the most rational. Upon returning to the Goddess Peak, Yao Ruoshi was preparing to enter seclusion to heal when she encountered the Peak Master, Yi Qingxian. Master, Yao Ruoshi inclined her head slightly. Since becoming a saintess and joining the Goddess Peak, she had been taken as a disciple by Yi Qingxian. Ruoshi, did you gain anything from your journey to the ancient city of calamity? Yi Qingxian's gaze was piercing. None, Yao Ruoshi sighed. For not only had she failed to reach the ancient city of calamity, but she had nearly faltered along the way. Reflecting on this, a hint of guilt towards Chu Ying unexpectedly arose within her. Ultimately, it was he who saved himself, even if he does not seek to repay the favor. A simple thank you is warranted. Yet, it seems he has not acquired the 9 Calamities Sutra, has he? Yi Qingshan furrowed her brows, an unmistakable hint of displeasure evident. As of questioning him, I did not reach the ancient city of calamity, for unexpected events transpired along the way, causing me to miss the opportunity presented by the city. Yao Ruoshi, sensing the sharpness in Yi Qingshan's tone, felt compelled to clarify. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshan refrained from further words. Indeed, Yao Ruoshi's aura was notably weak, perhaps a result of encountering formidable adversaries. Regrettably, you lack the robust constitution to withstand the decaying malevolent energy of the forbidden grounds. Otherwise, you might have entered the sacred land to comprehend the true word of combat, Yi Qingshan remarked with a nod. Upon hearing the term true word of combat, Yao Ruoshi's spirit stirred, and she promptly implored, disciple wishes to give it a try. Regardless of success or failure, I shall strive with all my might. I earnestly request the permission of my esteemed master. The true word of combat is the second core of the Taishan sacred land. If acquired, her strength would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. Observing Yao Ruoshi's determination, Yi Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and softly replied, very well. Take these next 2 days to adjust your condition and prepare yourself. The reason she accepted Yao Ruoshi as her disciple was that the latter met all her criteria, be it in appearance or innate talent. After all, Yao Ruoshi was her first disciple and currently her only one. Chapter 49. The true word of combat hidden in the ancestors' forbidden grounds. 7 days elapsed. Chu Ying made no significant moves within the Taishan sacred land. He merely exchanged his belongings and spoils for resources necessary for cultivation. All 6 cave heavens underwent 9 ascensions, elevating his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. In the practice of the cave heaven realm, aside from establishing cave heavens and condensing law forms, ascending cave heavens to enhance cultivation is also a method to bolster one's strength. However, compared to the former 2, this task is considerably simpler. His strength had increased significantly, with his overall combat power level reaching at least 5 prohibitions. This assessment was based on the methods he cultivated, including martial arts and the 3 great treasures. In other words, as a practitioner at the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm, he could at least contend with cultivators of the 2nd layer of the soul palace, namely those at the 5th layer of the soul palace realm. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrived at his cultivation peak. It has been a while. How fares my esteemed brother Chu? The prospective saintess Lin Jishu greeted him with a radiant smile, clad in a deep azure robe. Upon seeing her, Chu Ying frowned slightly. Are we well acquainted? What brings you here? Your cold demeanor truly wounds my heart, dear brother Chu. Surely, you are not still holding a grudge against my thoughtless words from before. Lin Jishua blinked playfully. If so, I shall apologize to you. How does that sound? Her tone carried a hint of playful charm, akin to a gentle tease, yet it was perfectly measured, her voice soft and melodious, leaving Chu Ying with no ill feelings. Enough, speak of serious matters. I shall consider the past as bygone. Chu Ying preferred not to dwell on matters with her. Although she was an attractive woman, he felt little inclination towards her. After all, within the sacred land, there were countless beautiful female cultivators. He could not possibly harbor feelings for each one. Are you aware of the 2nd core inheritance of the Taishan sacred land, brother Chu? Lin Jishue, with her enchanting eyes, smiled and inquired. Could it be the legendary Doji Jinyan? Upon hearing her words, Chu Ying's expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively replied, Indeed, is it the Doji Jinyan? Yes, Lin Jishue softly affirmed. This is the secret of Taishan that has been untransmitted. It is the foundation of the 1st generation ancestor's invincible prowess. It has vanished for thousands of years, and only 1 or 2 individuals from each generation have the opportunity to enter the sacred grounds for comprehension, but merely for comprehension. The Doji Jinyan has been lost for too long, and those capable of understanding it are nearly non-existent. Otherwise, the Taishan sacred land would not occupy its current status. I believe, should Chu brother have the chance to enter the forbidden area, perhaps he might grasp the Doji Jinyan. Chu Ying cast a peculiar glance at her and asked, Why are you telling me this? I merely wish to remind you, Chu brother, that if the opportunity arises for comprehension, you must seize it, she replied. After all, compared to that ancient sacred body, I have greater faith in you, Chu brother. With her hands clasped behind her back, she turned and skipped away, adding, Do not fall into complacency. Countless talents abound in the eastern wilderness. Only by stepping out of the sacred land will you witness the true martial path. Watching her retreating figure, a smile tugged at the corners of Chu Ying's mouth. How intriguing. This Lin Jishue is quite remarkable, though he had not voiced it earlier. He had already sensed her exceptional prowess. Lin Jishue's cultivation aura had not only reached the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, but had also opened 6 cave heavens. It was noteworthy that during the last ranking battle for the quasi-saint title, she had relied on the listening snow jade essence from Gue Shueling to break through to the cave heaven realm. How little time had passed. Yet she had soared to the 9th level of the cave heaven, and with 6 cave heavens at that, surely, she rivaled even Yao Ruashi. Rising from the mountaintop, Chu Ying made his way to the Kangong Pavilion, having refined and claimed the sword of demonic seed, and acquired one of the 3 great opportunities of the ancient Calamity City, the sacred intent of slaughtering heaven. He still required a suitable swordsmanship technique to better harness the sword's power. However, upon arriving at the Kangong Pavilion, before he could utter a word, the elder in charge of transmission seized him from afar. "Senior?" Chu Ying exclaimed in astonishment. The elder's power was akin to that of an abyss. The aura that leaked momentarily made Chu Ying feel that even the holy master Ouyang Feng would pale in comparison before him. Grasping Chu Ying by the neck, the elder probed and sensed before throwing him aside. 6 cave heavens, 3 extraordinary manifestations, an incredibly refined realm, and abundant vitality. The elder muttered to himself. "But you, young man, truly possess no formidable physique." "Senior, what do you mean?" Chu Ying feigned ignorance, understanding that the elder was assessing his cultivation. The elder furrowed his brow and glanced at him, asking, "Having been stripped of the title of Holy Son, do you harbor any grievances?" "I do not dare." Chu Ying replied calmly. "Oh, so, you do have grievances and discontent?" The elder smirked in a manner that suggested he anticipated this response. Chu Ying fell silent. "Do not blame Ouyang Shitsi for your demotion. It was unavoidable." The elder suddenly sighed deeply. The legacy of the Tai Xian sacred land has slumbered for too long, and both the external world and internal factions are eagerly anticipating and coveting it. The emergence of the young man with the surname Yi has instilled hope in many. His ancient physique possesses the ability to withstand the decaying demonic energy within the Forbidden Grounds, and he holds significant potential to comprehend the true words of combat. Upon hearing about the true words from the elder responsible for imparting teachings, Chu Ying's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you believe that Yi Qingshan, the master of the Goddess Peak, has any blood relation to that lad Yi Junfan?" The elder inquired with a chuckle. Without waiting for Chu Ying's response, he continued. "Although that little girl Yi Qingshan has also taken refuge under our Tai Xian sacred land, she hails from the ancient Yi family in Zhongzhou. The Yi family in Zhongzhou is no less formidable than the sacred lands of the eastern wilderness. After all, Yi Shixi's allegiances lie outward." At this revelation, a tempest surged within Chu Ying's heart. The ancient Yi family of Zhongzhou. It turns out that the master of the Goddess Peak, Yi Qingshan, is not a native of the eastern wilderness. However, it seems the Yi family is facing some troubles, necessitating the assistance of a powerful ancient physique like the one possessed by Yi Junfan. Moreover, the true words of combat from our Tai Xian sect have always been coveted, rendering even the Yi family from Zhongzhou susceptible to worldly desires. It was inevitable for Yi Shixi to select an ancient physique. With a hint of indifference, Chu Ying remarked, "What does this have to do with me, senior?" The elder shot him a glance and replied, "Yi Qingshan's purpose in placing Yi Junfan in the position of Holy Son is to allow him to enter the ancestral Forbidden Grounds to comprehend the true words of combat. This makes it entirely justifiable. Even if we old fellows are unwilling, we cannot find a reasonable excuse to refuse. If this leads to the emergence of the true words of combat, is that not a boon for our Tai Xian sacred land?" Chu Ying, puzzled, asked, "Is that truly the case?" The elder furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. "While that may be so, if outsiders manipulate and covet it, then this legacy belongs to our Tai Xian or to another force." He fixed his gaze on Chu Ying, his voice low. "If you have grievances, speak them plainly. I am not aligned with the ancient physique." He continued, "This time, when the ancestral Forbidden Grounds open, you must enter as well and strive to comprehend the true words of combat. If you succeed, the position of Holy Son will no longer pose an obstacle for you." Chu Ying clicked his tongue and laughed. "Senior, are you treating me as a mere tool? You don't want this inheritance to fall into the hands of outsiders. So you intend to use me as your laborer?" The elder's eyes widened in indignation, his beard bristling with fury. "The true words of combat are exceedingly difficult to pass down verbally. If you attain them, it will be your fortune. So, will you take this opportunity or not?" Chapter 50. The Celestial Blade Technique? Entering the Forbidden Grounds. "Yes. Why would I refuse?" Chu Ying replied cunningly. "Senior, could you elaborate on the circumstances within the Forbidden Grounds?" The elder cast him a fleeting glance. "Within the Forbidden Grounds lie the remains of generations of ancestors, suppressing malevolent entities, thus emanating a terrifying, decaying, demonic energy. The transmission of the true words of combat is formless and intangible, only accessible through serendipity. Even we old fellows, when we entered in our youth, gained no insights. Once inside, do not force anything. If you cannot withstand the encroaching demonic energy, exit swiftly." Chu Ying pondered for a moment before asking, "Aside from the true words of combat, are there other legacies within the Forbidden Grounds?" The elder's eyes narrowed, his gaze flickering. Why do you ask this? If I fail to comprehend the true words of combat, having acquired another legacy would at least serve as a consolation. Chu Ying, with an air of self-assuredness, remarked, Is it not reasonable for me to seek a modest remuneration for assisting my esteemed elder? The elder of transmission chuckled heartily, shaking his head in response. You may as well abandon that thought. The essence of the inheritance within the Forbidden Grounds is fundamentally encapsulated in the true words of combat. However, the elder of transmission contemplated revealing a certain extraordinary secret, but ultimately refrained. Since the time of the second and third ancestors, that matter has become a taboo, a knowledge lost to future generations, with few possessing any awareness, and even the most powerful entities from the outside world remain incapable of probing its depths. With a grave expression, the elder cautioned, should you encounter the malevolent souls born of lingering resentments within the Forbidden Grounds, you must evoke the aura of the Taishan Classic to avoid being perceived as an enemy. He then instructed, very well, at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Await me at the Sacred Master Peak. An instinct told Chu Ying that the elder harbored further secrets regarding the Forbidden Grounds or the true words of combat. Yet he hesitated to inquire, recognizing that such knowledge constituted the very core of the Taishan Holy Land's mysteries. Even as a holy son, he feared he lacked the qualifications to delve deeper. I also wish to select a martial skill, esteemed elder. Surely, I need not exchange contribution points for it? Let it serve as my remuneration for the effort expended, Chu Ying negotiated. Begone. The elder waved his hand dismissively, clearly exasperated. Very well. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Ying emerged from the Hall of Concealed Skills. His objective was unequivocal. He sought a sword technique, particularly one with side effects. This shall be it, the sky-slaying sword technique. He mused. Surely, the elder will not be stingy. I am merely selecting a low-grade celestial skill. Noticing the elder's gaze upon him, Chu Ying offered an awkward smile. However, upon observing the martial skill Chu Ying had chosen, the elder's expression shifted significantly. Strangely, he refrained from questioning the young man's rationale for opting for such a perilous technique with tremendous backlash. Regarding the prohibitions imposed by Yi Qingshan within the Taishan Holy Land, Chu Ying was indifferent, caring not one whit. Go forth, and remember to come to the Sacred Master Peak tomorrow, the elder instructed. Thank you, esteemed elder, Chu Ying replied, relieved and gaining newfound clarity. Upon returning, Chu Ying began a brief practice of the sky-slaying sword technique. This was a low-grade celestial martial skill of formidable power. With a single draw of the sword, one could cleave the heavens and vanquish all foes, executing kills with remarkable swiftness. This sword technique was a perfect match for the will of slaughtering heaven. As for its side effects, they were straightforward. The first strike would harm oneself. Each time a sword was drawn, a blade of energy would be cleaved within one's own body, severing the dantian, the cave of the heavens, the palace of the soul, and vitality itself. This self-directed blade energy existed in only two states. The first state involved the practitioner being unable to withstand the technique, resulting in mutual annihilation. The enemy perishes, and so does the wielder. The second state permitted the practitioner to endure. In this instance, the self-directed blade energy would vanish without a trace within the body, not truly dissipating, but rather concealing and accumulating. Once the practitioner employed the sky-slaying sword technique a certain number of times, and the self-directed blade energy reached a critical mass, should they no longer withstand it, all previously accumulated energy would erupt instantaneously. This would ultimately rend the practitioner asunder, leaving them with virtually no burial place. First, he would practice the sky-slaying sword technique, and after a period of consolidation, he would then cultivate the 9 Catastrophes Classic, harnessing the power of the 9 catastrophes to open the 7th cave of the heavens. Chu Ying had long since formulated his own cultivation plan. After a night passed, on a serene morning, he ascended the Holy Master Peak, only to find Yao Ruashi awaiting him there. This surprised him momentarily, yet he quickly chose to disregard her presence. After all, they were merely strangers. Yao Ruashi, too, was taken aback by Chu Ying's unexpected arrival at such a time. Could it be that he had also been granted permission to enter the forbidden area? Shortly thereafter, Yi Junfan arrived at the Holy Master Peak. Upon seeing Chu Ying, his expression darkened slightly. Despite having assumed the position of the Holy Son, he felt it was undeserved. Many disciples whispered behind his back, believing he had leveraged the influence of Senior Yi and Senior Wang to attain this status, which irked him considerably. He had unlocked the 2 divine treasures of the ancient holy body, enabling him to break an enigmatic curse and undergo a transformation in strength. Even if he were to face Chu Ying in battle once more, he was convinced of his inevitable victory. Dare you not engage me in combat? Are you a coward? Yi Junfan coldly challenged Chu Ying. Taken aback, Chu Ying's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile as he chose to ignore him. Infuriated, Yi Junfan swiftly struck out at Chu Ying with a palm. However, Chu Ying evaded effortlessly, his movements akin to a wraith. Is this how you display cowardice? Yi Junfan bellowed in anger. Unperturbed, Chu Ying was disinterested in engaging in such futile conflict, knowing well that midway through, the mistress of the divine maiden peak from the central continent might intervene. Coward. Yi Junfan scoffed, turning to Yao Ruashi. Ruashi, when we enter the forbidden area, you will follow me. Yet, Yao Ruashi did not respond. Her thoughts remained fixated on Chu Ying, filled with confusion and contemplation. The current Chu Ying exuded an aura of profound mystery that eluded her understanding. Simultaneously, she realized that he truly seemed to disregard her, just as he had claimed. Severing their ties, for reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable resentment brewed within her. In less than a quarter of an hour, the mistress of the divine maiden peak, Yi Qinxian, the master of the martial combat peak, Wang Langsheng, and the other 18 peak masters arrived in succession. The holy master Ouyang Feng also gradually revealed himself. How did this young man come to be here? And the holy maiden too? Seeing both Chu Ying and Yao Ruashi present, alongside Yi Junfan, several peak masters expressed astonishment and confusion, unable to suppress their glances towards Ouyang Feng. As for Yi Qinxian, she appeared to possess prior knowledge. Her demeanor remained calm and composed, enveloped in an aura of mysterious brilliance, yet she remained silent. Ouyang Feng's expression was solemn, offering no explanation. Now that everyone is gathered, let us proceed. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the depths of the back mountain of the Holy Master Peak. Upon hearing it, Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was the transmission elder. Let us go, Ouyang Feng instructed, leading everyone towards the ancestral forbidden area. Outside the ancestral forbidden area, the white-haired transmission elder sat cross-legged, accompanied by a tattered-clad old man and a gaunt figure in a black robe, both unfamiliar to Chu Ying. We pay our respects to the three venerable ancestors. To Chu Ying's astonishment, Holy Master Ouyang Feng and the numerous peak masters all bowed respectfully to these three elders. Even the proud Yi Qinxian did not exempt herself from this act of reverence. There is no need for excessive words. Let us arrange the formation and open the forbidden ground, the Elder of Transmission declared. Chapter 51. Insights from the Forbidden Land, as Yao Ruashi opens the seven heavens. With the combined efforts of 3 ancient supremes and 18 peak masters, including the Holy Lord, a breach in the formation was finally achieved, allowing the forbidden ground to open. In an instant, a chilling and malevolent demonic aura surged forth. Quickly enter, the Elder of Transmission bellowed. Without hesitation, Chu Ying was the first to rush inside. Ye Junfan and Yao Ruashi, regaining their senses, followed closely behind. As the breach sealed, a sigh of relief swept over the group. Why allow Chu Ying and Yao Ruashi to enter the forbidden ground? One peak master could not restrain a query. Indeed, one person with the ancient sacred body is sufficient. What use is there for others to come? Another voiced. The Elder of Transmission responded with indifference, instead of engaging in idle discussions. Why not ponder how to cultivate your disciples to excellence? With this reprimand from the Elder, the chattering peak masters fell silent. This Elder's temper seemed relatively mild. Had it been the other enigmatic elders, they might have met with a slap across the face. Upon entering, Chu Ying found himself alone. With no sign of Ye Junfan or Yao Ruashi, the oppressive demonic aura was terrifying. The air was tainted with a dark crimson hue, suffocating under the unending malevolence. Simultaneously, this demonic energy bore the terrifying weight of decaying life. Chu Ying unleashed his second heaven, the formidable visage of the gluttonous beast roaring behind him, absorbing the surrounding malevolence. Decaying demonic energy? Malevolence? Is this not my sustenance? Chu Ying was undaunted, not the slightest bit intimidated. He ventured deeper, navigating through grotesque rocks, broken bones, and shattered weapons, amidst a wilderness devoid of vitality. The Elder of Transmission had mentioned the potential emergence of the soul of ancestral oblivion here. Could it stem from the buried convictions of the past masters in this forbidden land? As Chu Ying pondered, he perceived that this place was rather uneventful, merely barren and desolate. He decided to delve deeper. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity in the dimness, he lost all sense of time. Chu Ying estimated he had been walking for over half an hour when he stumbled upon a seated skeleton. The bones shimmered with a dark, glassy golden hue. His gaze sharpened. This was the mark of a Holy Lord-level cultivator, with bones transformed into an unbreakable glassy golden body. He approached cautiously, discovering a token beside the skeleton. 88th Generation Holy Lord. Astonished, Chu Ying realized it belonged to a former Holy Lord. He mused that the current Holy Lord, Ouyang Feng, must be the 99th generation. It had been 11 generations. Who could fathom how many years had passed? Just as he reached for the token, a surge of black, malevolent energy erupted from the skeleton, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of resentment and grievance. Why does the fight divine word not manifest? Who dares to challenge our Tai Xian in the eastern wilderness? At all costs, suppress the forbidden ground. The echoes of these shouts reverberated in Chu Ying's mind, causing his eyes to flare crimson in an instant. However, he soon regained consciousness. The negative effects had all been transferred. The seed of demonic sword, it is now up to you. Chu Ying drew forth the seed of demonic sword, and with a single strike, annihilated the lingering malevolent spirit. It was not the remnant soul of an ancestor, but rather a bizarre entity birthed from the fusion of the fierce malevolence, demonic energy, and the lingering obsessions of a corpse from its former life. As for Yi Junfan, upon entering the Forbidden Land, he found no trace of Yao Ruoshi, nor could he spot Chu Ying. He furrowed his brow, but chose not to dwell on it. The pressing matter at hand was to comprehend the true word of Do, the secret of Tai Xian, a particularly fearsome assault technique from the eastern wasteland. One of the 9 true words, the true word of Do. This must surely be within my grasp. The ancient sacred body has always thrived in battle. Resonating intrinsically with the true word of Do, Yi Junfan felt a surge of confidence as he pressed deeper, convinced that the inheritance lay hidden in the depths of the Forbidden Land. At a certain moment, the 6 great heavens within him erupted with thunderous roars, akin to the crashing of tidal waves against the shore. The golden light of the sacred body continuously radiated from him, exuding a terrifying pressure, as if responding to some resonant force. Before him, amidst the vast, dim, and dark red decaying demonic energy, a golden swastika flickered into view. Upon seeing the golden swastika, Yi Junfan's spirit surged, resonating powerfully, as if a great bell had tolled. That was the true word of Do. Yi Junfan's countenance radiated joy. Indeed, his ancient sacred body was most attuned to the true word of Do, able to manifest it in the present world. Fight the heavens. Fight the earth. Fight all living beings. The resplendent sounds of celestial music reverberated in his mind, and Yi Junfan's eyes sparkled as the golden swastika grew increasingly vivid within his sight, until it soared into the sea of his consciousness. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, calming his mind and dedicating himself fully to the comprehension of the true word of Do. Meanwhile, Yao Ruoshi, who had also ventured into the Forbidden Land, found herself continually repelled by the overwhelming, malevolent, decaying demonic energy. She struggled to delve deeper into the forbidden realm. Could it be that the true word of Do is truly beyond my reach? Yao Ruoshi felt a wave of despondency, unwilling to accept her fate. Just then, deep within her heart, her inner demons seemed to be stirred by a mysterious force. Dark light flickered in Yao Ruoshi's eyes, allowing her to faintly perceive the fluctuations of certain grand paths in the void. Suddenly, a serene and natural aura emanated from her. The principles of Taoism of nature from the Tai Xian Jing. Since this is a forbidden land where generations of ancestors are buried, how could it possibly lack the power of the core principle Taoism of nature? Human follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Behind her, the 6 great heavens she had opened began to rotate, their energies intertwining. From the Tao comes 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things, known as nature. A gap gradually formed in the circle created by the 6 great heavens. However, the area of the gap was mysteriously supplemented by the force of Taoism of nature, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. A nascent form of a heaven slowly took shape, continuously growing and expanding. It would not be long before it developed into a complete heaven. 3 days had already passed. Yao Ruoshi was the first to emerge from the Forbidden Land, her expression neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Despite her absence from the fighting word mantra, her journey yielded remarkable gains, even beyond her expectations. Outside the forbidden ground, 3 venerable ancestors and the leaders of various peaks furrowed their brows. Oh, to be in harmony with the Tao, a rare occurrence akin to the phoenix's feather or the unicorn's horn, the 7 heavens. The elder in charge of imparting teachings expressed his astonishment. At this moment, everyone sensed a distinct transformation in Yao Ruoshi, their gazes filled with surprise. Ruoshi, have you truly attained the 7 heavens? Yi Qingxian's extraordinary eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gazed intently at Yao Ruoshi. Yes, master, Yao Ruoshi replied softly. Having reached the realm of the 7 heavens, she found her understanding of cultivation to be significantly enhanced, enabling her to effortlessly grasp the myriad mysteries of the universe. The rarity of the 7 heavens, in unison with the Tao, bore little resemblance to her natural approach to the way. The connection between heaven and humanity was a profound step toward the realm of the Saint Lord, an insight that transcended mere words, solely derived from personal comprehension. No wonder the seven heavens are deemed a potential hallmark of entering the Saint Lord domain. The ancients did not deceive me. Chapter 52. The Fighting Word Spell. Junior Sister Ye's disciple has a promising future, one remarked with a chuckle. Could it be that Junior Sister Ye anticipated she would establish the seven heavens within the forbidden ground? Several peak leaders could not help but exclaim in awe. They themselves had only reached the realm of the seven heavens, some even merely the six heavens. With Yao Ruashi attaining this number of heavens, she undoubtedly could stand alongside them in the future, prompting them to reassess their perspectives. Yi Qingxian, quite pleased, smiled with pride. Ruashi, do you have any other gains? Yao Ruashi gently shook her head. No, I am fated to be without the fighting word mantra. Yi Qingxian nodded, as this was within her expectations. The fighting word mantra could only be acquired by Yi Junfan. The three ancestors displayed little change in expression. Only the elder in charge of imparting teachings showed a moment of surprise. The seven heavens, though indeed rare, did not warrant excessive attention from them. The two had yet to emerge. Who would ultimately obtain the fighting word mantra? The elder pondered silently. Naturally, he wished for Chu Ying to comprehend it. But the outcome remained uncertain. Within the forbidden ground, Chu Ying perused the remains of one ancestor after another. Despite not grasping any insights into the fighting word mantra, he remained unfazed. Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. If it is meant for you, no one can take it away. If not, it cannot be forced. The Taishian sacred land had seen numerous ancestors, all of whom were at least of the Saint Lord realm, a foundation that was indeed formidable. However, Chu Ying failed to notice that the surrounding malevolent aura had transformed into a pure black, as dark as the abyss. Have I reached the end? Chu Ying discovered that there was no path ahead, and here, there were no remains of ancestors, but two tombstones stood instead. The two ancestors of Taishian? Chu Ying's eyes widened in shock. The large characters on the tombstones startled him profoundly. Two ancestors. What era did these figures belong to? The history of the Taishian sacred land was ancient. Even if it had never produced an emperor, it was not inferior to the ancient noble families. The two ancestors must have existed during the primordial age. Is this the stele of the two ancestors? Could there be remains buried here? Chu Ying could not help but wonder. Suddenly, he noticed a strange character appear on the stele, and he felt as though struck by lightning. A black swastika continuously magnified within his pupils. Blood gushed from Chu Ying's eyes, causing him excruciating pain. With another blink, he found himself engulfed in an infinite abyss of darkness, reminiscent of the cosmic expanse. Ha ha ha. At last, I have embarked upon the path of the Emperor. At the journey's end, I shall stand alone. The road to immortality is shrouded in uncertainty. Does ascending to the throne guarantee transcendence? Resounding words, grand as thunder, reverberated through the void. In Chu Ying's vision, numerous unparalleled and valiant prodigies emerged, each a spirited powerhouse. Together, they traversed an ancient road, endlessly pursuing the ethereal dream of immortality. No, this world has long been devoid of immortals. The lifespan of a great emperor is finite. How can everlasting transcendence exist in this realm? A voice, filled with wrath, erupted amidst the chaotic darkness. Chu Ying could only discern a humanoid silhouette, though its features remained obscured. All of this was but an elaborate ruse. What a grand illusion of divine beings and eternal demons. A roar, akin to the heavens, echoed in Chu Ying's mind, causing his pupils to constrict violently. The humanoid figure radiated golden light. Suddenly, a golden swastika was tainted with an indelible blackness. Thus, it proclaimed, slay the immortals, annihilate the Buddhas, exterminate the divine and demonic entities. Awakening from this tumultuous vision, Chu Ying beheld an exceedingly vivid black swastika. Instinctively, he gasped in astonishment. The true word of the duel? Upon hearing his words, the black swastika spun upright, as if born of a misunderstood fury. No. Chu Ying immediately shook his head in fervent disbelief, his eyes alight with joy. You are the dual word demon mantra created by the second ancestor. Slay the immortals, annihilate the Buddhas, exterminate the divine and demonic entities. This time, the black swastika surged into Chu Ying's being. A torrent of information regarding the dual word demon mantra flooded his mind. The primordial ancestor authored the Taishin Sutra, disseminating the true word of the duel, establishing a dominant force that shook the eastern wilderness, the Taishin Holy Land. In the ancient era, the Taishin Holy Land was unmatched, reigning supreme in the eastern wilderness due to the power of the dual word. During the age of no emperors, few dared to challenge its might. Following the fall of the ancestor, countless foes surged forth, eager to seize the dual word. Yet, the second ancestor emerged, taking up the mantle of the dual word, obliterating adversaries and carving a path through the stars. If the primordial ancestor brought glory to Taishian, then the second ancestor elevated it to its zenith. he established the unparalleled dual word demon mantra based on the true word of the dual. The dual word demon mantra boasts a 100% success rate, a 100-fold increase in combat prowess, infinite enhancement for any attack. Upon grasping the formidable power of the dual word demon mantra, Chu Ying inhaled sharply. It is said that the true word of the dual amplifies a practitioner's strength tenfold, yet the probability of successful activation is but 1 in 1,000. In other words, one might need to attempt the dual word 1,000 times to achieve even a single successful tenfold increase in strength. And that effect lasts merely an instant, exceedingly fleeting. Nevertheless, the primordial ancestor wielded the dual word to dominate the eastern wilderness. However, the dual word demon mantra, with its overwhelming potential, could almost entirely eclipse the dual word. Alas, the use of the dual word demon mantra comes with significant restrictions and formidable side effects. The last 3 characters, Chu Ying, resonated in his mind, and a golden light blossomed within his eyes. Each time he cast the doozy incantation, it would consume a century of his lifespan, leaving him significantly weakened in both vitality and spirit. Even after the second ancestor had created the doozy incantation, it was only employed during critical moments of cataclysmic battle. Chu Ying was profoundly shaken. The side effects were indeed grave. To expend a century of life for a single invocation, which was essentially just one strike to enhance his own attack, meant that a grand conflict could potentially cost him hundreds, if not thousands, of years of life. Yet, even cultivators at the Saint Lord level rarely exceeded 3,000 years of lifespan. Such a cost was unbearable. It was no wonder that since the second ancestor, only the third ancestor had comprehended the doozy incantation, and even he had rarely utilized it. As for those who came after, none had ever grasped the doozy incantation. In fact, in modern times, it was likely that no one even knew that the second ancestor had created an incantation far surpassing the doozy mantra. Perhaps even if they were aware, they would not dare to hope, simply because the side effects of the doozy incantation were too severe. With a deep breath, Chu Ying's eyes blazed like fire, and within him surged waves of exhilaration. He could scarcely contain his overwhelming joy. For others, even acquiring the doozy incantation would be met with trepidation, not out of fear, but because the cost of a single use was a century of life. A burden too great to bear. Yet, Chu Ying had no such concerns. He was indifferent to the side effects. In fact, the more severe the consequences, the more devastating it would be for his foes. The black swastika seemed to have already acknowledged Chu Ying. He effortlessly comprehended and fully mastered the doozy incantation. His spirit soared. Having acquired the doozy incantation, what realm was beyond his reach? With a 100-fold increase in combat power, how many could stand against him within the same tier? Chapter 53. The ancient beast suppressed beneath the earth at the very moment Chu Ying attained the doozy incantation. The Tai-Xian forbidden land erupted with a thunderous roar, though the sound could not escape, audible only to Chu Ying. The forbidden ground was in turmoil. Within the same confinement, Yi Junfan opened his eyes, sensing the decaying demonic energy surging with frenzied intensity, its concentration so high that even he found it difficult to withstand. Very well. Having already comprehended the doozy mantra, it was time to leave this place. A confident smile graced Yi Junfan's lips. With the doozy mantra in his possession, what storm could Chu Ying possibly conjure? Surely, he was now the rightful saint son of Tai-Xian. In a flash of brilliance, Yi Junfan exited the forbidden land. As soon as Yi Junfan emerged, numerous gazes converged upon him in unison. Yi Qingxian was particularly excited yet anxious, despite her firm belief that Yi Junfan, as an ancient sacred body, would surely resonate with the doozy mantra. The outcome remained uncertain. Anticipation sparkled in her beautiful eyes. The master of the martial combat peak, Wang Langsheng, also appeared somewhat tense, his palms clammy with sweat. The other peak masters fixed their eyes intently on Yi Junfan, their hearts racing with apprehension, fearing to hear the results they dreaded. Even the 3 ancestors furrowed their brows, solemn and grave. I shall not fail. I have acquired the doozy mantra. Yi Junfan smiled gently. As the words fell, the leaders of the various peaks were instantly filled with exhilaration. The legendary Do character, which had not graced the realm of the Tai-Xian Holy Land for 7 millennia, had finally re-emerged. Wang Lang was moved to tears, his voice trembling as he implored. Youngyi, could you demonstrate it for us? The assembled peak leaders were brimming with anticipation. How could they remain calm when the Do character, which had once elevated the Tai-Xian Holy Land to unprecedented heights, was now manifesting? Yi Qingshan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, she replied. Yi Junfan stepped into the open, first executing a simple punch. The crowd watched with rapt attention. Then, a golden swastika quietly emerged from his palm. At the sight of this symbol, all present were struck with astonishment, their excitement palpable. Even the three ancient ancestors paused. Their breaths caught in their throats as they inhaled deeply. In the next moment, Yi Junfan delivered another punch identical to the first. Boom. It was expected that this punch would surpass the first in power, yet it turned out to be equally mundane. Yi Junfan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He sheepishly explained, the success rate for this Do character as tenfold enhancement is merely 1 in 1,000. The peak leaders, undeterred, marveled in unison. Indeed, it is the Do character. Heaven has favored our Tai Xian Holy Land with a return to its former glory, even with a mere 1 in 1,000 success rate. Once successful, it will be utterly unparalleled. Sovereign Ouyang Feng sighed. It is the will of heaven. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingshan smiled lightly. Sovereign brother, I have long asserted that young Yi is the fated candidate. You and the elders were skeptical, yet now, is he not the rightful holy son? She inquired with a proud and triumphant demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at the three ancient ancestors. These three, the hidden ancestor, the clumsy ancestor, and the concealed ancestor, were the longest-lived and most formidable figures within the Tai Xian Holy Land. She was aware that her actions might not receive their endorsement, and her intentions could not escape their discerning eyes. However, she was relieved that her gamble had paid off. Ouyang Feng remained silent, merely gazing towards the transmission elder and the other two ancestors. The transmission elder, the hidden ancestor, wore a complex expression before finally uttering a deep sigh. Let us proceed with the Holy Son's consecration ceremony. With that, the hidden ancestor's figure gradually faded away, although the clumsy ancestor and the concealed ancestor were not entirely pleased. Given the close ties of the archaic holy body to the Yi family of Zhongzhou, they had little choice but to accept the outcome. They could only hope this young man would safeguard the Do character. The two ancestors departed as well. The three ancient ancestors were all beset by disappointment, having placed great hope in Chu Ying, who had ultimately failed, while the archaic holy body succeeded. Sovereign brother, shall we not depart? Yi Qingshan inquired of Ouyang Feng. He furrowed his brow slightly, and replied, Chu Ying has yet to emerge. Yi Qingshan smiled coldly. A person who self-destructs their potential is destined for a future devoid of promise. He may soon emerge, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to withstand the encroaching demonic energy in the forbidden ground, would he? If so, it would truly be a path to self-destruction. The previous actions had unsettled the morale of the Tai Xian disciples, necessitating the intervention of Sovereign Brother to restore stability. Hearing Yi Qingshan's words, Ouyang Feng no longer hesitated and said, in that case, everyone, go back and prepare yourselves before returning for the enfeoffment ceremony. Regarding the secret word of battle, it is a hidden secret of our Tai Xian sect. Do not reveal today's events. Everyone nodded and then left one after another. Only then did Yi Junfan learn that Yao Ruoshi was the first to emerge and had opened her 7th divine cave, becoming a rarity among rarities. He was quite pleased about this because, in his view, Yao Ruoshi would be his future Dao companion, and achieving 7 divine caves was ideal. As for Chu Ying, Yi Junfan glanced toward the direction of the Forbidden Land, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth, disdain that came from the depths of his heart. Chu Ying was no longer worthy of being his opponent. However, he still intended to settle the shame and hatred from that day. Once Chu Ying emerged, he would repay him in full. A terrifying roar echoed in Chu Ying's ears. This puzzled Chu Ying. Could it be that the Tai Xian Forbidden Land was suppressing a ferocious beast? The problem was, he had reached the end, and he hadn't seen anything like that. Suddenly, the Blackwine character in his divine consciousness trembled slightly, providing him with guidance. Underground? Chu Ying was taken aback, instinctively looking down. The next moment, a black hole abruptly appeared beneath his feet, and he fell straight down, deep underground in the Tai Xian Forbidden Land. Gazing at the dark, dim surroundings illuminated by eerie blue and ghostly green flames of various chilling hues, Chu Ying felt a shiver run down his spine. Who would have thought there was such a place within the Forbidden Land? Listening to the transmission elder's earlier words, it seemed the Forbidden Land was suppressing something extraordinary, and he had actually ended up here. But since he was already here, Chu Ying wasn't one to shy away from danger. He cautiously moved forward to explore. Chu Ying felt as though this place was akin to the 9 nether hells. The flames burning here were unlike any he had ever seen, especially eerie and sinister. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. An enormous and ferocious ancient beast lay coiled ahead. It bore no shackles, but was somehow suppressed and confined here by an unknown force. What kind of ancient beast was this? Chu Ying frowned deeply. This monstrous beast had a wolf-like head, yet sported a pair of massive, ancient gray horns. At the center of its forehead was a fearsome vertical eye. Its body was covered in hard, cold black scales, and between the scales grew half-foot-long red hairs. Strangest of all, the beast had 9 tails, each ending in a relatively small, ferocious head resembling a dragon's head. Chu Ying had seen the divine azure lawn. the terrifying Tao Tai, and the primordial ferocious beast Xiongqi, though those had all come with system prompts. Now, Chu Ying truly had no idea what kind of existence was being suppressed here. Chapter 54. The leader of the 10 primordial fierce beasts, 9 Netherwolf. The suppressed ancient beast opened its massive eyes, including the vertical eye on its forehead. A ferocious, icy sense of death suddenly enveloped Chu Ying's heart, making him shiver all over as if plunged into an ice cellar. However, what Chu Ying anticipated did not happen. The ancient beast stared at him with a complex gaze, filled with a meaning even Chu Ying himself could not perceive. My apologies for intruding upon this space. I shall take my leave now. Chu Ying attempted to shift his form, yet his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground. The ancient beast let out a thunderous roar, sending a shiver of fear coursing through Chu Ying, an entity that had been suppressed here for an indeterminate number of years. Yet still alive, one could only speculate about its formidable might. Chu Ying's singular desire was to escape this place, while inwardly he muttered, "The incantation of the fighting character has led me astray. Why bring me here?" However, he soon found himself stunned. The ancient beast suddenly raised its massive body, its robust limbs bending downwards like a wolf's. Was it kneeling before Chu Ying? Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback. He then observed a peculiar black egg falling from the beast's fur, adorned with patterns remarkably similar to the fierce dragon heads on the creature's 9 tails. Simultaneously, the ancient beast gazed at Chu Ying with a pleading look. The black egg lay before the beast, which was now kneeling in front of Chu Ying. Chu Ying's expression became increasingly complex. The ancient beast conveyed a thought to him. If he could safely take the egg and facilitate its hatching, he would inherit its extraordinary techniques. Chu Ying could hardly fathom that this ancient beast had summoned him to continue the lineage of its kind. As if fearing Chu Ying might refuse, or perhaps sensing a lack of sincerity, the beast let out a mournful cry, suddenly drenched in blood. A dark chest bone, the size of a half-opened door, erupted from its body, covered in mysterious patterns that evoked a sense of dread. Chu Ying merely glanced at it, and felt his spirit tremble, his mind becoming disoriented. Detected an object with side effects. The bone of the ancient 10 fiends. The 9 Netherhound, a being from beyond this realm. What on earth? Chu Ying stood frozen, taken aback by the system's sudden notification. The ancient 10 fiends. The 9 Netherhound. He was utterly dumbfounded. He had refined the bones of the Qingluan, the Tao Tai, and the Qiongqi. Yet none of them were considered among the ancient 10 fiends. Even the Qingluan was merely a branch of the true phoenix. He had never anticipated that the mysterious black bone hovering before him was the precious bone of the ancient 10 fiends, the 9 Netherhound. Wait, a living ancient 10 fiend is right before me? Chu Ying felt as though he might faint. This was utterly terrifying. How could the sacred land of Tai Xian possibly suppress a creature of such ancient lineage? You wish for me to take this egg outside and allow it to hatch? Chu Ying asked uncertainly. The old 9 Netherhound slowly nodded, its pleading gaze unwavering, imbued with both sorrow and affection for the egg. Why don't you let me devise a way to rescue you instead? Chu Ying inquired further. Upon hearing his words, the old 9 Netherhound's enormous eyes, along with the vertical eye on its forehead, displayed a strange mix of emotions: mockery, disdain, doubt, and a hint of bewilderment. Chu Ying finally grasped the situation. What qualifications did he possess? He was merely a small cultivator, capable of causing a ruckus among lower-tier practitioners due to his fortuitous advantages. However, in the presence of an unparalleled powerhouse, even with enhancements, he would be of little consequence, let alone assist the 9 Nether Beast in its escape. The ancient 9 Nether Beast conveyed another message to Chu Ying, revealing that its time was drawing near. It had endured countless years and was on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, it had bestowed all its life essence upon its progeny, the last of its kind. Thus, there was no need for it to venture forth. It could simply await its demise in peace. Oh, I see. Very well. Rest assured, I swear by my Tao heart that I shall ensure the safety of your progeny, Chu Ying declared. However, I cannot guarantee a smooth hatching, as I am unaware of the energy required for its emergence. Upon hearing this, gratitude and joy illuminated the eyes of the ancient 9 Nether Beast. It nodded, indicating that Chu Ying need not worry on that front. With that, Chu Ying accepted the gifted bone, imbued with the legacy of arcane arts, with a sense of rightful ease. This egg, can I directly store it in my spatial ring? Chu Ying mused, and upon attempting, he discovered that it was indeed possible. As he carried away its progeny, the ancient 9 Nether Beast seemed to fulfill a final wish in this world, its gaze gradually dimming. Wait, are you truly at the end? Chu Ying instinctively exclaimed. But a fierce whirlwind swept him away, propelling him to the surface. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the ground of the Forbidden Zone. I'm out. Chu Ying glanced at the treasured bone in his hand and the black egg within his spatial ring. It was not a dream. His expression was complex, yet soon transformed into determination. With your fortune, I shall uphold my promise. Taking this opportunity, I shall cultivate the 9 calamities scripture here and refine this genuine ancient bone of the 10 fiends. Unbeknownst to him, during his time in the Forbidden Zone, Yi Junfan had undergone the ceremony of being conferred as a saint's son. Now, no one dared to voice dissent regarding Yi Junfan's status as the saint's son, as even the highest echelons, including the masters of the 18 holy peaks and 3 ancestral elders, recognized that Yi Junfan had received the true word of combat. To quell the grievances and dissatisfaction that had arisen among the disciples of Tai Xian over the past days, the Tai Xian sacred land opened numerous secret realms for disciples to cultivate freely. The quasi-saint sons and daughters observed a subtle shift in the attitudes of the peak masters towards Yi Junfan, causing them to be secretly alarmed and to withdraw themselves. After officially becoming the saint's son, Yi Junfan entered the martial combat peak to cultivate, taking the peak master, Wang Langsheng, as his mentor. Additionally, he devoted himself to mastering the true word of combat, striving to enhance his chances of amplifying his combat power while preparing to conquer the 7th cave sky. Even if my true form remains unaffected, my Saint War incarnation has borne the brunt of that peculiar curse. Had it not been so, my power would have increased further. On the Saint's Sun Peak, a figure appeared before Yi Junfan, mirroring his own appearance, yet with a pallid complexion and a waning aura. This was the 2nd divine incarnation he had unlocked, the Saint War incarnation. To a certain extent, this incarnation, lacking his complete intellect, was akin to his second self. Affected by the curse, he unexpectedly found fortune in misfortune at the brink of death, awakening the Holy War's true form. Simultaneously, this form absorbed the cursed power afflicting him, shouldering the bizarre curse on his behalf. There was an urgent need to cultivate the 7th heaven, enhance his strength, and devise a method to dispel the curse of the true form. I must uncover the wretched hand that stealthily cast this curse upon me. The thought filled Yi Junfan with a bitter rage. Until now, he believed it to be a curse that appeared from thin air, as this was the only explanation he could muster. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was not merely a curse, but rather the result of Chu Ying's machinations. Thus, once Chu Ying comprehended why he was immune to the side effects, he found himself in peril once more. Chapter 55, The 7 Heavens, Divine Retribution, the 9 Nether Fiend Form. The calamities of this world are countless, all stemming from these 9 disasters. The calamity of heaven, hell, humanity, wealth, suffering, love, Azura, beasts, and demons. Deep within the forbidden land of Tai Xian, Chu Ying had been cultivating the 9 calamities scripture for many days, losing track of time. If one were to disregard the system's external aid, Chu Ying was indeed a prodigious talent, yet he could not deny his mortal body. Devoid of any extraordinary constitution or lineage, as an orphan, his bloodline remained a mystery. Lacking any background, all resources for cultivation had to be fought for by himself. Therefore, his limits would only allow him to reach the 7th heaven, and even that was contingent upon fortuitous circumstances. To cultivate calamities, to defy fate, and to incur divine retribution. This was the opening line of the 9 calamities scripture. But did Chu Ying care? Divine retribution? Are there not countless individuals in this world, steeped in malevolence and chaos? Did they face divine retribution? The capitalists of the Blue Star, who feasted upon human flesh, did they encounter divine retribution? Having already opened additional heavens. Should I fear your divine retribution? Chu Ying scoffed. Thus, at a certain moment, a nearly black heaven began to coalesce behind Chu Ying, standing out starkly among the other 6. This heaven was opened by seizing the negative creation of heaven and earth, embodying all calamities and dark, negative forces. Suddenly, a resounding thunder echoed from above. Chu Ying opened his eyes, deep and unfathomable. It dawned on him that the myriad calamities of this world were deliberately instigated by your operations. Is this what they call the way of heaven is unkind? A realization washed over him. If he were to cultivate the 9 calamities scripture, he would uncover a secret of the heavenly way, though perhaps it was not a secret, but an existing law, which most people remained ignorant of. However, knowing this could disrupt the already established order, inevitably attracting the heavenly way's ire and reproach. Thus, divine retribution. Come on, strike me down if you can. Chu Ying mocked. Could the side effects of the thunderbolt of calamity be transferred? But what side effects could there be? After a moment's contemplation, a bolt of divine retribution, as thick as an arm, descended upon him. Boom. Chu Ying was charred all over, yet his 7 realms shone even more brilliantly. The black domain forged by the power of calamity, growing increasingly profound. Within the first 3 realms, the avatars of Qinghuan, Taotai, and Xiongqi cried out and roared, their resilience intensifying. Very well, quite invigorating, bring it on. I shall treat this as body tempering. Chu Ying realized that the calamity thunder was not a side effect that could be diverted. Nevertheless, it mattered not. After all, could he not endure the tribulation himself? As if sensing his provocation, the calamity thunder brewing within the forbidden grounds grew ever more terrifying. Though this place was a sanctuary of the Taishan Holy Land, it remained connected to the world, allowing for the presence of thunder tribulations. Boom, boom, boom. As bolts of calamity thunder struck down, Chu Ying exclaimed in exhilaration. However, the thunder could not slay him, for it was merely a manifestation of the heavenly tribulation from the 9 calamities scripture. Having cultivated this scripture, how could he be vanquished by the heavenly tribulation? After half an hour, the first thunder tribulation of his life, the punishment of heaven, dissipated. He donned a brand new robe, radiating vitality and exuding an ethereal grace. Oh, heaven's path, you old fool, since you can't kill me, just wait. After uttering a curse, Chu Ying examined his body. The 7 realms spun in unison, with the newly forged black realm at their core, while the other 6 revolved around it. Is this a mark of heavenly punishment? Chu Ying furrowed his brow, noticing the traces of divine retribution within him. According to the 9 calamities scripture, this was a sign of being ensnared by heavenly tribulation. He had, indeed, become a child of divine punishment. Yet, it was merely a matter of minor tribulations. Chu Ying smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on it. He possessed a safeguard. As long as he remained cautious in the early stages, he would soar in strength during the latter part, refining the 9 netherhound bones. There are 2 legends regarding the foremost of the ancient 10 fiends. One claims that the leader is the true dragon. The other states that the 9 netherhound, hailing from another realm, slayed the true dragon and ascended as the new leader of the 10 fiends. Regardless, the 9 netherhound is undeniably one of the ancient 10 fiends. A being of unparalleled terror. Chu Ying's spirit surged, but he quickly calmed himself, dedicating himself entirely to the refining of the 9 netherhound bones to coalesce the avatar. He did not integrate this bone into the 4th realm, but rather into the newly established black 7th realm. Having refined the bones of Qingluan, Taotai, and Xiongqi, the avatars I conjured were of extraordinary caliber. What might the level of the avatar be when I refine the bones of the ancient 10 fiends? Is it possible for it to exceed the extraordinary level? Chu Ying was uncertain. The ancient 10 fiends were almost mythical, scarcely seen in the present day, let alone the prospect of gathering their bones to forge an avatar. Such thoughts were almost inconceivable. This was precisely why Chu Ying was astonished that the depths of the forbidden grounds in the Taishan Holy Land housed a 9 netherhound. The process of refining the bones to manifest the avatar was more effortless than Chu Ying had anticipated. At the moment of successful refinement, his mind was flooded with a multitude of ancient and terrifying images. A dimly lit hell, a corpse river flowing upstream. The ancient banks. Did the lineage of the 9 netherhounds originate from the underworld? From the realm of the dead? Chu Ying was uncertain whether this fantastical realm possessed a concept of hell, yet he was aware of the legends surrounding it from his previous life on Blue Star. Upon death, did one not descend into hell? Was ascension to heaven merely a fantasy? Roar! Within the black void, a fearsome creature known as the Chu Ying was successfully materialized. With a ferocious wolf's head, a vertical eye set in its brow, and scales adorned with crimson fur in the crevices, it boasted 9 tails, each crowned with the head of a dragon. Chu Ying's treasure technique. Transforming into the nether, devouring heaven and earth, refining all things, all beings succumbing to death, surpassing even the prowess of the Taotai technique countless times. Hiss! Truly, it was the foremost of the ancient 10 fiends, terrifying beyond measure. Could it be genuinely connected to the netherworld? Amidst his astonishment, Chu Ying could not help but harbor doubts, though they were merely conjectures. System, did you not mention that the bone of the Chu Ying has side effects? What might they be? Chu Ying inquired, slightly puzzled. The side effect is also transformation into the nether. In simpler terms, it embodies an innate malevolence, intent on converting all living beings into the undead. Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback, his understanding wavering. Wait. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, for the calamity clouds began to gather once more. Was it due to the Chu Ying manifestation he had conjured? To his astonishment, upon manifesting the Chu Ying, he noticed that the 3 great manifestations, Qingluan, Taotai, and Xiongqi, were all trembling in supplication. The 3 extraordinary manifestations quaking. Chu Ying felt a rush of incredulity. Could it be that his Chu Ying manifestation had transcended the realm of the extraordinary? A dreadful thought surged within him. Boom! The thunder of calamity descended. And as Chu Ying prepared to endure it, he was horrified to discover that his Chu Ying manifestation charged forth and consumed the bolt of lightning. And the Chu Ying remained unscathed. Chapter 56. Departing the Forbidden Ground, the Nameless Fury, and the Fierce Battle with Yi Junfan. Chu Ying was utterly bewildered, lost in a fog of confusion. The Chu Ying manifestation surged forth, its terrifying transforming into the nether powers sweeping through, compelling the calamity lightning to appear as if it were fraying at the seams. Bolts of lightning fell rapidly like a rain of needles. Yet, not only did it fail to harm the Chu Ying manifestation, but it was also devoured by it. Chu Ying's initial shock transformed into elation. He could distinctly see that even the thunderclouds were trembling. What did this signify? This manifestation rendered the calamity lightning utterly impotent. The legendary foremost of the ancient 10 fiends was indeed fearsome. This manifestation must have surpassed the extraordinary level. Otherwise, it could not have summoned calamity lightning. Chu Ying stroked his chin, murmuring, I wonder if anyone in the eastern wilderness has ever materialized a manifestation of this caliber. Perhaps it could be termed a taboo manifestation. Once conjured, it would attract calamity lightning, which is akin to divine retribution, is it not? Chu Ying noticed an increase in the traces of divine retribution within his body. His expression remained calm, unperturbed. After a rough assessment of his combat strength, he concluded that with 7 cave heavens, he was already among the rarest. Coupled with 3 extraordinary manifestations and 1 taboo manifestation, excluding the side effects of the system, Chu Ying could contend against the 3-layered heavens of the Tianhun Palace with ease, without the slightest pressure. Considering his methods, the most formidable sword of the demon, combined with the sacred intent of slaughter and the heavenly severing sword technique, poses no challenge even against cultivators of the Earth Soul Palace, likely within the 2nd or 3rd tier of that realm. Furthermore, when accounting for the side effects, engaging in battle while placing the adversary in the position of those effects makes it feasible to contend with the Soul Palace. At minimum, I estimate my peak combat prowess to be at least at the level of 7 prohibitions. 7 prohibition strength signifies the ability to combat across 7 realms. Almost forgot. Damn. The demon incantation of the word do I have mastered has yet to be factored in. 9 prohibitions. Absolutely 9 prohibitions. Suddenly, Chu Ying recalled his greatest gain from the Forbidden Land, the do word incantation. To him, the do word incantation holds greater significance than the 9 netherbone of the hellish depths. An endless brilliance and confidence surged in his eyes. He has now officially stepped into the ranks of the pinnacle prodigies, undoubtedly among the most extraordinary. After cultivating for so many days, it is time to depart. As Chu Ying emerged from the Forbidden Land, he was taken aback to find it utterly deserted outside. It seems that Yi Junfan had long since exited. Could it be that he has grasped the do word true saying? Narrowing his eyes, Chu Ying smirked disdainfully. The do word true saying? In comparison to the do word incantation, it is merely a younger sibling. Returning to the Holy Master Peak, he quickly departed once more. However, Chu Ying soon realized that a significant transformation had occurred within the Tai Xian Holy Land. Where's my cultivation peak? Upon arriving at his designated cultivation mountain, he was astonished to find numerous disciples present. They appeared to be tidying up his residence. What are you doing? Chu Ying bellowed in a low voice, his fury radiating from him, causing the disciples on the peak to flinch in surprise. Chu Shixiang, you're not dead? One disciple exclaimed, eyes wide as if encountering a ghost. The others were equally astonished. Who told you I was dead? I am perfectly fine. When did I die? Chu Ying's gaze turned icy. The disciples hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness. Chu Shixiang, we were sent by Saint Sun Yi to clean your mountain peak. He said you perished in the Forbidden Land. Please do not vent your anger upon us. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Ying's eyes. Yi Junfan. Ha. Chu Ying, it seems you are still alive. In that case, let us battle. From a distance, Yi Junfan approached, stepping upon a divine rainbow, his black hair billowing, radiating confidence. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes. Since when did you have the authority to manage my cultivation peak? Yi Junfan maintained a calm demeanor, smiling nonchalantly. I presumed you had perished in the Forbidden Land. What is improper about sending someone to clear your peak? Oh, I forgot to mention. The Holy Land also believes you are dead. Hence, you have been removed from the records. A chill coursed through Chu Ying's heart. No wonder it was deserted when he emerged from the Forbidden Land. Could they truly think him dead? The transmission elder previously anticipated he would comprehend the do word true saying, yet he had not. Judging by the situation, Yi Junfan had undoubtedly grasped it. Thus, the transmission elder must be disappointed in him as well. This holy son knows you are no match for me. But today, I shall repay the humiliation of that day. Yi Junfan suddenly let out a cold laugh and, without a moment's hesitation, launched an attack on Chu Ying. He sought to compel Chu Ying into a duel. Little did he know that at this moment, Chu Ying was also engulfed in a fury with nowhere to vent it. He had been expelled from the Holy Land, and his cultivation peak had been cleared away. What was this? Merely the words of a defeated foe, devoid of any qualification to speak thus? Enraged, Chu Ying laughed bitterly and boldly countered with a strike. The heavenly radiance dispersing palm. Flames of celestial fires surged within his palm. A domineering martial technique that consumed his own essence and soul. Elder Yi claims you cultivate forbidden demonic arts, and indeed it seems true. Sacrificing your own potential. How foolish you are. Yi Junfan sneered, thinking such a person could never be his adversary. The mountain embraced seal. He refrained from engaging Chu Ying in close combat, instead unleashing a colossal imprint from a distance, heavy beyond measure, causing the very void to tremble. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes, pondering why Yi Junfan was unaffected by the side effects of his own technique. He resolved to force out all of the opponent's abilities to discern the truth. Demonic sword, heavenly severance, sword technique. As this sword was unleashed, Yi Junfan's expression changed dramatically. Divine concealment, eightfold heavenly dragons. He could hardly fathom that Chu Ying's strength had reached such heights, compelling him to refrain from utilizing his divine concealment in battle. Though he had yet to cultivate the 7 caverns of heaven, his formidable power stemmed purely from the ancient sacred body. Yet, before Chu Ying, he was utterly powerless. Just this one strike sent cold sweat cascading down Yi Junfan's brow. Is this all you are capable of? A defeated foe? Chu Ying mocked with a sardonic smile. Yi Junfan, incensed by Chu Ying's taunts, bellowed, "You have yet to comprehend the true word of combat. What right do you have to label me a defeated foe? It is far too early to determine who is strong and who is weak." Yi Junfan erupted, the aura of the ancient sacred body radiating forth, as the vision of the lotus of suffering manifested behind him. This vision, in some respects, resembled intent, yet was not quite the same. Is that all? Chu Ying infused the sacred will of celestial slaughter into his previous strike, which he had not invoked before. Not only that, but he had yet to employ any of his 4 great treasures, Qingwan, Taotai, Xiongqi, or Jiuyuhua. Yi Junfan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you be this powerful? What manner of technique is this? He was both astonished and infuriated. His hidden humiliation resurfacing. Was he to be thrust back into that former predicament? Absolutely not. The true word of combat. A golden light erupted from Yi Junfan's palm, revealing an ethereal golden swastika. Chu Ying's gaze sharpened. This was the true word of combat, akin in origin to his own demonic verse of combat, yet diverging in path. Boom. Yet, in Chu Ying's eyes, Yi Junfan's fist bore no change. It remained feeble. Uft. Yi Junfan spat blood, his form being repelled. Chapter 57. Crushing Yi Junfan. Yi Qinxian makes her move. Damn it. Yi Junfan seethed inwardly. The probability of successfully manifesting the true word of combat was but 1 in 1,000. Reliant entirely on luck to augment his combat prowess tenfold. The ancient sacred body is merely that. Your divine concealment is weak as well. If this is all the ability you possess, it would be prudent to concede. I can allow you, the Holy Son, to retain a modicum of dignity. The words laced with sarcasm from Chu Ying caused Yi Junfan's complexion to fluctuate between shades of blue and red, filling him with a profound sense of humiliation. You have no right to look down upon me. Yi Junfan summoned his innate battle artifact, the nascent chi of all things, forming a small cauldron. Simultaneously, he continuously chanted the true words of battle, believing that with a stroke of fortune, he might amplify his combat prowess tenfold, even if only for a fleeting moment. The materials for forging the cauldron are indeed commendable, but alas, they are wasted in your hands. Another sword fell, striking with incredible swiftness. As if a shimmering azure phoenix flickered within, the small cauldron was sent flying by Chu Ying's demonic sword, and the sword energy engulfed Yi Junfan entirely. Yi Junfan was once more struck back, spitting blood, and he had sustained considerable injuries. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He could not comprehend how, as an ancient sacred body deemed invincible among his peers, this individual could suppress him. Wait, could it be that you have opened the 7th heaven? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had the opponent also established the 7th heavenly realm, achieving the rare fusion of body and Tao, a paragon among beings? Chu Ying merely smirked, offering no reply. However, in Yi Junfan's eyes, this silence was tantamount to an admission. It was no wonder that Yi Junfan was shaken. He had yet to open the 7th heaven, while Chu Ying had evidently accomplished this feat. It seemed that his time in the Forbidden Land had not been entirely fruitless. Yi Junfan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression somber, and his aura continued to swell. He had initially believed he could easily defeat Chu Ying, yet it appeared that he was far more formidable than anticipated. Allow me to demonstrate my second divine incarnation, Sacred Battle Body. In an instant, a figure almost identical to Yi Junfan appeared beside him, radiating an overwhelming aura of formidable intent. The fierce battle spirit of the ancient sacred body surged within him. Yi Junfan murmured to himself, Though I have yet to discover a means to dispel the curse, I can still have my divine body bear the brunt of the burden. I can reshape my divine body at intervals. Even if still affected by the curse, I can utilize my divine body to enhance my overall strength. With a surge of energy, Yi Juanfan's breath escalated, and at that moment, a golden swastika radiated brilliantly. The true words of battle had succeeded in amplifying his power. With tenfold strength, Yi Juanfan and his sacred battle body appeared on either side of Chu Ying, delivering a devastating blow. Under normal circumstances, no one could evade such an attack. At the very least, they would suffer a punch, resulting in severe injury. But who was Chu Ying? With a commanding thought, he invoked the devouring treasure technique, positioning his demonic sword before him to absorb the incoming assaults at lightning speed. Then he countered, sky-slashing sword technique. Yi Juanfan's pupils constricted in shock. Despite empowering his punch with the sacred battle body and amplifying it tenfold, why had he failed to injure his opponent? In that fleeting moment of distraction, he was met with Chu Ying's howling sword energy. Both Yi Juanfan's true form and his sacred battle body were cleaved backward. And Yi Juanfan himself suffered grievous injuries, spitting blood. It became clear to him then. Chu Ying did not press the attack further, his eyes glimmering with the light of newfound understanding. As he discerned other injuries on Yi Juanfan's sacred battle body, he realized they stemmed from the various adverse effects of his own buffs. Could the divine form of the sacred body actually endure my side effects in place of the true body? The ancient sacred body indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Designated target for adverse effects: Yi Juanfan, true body. Yi Juanfan, sacred battle body. Du Mao, child of calamity. Current number of designated targets for adverse effects: 3, maximum limit 60. Well then, I can crush you now. Under the horrified gaze of Yi Juanfan, Chu Ying brandished his sword, soaring like a celestial being descending from the heavens. His sacred battle body was effortlessly cleaved into nothingness by Chu Ying. Yi Juanfan spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured, his spirit shattered, his aura plummeting. The sacred battle body was his divine repository. Though it could be reconstituted, it would deplete his essence. So, is this truly the extent of your power as a holy son? Chu Ying gazed down from his elevated position, looking over the gravely wounded and weakened Yi Juanfan. At this moment, the disciples on the mountain were utterly dumbfounded. The new holy son, renowned for being invincible among his peers with the ancient sacred body, was being thoroughly dominated by the former holy son, Chu Ying. It was an unequivocal and overwhelming defeat. Furthermore, the commotion from the battle between Chu Ying and Yi Juanfan had already drawn numerous spectators. This area was a training ground for many quasi-holy sons and daughters. From the outset, some had peeked out to witness the clash. Now, they were collectively gasping in astonishment, their gazes towards Chu Ying filled with both awe and dread. How powerful was Yi Juanfan? They had truly experienced his might. Even together, they were no match for him. Hence, what could they say about Yi Juanfan becoming a holy son? Would they dare to say anything? Yet, this incredibly powerful Yi Juanfan, who could suppress them all with ease, was being ruthlessly beaten by Chu Ying. If Yi Juanfan had obtained the true word of combat, would he have been so easily overwhelmed by Chu Ying? In a certain direction, Lin Jishua murmured to herself, feeling somewhat unsettled. However, observing the attitudes of the Holy Lord and the various peaks, it was evident that Yi Juanfan had indeed comprehended the true word of combat. With this realization, Lin Jishua felt a fresh wave of shock. Chu Ying truly deserved the title of an unparalleled prodigy, overpowering the ancient sacred body that possessed the true word of combat. You shall perish. Yi Juanfan, consumed by rage, felt his heart demon laughing maniacally, swelling uncontrollably. This caused his eyes to turn blood red, malice and murderous intent surging within him. He sought to kill Chu Ying. He would stop at nothing to eliminate Chu Ying. Seeing Yi Juanfan recklessly charging forward, Chu Ying raised his foot and forcefully sent him flying. Yi Juanfan fell, his face twisted in agony and disbelief, barely clinging to life. Just as Chu Ying prepared to take another step, an icy shiver ran down his spine, cold sweat breaking out on his back. How dare you display your prowess in the sacred grounds while practicing forbidden demonic arts? A breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared in midair, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with colorful feathers, her figure tall and graceful, nearly flawless. A hazy divine light enveloped her. Yi Qinxian. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanating from a saint-level cultivator descended upon Chu Ying. What was the meaning of Yi Fengzhu's actions? Was it a display of disrespect, intervening in the conflict among disciples? Enraged, Chu Ying bellowed, his voice infused with true energy, attempting to resonate outward. To his astonishment, the master of Shinu Peak directly suppressed him. Upon hearing the words of disrespect, A flicker of anger appeared in Yi Qingxian's icy gaze. With a frigid command, she declared, "Were this a mere skirmish, I would not intervene. Yet, you dare to flaunt your demonic powers within the sacred grounds, injuring your fellow disciples and tarnishing the esteemed reputation of our Taishian. Thus, I shall punish you by confining you to the depths of the infernal prison, contemplating your transgressions until you relinquish those dark powers." In that instant, the terrifying pressure of the saint-level cultivator nearly rendered Chu Ying breathless. Threatening to unleash all 7 of his cave heavens, with 4 divine manifestations on the brink of emergence. Yet, he managed to control himself fiercely, for he could not afford to reveal his capabilities. The master of Shenu Peak persistently accused him, labeling him with crimes stemming from his cultivation of forbidden demonic arts. Should she discover that he had not only opened 7 cave heavens, but also condensed a forbidden manifestation, she might truly take lethal action. A series of restraints descended upon Chu Ying, sealing and confining all his powers. Chapter 58. Imprisoned in the 3rd level of the infernal prison, the white-browed Eagle King. The words of Yi Qingxian fell coldly. Immediately, elders from the discipline hall arrived, showing no hesitation in obeying her command. Chu Ying was taken away to the infernal prison. The surrounding disciples, peering out to witness the spectacle, quietly retreated, fearing the wrath of the master of Shenu Peak. Currently, in the Taishian sacred land, Yi Fengzhu wielded the most influence. Saint Ouyang Feng's authority was not particularly strong, characterized by a gentle disposition, while Yi Qingxian had staked her fortunes on the ancient sacred body, a gamble that had proven successful as Yi Junfan comprehended the true meaning of the word fight. Even the ancestors no longer intervened, and now, who would dare oppose Yi Qingxian and Taishian? The true meaning of fight had fallen into Yi Junfan's grasp. A strategy was necessary to draw him out from Taishian. Lin Jishue's figure gradually faded, and as she observed Chu Ying being taken away, ripples of concern crossed her autumn-like eyes. Perhaps she could bring Chu Ying into the first-class hall, if he were willing. At Shenu Peak, the projection stone displayed a breathtaking battle that left many astonished. Yao Ruoshi gazed calmly at the scene, yet when it concluded, she appeared dazed. How could Yi Junfan, having acquired the true meaning of fight, still be defeated by you? Yi Junfan was at the 9th level of the cave heavens, and so was Chu Ying. Yet, from the battle, it was evident that Chu Ying had many techniques yet to be employed, and the fight seemed exceedingly effortless as he decisively overwhelmed Yi Junfan. However, she also witnessed the aftermath, realizing that Chu Ying had been suppressed by Yi Qingxian and imprisoned in the infernal prison. Fate cannot be defied, thus. You are ultimately not the protagonist of this world, no matter how strong you become. Yao Ruoshi sighed softly. The infernal prison has long been the place where the Taishian sacred land confines those guilty of heinous crimes, enemies who are difficult or inconvenient to execute. Disciples who have committed grave offenses yet still possess the potential for repentance are also sent here. The dark and cold infernal prison is divided into 3 levels. The first level confines the disciples of Taishian, while the second level holds the errant elders, as well as cultivators whose demise is deemed inconvenient. The third level, however, is reserved for those who are sealed and nearly impossible to kill, or whose elimination would demand an exorbitant price. Currently, Chu Ying has been directly imprisoned in the 3rd level. The celestial prison resembles a vast cavern, possessing but a single entrance, which also serves as the exit. Beneath the cavern lies an unfathomable abyss of black water, icy and piercing. This is the Xian Chun Yi water, extraordinarily heavy, incessantly eroding both flesh and soul. As he felt himself sinking deeper, Chu Ying gritted his teeth, relentlessly assaulting the restrictions binding him. That wretched woman, Yi Qingxian, is truly merciless. Chu Ying cursed inwardly. His physical form had been restrained, rendering him unable to withstand the chilling grip of the Xian Chun Yi water. If he were to remain in such a state, it would not be long before both his body and soul faced severe degradation. The 9 nether gluttonous Dharma form. Assist me in breaking free. Chu Ying ceased his concealment. This was the 3rd level of the celestial prison, and he need not fear the revelation of his secrets. The 9 nether gluttonous Dharma form. The foremost among the 10 ancient fiends, is a forbidden manifestation that even Yi Qingxian cannot contain. With a thunderous roar, the 9 nether gluttony began to consume and dismantle all the restrictions upon Chu Ying, while the gluttonous Dharma form could also be refined. The issue lay in the fact that the 2nd heavenly domain, where it resided, had been sealed. Only the forbidden Dharma form of 9 nether gluttony remained unrestrained. Chu Ying silently rejoiced, grateful for the fortuitous opportunity he had encountered in the forbidden grounds. Crack. One by one, the restraints were silently devoured and shattered. Chu Ying regained his cultivation and immediately began to channel energy to resist the corrosive force of the Xian Chun Yi water. This was the third level of the celestial prison. He narrowed his eyes, choosing to continue descending rather than rising. Are there still living beings down here? If so, how formidable might they be? Upon reaching the bottom, a sudden chill ran down Chu Ying's spine. A pair of eerie crimson eyes emerged from the black waters, strikingly terrifying. How many years has it been? A voice, steeped in the weight of time, echoed. Chu Ying trembled as he discerned the owner of the voice, an elderly man with blood-red hair and white brows, chained and seated in a meditative posture. His tattered robes ancient and worn. Would even a disciple of Tai Xian find themselves imprisoned in the third level? The blood-haired elder gazed at Chu Ying with a hint of curiosity. Senior, may I inquire who you are? Chu Ying asked cautiously, wary of the potential strength still harbored by this being, despite his confinement. Me? Huh. Merely a wretched soul imprisoned here for 3,000 years, the blood-haired elder replied. His eyes clouded with age, letting out a weary sigh. Senior, your statement may not be entirely accurate, Chu Ying countered, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. As far as I am aware, those confined in the third level of the celestial prison are all formidable beings, nearly impossible to kill, or whose deaths would exact a great toll. Furthermore, they are adversaries of Tai Xian, even in your current state of decline. It seems likely you have been an enemy of Tai Xian, bringing this fate upon yourself, have you not? Chu Ying's words were undeniably bold. Should they incite the blood-haired elder's wrath, unforeseen calamities could surely follow. Huh, quite right. The elder with blood-red hair threw his head back and laughed heartily. Indeed. I have brought this upon myself. Young man, would you care to hear my tale? His penetrating gaze fixed upon Chu Ying. It was evident to him that this young man was extraordinary, capable of breaking the restrictions placed upon him. Moreover, he had been alone for far too long and yearned for someone to converse with. A story? Chu Ying's eyes darted about as he shook his head. I must devise a way to escape. I have no time to listen to an elder's tale. The elder chuckled dismissively. Rest assured, if you listen to my ramblings, I shall reveal to you a method to escape this place. The entrance and exit of the heavenly prison are one and the same. Do you truly believe that merely breaking the restrictions on your body will allow you to flee? How naive. Chu Ying was taken aback. It was indeed as he said. Furthermore, there were seals between each level of the heavenly prison, making it no easy feat to escape from the third level. In that case, I shall listen attentively. He conceded, realizing he had no other choice but to place his hopes in this elder with blood-red hair. According to his earlier words, he had lived for at least 3,000 years. I am the white-browed eagle king of the demon race. The elder's first words nearly caused Chu Ying to widen his eyes in disbelief. A demon? The elder disregarded his astonishment and continued. 2,349 years ago, I fell in love with a woman. She was the 96th holy maiden of the Tai Xian sacred land. Chu Ying couldn't help but scoff internally. No wonder he remembered the time so clearly, down to the exact year. It seemed this elder from the demon race was quite the romantic. Are you saying that you were in love with that 96th holy maiden of Tai Xian? And that you came to propose, only to be rejected? Indeed, it is a fitting sentiment that lovers cannot always become partners, much like my own relationship with Ali. The elder sighed wistfully. Chu Ying was at a loss for words. If such a union were to occur, it would indeed be remarkable. In a sacred land, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden are typically destined to be partners. Even if they did not become partners, it would be unthinkable for the Holy Maiden to marry outside her own sect, as it would bring shame to the sacred land. Moreover, you are a demon. Proposing to a human sacred land, is that not utterly absurd? Chapter 59, Eclipsed Blood Soil? The black egg stirs. A surprise. Then, elder, how did you find yourself imprisoned here? What was your cultivation level at that time? Chu Ying inquired with curiosity. Half-step, great sage, the elder reflected. His expression tinged with sorrow. If given another chance, he would make the same choice. Yet, she could never return. What? Chu Ying's eyes widened as he clicked his tongue repeatedly. Half-step, great sage. With such a level of cultivation, you could almost walk freely in the Tai Xian sacred land, could you not? Even those three ancestors likely possess no greater strength. Isn't that the most formidable power in the eastern wilderness? With your transcendent cultivation, you couldn't have been captured and imprisoned here for 3,000 years, could you? Chu Ying couldn't help but question. The elder smiled bitterly. If my confinement here for 3,000 years could bring her back to life, I would willingly exhaust my lifespan. He sighed softly, his weathered and murky eyes faintly recalling that fiercely determined woman. Perhaps, had it not been for herself, she and the imminent successor to the position of the Holy Lord, the Tai Xian Saint Child, could have achieved a complete cultivation. To elaborate, Chu Ying indeed felt a surge of interest. Although he scoffed at the notion of true feelings in the world, he still believed in their existence. Albeit he doubted such beauty would ever grace his own life. No, the elder with crimson hair shook his head. seemingly reluctant to revisit those cherished memories that could only linger in the past. Chu Ying was taken aback. Well, you enjoy stirring others' emotions only to leave them in silence, do you? Taking a deep breath, he addressed the matter at hand. Senior, I have listened intently. Please enlighten me on how I can escape from this place. I am still young, with elder dependents and younger kin. I cannot remain imprisoned here. The elder chuckled softly. Look down at your feet. Chu Ying was momentarily stunned and lowered his gaze, discovering the soft, loose sand beneath him, which exhibited a peculiar swirling motion. This place was a formidable prison, crafted by the Taishan Holy Land into a heavenly abyss. What lay beneath was the Shirtsong blood soil, resembling ordinary earth on the surface, yet possessing an extraordinarily high density. Should one become ensnared within, the swirling force would drain their blood and essence, akin to being dismembered and shattered. Even formidable cultivators at the Holy Lord realm would find it difficult to resist. In ancient times, should such a peculiar entity gain sentience, it would become an exceedingly fearsome being. The elder's words filled Chu Ying with dread, prompting him to levitate and avoid direct contact with the soil at the bottom of the pit. No, Senior, are you deceiving me? Chu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting I escape through this? Beneath this Shirtsong blood soil lies a hidden river in the southern region of Dongwang, though it surges with furious currents. If you can traverse this layer of Shirtsong blood soil, you may truly escape. The elder's words left Chu Ying in a state of shock. Senior, do you truly believe I am capable of such a feat? And why? Pray tell, do you not attempt it yourself? Chu Ying's lips twitched in frustration. This Shirtsong blood soil is also one of my seals. I cannot pass through, the elder replied, shaking his head. I have provided you with a method. I have not spoken falsely. The elder then smiled gently and closed his eyes in meditation. Chu Ying sighed inwardly, feeling exasperated with the old man. Any attempt to disrupt the seal would undoubtedly attract attention, prompting elders to either repair the seal or impose further restrictions. The Heavenly Abyss is a crucial stronghold of the Taishan Holy Land, even more stringently guarded than forbidden grounds. Without assistance, escaping through the exit would be impossible. After careful analysis, despair washed over Chu Ying. Anger bubbled within him. Damn you, Yi Qingshan. Once I, Chu Ying, escape, I shall ensure that you fall into my hands one day. Even amidst despair, Chu Ying remained resolute in his beliefs. In the face of hopelessness, he remembered he was a favored one. With such advantages, could he truly meet his end so easily? If he were to perish here, what a disgrace it would be for all the traversers from Blue Star throughout history. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed. Chu Ying felt an inexplicable tremor within his heart, as if he had sensed a rhythmic pulsing. He furrowed his brow and glanced around, suddenly directing his gaze toward his storage ring. Within the ethereal confines of the ring, a black egg adorned with 9 fearsome dragon heads was quivering. The descendant of the ancient 9 Netherhound? Chu Ying had not forgotten about this egg. The being within would be the last of its kind in this realm. Upon sensing Chu Ying's thoughts, the black egg trembled even more vigorously, seemingly attempting to convey a message. Do you wish to escape? Chu Ying instinctively inquired. The egg swayed back and forth, as if nodding in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether the egg's unusual movement was connected to his current surroundings. Could it possess the means to assist him in fleeing from this place? In the next instant, Chu Ying focused his thoughts and retrieved the black egg. The moment he did so, the elderly man with blood-red hair, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing gaze emanating from them. What are you doing, Senior? This is my treasure. Do not harbor any designs on it, Chu Ying warned defensively, clutching the black egg and distancing himself from the elderly figure, his eyes alert. The elder's expression was one of confusion and suspicion. He had sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the egg, as if it originated from the depths of his bloodline. This was indeed perplexing. Although he bore the title of the White Brow Eagle King, he was not of the Eagle clan, but rather descended from the ancient celestial demon Peng lineage. His kin were few and far between, and their heritage was challenging to maintain. Their bloodline was formidable, rivaling that of the golden-winged Great Peng. However, due to the scarcity of his clan and his relatively low profile among the demon races, few had heard of his lineage. Having been trapped here for 3,000 years, it was likely that his descendants had dwindled to near extinction, with only a handful possibly surviving. Perhaps 3 or 5 acquaintances had managed to nurture a remnant of his bloodline. With this thought, he could not help but sigh once more. Yet, he was left even more bewildered. What manner of egg could evoke such a tremor in one bearing the bloodline of the ancient celestial demon Peng, a being more formidable than the golden-winged Great Peng? Chu Ying moved aside, attempting to establish a connection with the egg. Hey, I brought you out. Do you possess any means to help me escape from here? However, the black egg was unable to communicate with Chu Ying, continuing to shake as if striving to break free from his grasp. This caused Chu Ying to frown. After some consideration, he placed the black egg on the ground. At that very moment, Chu Ying felt himself sinking. Looking around, he realized that the surrounding earth was collapsing chaotically. What is happening? The blood-haired elder was equally stunned. His gaze fixed on the black egg, his pupils constricting sharply. The egg was actually consuming the devouring blood soil. Realizing the situation, Chu Ying quickly embraced the egg, which was nearly half his height, and began to burrow downwards. If he did not escape now, when would he? Truly, heaven was aiding him. Chu Ying felt a surge of gratitude and awe within. Encountering the ancient Nine Netherhound in this forbidden land was indeed a great fortune. Chapter 60. Escaping from the celestial prison, the black egg hatches. Ha ha ha. Since I, Chu Ying, have managed to escape, do not expect to capture me again. Yi Qingshan, wait for me. Chu Ying plummeted swiftly, clutching the mysterious black egg, which voraciously absorbed the power of the erosion of the blood earth. Remarkably, the patterns and designs on the surface of the egg began to shimmer with brilliance. Could it be that this egg is on the verge of hatching? Chu Ying could not help but ponder. Even the venerable white-browed eagle king of the demon tribe was suppressed here and unable to contend with the erosion of the blood earth. Yet this black egg seemed to defy all odds. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Ying, prompting him to accelerate his descent. If the erosion of the blood earth was being consumed by the black egg, did that not imply that the white-browed eagle king would soon be unsealed? Goodness! Chu Ying felt a chill run down his spine, not solely because an adversary might be released from the Taishan sacred land, but rather the prospect of being targeted by such a formidable foe was terrifying. After all, he was a being on the verge of becoming a great sage. A rarity in the eastern wilderness, and not one to be trifled with, perhaps even a relic buried in a coffin. Even after 3 millennia of being sealed, the power he possessed would likely prove more than sufficient to subdue Chu Ying. Moreover, at this moment, the blood-haired elder sensed the rapid depletion of the erosion of the blood earth's power, which signified the imminent collapse of his primary seal. Perhaps this was destined by fate? The elder sighed deeply, harboring little hope of escaping this place, nor any particular aspirations. His beloved had perished because of him, and he felt no pride in continuing to exist. Very well, this must be his fate. He soon made a decision, to break the seal and depart from this place. He hoped that he still had descendants who could survive to carry on his lineage, and then ascend to Taishan. A glimmer of determination ignited in the murky depths of his eyes. He was prepared to die, but he sought justice for her from years past. If possible, he wished to retrieve her remains as well. This young man is quite adept at fleeing. With the primary seal of the erosion of the blood earth gone, breaking free from his confinement became considerably easier. As he traversed the collapsed soil at the bottom of the pool, the blood-haired elder realized that Chu Ying's presence had vanished entirely. This lad is indeed clever, and possesses great fortune. I have unwittingly benefited from his efforts. He chuckled softly and vanished into the tumultuous dark river. Chu Ying advanced rapidly within the dark river, which, despite its apparent dangers, was far less oppressive than the chilling confines of the celestial prison. He floated downstream, cradling the black egg, and noticed that faint cracks were beginning to surface on its exterior. Clearly, it would not be long before the black egg hatched. The dark river was exceedingly long, weaving through the entirety of the southern region of the eastern wilderness, with connections to the western and central regions as well. Chu Ying was uncertain how long he would remain within its depths, but it mattered little. It provided him the perfect opportunity to cultivate the power of the 9 calamities. This was known as the calamity of the mortal realm. While Chu Ying drifted, turmoil brewed in the eastern wilderness. In the central region, the holy son of the Tianshan sacred land narrowly escaped being hunted by the underworld's first hall, inciting considerable wrath from the Tianshan sacred land. However, their anger was fleeting. The Tianshan sacred land launched an extensive search for the underworld's first hall strongholds, intent on uprooting them entirely. However, the mysterious Yuming Yipentang is elusive, scattered across the eastern wilderness, yet its presence remains difficult to trace, with only a few minor clues found that fail to alleviate the animosity. Instead, it has capitalized on this vulnerability, hunting down numerous disciples. In the west, there have emerged extraordinary talents from the demon clan, who have already carved out a formidable reputation in the eastern wilderness. For instance, the prince of the golden-winged Great Pong, belonging to the same lineage, is said to have even bested the holy son of the northern region. The prince is now poised to challenge the royal body of the Jiang clan in the northern region's hunting grounds. In the southern region of the eastern wilderness, at the sacred land of Yaoguang, the sacred son has abruptly opened his eyes during his secluded cultivation, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his profound gaze. Behind him, 7 celestial realms rotate ominously, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of the 7 stars aligning. The legacy of that esteemed figure is destined to emerge. I must acquire the complete heavenly devouring demonic art. Only then can I forge the 8 celestial realms. Suddenly, the sacred son of Yaoguang furrowed his brow as messages from his subordinates surfaced in his mind. The unparalleled legacy of the Tai Xian sacred land. The true words of combat has come to light, obtained by the current sacred son, the ancient holy body Yi Junfan. The 9 calamities scripture has fallen into the hands of an unknown cultivator, suspected to be the former sacred son, Chu Ying. The ancient city of calamities has been sealed. The young master of Yu Ming Yipentang, D.E., may have already opened the 8 celestial realms. The prince of the golden-winged Great Peng is also suspected to have achieved the same. The Daori divine king body of the Tianchu Luo clan has opened 7 celestial realms. The twin sisters of the Luo clan have both reached the 7 celestial realms, with Luo Shuhin's Dao spirit divine body fully awakened, while Luo Rian's status remains uncertain. Such an influx of critical news has left the sacred son of Yaoguang feeling a headache. The competition in the eastern wilderness is exceedingly fierce. A mere moment's delay could result in being left behind. On this journey to the ancient city of calamities, he has failed to secure any of the 3 major opportunities, placing him a step behind the other prodigies who have gained their fortunes during the same period. Alas, acquiring that esteemed figure's legacy is paramount. The 8 celestial realms are not easily established. If D.E. has succeeded, I would indeed believe it. As for the prince of the golden-winged Great Peng, it seems unlikely he could seize the 9 calamities scripture. That fellow named Chu Ying somehow managed to survive and return. The sacred son of Yaoguang narrowed his eyes. He rose, preparing to embark on his journey. The true words of combat have emerged, claimed by the ancient holy body, within the same sacred land of Yaoguang. A figure adorned in a simple yet elegant gown, possessing an ethereal beauty and tranquility, speaks softly, a hint of natural allure woven into her every expression. The sacred maiden of Yaoguang, just awakened from her meditation, murmurs in deep contemplation. Could he not be the sacred son of Tai Xian? Xiao furrows her delicate brows. Both the 9 calamities scripture and the sacred intent of slaughtering heaven have fallen into that person's grasp. Although their encounter was but a fleeting glimpse, the power displayed was indeed astonishing. If he is not the sacred son of Tai Xian, then what strength does the ancient holy body, as a sacred son, possess? Has someone uncovered the legacy of the Empress in the Tongtian River? Upon receiving the news from the transmission talisman, even her expression shifted dramatically. The Empress, the most breathtaking woman to have ever ascended to the throne, instilling fear in all. It is said that prior to her ascension, she once refined countless prodigies and anomalies upon that ancient path, even daring to attempt to refine the path itself. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Even if the inheritance of the Empress eludes him, could it be possible for the legendary imperial weapon to emerge? It was autumn, with the cold winds howling. Chu Ying had been drifting in the dark river for nearly a month, and at last, he found himself liberated from the sunless underground flow. However, upon his emergence, he was bewildered to discover that he was still within the confines of a river. This river, though, resembled a waterfall cascading upwards, as if reaching for the heavens. Naturally, he was perplexed, for he found himself trapped within. Yet, he had little time to dwell on this predicament. The black egg entrusted to him by the ancient 9 Nether Hound was about to hatch. The last of its kind, the legendary leader of the ancient 10 Fiends, filled Chu Ying with exhilaration, causing his hands to tremble. However, a sense of trepidation accompanied his excitement. Would the creature that emerged still bear any connection to him? His pact with the ancient 9 Nether Hound had long since concluded. He had successfully brought the egg out, and now it was on the verge of hatching. He had no further involvement in its fate. Chapter 61. The emergence of the 9 Nether Hound. The transformation of the celestial river. With a resounding crack, the black egg shattered completely, revealing remnants of the nourishing liquid within its shell. A creature approximately half a meter long emerged, a charming wolf-like head adorned with delicate scales. Between the scales, vibrant red mane tufts sprouted, and behind it, 9 tails, each ending in small, fist-sized lumps, presented an extraordinary sight. Was this the roar of a hound? Chu Ying's expression was one of astonishment. The cry of the 9 Netherhound cub reminded him of the husky from his previous life on Blue Star. The cub, with its striking black gemstone-like eyes, bore a somewhat endearing appearance. Yet, the blood-red vertical pupil at its brow lended an air of ferocity and coldness. Curiously, it surveyed its surroundings, and the first person to capture its gaze was Chu Ying. An inexplicable sense of kinship surged within him, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. The 9 Netherhound cub propelled itself toward Chu Ying, leaping with its hind legs. Fortunately, the little creature did not open its maw, or Chu Ying might have hesitated to receive it. The cub howled excitedly, its voice reminiscent of a wolf yet oddly akin to that of a husky. Who could have anticipated that the most feared of the ancient 10 fiends would manifest as such a curious being? Chu Ying could only smile wryly, for he understood the reason behind the cub's affection towards him. He had refined the legacy of the ancient 9 Netherhound, absorbing the essence of its lineage and manifesting the 9 Netherhound-esque form. Thus, the cub regarded him as kin. Moreover, in a sense, by bringing it out of the Forbidden Land, Chu Ying had facilitated its hatching into this world, truly earning the title of its relative. After all, it was the sole 9 Netherhound in existence. Are you hungry, little one? Chu Ying mused, finding no true menace in its appearance. While its visage would undoubtedly become formidable in adulthood, it was undeniably charming in its current state. The 9 Netherhound cub gazed up at him with lively eyes, its blood-red vertical pupil now closed, as if the act of keeping it open drained its energy. Upon hearing Chu Ying's words, it leapt from his embrace, surprisingly devouring the very eggshell that had given it life, followed by a satisfied burp. Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback. The juvenile Jiao Yuhuang returned to his arms, feigning slumber. As someone blessed with extraordinary fortune, what could be more fitting than nurturing a primordial beast of the 10 fiends? Chu Ying mused. Just then, the peculiar river he was situated near erupted with violent tremors. It was as if some ancient seal had been broken, allowing an influx of celestial energy to pour in, connecting this river to the outside world. In an instant, Chu Ying vanished with the Jiao Yuhuang, sensing approaching presences. At the banks of the Tontian River, the area was enveloped by the Yinming First Hall. All others were to depart, lest they meet their demise. A group of masked, dark-clad cultivators appeared, their chilling auras palpable. Before them stood several emissaries of the 7 fiends, each exuding an enchanting allure. The alluring red desire emissary donned a crimson gown. The serene and aloof flying fish emissary, clad in azure, bore twin short swords at her waist, and the orange moon emissary, radiating a cool demeanor in her flowing orange robe, accentuated her graceful figure. Additionally, there was the sun chaser emissary, adorned in armor and wielding a golden longbow. Lastly, at the forefront was the stoic black sword emissary, clad in ebony armor and shouldering a massive black iron sword. He was the leader of the 7 fiends. 5 emissaries of the 7 fiends had arrived, including their formidable leader. Numerous cultivators had gathered around the Tontian River, having sensed the unusual activity, suspecting the emergence of a treasure or fortuitous opportunity. However, upon their arrival, they witnessed a deluge of celestial energy cascading like a spring. Almost immediately, the members of the Yinming First Hall materialized. As the black sword emissary's voice echoed, hesitation lingered among some, but in the blink of an eye, they were torn asunder, obliterated by an invisible sword chi. The black sword emissary's expression remained devoid of emotion, resembling that of a stoic mask. He was the most ruthless and powerful among the 7 fiends, and the most loyal to the young master of the First Hall. The slain were cultivators of the Soul Palace realm, not mere foot soldiers, yet they were dispatched without even a chance to react. Those hidden in the shadows gasped in shock. Wherever one goes, the presence of such insidious beings lurking in the dark proves to be a misfortune. A young man in a resplendent yellow robe, exuding an ethereal grace and striking beauty, approached from afar, seemingly untouched by the winds, as if the forces of nature were drawn to him. He was Feng Xiao, a descendant of the ancient Feng family. His arrival sent a chill through the black sword emissary's gaze, unleashing torrents of sword chi in an instant. Had it not been for Feng Xiao's intervention, he would have slain the celestial son of Tianxian and returned with the Tianxian Sutra. Yet, due to this interference, his mission had faltered. As the sharpest blade in the young master's arsenal, he could not tolerate such a failure. Without uttering a word, the black sword emissary unsheathed his sword and charged at Feng Xiao. Humph! The black sword emissary of the First Hall truly possessed an audacity beyond measure. However, I was just about to settle our score. Feng Xiao, too, was filled with murderous intent. During this period, numerous descendants of the Feng family have faced retribution from the underworld's first-class hall. This is solely due to his intervention in assisting the holy son of Tianxian, preventing him from being slain by the Dark Sword Star envoy. However, his actions were not misplaced. The Feng family maintains a close alliance with the Tianxian sacred land, and it would be unthinkable for him to stand idly by in the face of death. Moreover, if today the holy son of Tianxian were to be hunted, would it not be his turn as a descendant of the Feng family tomorrow? Or perhaps his sisteress the day after? In a flash, Feng Xiao engaged in battle with the Dark Sword Star envoy, their clash marked by intense ferocity, a struggle for survival from the outset. The waters of the Tontian River surged, creating ripples that echoed their conflict. More cultivators began to converge upon the scene. The underworld's first-class hall's attempts to clear the area were utterly futile. The sacred land of the eastern wilderness would not cower before a demonic faction lurking in the shadows. Rumors had circulated that several star envoys had previously taken action against the twin beauties of the Luo family. The veracity of this matter remained uncertain. At that moment, a blazing sun rose in the distance. The divine king of the Luo family emerged from its radiant light, exuding an imposing aura as he fixed his gaze upon the dark sword star envoy engaged in battle with Feng Xiao, his expression decidedly hostile. Following the calamity of the ancient city, the prodigies of the Luo family had returned in succession. Among them was one beauty, Luo Ruyan, the foremost quasi-holy maiden of the Taishian sacred land, who had been ambushed by the underworld's first-class hall on her return journey, narrowly escaping with her life. This incident incited the wrath of the Luo family. As her elder brother, Luo Chun was naturally compelled to avenge this grievance. What of it? You should consider yourself fortunate that it was Luo Ruyan. Had it been Luo Shuihan, her Tao spirit body would have merely become a cultivation furnace for the young master of the first-class hall. The jury star envoy drew his bow, aiming it directly at Luo Chun, his demeanor icy, much like the dark sword star envoy. This jury star envoy was also a loyal hound to the young master of the underworld's first-class hall. Luo Chun narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flashing across his face, yet he suddenly smiled. With just the 5 of you from the first-class hall, do you truly believe you can contend against the sacred lands and ancient families of the eastern wilderness? As his words fell, the saint son and saint daughter of the Yaoguang descended, each stepping onto the Beidou Yaoguang map. Chapter 62, The Thunder Punishment Saint Son, the Golden Ping Prince. Upon the arrival of the Yaoguang Saint Son, the expressions of several star envoys from the underworld's first-class hall shifted to one of heightened seriousness. Within the investigative reports of the underworld's first-class hall, the background of the Yaoguang Saint Son was shrouded in mystery, wielding influence of an unknown nature. While he appeared to remain inconspicuous, he was, in fact, exceedingly perilous. The young master of the first-class hall had previously advised against provoking the Yaoguang Saint Son, and the necessity of such caution indicated that he was indeed formidable. The Yaoguang Saint Son maintained a calm demeanor, merely observing the condition of the Tongtian River upon his arrival, refraining from intervening in any skirmishes. His stance seemed ambiguous. Even in the face of the previous pursuit of the Yaoguang Saint daughter by several star envoys from the underworld's first-class hall, he appeared unfazed. As more cultivators arrived, the underworld's first-class hall's ambitions to clear the area became increasingly impractical. Feng Xiao, the heir of the Feng family, was locked in a fierce and unyielding struggle with the dark sword star envoy, a sight that left many cultivators astounded. Feng Xiao was the descendant of the ancient Feng family from the central region, while the dark sword star envoy was a prominent figure among the 7 fiends star envoys of the underworld's first-class hall. From the perspective of status and identity, there is no doubt that Feng Xiao holds a higher rank. His peers include the holy sons and daughters from various sacred lands, as well as the heirs of ancient clans. Corresponding to the Yoming One Pin Hall, he ought to be the young master. However, the fact that a mere 7 fiends star envoy can contend with him to such an extent has caused many cultivators to change their expressions. This dark sword star envoy is indeed formidable. Could the rumors be true? Some gazes were filled with horror, whispering amongst themselves. At this moment, those present were either formidable experts or exceptional prodigies, each possessing extraordinary identities and commendable strength. It is said that among the 7 fiends star envoys of the Yoming One Pin Hall, there exists one with an innate sword Dao Saint bone. At this juncture, someone uttered a remark that altered the expressions of many cultivators. The innate sword Dao Saint bone. This undoubtedly refers to possessing an exceptionally high aptitude for swordsmanship. As long as they do not meet an untimely demise, they are destined to reach the realm of a saint. Yet, what of the innate sword Dao Saint bone? The Yoming One Pin Hall, in their reckless ambition, why not unite to eradicate him? A young man, radiating with the brilliance of thunder, strode through the air, surrounded by thunderous foxes, exuding an intense and fierce aura. Upon seeing him, the Zhu Star Envoy and Hongyu Star Envoy, among others, visibly shifted their countenance. The newcomer was none other than the renowned madman of the central eastern wilderness, the holy son of the Thunder Punishment sacred land. The holy son of Thunder Punishment possessed an overwhelming presence, his cold gaze sweeping over the star envoys, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he unleashed a torrent of thunder, launching a devastating assault. Seeking death, the Zhu Star Envoy seethed with fury, drawing his bow and releasing a strike. The Hongyu Star Envoy, Feiyu Star Envoy, and Chengyu Star Envoy also engaged in fierce combat against him. Cultivators standing at a distance hastily retreated, fearing the repercussions of the battle. The Thunder Punishment sacred land is the foremost enemy of the Yoming One Pin Hall, known for their immediate inclination to kill upon encountering one another. Some gazes quivered with trepidation. The most powerful sacred land in the Central Eastern Wilderness is undoubtedly the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land. It is essential to recognize that the term Thunder Punishment generally signifies divine retribution, and the audacity of this sacred land to adopt such a name speaks volumes of their formidable confidence. The Thunder Punishment Sacred Land, devoted to the path of thunder, is characterized by their wild and domineering style, often acting in a capricious manner, devoid of reason. After all, they preside over divine punishment. They embody the very essence of reason. Their enmity with the Yoming One-Pin Hall stems from an incident where a holy son of the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land was selected as a target for elimination by the Yoming One-Pin Hall. Unfortunately, that holy son was gravely injured following a fierce battle, making him an easy prey for the Yoming One-Pin Hall. This incident incited the wrath of the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land, revealing their frenzied side as they relentlessly pursued revenge against the Yoming One-Pin Hall. As a malevolent force, the Yoming One-Pin Hall, unafraid to hunt down the exceptional talents of the entire Eastern Wilderness, has engaged in continuous conflict with them. The battles have been exceedingly brutal, persisting to this day without cessation. On several occasions, the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land has annihilated all of the Yoming One-Pin Hall's 7 Fiend Star Envoys, leaving only their young master. Although the 7 Fiend Star Envoys may not rank as highly as the holy sons of the sacred lands or the heirs of ancient clans, the training they receive is by no means inferior. Moreover, the 7 Fiend Star Envoys are also candidates for the position of the young master of the Yoming One-Pin Hall. If the heir of the Yipentang were to be slain by an enemy or perish in the throes of competition against peers, a new heir would be selected from the ranks of the 7 Star Envoys. However, such an occurrence has never transpired, for the heir of the Yipentang is notoriously difficult to kill. In essence, the demise of any Star Envoy would provoke the ire of the Yipentang, seeking vengeance. The complete annihilation of its ranks would be even more catastrophic. In this relentless cycle of bloodshed and retribution, the Thunder Punishment Sacred Ground has attained the moniker of the Mad Sacred Ground, locked in a state of perpetual conflict with the Yipentang. The Yipentang, conversely, finds itself at odds with the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness, often retreating in the face of madness, for entangling with the insane yields more losses than gains. The Thunder Punishment Sacred Prince has undoubtedly reached the realm of 7 caverns, wielding an imposing presence. Even in a combined effort, 4-star envoys can barely contend with him, validating his reputation as a true madman. The battle by the banks of the Tongtian River rages on, with the waters becoming increasingly tumultuous and formidable. Suddenly, a faint ripple emerges upon the surface. The virtual realm is fragile. What an opportunity! The radiant sun, ever vigilant, fixates on the ripple and darts towards it. The Tongtian River is shrouded in mystery. It is not a forbidden zone, yet it is more perilous than one. Only when the virtual realm of the water is at its weakest, revealing an entrance, can one hope to enter. With the legacy of the Empress. The world is my canvas. Who else but I? In an instant, a boisterous and confident laughter echoes from the heavens. A figure streaking across the sky, tracing a golden arc, becomes distinctly visible, adorned with magnificent golden wings. One moment, it was on the horizon. The next, it was upon them. The radiant sun's expression darkens as he raises a hand to fend off the descending assailant. The force of the wind sends him staggering back a few steps. Looking again, the audacious youth with golden wings bellows, "The radiant sun of the southern domain is but a trifling matter. I, the Golden Pong, shall be the first to enter the Tongtian River." His proclamation reverberates around, stunning the assembled cultivators. He is the heir of the golden-winged Pung tribe, the Golden Pung Prince. Not long ago, the sacred son of the northern domain nearly met his end at his hands. It is rumored he challenged the royal body of the Jiang clan. The truth of that remains uncertain. Though the Eastern Wilderness human race is formidable, the demon race is equally watchful, not to be underestimated. The Golden Pung Prince stands out among the illustrious talents of the demon race, renowned for his extraordinary strength. At this moment, after intercepting the radiant sun, the Golden Pung Prince boldly ventures through the entrance of the ripple, clearly drawn by the opportunities within the Tongtian River. The radiant sun, radiating a terrifying aura, charges forward once more, this time unimpeded. The Black Sword Envoy, is it? I, Feng Xiao, shall end you. The heir of the Feng family no longer entangles with the Black Sword Envoy. The current mission is to seize the mysterious legacy within the Tongtian River. Chapter 63. The Quaking Sword of Demonic Seeds, Empress. Feng Xiao repels the Black Sword Envoy and swiftly disappears into the portal of the ripple. A shadow of gloom crosses the typically impassive visage of the Black Sword Envoy. The heir of the Feng family surpasses the holy son of the Tianxian sacred land by a considerable margin. Seize the inheritance. The Black Sword Star Envoy swung his sword towards the Thunder Punishment Holy Son, who, sensing the imminent danger, deftly evaded the strike. The sun-pursuing Star Envoy, the Crimson Desire Star Envoy, and 2 others took this opportunity to escape and swiftly plunged into the Celestial River. How dare you think yourself worthy to contend with me? The Thunder Punishment Holy Sun licked his lips, feeling the thrill of the impending confrontation. I shall eradicate all of you 7 Fiend Star Envoys, and then I will dispose of the young master of your one-pin haul. The Black Sword Star Envoy remained impassive. You lack the strength to accomplish such a feat. The 2 entered the Celestial River one after the other. Meanwhile, other formidable talents and powerful beings from the Soul Palace hastened to join the fray. The radiant saintess, Xiao, floated gracefully, her garments dancing with the wind, transforming into a fleeting white rainbow amidst the tumult. Before long, more exceptional prodigies arrived. A group of celestial maidens, adorned in purple garments, descended elegantly, led by a woman of breathtaking beauty, serene as a celestial being, reminiscent of the moon goddess Chang'e. We shall enter, she commanded, casting a gaze upon the river's surface. This group hailed from the central purple cloud sacred land, known for its exclusively female disciples. As the surface of the celestial river surged and trembled, the rippling portal widened, forming a deep chasm. However, as time passed, this chasm gradually began to close, signifying that the portal would soon shut. Having missed the last opportunity, they could not afford to fail again. A figure clad in a cool white dress appeared at the riverbank. Yao Ruoshi, the saintess of the Taishan sacred land. She had long departed from her sacred grounds for training and had learned of the Empress' inheritance rumored to lie within the celestial river, prompting her immediate arrival. Fortunately, she was not too late. Yao Ruoshi vividly recalled the events before her departure, when Yi Junfan succumbed to his inner demons, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. She found it perplexing. How could a being of the ancient saint body, destined by fate, be plagued by such inner turmoil? Most troubling was how the emergence of his inner demons seemed to transform Yi Junfan into an entirely different person, leaving her feeling estranged. After that incident, her opinion of him had diminished rapidly. In the realm of Dantian, she felt confident in her own prowess, possessing the 7 Dantian and the principle of Tao follows nature. Along with her various techniques, she would not be inferior to any other holy sons or daughters. Like a wild goose, she gracefully vanished into the celestial river. Following her, a pale-faced youth, resembling a vengeful spirit, arrived. Damn that boy, I sense you are here. Once I find you, I will make your existence a living hell. His teeth clenched in anger, his gaze filled with hatred. He too entered the celestial river. Why are there so many people here? Could it be yet another fateful treasure? As Chu Ying observed the approaching cultivators, he decided to explore the river himself. He discovered something peculiar. The river appeared to cascade down like a waterfall, yet he was undeniably beneath it. How about it, bye-bye? Do you have any ideas? Chu Ying glanced at the young Juyo Biao, who was comfortably sleeping on his shoulder. He had named this creature Bye-Bye. The little creature opened its eyes, but showed no reaction. Its only interest lay in things that could be consumed. With a forlorn sigh, Chu Ying traversed the riverbank, only to find himself abruptly halted. He had unwittingly stepped into a deadly array. This river was indeed perilous. It was the 3rd time he had encountered such a fate. Drawing forth the sword of demonic seed, he furrowed his brow. Twice he had fallen into a murderous trap, and once into a labyrinth. Fierce beings from the celestial river surged forth, yet Chu Ying remained uncertain whether they were real or merely conjured by the formations. However, he was certain that only cultivators of the cave heaven realm would not survive. After an intense battle, Chu Ying found himself somewhat breathless, having finally shattered the deadly array. At that moment, he was astonished to notice that the sword of demonic seed was trembling in his grasp. His gaze sharpened, fixated on the ghostly face etched upon the sword, its expression oscillating between a grin and a mournful visage. The eyes of the specter flickered. Chu Ying was unequivocally certain it had just moved. Since acquiring the sword of demonic seed, he had largely dismissed its peculiarities due to the transference of its side effects. After all, its most bizarre trait seemed to be its requirement of feeding on the heart's demons. Yet, it appeared there was far more to it than that. Suddenly, the sword of demonic seed quaked violently. The ghostly visage now appeared to laugh with abandon and weep with fervor. Chu Ying, unable to maintain his grip, allowed the sword to slip from his hand, soaring ahead. What was happening? Chu Ying's eyes widened, and in the next instant, he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. He had grown accustomed to wielding this sword, recognizing its exceptional material. It could not merely be a half-step celestial artifact, and thus he could not afford to lose it. Unbeknownst to him, as the sword of demonic seed flew forth, the waters of the celestial river began to simmer gently. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Ying gazed upon the majestic and ancient edifice before him, resembling a celestial palace rising into the heavens. He stood in awe. Before the grand hall, 2 towering golden pillars reached skyward, entwined with golden dragons and phoenixes, exuding an air of solemnity and majesty. Upon closer inspection, the sword of demonic seed was embedded at an angle in the ground, trembling fiercely as though confronted by a formidable presence. Yet, the sensation it conveyed to Chu Ying seemed to be one of excitement. What was there to be excited about? I am your master. Chu Ying scoffed inwardly as he retrieved the sword of demonic seed, casting his gaze over the imposing hall before him. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped inside. If fate permits, Chu Ying shall not yield. 7 portals of the cave heaven manifested behind him, among which the ominous black disaster realm stood out, housing a ferocious and forbidden 9-hell wolf avatar in slumber. The wolf perched upon his shoulders suddenly awoke, fixating on the portals and the avatar behind Chu Ying. Upon entering the grand hall, Chu Ying appeared to lose his very soul, becoming a mere shell of a man. Within this hall, figures knelt reverently towards the front, their forms so lifelike they seemed almost real. The aura emanating from them was nearly tangible, capable of collapsing the void if encountered in the external world. By the mandate of heaven, the Empress proclaims, in the celestial realm of the Northern Dipper, the esteemed Lingyi Jinjuan has inexplicably abandoned his post, resulting in the invasion of the southern heavenly gate by forces from the other shore. The Emperor of the Rebirth Land has proclaimed a declaration of war against our heavenly court, and the Empress has issued orders for immediate mobilization to reclaim rebirth. Within the grand, ancient hall of the heavenly court, Chu Ying was struck with astonishment as he observed the formidable figures surrounding him, each exuding an overwhelming presence that sent shivers down his spine. What were mere holy masters and great saints when compared to these illustrious beings? Each of them held a plaque, reminiscent of the officials of ancient Blue Star courts, inscribed with titles befitting their exalted status, including names of various quasi-emperors, as well as positions such as Star Lords and celestial deities. Though they did not kneel, their expressions conveyed profound reverence directed towards a singular presence. However, when Chu Ying turned his gaze in that direction, he found only an empty imperial throne. Gulp. Chu Ying swallowed hard, questioning the nature of the place he had entered. Was he in the epic established by a legendary emperor? The Heavenly Court? Chapter 64. The Empress's Inscriptionless Tablet. Part 1. Could even the emperor be a subject? An abrupt realization struck Chu Ying as he noticed the titles of esteemed emperors held high by the individuals in the foremost row. Upon closer inspection, he saw the designation of Fate's Supervisor. If an emperor was indeed a subject, then who could possibly occupy that vacant imperial throne? Chu Ying felt a chill run down his spine, and a sharp pain surged through his mind. The scene before him shifted, and he regained consciousness. In the vast hall, there were no figures. Only the desolate imperial throne remained. With a metallic clang, the sword of demonic seed in his hand trembled, its tip pointing towards the side of the hall, resembling either a side chamber or an exit. The fierce beast on his shoulder also fixated on that direction. Could it be a treasure? Without hesitation, Chu Ying dashed forward. Every prodigious talent venturing into the eastern wasteland of the Tongtian River encountered the concealed death traps hidden within the waters, where each trap was interlinked, impeding their progress. They gradually discerned that the river was boiling with unearthly energy. Alarmingly, someone had already seized the opportunity. Saint Ziyao's expression shifted dramatically. One of the Empress's most vital legacies was concealed within that mystical inscriptionless tablet. The inscriptionless tablet was, in fact, the ancient seal of the Tongtian River's watchful eye. If the tablet was stirring, how could the river waters remain tranquil? Get out of my way. Saint Ziyao bellowed towards the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming aura. 7 celestial realms ascended and floated behind him, while 63 divine manifestations shone brilliantly, exuding an extraordinary might, featuring extraordinary beasts, spiritual flora, and divine weaponry. All were 9th-grade manifestations. In that moment, many cultivators were taken aback, including the 7-star envoy of the Underworld One Hall, the Saint of Thunder Punishment, and the Divine King Luo Chun, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Saint Ziyao was charging forth. The devouring heaven demonic art was his paramount objective on this journey, and he could not afford any missteps. Speculating that someone may have already taken the lead, triggering the disturbances in the Tongtian River, he could not remain passive. Saint Ziyao surged to the forefront, surpassing Prince Jinping. His explosive energy left many cultivators bewildered, yet some, with glimmering eyes, also unleashed their full power to sprint forward. Such a deep concealment. In the eyes of Prince Jinping, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and in the next moment, he unleashed the golden pung speed and surged forward. The wordless monument of the Empress should belong to him. The God-King body, Luo Chun, languidly conjured a mysterious and translucent river, seemingly parallel to the Tongtian River. That was the manifestation of Luo Shui. Luo Chun stepped onto the Luo Shui, flowing upstream against the Tongtian River, closely pursuing the holy son of Yaoguang and Prince Jinping. The great Sun God King body remained uncertain in comparison to my pure Yang body. The descendant of the ancient Feng family, Feng Shao, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, the flowing water around him transformed into steam, and he pursued with a mysterious footwork. The Black Sword Star Envoy wielded a broad black iron sword, decisively cleaving a waterway ahead, racing forward with determination. The Sun-chasing Star Envoy and the Red Desire Star Envoy followed closely behind. The Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, Xiao, was hastily moving when her charming face suddenly changed. She had fallen into an ancient formation within the river, initially believing it to be a killing array. Her autumn eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that the ancient formation's restrictions had shifted? Her figure inexplicably vanished from her original spot, unnoticed by anyone. Behind her, the people from the Zixia sacred ground were arriving. The Holy Maiden of Zixia sensed something and turned to look back, spotting the figure of Yao Ruoxi in a flowing white dress like a startled swan. Her expression shifted slightly as she speculated. Could it be the Holy Maiden of Taixien? Yao Ruoxi was also aware that the person before her was the Holy Maiden of Zixia from the central region. She nodded in acknowledgement and said, Holy Maiden of Zixia? The ancient Tongtian River is fraught with peril and numerous killing formations. Why not travel together? Let us first traverse this stretch. The Holy Maiden of Zixia invited her. Fully aware of the fierce competition among the contenders in the Tongtian River, there were many formidable prodigies. It was wiser to seek an ally for protection. Very well. Yao Ruoxi, solitary in her journey, felt a touch of loneliness. Since the Holy Maiden of Zixia extended an invitation, she readily agreed. Both parties moved swiftly, their speed allowing them to catch glimpses of those ahead, compelling them to accelerate further lest they miss their opportunity to compete. The inheritance of that individual was not easily attainable. A youth, pale as a vengeful spirit, emerged in the river, his countenance ferocious. This individual was none other than Du Mao, the son of Calamity. It was said that Du Mao had returned to the Calamity Forbidden Zone, only to discover in fury that the inheritance stele of the 9 Calamities Classic within the Tower of Calamity had been removed. Not only that, but he had also sustained a series of terrifying injuries. Were it not for his innate body of calamity, which allowed him to grow stronger the more he endured, he would likely have already descended into the Yellow Springs. Ultimately, leveraging his identity as a descendant of the Calamity Lord's bloodline, he reclaimed the Tower of Calamity, activated the inheritance within his bloodline, and similarly obtained the 9 Calamities Classic. After cultivating the 9 Calamities Classic, he realized that the inexplicable injuries within him were manifestations of human calamity. It was evident that someone was targeting him. He quickly locked onto his target, the cunning Chu Ying. After a period of cultivation, Du Mao had also attained the 7 Caverns of Heaven and had traced the Empress's inheritance to the Tongtian River, simultaneously pursuing the traces of calamity originating from Chu Ying. The wordless monument's inheritance. This time, I shall see who dares to contend with me. Du Maofei exerted himself, and a magnificent treasure pagoda materialized within the palm of his hand. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the Tower of Calamity, at least of the holy weapon caliber. The Tower of Calamity trembled, emanating a mysterious force of misfortune, rendering the deadly formations before him insignificant. However, by an unfortunate twist of fate, he encountered a peculiar ancient array riddled with gaps. Consequently, his form vanished into thin air. Atop the celestial river, deep within the celestial palace's grand halls, the expanse was boundless, as the endless eastern wilderness lay beneath. Appearing like a mere glance from the 9th heaven, there stood an ancient stone tablet, weathered by the passage of time. The tablet was a deep azure hue, yet bore no inscriptions, resembling an utterly ordinary stone slab. A wordless tablet? Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback, as a traveler from the Blue Star. He had heard of such a thing, but in this world, could it be the opportunity that lay before him? Instinctively, he stepped forward. In that fleeting moment, the scene before him began to shift. An unparalleled empress stood amidst the myriad heavens. She was cloaked in a mysterious radiance, her features obscured. Yet, in his mind, visions of breathtaking beauty, transcendent and unparalleled, emerged. Still, this description seemed inadequate. All around, the realms were filled with divine weapons and the ominous presence of ancient entities. This empress stood alone against countless forces of the cosmos. Behind her lay the heavenly court, resonating with the chilling echoes of her words, "When I return. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, those who obey shall live, and those who defy shall perish." A blinding white light erupted in the eyes of all present, and the vast celestial expanse fell into silence. Chu Ying awoke, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Empress? What manner of being could stand against the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Chapter 65. The Empress's Wordless Tablet, Part 2. Could this wordless tablet be an ultimate imperial weapon? Chu Ying suddenly fixed his gaze upon the azure ancient tablet. Yet, upon reflection, he found it implausible. If it were indeed an ultimate imperial weapon, how could he possibly approach it? Clearly, it was impossible. Regardless, he decided to take it. Perhaps it held a legacy of sorts. Chu Ying recalled that outside this mysterious river, cultivators were gathering. He now understood that they were likely drawn here by the river itself, while he had merely stumbled upon this place by chance. However, the moment Chu Ying touched the wordless tablet, ancient scriptures flowed into his mind. The devouring heaven demon technique. Chu Ying was taken aback. In that instant, the information of the devouring heaven demon technique unfolded in his consciousness, and within mere breaths, he grasped its profound intricacies. Yet, it consumed one's intrinsic essence. Nevertheless, Chu Ying's gaze sharpened, for what he received was not the complete devouring heaven demon technique. Is there no part that consumes the essence of the body? Chu Ying furrowed his brow in silence. This ancient scripture was virtually a relic of the past, and its emergence would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous upheaval across the eastern wilderness. He had heard whispers of this ancient technique, which was exceedingly domineering. Practicing it would almost equate to becoming an enemy of the world. The fragment of the devouring heaven demon art speaks of devouring the transformations of heaven and earth, reversing the fate of the universe, transcending one's limits, and harnessing the power of the heavens to open a realm beyond oneself. Chu Ying murmured softly, his eyes gradually shining like stars. It seems that fate has decreed that I shall forge the eighth heaven. A smile crept upon his lips. Bah! It is the fortune bestowed upon me as a transmigrator. Contemplating his current status as a son of divine retribution left Chu Ying somewhat unsettled. One day, he would confront that old Tao of heaven. Suddenly, Aobai let out a howl, his eyes glimmering with vigilance. Not good, we must flee. Chu Ying sensed the impending danger, hastily stowing the wordless monument into his storage ring before vanishing from sight. Although he had obtained the fragment of the devouring heaven demon art, the wordless monument was undoubtedly a treasure not to be squandered on others. The demon seed sword. What on earth has you so agitated? Chu Ying noticed that the sword still trembled, seemingly yearning for something it had yet to encounter. No, this is peculiar. Chu Ying was astonished. The demon seed sword had previously indicated 2 directions, and he had merely chosen one, which led him to the wordless monument. Could there still be an opportunity? Within the grand hall, several prodigious talents were engaged in a fierce battle, willing to pay any price. This imperial throne belongs to me. Whoever dares to seize it shall perish. Prince Jin Peng of the Golden Winged Rock clan bellowed, unleashing a formidable technique that compelled the God King Luo Chun, the holy son of Yao Guang, and Feng Shao of the Feng clan to retreat repeatedly. It turned out that the imperial throne within the hall was also a supreme treasure. While extreme imperial artifacts may be rare, it was highly likely to be a holy weapon. Even a sacred land or an ancient clan would not easily produce a holy weapon, for practitioners of the Holy Master Realm could not forge such weapons. Of course, extreme imperial artifacts could be summoned, but they represented the foundational essence and should not be used lightly, having been crafted by ancient emperors. Thus, the emergence of a holy weapon would undoubtedly trigger a bloodbath. Prince Jin Peng was resolute in his determination to seize the throne, and the terrifying aura he unleashed instilled fear in many cultivators. The holy son of Yao Guang, with a profound and shadowy gaze, relinquished his claim to the throne in an instant. What he truly sought was the wordless monument. Consequently, he refrained from further engagement and swiftly exited the hall. However, although the holy son of Yao Guang had withdrawn, it did not mean that others would do the same. You are unworthy of possessing this. It rightfully belongs to my underworld hall. The Black Sword envoy executed a strike of black sword light aimed directly at Prince Jin Peng. The sword light was sharp and blinding, more chilling than the cold wind, forcing even Prince Jin Peng to turn and defend himself. Does the underworld hall wish to oppose my Golden Winged Rock clan? Prince Jin Peng roared, his wings unfurling, and his golden feathers suddenly turned icy, radiating a golden brilliance. The one true feather sword. The Emperor's throne is his destined prize. Those who dare to contest it must prepare for death. This is one of the 9 formidable legacies of his lineage, the Golden Winged Rock. Should his bloodline ascend another tier, this arcane art would enable him to vanquish the Soul Palace with ease. The Black Sword Star Envoy, composed and resolute, bellowed at the Sun Chaser Star Envoy and others. Seek out the wordless steel. The wordless steel, a legacy of the Empress, is an indispensable treasure for the 7 Fiend Star Envoys. The previous acquisition of the 9 Calamities scripture by another was tolerable, but the wordless steel is of utmost significance to their young master, its true nature shrouded in mystery. Thus, the Sun Chaser Star Envoy, the Crimson Desire Star Envoy, the Flying Fish Star Envoy, and the Orange Moon Star Envoy hastened towards the direction of the Radiant Sun. This treasure should rightfully belong to my Thunder Punishment Holy Land. The Thunder Punishment Sun, with an air of disdain, thrust forth his fists, conjuring two roaring thunder lions that charged at the Golden Rock Prince and the Black Sword Star Envoy. Should he retrieve this throne to the Holy Land, his merits would be boundless, securing his future as the chosen one of the Thunder Punishment. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Xiao, the young master of the Feng family, resolved to pursue the wordless steel. Uncertain of the throne's utility, which he had never heard of before, he recognized the undeniable value of the Empress's legacy. The other cultivators within the hall, witnessing the conflict among the Golden Rock Prince and his associates, dared not intervene, either due to a lack of qualification or sheer trepidation, and promptly vacated the area in search of other opportunities. As Chu Ying hastily departed, he unexpectedly encountered the approaching Radiant Sun. The Radiant Sun's countenance darkened. How could this fellow be here? Radiant Taoist? What a coincidence. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse another time, Chu Ying replied, maintaining his composure with a polite smile as he attempted to slip away. Yet, a radiant fist surged from behind him, brimming with lethal intent, aimed directly at his back. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ying retaliated with the demon's sword in hand, unleashing a strike. Empowered by the celestial intent of destruction and armed with various hidden cards, Chu Ying felt no trepidation against his adversary. With a single stroke, he shattered the lethal attack and fled without hesitation. The Radiant Sun's mind raced, uncertain if Chu Ying had acquired the wordless steel. Thus, he continued his pursuit. However, not long after, Chu Ying encountered the 4-star envoys of the Nether Underworld Pavilion. Little brother, it's you again? The Crimson Desire Star Envoy remarked with a peculiar expression. The previous encounter, where this individual had absconded with the 9 calamities scripture, had resulted in their young master's reprimand, and now fate had intertwined their paths once more. Ah, how serendipitous, Chu Ying mused, yet after his moment of reflection, he unsheathed his sword. Azure Luan's arcane art, Xiongqi's arcane art. The two formidable techniques coalesced, causing the expressions of the 4-star envoys to shift dramatically. The heart-eating fire and soul-breaking ice materialized around them, the former incinerating flesh and spirit, while the latter obliterated souls and severed the 7 spirits. They appeared without a trace, rendering defense nearly impossible. After all, Xiongqi, a harbinger of calamity, was a dire threat. Seeking death, the Sun Chaser Star Envoy summoned his strength to resist while drawing forth a golden longbow, a celestial artifact. Arrows, ablaze with golden flames, soared forth with astounding speed. It seemed he possessed some means to counter the heart-eating fire and soul-breaking ice. Fixating his gaze intently upon Chu Ying. First, eliminate this person and seize the 9 calamities sutra, the Sun Chaser exclaimed. Chapter 66. Would the Underworld's first hall be enraged by the death of a 7-fiend star envoy? Whoosh! The might of the celestial artifact surged forth, and the golden arrow, akin to a blazing sun, radiated an intense heat while its sharpness loomed ominously. Chu Ying's gaze turned cold as he declared, I have no desire to become your enemy, Underworld's first hall. Should you persist in this pursuit, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yet, the Sun Chaser remained unfazed by his threat. Not even a Saint Sun would deter him. If a kill was warranted, it would be executed without hesitation. The Underworld's first hall was, after all, an entity of the demonic sect, unperturbed by fear. Hee. Little brother, why not hand over the 9 calamities sutra? I could grant you a chance at survival. The alluring laughter of the Crimson Desire Star Envoy echoed, her enchanting essence permeating the air as vibrant streams of energy intertwined around her. Chu Ying's resolve remained steadfast. The illusions of the Crimson Desire Star Envoy could not sway him. 2 short swords lunged towards him, and the Flying Fish Star Envoy, clad in azure, had seemingly appeared at his side. In an instant, Chu Ying felt as if enveloped by a celestial phoenix, narrowly evading the strike. However, just as he dodged, the Orange Moon Star Envoy descended, embodying the chill of a cold moon. You Underworld's first hall are indeed bothersome. Chu Ying retreated once more, a glimmer of icy determination flashing in his eyes as he suddenly grinned strangely. I have heard that all of you 7-fiend star envoys possess the qualification to replace the young master of the first hall. His words left the star envoys bewildered, grappling with their confusion. Why was he saying such things? The Sun Chaser's aura surged forth. Although he still had 6 portals behind him, they exuded overwhelming power. With 54 divine manifestations, all at the 9th tier. What qualifications did someone like him have to discuss the young master? Whoosh! The arrow he released transformed into a golden sun, its gaping maw poised to devour Chu Ying. Then, would the Underworld's first hall indeed be enraged by the death of a 7-fiend star envoy? A murderous intent flickered in Chu Ying's eyes. Target of side effects: Zhu Jinlong, Sun Chaser, Yi Jun Fan, main body, Yi Jun Fan, Holy War Incarnation. Du Mao, Son of Calamity. Current number of targets for side effects: 4, current limit 60, just you? The Sun Chaser scoffed. What are you to think you can kill me? Sky-slaying sword technique. Chu Ying remained silent. The only response to the Sun Chaser was the terrifying sword strike unleashed by Chu Ying. As he executed the strike, a wave of sword energy also surged towards his own body. To slay the enemy was to also wound oneself. The extent of the damage was unknown to Chu Ying. After all, he bore no burden. Wielding the sword of demonic kind, empowered by the holy will of slaying heaven, he resolved to inflict even greater devastation. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as a shadow of a black swastika flickered into existence. Demon word, incantation. In an instant, his battle prowess surged 100-fold. The Sun Chaser initially thought this was merely an ordinary strike, but as the sword descended with unparalleled speed, he realized just how gravely mistaken he had been. Thud, thud, thud. The Sun Chaser was cleaved away by the sword, spitting blood profusely, his face drained of all color. After all, the sharpness and ferocity of the sword energy were beyond measure, amplified by 100-fold from its original might. The two arms of the sun-chasing star envoy were simultaneously severed by a blade of sword energy, transforming into a mist of blood. The sudden surge of excruciating pain elicited a grotesque howl from him, shaking his very spirit. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. In that fleeting moment, his eyes reddened, and his inner demons erupted. However, his soul felt exceedingly frail, with his vitality significantly depleted, as if his essence had been entirely siphoned away. I have always been somewhat lenient towards women, so perhaps it is best to exercise restraint with the three of them. Chu Ying cast a glance at the three red Desire Star envoys, uttered this remark, and then swiftly retreated. Yet, there stood the red Desire Star envoy in a fiery crimson dress, revealing large swathes of pristine skin, the tranquil and composed Flying Fish Star envoy, and the aloof and cold Orange Moon Star envoy. These three enchanting star envoys were momentarily frozen in place, their hearts gripped by an icy dread. They gazed upon the dismal state of the sun-chasing star envoy, their hearts racing with shock and fear. Could a mere sword strike truly reduce a person to such a state? Moreover, it appeared that this blow had even provoked the sun-chasing star envoy's inner demons. What should we do? The Orange Moon Star envoy inquired. We must prioritize obtaining the wordless monument. The radiant light holy sun is still ahead. A mocking smile surfaced on the tantalizing visage of the red Desire Star envoy. The Seven Fiends Star envoy is not invulnerable if one falls. Their resources become available to others, do they not? With that, the red Desire Star envoy took off in pursuit of the radiant light holy sun, showing no concern for the agonized sun-chasing star envoy, who was still howling in despair. The Orange Moon Star envoy and the Flying Fish Star envoy exchanged knowing glances, both understanding the gravity of the situation. The young master had insisted that the wordless monument must be reclaimed at all costs. The two hastened to follow, leaving the sun-chasing star envoy to his own fate. If he perished, it would be for the best. If he survived, he would pose no trouble for them. Within the celestial river, the waters had boiled over completely, and the rippling portal above had long since closed. Now, entry was permitted, but exit was not. Outside the celestial river, throngs of cultivators had gathered, lamenting their tardiness. Yet, none departed. They remained fixated upon the river's surface, some harboring intentions of interception. As Chu Ying made his way to the precipice of the wordless monument, he glanced back at the heavenly palace-like edifice and encountered a remarkable prodigy. Though he did not recognize him, Feng Xiao, upon seeing Chu Ying, wore a look of confusion. Had he never seen this individual before? When had this person appeared ahead of him? They brushed past one another without engaging. Chu Ying did not conceal his aura, and having just emerged from a fierce battle, both sword energy and demonic essence surged around him. In his bewilderment, Feng Xiao continued forward, sensing a multitude of people ahead, as well as the remnants of conflict. Had he finally arrived? Chu Ying suddenly discovered a grove within the celestial river, or rather, a coral forest, for it lay submerged in the waters. However, it was a grove of black coral, tainted by demonic energy. The celestial river appeared to flow upwards, yet it was merely an illusion. Clang, clang. As soon as he stepped into this realm, Chu Ying was greeted by the sounds of clashing weapons. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. To think that the radiant saintess, Xiao, and that child of calamity, Du Mao, would appear here, not long ago. Do not presume that your status as the radiant saintess grants you the right to confront me. It would be more fitting if the radiant saint sun were to arrive. Du Mao's expression was icy and ferocious. He had not anticipated that activating the Tower of Calamity to shield himself from the deadly formations within the celestial river would inadvertently transport him into an ancient array with flaws. leading him here. Although this place lacked the monument of no words, it harbored an astonishing opportunity. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that someone had arrived before him. The radiant saintess was attempting to seize and claim the devouring sword hilt. Her unexpected arrival revealed to her a half-formed supreme emperor weapon, leaving her utterly astounded. In ancient lore, the sword of the empress was also a supreme emperor weapon forged by her, named the devouring sword, capable of consuming all divine weapons, endless blood, and the very essence of myriad worlds. The devouring sword was indeed one of the 10 supreme emperor weapons in this realm. The radiant saintess could hardly fathom encountering the devouring sword, yet lamentably, it was not the complete sword but merely its hilt, a fragment of the supreme emperor weapon. Nevertheless, even a hilt surpassed any holy weapon. Chapter 67. A fragment of a supreme emperor weapon? Defeat Dumao. Since fate had led them to this encounter, it was impossible to let it slip away. As the radiant saintess endeavored to claim and refine the hilt embedded in the coral forest, Dumao arrived. She remembered him well. He was the embodiment of calamity, likely a descendant of the ancient city of Calamity. Within the confines of the Calamity Forbidden Zone, he had schemed against her and other prodigies. A supreme emperor weapon. Dumao was utterly astounded upon seeing the devouring sword hilt. In the eastern wilderness, only a handful of forces possessed supreme emperor weapons. One could count them on one's fingers. Each supreme emperor weapon was immensely powerful and would not easily emerge into the world. Yet, here he was witnessing one, a fragment. The hilt was the hilt of that renowned sword. In an instant, a glimmer of greed ignited in Dumao's eyes. His Tower of Calamity could only be considered a quasi-emperor weapon, not a true supreme emperor weapon. If he could seize this hilt and merge it with his Tower of Calamity, could it not ascend to become a supreme emperor weapon? Bring it to me. Dumao brazenly took action, wholly indifferent to the radiant saintess. Naturally, she would not allow him to take the hilt, for it was an opportunity she had encountered first. How could she relinquish it so easily? A fierce battle was imminent. How dare a mere saintess aspire to possess even a fragment of an emperor weapon? Dumao scoffed coldly, urging his Tower of Calamity to directly suppress the radiant saintess. This made her realize the dire situation. Yet she was unwilling to abandon the devouring sword hilt, and had no choice but to deploy her hidden cards in response. However, it proved to be quite arduous. Before long, Dumao suddenly coughed up blood, as if he had suffered a severe blow, his aura dwindling abruptly. Damn it, damn it! Dumao's eyes turned blood red, and he roared in fury. That damned brat! I will kill you! Having cultivated the 9 Calamity Sutra, he could distinctly sense the nature of his injuries. In that fleeting moment, a century of his lifespan was severed. He was utterly astonished at how that young man had accomplished such a feat. Yet his fury surged even greater. As the scion of Calamity, it was he who should wield dominion over disaster. Yet now he found himself ensnared by another's human calamity, a state both vexing and maddening. Seizing this opportunity, the radiant saintess unleashed a fierce assault, managing to regain some semblance of control over the situation. Kill me? Are you certain? A peculiar smile played upon Chu Ying's lips. He was convinced that Dumao had also cultivated the 9 Calamity Sutra, perhaps gleaned from that Tower of Calamity, for he could sense the power of disaster emanating from his opponent. Yet, the current state of affairs was such that only the calamity he had imposed upon Dumao was present. He himself bore none. Damn that little brat. You are the one stirring trouble. Upon catching sight of Chu Ying, Dumao felt his lungs near to bursting with rage. This man had not only usurped his sacred will of annihilation, but had also stolen the legacy of the 9 Calamities Sutra. The 9 Calamities Sutra was meant to be his alone to cultivate. Chu Ying paid him no mind, instead turning his gaze towards the radiant saintess, Shiyao. Fair Shiyao, do you require my assistance? Shiyao's expression fluctuated between various emotions. This fellow had also arrived. However, before she could respond, Dumao erupted completely. Heavenly calamity, killing intent. The Tower of Calamity trembled violently, as a flurry of gray chains of slaughter surged towards Chu Ying. This was an exceedingly ancient holy artifact. Driven to its utmost by Dumao, its murderous intent was undeniably formidable. A sharp pain pierced Chu Ying's brow, as he felt an overwhelming threat loom before him. Even the radiant Saint Sun could scarcely evoke such a sense of crisis in him. To command such a weapon was indeed terrifying. Seed of demonic magic. Chu Ying instinctively wielded the seed of demonic magic. Yet, in that very instant, from the sinister, coral-like forest of demonic energy, the devouring sword hilt, which had been embedded in the ground, inexplicably broke free from its confinement and soared directly towards Chu Ying. What? Shiyao was taken aback, her exquisite features etched with fury. That was her devouring sword hilt. She had yet to recognize it as her own. The devouring sword hilt seemed to merge with the hilt of the seed of demonic magic. Heavenly Severing Sword Technique. Demon's Word Incantation. A black swastika appeared on Chu Ying's brow as he grasped the devouring sword hilt, his consciousness seemingly affected. The devouring sword was a demonic blade. Clang. Clash. The seed of demonic magic cleaved through the chains that extended from the Tower of Calamity, shattering them with ease. Du Mao was both astonished and enraged, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You wish to seize my 9 Calamities Sutra, and now you seek to steal this half-imperial weapon as well. Die, die. Du Mao's eyes were bloodshot, his chest ready to burst with fury. He hurled the Tower of Calamity, intending to suppress Chu Ying within its confines. Chu Ying's gaze was grave. Yet the seed of demonic magic, now momentarily fused with the devouring sword hilt, seemed to act of its own accord, uncontrollably soaring forth. Clang. Clash. The tower and the sword engaged in a fierce and autonomous clash. Human Calamity Killing Technique. Seizing the moment, Du Mao unleashed the formidable martial skills from the 9 Calamities Sutra, arriving before Chu Ying. Without that sword, what are you? The fierce light flickered in Du Mao's eyes, already betraying a hint of amusement. Without that sword, I shall still strike you down. Chu Ying sneered disdainfully, reversing the 4 extremes. The Heavenly Illumination Heart-Burning Palm. By now, Chu Ying had already cultivated the power of the 3 extremes to a remarkable degree, just a step away from perfection. Even so, a single punch from him could effortlessly shatter his opponent's physical form. Not to mention the flames of the Heavenly Illumination Heart-Burning Palm. The opponent's Tower of Misfortune was restrained. This was not a boon for them, but rather an advantage for Chu Ying. Most importantly, the black swastika shimmered, amplifying his combat prowess 100-fold. Puff. Before Du Mao's attack could land, he spat blood in reverence. His vitality diminished once more, and he felt as if the world was shrouded in darkness, his vision swirling. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had lost 200 years of his lifespan. As a cultivator at the Cave Heaven realm, how much lifespan could he possibly have? He could hardly withstand such consumption. Thus, Chu Ying's palm nearly incapacitated Du Mao entirely. The flames of heavenly illumination enveloped Du Mao's chest, and combined with the power of the 3 extremes reversal, it shattered more than 90% of his internal organs, leaving his limbs nearly useless. His body lay in tatters, resembling a frail old man on the verge of death. A single tumble could spell his end. Yet, at this critical moment, the Tower of Misfortune sensed Du Mao's peril and suddenly burst forth, breaking free from the control of the devouring sword hilt, swiftly drawing Du Mao into the tower and then transforming into a streak of light as it fled at great speed. Even with his Qing Yuan treasure technique, Chu Ying could not hope to pursue it. He gazed at the vanishing light in the distance, exhaling a sigh. Du Mao represented a threat, comparable to the likes of the Holy Sun of Radiance. However, it was futile. The opponent possessed the Tower of Misfortune, a sentient sacred weapon, making it unrealistic for him to capture Du Mao. Puff. Yet, immediately after, Chu Ying coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The oppressive force from the devouring sword hilt struck him with utmost intensity, not to mention the direct mental impact. Chu Ying had refined and claimed the devilish sword. And at this moment, the devouring sword hilt seemed intent on reclaiming the devilish sword, attacking the mark on Chu Ying. Damned. Chu Ying inwardly cursed, as 7 great cave heavens manifested behind him. Among them, the 7th cave heaven, dark as ink and opened by the power of calamity, unleashed the forbidden divine form of the 9 Hells Beast, which roared ferociously. 9 Hells Beast Treasure Technique. Transform into the Nether. Chapter 68. The Secret Realm of Xiao's Earth Soul Palace. Devouring the Devilish Aspect Pill. Witnessing such a ferocious and menacing creature, a wolf-headed beast with a blood-red vertical eye at its brow, covered in crimson scales and fur, and possessing 9 dragon-headed tails, Xiao, the Holy Maiden of Radiance, was left agape. She had thought that witnessing Chu Ying effortlessly subduing that son of calamity was already astonishing enough. However, the manifestation of this divine form left her utterly shaken. Indeed, she was horrified to find that all the divine forms within her cave heaven were trembling. It was as if they had encountered a supreme being. Come, let us see whether it is you who shatters my mark, or I who refines you. Chu Ying was also a character who would not concede defeat. The transform into the nether power of the 9 Hells Beast was vastly superior to that of the glutton. The foremost among the 10 ancient fiends could not be ordinary. The devilish sword trembled violently. It was merely a fragment of the devouring sword that had fallen. Thus, the devouring sword handle is essentially derived from the same essence. However, having been forged into a new sword, it has been recognized and refined by another, leading to a struggle when confronted with a part of its original self. The sword's blade, adorned with a ghostly visage that seems to oscillate between laughter and tears, shines ever more brilliantly, as if mocking the conflict between Chu Ying and the devouring sword handle. At this moment, the handle, too, sensed pressure, not from Chu Ying, but from the enigmatic Nether Beast, which felt like an untouchable taboo, a forbidden entity. The extreme Tao Imperial weapon possesses a spirit. Even a fragment of it carries a latent consciousness. Clang. The devouring sword handle immediately detached from the demon's sword. Chu Ying's eyes burned with fervor as he conjured a hand to grasp it. This was a fragment of an extreme Tao Imperial weapon. The calamity-born Du Mao could wreak havoc with merely a holy weapon. If he were to possess this devouring sword handle, it would grant him the ultimate safeguard for his life. Surely, he could traverse the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness without fear. However, unexpectedly, the devouring sword handle seemed to resist Chu Ying fiercely, instead flying towards the radiant saintess, Xiao. Xiao, taken aback, instinctively reached for the devouring sword handle. She had never anticipated that the half-imperial weapon, which had been so difficult to refine and recognize a master, would now seek refuge with her. But could she truly contend with this man? Fairy Xiao, surrender it to me, Chu Ying declared, his gaze fixated on the radiant saintess, his voice low and commanding. Yet, the words felt oddly familiar. Xiao paused, quickly regaining her composure. A captivating smile blossomed upon her enchanting visage, an innate allure that ensnared the heart. I have not forgotten the favor you bestowed upon me, young master. Yet, I have yet to inquire about your name. Chu Ying's eyes narrowed. What game was this woman playing? I am but a nameless individual, Chu Ying. Since you, Fairy Xiao, have not forgotten your debt, perhaps you could return this item as a token of gratitude. As the words left his lips, Chu Ying lunged for the devouring sword handle. He could not believe that such a rebellious fragment of an extreme Tao Imperial weapon would submit to the radiant saintess. And indeed, as he suspected, the devouring sword handle merely sought to exploit the conflict between Xiao and Chu Ying for mutual destruction, perhaps to seize back the demon's sword in the process. Oh, so it is young Master Chu. However, is it truly appropriate for you to act in such a manner? Xiao smiled, her expression gradually becoming ethereal and enchanting. Chu Ying furrowed his brow, horrified to discover that the surroundings had transformed into an endless abyss. A celestial palace, resembling the moon palace of the vast heavens, loomed high above, suspended amongst the stars. Young Master Chu, welcome to my Earth Soul Palace. Xiao's figure appeared atop the radiant moon. Atop the moon, within the moon palace. Beneath the cassia tree, a swing swayed gently, with her delicate feet dancing to and fro in exquisite leisure. Earth Soul Palace? Have you? Chu Ying snapped back to reality, utterly astonished. Had she truly transcended to the Soul Palace realm? Xiao had once encountered a fortuitous opportunity in her youth, said to be linked to the ancient Heavenly Court's Moon Palace. It recognized her as its master and became the Earth Soul Palace within the realm she had yet to step into. Thus, young Master Chu might as well relinquish his claim, for I have taken quite a liking to this half-piece of the extreme Tao Imperial artifact. The sacred maiden, Xiao, smiled gently. You like it, so what does that mean for me? Chu Ying blinked playfully. Xiao's elegant brows knitted together, and she huffed. In light of your past rescue, I shall show you some mercy this time and not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, within the confines of my Earth Soul Palace's secret realm, you would be at my mercy. Is that so? Chu Ying laughed heartily, immediately unleashing the 7 great heavenly domains without reservation. The 3 formidable manifestations, Qing Wan, Tao Tai, and Xiong Qi, stood tall before him. In their midst, the fearsome and majestic Netherhound roared. Netherhound, unleash the art of the netherworld. In that instant, the secret realm of Xiao's Earth Soul Palace began to tremble, as if everything were succumbing to a transformation into a land of deathly silence. Xiao's charming visage shifted slightly, her anger flaring. If young Master Chu refuses to heed my intentions, then I shall compel you to retreat. With a flourish of her hands, from the peak of the bright moon, the Guanghan Palace released myriad strands of moonlight, cascading down like a waterfall of stars to suppress Chu Ying. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped Chu Ying's throat. Despite being a practitioner of the heavenly domain, he had yet to cultivate his soul palace or refine his primordial spirit. His soul was indeed formidable, yet limited in strength. Conversely, though Xiao was also a practitioner of the heavenly domain, her connection to the ancient celestial artifact, the Guanghan Palace, elevated her soul far beyond Chu Ying's. Confronted with the pressure from the Guanghan Palace, Chu Ying felt overwhelmed, rivaling even the oppressive force emanating from the devouring sword. You cannot extinguish me, Chu Ying declared, his gaze sharpening, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Xiao shook her head gently, her voice soft. I do not wish to kill you. As I mentioned, I merely seek your leniency. Would you be so gracious as to part with this half-piece of the Imperial artifact? Practitioners vie with heaven, earth, and humanity in their pursuits. How can you expect me to yield it to you? Chu Ying replied with a serene smile. In the next moment, an unusual pill appeared in his hand. Why unusual, you may ask? Because the intricate patterns on this pill formed a countenance that seemed to smile and weep simultaneously, reminiscent of a blooming demonic flower. Witnessing Chu Ying's action, Xiao felt an inexplicable thrill, unable to restrain her pleading, young Master Chu. Would you consider granting me a request? Her autumnal eyes shimmered with tears, presenting a sorrowful yet captivating demeanor. Even if you plead, it is of no avail. Who could possibly part with a half-piece of the extreme Tao Imperial artifact? Chu Ying silently cursed the woman for being so beguiling. Yet he would not fall prey to her charms. Compassion and foolishness are two entirely different matters. Devil's Manifestation Pill, arise. Indeed, the pill Chu Ying had produced was the Devil's Manifestation Pill, a so-called failed concoction left by the alchemical genius Li Feiyu. Yet, for Chu Ying, it was an invaluable treasure, an unparalleled divine pill in existence. Gulp. Chu Ying tilted his head back and swallowed the Devil's Manifestation Pill whole. In an instant, his soul felt as though it were being cleaved in two. However, that sensation vanished immediately. Qing Wan. Level up. Chu Ying willed. As the effects of the ingested Devil's Manifestation Pill took hold within the first heavenly domain, the Qing Wan manifestation. Boom. In that moment, the sacred maiden of the radiant light, Xiao, felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 69. The Celestial Maiden's Innocence? Xiao, return what is mine. The potency of the demonic manifestation pill surged within the first cave of heaven. Meanwhile, the extraordinary Qingwan transformed, succumbing to darkness. The transcendent level Qingwan Dharma form astonishingly ascended, breaking through its limits and reaching the realm of taboo. Chu Ying understood that by consuming the demonic manifestation pill, he had elevated the three transcendent Dharma forms to the realm of taboo, thus provoking the Thunder Tribulation. This was an act of divine retribution. Previously, when he refined the 9 nether ghostly bone to condense the 9 nether ghostly Dharma form, he had already experienced this. Now, this was the way to break the stalemate. Boom. The black thunderbolt suddenly descended upon Xiao's secret realm of the Earth Soul Palace, a place that could also be described as her sea of consciousness. Both Chu Ying and she were in a state of their souls here. In simpler terms, at this moment, as Chu Ying attracted the Thunder Tribulation, the thunder not only struck from the outside, but also fell within Xiao's sea of consciousness. PFF. Even though she was the sacred maiden of the radiant light with a celestial appearance and exceptional talents, Xiao had never encountered such a scene before. It was her first time facing the Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, she was merely at the Cave Heaven realm. Why would she need to undergo tribulation? Even at the Soul Palace realm, one would not face tribulation. Unprepared, Xiao was severely injured by the thunder, spitting out blood. On the contrary, Chu Ying, having been struck by the lightning, appeared unaffected. Boom. The sound of thunder roared, and the heavenly might pressed down. Chu Ying's brow suddenly furrowed as he murmured, "Has this Thunder Tribulation mutated? Perhaps it sensed someone meddling with its tribulation and thus increased its power?" Following that, 9 consecutive black thunderbolts struck down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. How furious was the heavenly decree? Perhaps it pondered, what kind of monster dares to provoke me? One taboo was not enough. Must there be a second? Truly, one may survive the sins of heaven, but one cannot escape the consequences of one's own misdeeds. Heavenly Tao, is this all you can do? Let me tell you. I not only wish to elevate the Qingwan Dharma form, but I also intend to upgrade my Tao Dai and Xiongqi Dharma forms. Oh, I can at least open 8 caves of heaven, which means 8 Dharma forms, and I require at least 4 more taboos. Strike me if you dare. Chu Ying had already developed a resistance to the strikes. At this moment, the advantages of the 9 Calamities Sutra became evident. He was truly a master of navigating tribulations. The thunderbolts were referred to as heavenly calamities. Cultivating the 9 Calamities Sutra naturally involved absorbing and refining the powers of the 9 calamities of the world. As long as he could withstand them, his cultivation would progress rapidly. For instance, the Calamity Child, Du Mao, achieved this. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago under the side effects shifted by Chu Ying. PFF. However, Chu Ying handled the calamities with remarkable ease, as if he were not undergoing tribulation at all. Xiao, on the other hand, was left battered and gasping for breath, utterly unable to endure. What happened? Wasn't the celestial maiden just brimming with vigor? Why had she suddenly wilted? Chu Ying was astonished, his expression peculiar. Yet, his countenance soon changed. For Xiao's aura had become exceedingly faint. It turned out that with the assistance of the divine artifact, the Guanghan Palace, the Thunder Tribulation regarded her as yet another outsider, resulting in a direct multiplication of the thunder's power, rendering her utterly incapable of withstanding it. In her own sea of consciousness, within the secret realm of the Earth Soul Palace, As the radiant Xiaoyao plummeted from the pinnacle of the moonlit night, her crimson blood stained her white gown, creating a tragic yet vivid spectacle. Alas, what a calamity! Chu Ying sighed softly, transforming into a streak of light to catch her securely, garbed in tattered robes. The saintly maiden Xiaoyao lay exposed, her gaze hazy, her consciousness drifting. Cough, cough. Avert your eyes, avert your eyes. Chu Ying recited silently. Yet his eyes could not help but widen, fixated upon the forbidden realms. Boom, boom, boom. Now, all the tribulation lightning converged upon Chu Ying, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao's satisfaction. Strike him down. What the hell? Old dang, have you taken something? Chu Ying's eyelids twitched violently as multiple bolts of tribulation lightning struck him, emitting smoke. Realizing the imminent danger, he fervently practiced the 9 Calamities Sutra, channeling the heavenly calamity. Time became a blur. In the external world, Chu Ying finally endured all the tribulations. This was a double trial, and moreover, a second mutation of the double tribulation. He traversed the tribulations within Xiaoyao's Heartsea world, in the secret realm of the Earth Soul Palace, while simultaneously facing the tribulations in his external form. Both experiences unfolding as a singular tempest of lightning. Yet, his conscious essence, residing in Xiaoyao's Earth Soul Palace, made it appear as though the tribulation was striking both his corporeal body and soul separately. Tribulation essence? Chu Ying was taken aback. Upon completing the tribulation, he found himself surrounded by an abundance of tribulation essence and a resplendent array of colorful radiance. Bathed in this kaleidoscopic glow and immersed within the tribulation essence, Chu Ying felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment. His soul and body basked in immense nourishment. What is this? Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have touched something delicate, as thin as a cicada's wing, warm and silky. Instinctively, he tugged at it. The moment he pulled it free, his expression turned utterly astonished. Pervert. Accompanied by a fierce, lion-like roar from a woman, Xiaoyao, nourished by the tribulation essence and colorful radiance, awakened. However, as she regained consciousness, she felt an unexpected chill beneath her. Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes brimmed with a complex tapestry of emotions: shame, anger, murderous intent, hatred, pain, and heartache. With all her might, she unleashed a strike. She had never imagined that her purity would be so brazenly taken from her. Uffed. Chu Ying stood dazed as her strike approached, inexplicably failing to defend himself or evade. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his countenance turned ashen. Now, how could I possibly cleanse myself of this stain? Chu Ying gazed at the sheer, translucent fabric in his hand, his expression a blend of embarrassment, confusion, bitterness, and helplessness. He too felt a whirlwind of complexity. If I were to claim it was an accident, would you believe me? Chu Ying's face paled as he looked at her with an apologetic gaze. Xiaoyao, gritting her teeth in rage, glared at the intimate item he held, her voice icy with fury. Return it to me. Return what? Chu Ying, momentarily bewildered, instinctively assumed she was referring to her lost innocence. Xiaoyao clenched her jaw tightly, yet she had already exhausted her strength. That earlier strike was born from a surge of emotions, anger, shame, and indignation, upon her awakening. Her beautiful eyes glistened with crimson hues, as if she were possessed, and she lunged directly at Chu Ying. Hiss! Chu Ying inhaled sharply in pain. Wait, are you biting me? But he was soon bewildered. Wasn't the holy maiden supposed to be pure and untainted? Moreover, you are the radiant holy maiden. Why are you biting me? It dawned on Chu Ying that he was still tightly clutching the semi-transparent garment belonging to her. The fierce rage in Shi Yao's blood-red gaze indicated her desire to reclaim what was hers. Hiss! As he gazed at the radiant holy maiden, who was fiercely biting into his neck, he suddenly felt no pain. This celestial being seemed to exist in a state of near vacuum. Ahem, Shi Yao. Perhaps you should take a look at yourself first? Chu Ying swallowed hard, and, suppressing his discomfort, offered a gentle reminder. As if regaining her senses, Shi Yao looked down and instantly paled, letting out a startled cry as she sprang away. Her mortification and fury surged anew, igniting a terrifying murderous intent within her eyes, as if she were on the verge of complete madness. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ying dared not provoke her further and promptly departed from the thunder tribulation pool. Observing the devouring sword hilt, which was now awed by the might of the heavenly tribulation and had endured several bolts of divine punishment, Chu Ying sighed softly. Very well. Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you as compensation. With a flick of his fingers, the devouring sword hilt slowly floated before the increasingly frantic Shi Yao. Her pupils reflected the image of the hilt as she instinctively reached out to grasp it. Remarkably, she had successfully recognized it as her own and submitted to it. However, I shall be taking this back. Suddenly, an obnoxious voice interrupted. Shi Yao instinctively turned her gaze. Chu Ying waved the indescribable item in his hand. Farewell, celestial maiden. And with that, Chu Ying vanished in a flash. Chapter 70. Feng Xiao. Anyone who seeks to harm my sister shall perish. Scoundrel. Xiao remained in a daze for quite some time before she reacted, angrily spitting a curse. Yet once she had fully calmed down, a deep crimson blush, reminiscent of blood, gradually spread across her exquisite face. Did I truly act that way towards him? Did he witness all of it? And my? Xiao covered her face with her hands, unable to stop the fiery blush that enveloped her like a cloud of peach blossoms. After a while, she recalled something and hurriedly retrieved a new robe from her storage ring to change into. His name is Chu Ying, Xiao softly murmured, gazing down at the devouring sword hilt in her hands, now bound to her through a mental connection, her expression complex. She then transformed into a streak of divine light and flew away from that place. As for the Empress's wordless steel, she had no hope of obtaining it now. Her immediate priority was to escape. With the devouring sword hilt in her possession, she had already achieved a significant gain from this expedition. However, was it truly a gain or a loss? Her body had been seen by that fellow, along with her most private belongings. Staring at the empty cliff before her, a nameless fury surged within the breast of the radiant holy sun. He could even perceive the remnants left by the uninscribed monument standing tall. It had truly been seized by someone else. Damn it. It must be him. A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the Saint of Radiance, growing increasingly malevolent. In that instant, he transformed into a streak of light and surged back along the same path. However, upon witnessing the Saint of Radiance's rapid return, the three-star envoys from the Hall of Nether Shadows instinctively believed that the uninscribed monument had been taken by him. Attack. The envoy of Crimson Desire commanded coldly, casting an enchanting technique that unleashed a wave of pink energy, sweeping towards the Saint of Radiance. The envoys of Flying Fish and Orange Moon each produced their celestial weapons, launching a barrage of martial techniques at him. Get lost. In a moment of seething fury, the Saint of Radiance's eyes ignited with a chilling, murderous intent. He unleashed the Radiance 7 Absolute Palm, crashing forcefully against the combined assault of the three-star envoys. Puff. The three-star envoys were sent reeling back, each stifling a groan as they involuntarily coughed up blood. Yet, the Saint of Radiance showed no sign of slowing down, pursuing his singular target, Chu Ying. The uninscribed monument had surely fallen into his hands. The expression of the envoy of Crimson Desire darkened as she flew forward, spotting the traces upon the cliff where the monument had once stood. Indeed, there had been a monument here. The sharp-eyed envoy of Flying Fish suddenly had a realization and questioned, wait, if the Saint of Radiance obtained the uninscribed monument, then what about that person we encountered earlier? The envoys of Orange Moon and Crimson Desire exchanged glances, quickly coming to a conclusion. Are you suggesting it's possible that the Saint of Radiance did not acquire the uninscribed monument, but rather that fellow got to it first? I think it's plausible. The Saint of Radiance's expression was terrifyingly dark. Perhaps he too was outpaced by another. The envoy of Flying Fish remarked, let us return and investigate. Meanwhile, the descendant of the ancient wind family, Feng Xiao, unexpectedly stumbled upon the severely injured and half-paralyzed envoy of the rising sun, who was battling with his inner demons, surrounded by no other star envoys. Listening to the gruesome roars and cries of the envoy of the rising sun in his struggle against his inner turmoil, Feng Xiao's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. The Hall of Nether Shadows seeks to retaliate against my wind family, believing us to be easy prey? Killing a 7-fiend-star envoy should surely sting the Hall. A bold thought emerged in Feng Xiao's mind. He had always been a rebellious and audacious individual. If the Holy Land of Thunder Punishment does not fear the Hall of Nether Shadows, why should my wind family cower? With this thought, a blazing red blade materialized in his hand. The envoy of the rising sun, being in my grasp, is your misfortune. Descend into hell. In a moment of crisis, the envoy of the rising sun, entangled by his inner demons, regained a sliver of clarity and hastily attempted to evade. However, having been gravely injured by Chuing prior, his movements were sluggish, and he was still grazed by the blade's energy, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood. Feng Xiao. The envoy of the rising sun glared at him, filled with rage. What are you staring at? I initially intended to slay the Black Sword envoy, but since fate has brought me to you, let me collect some interest first. A cold smirk crossed Feng Xiao's face as he struck again. Very well. The envoy of the rising sun, exerting all his strength to retreat while shouting furiously, declared, just wait. I will hunt down every single disciple of your wind family one by one. Moreover, your sister, with her purine physique, I shall capture and present to the young master as a refining furnace. The sun-chasing star envoy, in a fit of rage yet retaining his composure, desperately fled forward. At this moment, he inwardly cursed the Red Desire star envoy and her companions for their utter negligence in leaving no one behind to guard him. To capture my sister? Feng Zhao's eyes instantly turned blood red. His sister was his very lifeblood. Indeed, he was utterly devoted to her. Anyone who dared to harm her would meet their demise. In that fleeting instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and behind him, a horrifying tableau unfolded. The void between heaven and earth was suffused with a bone-chilling tempest. The whirlwind tore through the heavens, revealing a vast, gaping void. Darkness loomed over the clouds, mountains crumbled, and from the great rift in the sky, various catastrophic substances poured forth. Flames burned across the 9 provinces relentlessly, waters surged across the 8 realms endlessly. The balance of yin and yang was disrupted, and all order was collapsing. As this dreadful spectacle engulfed the sun-chasing star envoy, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. The sun-chasing star envoy's eyes widened, his pupils gradually dilating. He recalled the young master mentioning that the Feng family in the central region had an ancient lineage, often referred to as an archaic clan, predating even the most ancient times. It was said that the Feng lineage inherited the teachings of Nuwa, mending the celestial path, and possessed an ultimate imperial weapon, instilling terror throughout the eastern wastelands. He never anticipated that he would ultimately perish at the hands of Feng Zhao. A gust of wind howled past, and the saint son of Yaoguang furrowed his brow, momentarily pausing. The sun-chasing star envoy of the underworld's first hall had been slain, killed by a descendant of the Feng family. Feng Zhao, still seething with rage upon seeing the saint son of Yaoguang, coldly declared with blood-red eyes, "All who wish to harm my sister must die." The saint son of Yaoguang frowned slightly and replied nonchalantly, "There are still 4-star envoys in the first hall, so be cautious." He did not linger further and immediately pursued outside, unaware of where that youth had fled. Feng Zhao searched the body of the sun-chasing star envoy, locating his storage ring, and also seized the iconic sun-chasing bow. A splendid celestial artifact indeed, Feng Zhao scoffed. "You killed the sun-chasing star envoy?" When the trio of the Red Desire Star envoy arrived, their beautiful eyes widened in shock. Feng Zhao remained composed, unruffled. "So what of it? You people from the underworld's first hall deserve to die." The thought of the first hall possibly targeting his sister for extermination ignited a fresh wave of murderous intent within Feng Zhao. However, the trio of the Red Desire Star envoy exchanged glances and departed without a backward glance. With the sun-chasing star envoy dead, the ones who would seek trouble with Feng Zhao were those who nurtured him, specifically, the powerful figures behind the sun-chasing star envoy in the first hall. As for them, they could only wish for the sun-chasing star envoy to perish swiftly and be reborn. At this moment, within the underworld's first hall, in the southern branch of the eastern wasteland, an aged voice filled with fury echoed, "My disciple has perished." Chapter 71, Prince Jinping, dare to lay a finger on him, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. Deep within the underworld's first hall, in the southern branch of the eastern wasteland, an elder clad in brown robes stepped forth. This individual, with a visage marked by age and white hair, appeared gaunt, but most terrifying were his piercing eyes. In one eye, the setting sun is reflected, while the other mirrors the dawn's first light, embodying the profound mysteries of life and death. Why does the sunsetting sage linger? The ethereal figure of Emperor One, the young master of the infernal One Pinnacle Hall, opens his eyes and gazes into the past. Even when confronted by a figure of saintly stature, Emperor One remains unperturbed. "My disciple has perished. It is time for me to exact vengeance." The old man in the brown robe speaks softly, his voice raspy like the creaking of an ancient door, unsettling and eerie. "Has Jinlong fallen?" Emperor One furrows his brow. The sun chaser, known as Zhu Jinlong, was a formidable force among the 7 fiends, not weaker than the saintly sun, a descendant of an ancient clan, possessing means of escape even against insurmountable foes. How could he have met his end so easily? There must be more to this tale, yet a fallen prodigy holds no value. At most, Zhu Jinlong's master may seek retribution, but vengeance must not lead to indiscriminate slaughter. For instance, if Zhu Jinlong fell victim to the schemes of the Red Desire Star envoys, would the sunsetting sage truly pursue their destruction? Such an outcome would surely plunge the infernal One Pinnacle Hall into chaos. The old man offers no response, his form fading into the shadows of the branch hall. Meanwhile, Chu Ying has resolved to escape the enigmatic ancient river. As he passes the previous palace, he discovers the battles raging with even greater intensity. The Golden Rock Prince, brimming with vigor, fights valiantly against the Black Sword Star envoy and the divine body of the Luo clan, Luo Chun. His formidable power induces trepidation in both adversaries. However, Luo Chun and the Black Sword Star envoy are not allies, but equally matched foes. The Black Sword Star envoy, intent on seizing the throne, anticipated an alliance with Luo Chun to vanquish the Golden Rock Prince. Unexpectedly, Luo Chun turns his blade against him. Caught off guard, The Black Sword Star envoy faces the overwhelming might of the Golden Rock Prince and the sudden onslaught from Luo Chun, suffering immediate wounds. Luo Chun. The Black Sword Star envoy fixes a murderous gaze upon him. His expression remains stoic, yet a chilling malice gradually coalesces, penetrating to the bone. My apologies. The pursuit of the throne is merely a facade. My only desire is to slay you, Luo Chun replies with a faint smile. In the Eastern Wilderness, where prodigies vie for supremacy, Luo Chun, as a divine body of the Luo clan, shoulders profound responsibilities, destined to lead his kin to greatness. The realm of saints is not his ambition. His sights are set on the lofty heights of the great saint. Yet, if he were to introspect, he would find that his aspirations extend beyond even that, reaching towards the title of emperor. He seeks to eliminate the Black Sword Star envoy for two reasons. Firstly, the infernal One Pinnacle Hall has instigated an irreconcilable conflict with the Luo clan's twin beauties. Secondly, to embark on the arduous path to imperial ascendance. He must emerge from the mountain of bones forged by relentless pressure. Killing the Black Sword envoy posed a formidable challenge, undoubtedly provoking the wrath of the underworld's first pavilion, rendering him a target of their lethal pursuit. This situation served as both pressure and motivation. The heir of the Luo family coveted the Luo book as well. The Black Sword envoy coldly uttered a phrase, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically, unleashing a piercing and chilling sword energy that erupted from within him. Even the mere brush of this sword energy could inflict pain and cause one to bleed. After speaking, the Black Sword envoy, like a phantom, swung a wide and heavy black iron sword, which came crashing down before Luo Chun. Luo Chun's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear amid ripples in the void. With the sun hanging high above, the Black Sword envoy suddenly felt a surge of impending danger, prompting him to retreat hastily. A slender fissure in the void, narrower than a needle, appeared just a meter before him, resembling a dark abyss eager to swallow him whole. The miraculous technique of the Luo book indeed lived up to its reputation, showcasing the exquisite transformations of the celestial realms. The Black Sword envoy took a deep breath, unleashing a strand of innate holy intent from within, embodying the essence of a sword master, leaving only his afterimage within the hall. The clash between Luo Chun and the Black Sword envoy was exceptionally intense, rendering the Golden Pung Prince an onlooker. This, however, aligned perfectly with the Golden Pung Prince's intentions. In the vast expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, who among my peers possesses the right to ascend this imperial throne, if not me? The Golden Pung Prince's eyes gleamed with golden light, as he aspired to claim the majestic imperial seat. Yet, just as he was about to take his place, the throne inexplicably vanished. At the forefront of the hall, the imperial throne, adorned with carvings of golden dragons and colorful phoenixes, had seemingly disappeared, transforming into a streak of flowing light. Who else in this world could possess you, if not me? Still unwilling to submit? The Golden Pung Prince shouted coldly, immediately utilizing his speed to pursue. As the heir of the golden-winged rock lineage, his swiftness was unparalleled among his peers. As for the ancient heavenly demon rock, they were on the brink of extinction. If they did not surrender the Yang Bone, they would vanish entirely from existence. Chu Ying had no intention of involving himself in the conflict within the hall. Among the individuals present, he had only encountered the divine royal body of the Luo family. Yet the formidable auras radiating from the other two were equally daunting, rivaling that of Luo Chun. Therefore, Chu Ying deemed it wise to withdraw, anticipating that the likes of the sacred son of shaking light had already realized the absence of the wordless steel, easily deducing that he was the one who had taken it, a situation that did not bode well for him. However, as soon as Chu Ying exited the Grand Hall and entered the downstream river, a streak of golden light came soaring towards him from behind. What is this? Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback, only to discover that the wordless steel he had stored in his spatial ring was emitting a radiant glow and trembling. Upon closer inspection, the approaching light turned out to be a throne. Wait, is this not the imperial seat from the hall? Chu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, as he recognized this throne from the images left behind in the ancient palace, belonging to the enigmatic empress. How dare you touch this object? I shall annihilate your entire lineage. At that moment, an overwhelmingly domineering voice surged from afar, arriving in the blink of an eye. The heir of the golden-winged rock lineage, the Golden Pung Prince. Annihilate my lineage? Chu Ying's brows furrowed instantly. He is an abandoned infant picked up by an old beggar, completely unaware of his lineage. Yet, he harbors no concern, for he is a traveler from another realm. Although he has been reborn, he retains memories from his past life. The bonds of kinship are something he once possessed, rendering him indifferent to their absence in this life. However, despite this detachment, this stranger, whom he has never encountered nor provoked, dares to proclaim the annihilation of his entire clan? I have merely brushed against you. What will you do now? Chu Ying offered a cold smile, promptly storing the imperial throne within his storage ring, alongside the nameless steel. It appeared that this throne was indeed a remarkable treasure, a stroke of fortune for him. Had he not first acquired the nameless steel, it is unlikely that the throne would have taken notice of him. Seeking death, the Golden Pung Prince, seeing Chu Ying disregard his words and audaciously take the throne, erupted in fury. Chapter 72, Ascending the Seat, Reckoning with the Golden Pung Prince. A golden stream of light sliced through the air. The Golden Pung Prince, consumed by rage, unleashed the speed characteristic of his golden-winged rock lineage, delivering a devastating blow. Roar! The beast upon Chu Ying's shoulder growled lowly, fierce light igniting in its eyes. As one of the ancient 10 fiends, its bloodline demanded respect. The golden-winged rock clan paled in comparison before it. Do not be overzealous, let me handle him, Chu Ying declared as he drew the sword of demonic seeds and swung it fiercely. Had this individual not threatened the annihilation of his clan, Chu Ying would not have harbored intentions of murder. Yet, it was clear that the Golden Pung Prince was courting his own demise. Assigning a target for the side effects. Assign target for side effects. Golden Pung Prince, the Sun Chaser Star Envoy Zhu Jinlong, deceased. Yi Jun Fan, main body. Yi Jun Fan, Holy War Manifestation. Du Mao, Child of Calamity. Current number of targets for side effects. 4, current maximum. 60, Chu Ying unexpectedly granted the Golden Pung Prince a position for side effects, simultaneously realizing that the Sun Chaser Star Envoy had indeed perished. Although his side effects were formidable, it was unfathomable that a prodigy of such caliber would succumb so swiftly after being heavily wounded. Could it be that someone had delivered the final blow? Chu Ying's thoughts whirled, but he dismissed it, resolved to impart a lasting lesson to this Golden Pung Prince. He unleashed a flurry of sacred techniques, heavenly will of slaughter, Qiangqi's treasure art, Qingluan's treasure art, and the sky-slicing sword technique, merging them into a single strike. Chu Ying was curious to see whether his speed, bolstered by the Qingluan's treasure art, could surpass that of the Golden Pung Prince. The apex of speed in the world belonged to the Kunpeng, one of the ancient 10 fiends. Although the Golden-Winged Rock clan was powerful, they paled in comparison to the Kunpeng. The clash of fist and sword energies intertwined. The Golden Pung Prince was forcefully thrust back, his eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. PFF. No. How could he be bleeding? Why did he suddenly feel weak? The expression of the Golden Pung Prince transformed dramatically. I haven't even exerted my full strength, and you're already spitting blood? Chu Ying chuckled mockingly. This Golden Pung Prince had unwittingly drawn the ire of the King of Hell. Insects. In the eyes of Prince Jinping, there lingered a disdainful and contemptuous gaze. Tinged with rage, it was a profound humiliation for him to be wounded by what he perceived as an insignificant insect. The Golden Pung combat technique. He bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. Initially, he had dismissed the incident as an accident, suspecting that Chu Ying might have employed some peculiar martial arts to launch a surprise attack. After all, with his formidable strength, even a deity of the Eastern Wasteland would find it difficult to harm him, let alone a nameless individual. Let us play this game fiercely. A cruel smile crept across Chu Ying's face, as a faint black swastika manifested within his pupils. Once again, he unleashed that singular sword technique, the sky-slicing sword technique. However, this time, amplified by the doozy magic incantation, his battle prowess surged 100-fold. This marked the third time Chu Ying had invoked the doozy magic incantation, the previous 2 instances occurring during confrontations with the sun-chasing star envoy and the Child of Calamity. Du Mao. Unlike the doozy true words, which provided a momentary 10-fold enhancement, lasting merely an instant, the doozy magic incantation endured until the battle's conclusion, counting as a single invocation. Otherwise, even the esteemed second patriarch of Taishian, the creator of this incantation, would likely perish from exhaustion before finishing a single duel. After all, each invocation consumed 100 years of lifespan. For Chu Ying, the lifespan consumed by the doozy magic incantation was cumulative, with 3 successive uses. Anyone within the range of his adverse effects would forfeit 300 years of their lifespan. At this moment, Prince Jinping unleashed a torrent of ferocious attacks, suffocating in their intensity. Yet, they bore no comparison to Chu Ying's sky-slicing sword technique, bolstered by a 100-fold increase. Bang! Once more, Prince Jinping was sent hurtling backwards, his body drenched in blood, one of his arms severed by the demonic sword. The pallor drained from his face as he coughed up blood in shock and fury. Throughout his training, he had always looked down upon his peers, scorned the talents of the Eastern Wasteland, dismissing even the enigmatic young master of the underworld One Peak Hall and the deity of the Tianchu Lu family, as well as the scions of the sacred lands. Yet, he could never have anticipated that today, he would be wounded by this individual before him, his arm cleaved in two. His arm was akin to his wings, and with the right one severed, he lost his balance. Most troubling was the inexplicable weakness surging through him, rendering his vision dark, leaving him utterly bewildered. How dare you act arrogantly with such meager abilities? Were it not for your lineage as a member of the golden-winged Great Pong, I would have slain you on the spot. Chu Ying scoffed, stepping forward to crush Prince Jinping's confidence and resolve beneath his foot. How dare you tread upon me? Prince Jinping seethed with rage. How could one of his noble stature be trampled by an insect? It was a humiliation of the highest order. Reflect upon your actions. I shall tread upon you each time we meet henceforth. Chu Ying asserted, delivering another crushing blow that drove the prince deep into the depths of the celestial river. Yet, within his heart, Chu Ying chuckled coldly, pondering that perhaps he would not encounter this wretch again. If the sun-chasing star envoy could be slain, why not Prince Jinping? He previously refrained from killing the sun-chasing star envoy, and he would not slay the golden Peng prince now either, for doing so would entangle him in considerable trouble. Whether it be the specter of the netherworld or the clan of the golden-winged Great Pong, he was not yet capable of confronting them. The assassination of a prodigy would surely summon some shameless old-timers. However, should someone else deliver the final blow, that would no longer concern him. Chu Ying transformed once more into a shooting rainbow, swiftly fleeing the scene of the incident. It wasn't long before the holy son of the shimmering light and several seven fiends envoys from the netherworld arrived hot on his heels, along with Feng Xiao, the heir of the Feng family. Meanwhile, the divine king of the Luo family remained locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Black Sword Star envoy. Suddenly, the holy son of the shimmering light furrowed his brow and cast a glance toward the riverbed, as if sensing the presence of the golden Peng prince. Yet he did not linger. His growing murderous intent was fueled by the fact that someone had reached the unwritten stele before him. The unwritten stele contained a portion of the devouring sky demon art, which was essential for him to perfect the ancient scriptures, an absolute necessity. At all costs, he must reclaim the unwritten stele. Be cautious. The holy maiden of the purple mist exclaimed abruptly as she traversed the celestial river. Yao Ruashi's brow furrowed in response, as if she had caught sight of something elusive, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. It must be said, the speed of the group from the purple mist sacred land was rather sluggish, primarily due to the number of disciples present, which required the holy maiden to take care of them, thus impeding their progress. This foretold that their efforts would be in vain. The golden Peng prince, having been struck down by Chu Ying, sank to the riverbed, while Chu Ying vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving no spectators behind. Otherwise, they would have been rendered speechless in shock. Nevertheless, as Chu Ying departed, he was faintly glimpsed by Yao Ruashi and the others from the purple mist sacred land. Albeit indistinctly, it cannot be him. He is imprisoned in the celestial prison, his fate uncertain, Yao Ruashi thought, her brows knitting tightly. She felt that the streak of divine light resembled Chu Ying, but she quickly extinguished this notion. It was likely a clash between two unparalleled prodigies. Yet the individual who had been cast into the riverbed seemed to resemble the golden Peng prince of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Confusion and astonishment flickered in the beautiful eyes of the purple mist holy maiden, clad in violet feathered robes. Chapter 73. A hasty escape into the 10,000 mountains of the demon clan. Ah, I want you dead. The golden Peng prince, having regained consciousness at the bottom of the celestial river, wore a ghastly expression, roaring in fury. This terrified the disciples of the purple mist sacred land, causing them to hastily retreat. Both the holy maiden and Yao Ruashi looked on in shock. It turned out that this individual was indeed the scion of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Get lost. The golden Peng prince spotted the group from the purple mist sacred land. Were it not for his current injuries and weakened state, he would have ensured these women faced dire consequences. The holy maiden and Yao Ruashi simultaneously frowned, but chose not to provoke him, continuing on their way. Gritting his teeth, the golden Peng prince hastily made his way toward the outer reaches of the celestial river, prioritizing the need to find a place to heal before pursuing that damned brat. The entrance to the celestial river had long since closed, and the cultivators waiting outside were filled with anticipation, yearning for the portal to reopen. Finally, at a certain moment, ripples spread across the river's surface, as if a portal were being unveiled. Shortly thereafter, a figure burst forth from within, none other than Chu Ying. Upon observing the multitude of cultivators surrounding him, Chu Ying's complexion turned ashen. It seemed he had ventured out at an inopportune moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he feigned panic, exclaiming, "The young master of the golden-winged rock clan has acquired an extraordinary treasure. Moreover, the saint son of the shaking light has obtained an unparalleled legacy." As he shouted, his figure vanished from the sight of all present. The cultivators near the Tontian River could only glimpse a shadow in black, emerging from the waters, unable to discern his features. Yet, There was no mistaking that they heard Chu Ying's words with utmost clarity. The Golden Rock Prince has obtained a remarkable treasure? The Shaking Light Saint's son has secured the Empress's legacy? Unbeknownst to them, Chu Ying was unaware that the opportunity within the Tongtian River pertained to the Empress's legacy. The eyes of the cultivators brightened with excitement. Yet they quickly recalled that both the Golden Rock Prince and the Shaking Light Saint's son were figures they could not afford to offend, prompting a collective sigh of resignation. Some among them contemplated seizing the moment to plunge into the Tongtian River and seize the opportunity, but they were promptly repelled by a terrifying aura that surged forth. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the figure as the Shaking Light Saint's son, accompanied by the 7 fiends of the Underworld Hall. Furthermore, was that not the heir of the Feng family from the Central Ancient region? A sense of disarray swept over the group by the riverbank. The various prodigies who had surged forth, particularly the Shaking Light Saint's son, were quick to pursue the direction in which Chu Ying had fled after a brief moment of awareness. What to do? Should they give chase? As they witnessed the Shaking Light Saint's son vanish, the 3-star envoys of the Red Lust were left at a loss for what to do. Their efforts seemed to yield nothing once again. If my suspicions are correct, the Shaking Light Saint's son is pursuing that individual who previously snatched the 9 calamities scripture. And it is likely that the wordless monument has also fallen into his hands, the Flying Fish Star envoy stated solemnly. Let us pursue. At the very least, we must catch a glimpse. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating to have that boy intercept us again, the Red Lust Star envoy replied through gritted teeth. The last encounter had thwarted their plans, as they would have captured the Shaking Light Saintess, only to have the 9 calamities scripture taken from them. And now they had lost the wordless monument. Should they return empty-handed once more, the young master would surely be incensed. The 3 of them pursued closely, followed by Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao had already deduced that the Empress's wordless monument had been seized, prompting him to refrain from lingering within the Tongtian River. Moreover, a sense of danger had begun to gnaw at him, fostering an ominous premonition. He felt a heavy weight in his heart as he swiftly made his escape. Suspecting it was due to his slaying of the Rising Sun Star envoy, he had some understanding of the Underworld Hall, knowing that all 7 fiends were top-tier prodigies, rivaling even the Saint's sons. Had it not been for the Rising Sun Star envoy being heavily injured by an unknown assailant and subsequently succumbing to a mental breakdown, he would not have been able to deliver the finishing blow. It was best to retreat for now. Only after Feng Xiao had departed did any cultivator dare to approach the Tongtian River, but they were quickly met with the sight of the severely wounded Golden Rock Prince, sending chills down their spines. The once renowned prodigy of the demon race, the Golden Rock Prince, had sustained such grievous injuries? Who could have inflicted such harm upon him? Despite being bloodied and weak, the saying holds true, a person's reputation creates a shadow. Upon seeing him, all the cultivators instinctively distanced themselves, even avoiding eye contact. Where's this place? Chu Ying discovered that the surrounding landscape was not the familiar southern region he knew. The eastern wilderness was vast, generally divided into 4 parts: the southern region, the northern region, the central region, and the western region. The southern region was characterized by expansive plains, though it also boasted numerous spiritual mountains and great rivers, sometimes referred to as the 10,000 mountains by practitioners emerging from remote areas. However, it was evident that these were not the true 10,000 mountains, devoid of endless toxic barriers and impenetrable gloom and lush greenery. Yet, Chu Ying instinctively halted. Before him lay an environment that resembled the boundless, miasma-filled, and toxic marshes of the demon-infested 10,000 mountains. Had he inadvertently arrived at the watershed between the western and central regions and the southern and northern regions? Chu Ying was momentarily stunned. The 10,000 mountains, specifically the demon clan's 10,000 mountains, served as the boundary between the western demon territory and the other 3 regions of the eastern wilderness. It was exceedingly difficult for human practitioners to cross the 10,000 mountains into the west, and if a being of the Saint Lord realm were to enter, they would be quickly detected. Thus, the 10,000 mountains could indeed be regarded as a natural barrier for the demon clan. To think that he had merely escaped from a heavenly prison, drifting through an underground river, only to find himself at the junction of the western demon territory. As Chu Ying hesitated, he sensed someone pursuing him from a distance. Was it the son of Shaking Light? His brow furrowed. This individual was enigmatic and elusive, rivaling even the Prince of the Golden Condor. The inheritance within that ancient river was astonishing, containing the woozy steel that housed the heaven-swallowing demon technique and a half-complete Emperor's weapon. This would undoubtedly stir great upheaval. Having obtained the woozy steel and the imperial seat that had approached him, he was already targeted by the likes of the son of Shaking Light. Not to mention that he also possessed the 9 calamities scripture. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek refuge in the 10,000 mountains for a while. With this thought, Chu Ying ceased his hesitations and sprinted towards the 10,000 mountains ahead. Daobai, remember to lend me some strength." Chu Ying glanced at the little Juyo Dao by clinging to his shoulder like a gecko, pondering how this little creature seemed utterly unafraid. With a roar akin to that of a husky, Dao Bai let out a milky cry. Chu Ying's lips twitched as he charged into the 10,000 mountains. The son of shaking light, who had pursued him to this point, wore a grim expression. The 10,000 mountains were layered and filled with toxins, making perception difficult and locating anyone a daunting task. Damn it! The son of shaking light took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with coldness and murderous intent. In the next moment, he produced a black iron token, as if issuing commands. He dispatched 100 death warriors from the Soul Palace, along with 3 elders from the Nether Void Realm, to eliminate this person and seize back the woozy steel, as well as the 9 calamities scripture he possessed. His low, barely audible words lingered in the air. Soon, a response echoed in his ears. Understood. With that, the son of shaking light departed the area. He was not unable to enter the demon's 10,000 mountains. Rather, he had other significant plans and needed to prepare for contingencies. Chapter 74. The Setting Sun Saint of the First Rank Hall, Ambush on Fengshao. Indeed, the formidable 10,000 great mountains are not to be trifled with. Even the toxic miasma here is beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. As I surveyed the dim, dark green forest surrounding me, I noticed that many trees were infested with venomous insects, some densely clustered, their numerous eyes glaring ominously. A shiver ran down Chu Ying's spine as he decided to unleash the celestial flame of the heart-burning palm, igniting the heavenly fire to reduce those ghastly insects to ash. Perhaps it would be prudent to wander into the territory of the Western Demon Tribe. Moreover, there are human cultivators in this region as well, Chu Ying contemplated. The interactions between the Western Demon Tribe and the Northern Domain are particularly frequent, with the Eastern Wilderness demon populace primarily concentrated in the west, followed closely by the north. First, I must locate a cave dwelling to practice the fragment of the celestial devouring demonic art, which enables one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, reverse fate, and transcend personal limits. I am determined to cultivate it. A glimmer of determination shone in Chu Ying's eyes. He traversed the 10,000 great mountains with remarkable speed, accompanied by the drowsy little creature, Pao Bai, who appeared as if still in slumber. Along the way, Chu Ying dispatched numerous uncivilized demon beasts, which hardly qualified as true demons. Approximately 3 days later, Chu Ying emerged from the 10,000 great mountains, having crossed through a cross-section rather than following the expansive, meandering path that could take years to traverse. What a vast expanse of ocean. Chu Ying was uncertain from which direction he had exited the mountains, but upon stepping out, he was greeted by a dark, ink-like sea, primarily due to the night's cloak. In other directions, there lay barren plains, and in the distance, he perceived what seemed to be genuinely verdant forests. Yet, he dared not venture further. The endless sea instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Could this be the heartland of the Western Demon Tribe? This shall suffice. Chu Ying sought a secluded mountain by the sea, where he promptly excavated a cave and entered to commence his cultivation. The fragment of the celestial devouring demonic art. It meticulously details how to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, reverse the natural order, break through one's limits, and open pathways beyond the confines of existence. This ancient scripture is truly unparalleled. Even the fragment I possess would undoubtedly stir the entire Eastern Wilderness if it were to be revealed. As Chu Ying perused the ancient teachings within his mind, he immediately began his cultivation. Having already opened 7 celestial realms, he was a rarity, a paragon among the elite of the Eastern Wilderness. Such paragons are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, 1 in a billion. However, the vastness of the Eastern Wilderness, with its immense population, means that the number of human prodigies is countless, and the demon race also produces formidable talents in succession. Ultimately, those who can attain 7 celestial realms will not be few. Yet, this has already filtered out the true geniuses, leaving behind the mediocre. But this is merely the first round. The second round of elimination will be the opening of the 8th celestial realm, unparalleled and unmatched. No prodigy desires anything less than the expansion of their celestial realms, particularly those of illustrious backgrounds who are not lacking in resources or time. This includes the sons and daughters of major sacred lands, the heirs of ancient clans, the mysterious leaders of demonic factions, and even the discrete forces of the demonic sections. Furthermore, the 8th celestial realm may not be their ultimate goal. The legendary 9th celestial realm, the pinnacle of all, is what they truly aspire to. Those who reach the 9th celestial realm shall be crowned as kings. Throughout the vast expanse of the East Wilderness, and even beyond to the distant central continent, legends abound. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the 9 caverns can one claim the confidence of being invincible among peers. It is likely that the ambitious scions of heaven set their sights on the 9 caverns. During Chu Ying's time of escape and cultivation, a significant upheaval indeed arose around the Tongtian River. Crack. Wen Zhao's protective artifacts shattered one after another, yet he still could not withstand the fury of a saint-level powerhouse. How audacious of the Yuming First Hall! Even if I, Wen Zhao, perish, I shall not allow you to have it easy. With a fierce countenance and blood-red eyes, he had already sent a distress signal to his clan. However, the Wind family stood in the central region of the East Wilderness, a considerable distance from the Tongtian River. He had no protector, nor did he require one. With his strength, there were certainly those among his peers who could best him, but they were few, and the likelihood of killing him was nearly impossible. Therefore, what need had he for a protector? It is an unspoken rule among all powers in the East Wilderness that elder experts do not intervene against young cultivators. A principle that contributes to the stability of the region. No one would dare break this norm. Consequently, the prodigies of the East Wilderness engage in external trials, competing for treasures and battling for opportunities, all while remaining relatively secure. The only real threat to their lives would be from fellow cultivators or unfortunate encounters with non-human dangers. Otherwise, how could the Yuming First Hall frequently hunt disciples from various factions in the East Wilderness, even capturing gifted young cultivators? Would the major factions merely stand by? This was only possible because the Yuming First Hall deployed young cultivators, such as the 7 Evil Star Envoys. Thus, the major factions could only respond with their younger disciples, lest they violate the established order. However, now someone dared to shatter this convention. The beloved disciple of my old friend has been slain by you. Thus, you shall pay with your life. An elderly man clad in a brown robe, gaunt and expressionless, unleashed a particularly ruthless and fierce attack, his killing intent palpable. Old dog of the setting sun, if you dare harm the young master of the Wind family, I shall eradicate every disciple beneath your tutelage. As Wen Zhao continuously coughed up blood, and the clan's resources neared exhaustion, a senior member of the Wind family finally arrived. Upon witnessing Wen Zhao's dire state, Wen Shuiyun's gaze turned icy. Old dog of the setting sun, I shall take your life. In an instant, the heavens seemed to shatter. The sky transformed into a pitch-black void, revealing a massive gash as if it had been violently torn apart. The black gale roared, thunderclapped, and an overwhelming celestial might surged forth. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear. According to legend, the Wind clan inherited the Nuwa Dao formula, mastering the art of mending the heavens. Yet, if the sky were flawless, how could it be repaired? Thus, the Wind clan first cultivated the path of the sky's deficiency, creating a void before embarking on the path of restoration. In a certain direction, the holy maiden of Xixia's gaze flickered as she murmured to herself. Indeed, she had arrived too late. She had gained nothing in the Tongtian River, having visited the main hall and the steel cliff, and even sought out the coral forest of demonic chi, yet found no opportunity. She could only helplessly witness this astonishing upheaval. The ancient Wind family lived up to its reputation. Beside the holy maiden of Xixia stood Yao Ruoshi, clad in white as pure as snow, her eyes wide with astonishment, also expressing her admiration. At this moment, the leader of the 7 fiends, the Black Sword Star Master, glared darkly at the Red Desire Star Master, the Flying Fish Star Master, and the Orange Moon Star Master. His voice was chilling and hoarse as he inquired, "Is the death of Zhu Jinlong truly unrelated to the 3 of you?" The Black Sword Star Master harbored doubts about their innocence. Within the 7 fiends, internal strife was equally ruthless. The resources provided by the Ghostly One Pavilion were limited, and should one perish, the others could claim a larger share. The Red Desire Star Master smiled sweetly and remarked, he was simply too weak, wounded gravely by an unnamed cultivator. With a wavering heart, his inner demons erupted, and ultimately, he fell victim to Feng Xiao. Who can he blame? Yu Honglei, were you behind this? As soon as the Red Desire Star Master spoke, the Black Sword Star Master fixed her with a piercing gaze, his eyes glimmering with a predatory coldness. Yu Honglei trembled slightly, but retorted fiercely, Lu Yi, you have no right to suspect me. Do not presume that your position as the young master's weapon makes you superior to us. Let us be clear. We are all candidates for the young master. Do not tell me you lack any thoughts of usurping the young master's place. At the thought of that godlike and demonic figure, the young master of the pavilion, the most terrifying prodigy of this realm, the Black Sword Star Master Lu Yi appeared indifferent, ultimately responding with a frigid demeanor, conceal your petty ambitions of replacing the young master. You will only meet a brutal end. Chapter 75. The North Undersea, the Heavenly Peach Gathering. Feng Xiao ultimately survived. Meanwhile, Feng Shuiyun, a formidable member of the Feng family, clashed violently with the sunsetting saint of the Ghostly One Pavilion. The battle between these 2 formidable figures of the saint realm caused a tremendous upheaval, even affecting the Tongtian River, which unleashed a wave of imperial might. Not only were all the cultivators within the river swept away, but those outside, including some at the level of great powers and saints, were also caught in the tumult. The most unfortunate were the sunsetting saint and Chu Ying, the two directly involved, who seemingly provoked the wrath of the imperial might of the Tongtian River, sustaining grave injuries as they fled the scene. However, this battle also intensified the conflict between the Feng family and the ghostly One Pavilion. The heir of the Feng family, the pure young body Feng Shao, was ambushed and assassinated by the elder stronghold of the pavilion, undoubtedly provoking the Feng family's ire. The Feng family would not let this matter rest. In the eastern wilds, on the outskirts of the North Undersea, within a secluded mountainous area, Chu Ying abruptly opened his eyes while practicing the remnants of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Behind him, the eighth cave realm had quietly been successfully established. This realm was infused with gray vapors and black demonic energy, entwining two peculiar forces. Chu Ying's gaze was equally strange. Did I not draw upon the power of the heaven-devouring to reverse the creation of the heavens and the earth to open this cave? How is it that, apart from the heaven-devouring power, there also exists the force of yin and yang? Within the eighth cave realm, the heaven-devouring demonic energy and gray vapors were rapidly disintegrating, ultimately leaving only two colors, black and white. However, what astonished Chu Ying most was that these two colors were merging in a peculiar manner. If his senses were not deceiving him, this bore a striking resemblance to the Taiji diagram from his previous life. Was this phenomenon not recorded in the heaven-devouring demonic art? Chu Ying found himself utterly perplexed as the formidable power of his eighth heaven transformed into a balance of yin and yang, each force claiming its rightful half. Yet, he did not dwell on this revelation, for the successful opening of the eighth heaven was already an accomplished fact. In that moment, he grasped the significant disparity between the seven heavens and the eight heavens. The seven heavens were rare, representing a harmonious union with the Tao, a connection between heaven and man, and achieving this level hinted at the potential to ascend to the realm of the Holy Master. Conversely, the eight heavens were unparalleled, embodying the infinite nature of the Tao, where the six realms converged into one. This notion of infinity signifies liberation from the constraints of heaven and earth, while the convergence of the six realms indicates that the powers of the eight heavens command control over the four cardinal directions. Practitioners of the Holy Master realm merely begin to comprehend the mysteries of space, marked primarily by their connection to heaven and man. However, transcending the Holy Master level grants one dominion over the six realms, thus rendering the wielder of the eight heavens a prodigious figure, their potential reaching the lofty heights of the great sage, even surpassing the Holy Master realm. Boom. As anticipated by Chu Ying, his old friend, the thunderous tribulation, returned. Since he commenced his training of the nine calamities scripture to open the seventh heaven, he was venturing beyond his own limits, provoking the wrath of the heavens. Moreover, whether through the nine calamities scripture, which seizes the essence of creation, or the heaven-eating demon technique, which brazenly claims power, the heavenly Tao would not be pleased. Naturally, he had to face this thunderous trial. Come forth, I have awaited this moment for far too long, he declared, unafraid, charging towards the heavens to confront the tempest. In the distant depths of the North Sea, a grand island bustled with life, abuzz with activity as preparations were underway for an imminent grand assembly. A steady influx of extraordinary beings from the western demon tribes arrived, alongside the esteemed holy masters from various factions. Furthermore, the northern region, known for its close ties with the west, also saw powerful demon entities and even human sages invited to the event. When an aged yet imposing golden-winged roc descended upon the island, every demon present was filled with awe, and many prominent figures stepped forward to offer their respects. With the arrival of the rock saint, the celestial peach conference could commence. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue tailcoat emerged, identified as Kuan Wuji, the holy master of the Kuan tribe, one of the three clans of the North Sea. According to tradition, the celestial peach conference required an introductory ceremony, and all three clans of the North Sea must be present. I wonder if the esteemed friends from the Jiao Dragon clan have arrived? A young man, enveloped in a blaze of golden-red flames, suddenly spoke, his voice resonant and commanding, capturing the attention of many. Could it be that you are the esteemed Qishao King? A holy master gazed intently in his direction. The two-headed lion clan had produced a young king, not yet 200 years of age, who had ascended to the holy master realm, rivaling even the seasoned figures of that level. The youthful Qishao King, despite his tender years, exhibited remarkable prowess. It is noteworthy that holy masters can live up to 3,000 years, and even the most talented young sages require centuries to reach such heights. Furthermore, the lifespans of demon and human races are not directly comparable. In terms of longevity, demons generally outlive humans. Thus, at this age, He could be considered among the middle-aged in demon society. Haha. Indeed, the Qishao king speaks truthfully. The peach banquet of heaven and earth requires the presence of all three clans. I am the Holy One of the Azure Flood Dragon, representing my elder brother, the chieftain of the Dragon Clan. May I inquire if there are any issues? Suddenly, the void rippled, and a slender elder clad in a blue robe, exuding a steady and profound aura, appeared unexpectedly. Upon sighting this individual, many cultivators bowed in respect. The Azure Flood Dragon Holy One is regarded as the second in command of the Dragon Clan, renowned in the North Sea, with few peers among his contemporaries. The fiery-eyed king of the Red Sky displayed a somewhat grave expression, as the presence of the Azure Flood Dragon Holy One exerted considerable pressure upon him. Now that the three clans of the North Sea have gathered, I invite my fellow clansmen to present a topic, to discern the significance of this heavenly peach conference that has summoned us for deliberation. The chieftain of the Baigu Partridge clan chuckled, noting that although his clan is not of the North Sea demon race, they are nonetheless a formidable force among the western demon clans of the eastern wilderness. The Azure Flood Dragon Holy One maintained a calm demeanor, while the elder of the Golden-Winged Rock clan wore an inscrutable expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. It was the chieftain of the Kuan clan, Kuan Wuji, who spoke up. Today, as you gather on this island of Yin and Yang in the North Sea, you must have some awareness of its ancient history. Since antiquity, it has been said that there exists a fish in the Northern Sea, named Kuan, which transforms into a bird called Pong. A voice interrupted with a laugh. Brother Kuan, we are well aware of these tales. But what is the crux of your discourse today? Kuan Wuji chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling on a few cultivators standing at the edge of the island of creation. They were clad in black robes, emanating a distinctive aura, yet their weakness rendered them isolated, relegated to the periphery. It is said that in ancient times there were 10 formidable beings, any one of whom would unleash turmoil upon the world upon their emergence, regarded as taboo entities. Among these 10, there exists the Kuanping. Upon hearing this, certain cultivators narrowed their eyes, their gazes fleetingly scanning the members of the Kuan clan, then the Golden-Winged Rock clan, before ultimately resting on the few isolated figures in black robes. Our Kuan clan is the ancestral lineage of the Kuanping prior to its transformation. A fact that I trust is well known among you. The Kuan clan has maintained its legacy through the ages, giving rise to exceptional talents during times of great upheaval, never allowing the name of the Kuanping to fade. Kuan Wuji smiled, but then subtly shifted his tone. However, the ancient Sky Demon Peng clan, which shares its origins with the Kuanping, has indeed tarnished the esteemed name of the Kuanping. Chapter 76. In the Eight Heavens, an encounter with the white-browed Eagle King. Indeed, the lightning tribulations have become increasingly terrifying. Beneath the storm clouds, Chu Ying gasped for breath, gazing up at the tumultuous sky, which had yet to conclude, brewing another round of thunderous tribulation. Fortunately, he had nearly traversed the trials. This should be the final round. The 8 portals of his cave heavens swirled around him, with the 7th portal emanating pure black disaster energy, while the 8th portal intertwined black and white, forming the emblem of Taiji. Boom. Just as Chu Ying took a moment to rest, the final bolt of tribulation descended. At this moment, a figure leisurely traversed the mountains, heading towards the North Sea. Over 3,000 years have passed. I wonder how the descendants of my clan are faring. The individual before him was clad in an ancient robe, with a head full of blood-red hair, and his visage bore the indelible marks of time's passage. But wait, was that a thunder tribulation? The white-browed Eagle King suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. How could anyone be undergoing tribulation here? At once, he concealed himself and began to observe from the shadows. It turned out that after the blood soil of the 3rd layer of the celestial prison was consumed by the fierce beast, the white-browed Eagle King had managed to escape his confinement. After regaining his freedom, he wandered through the southern region for quite some time, revisiting places he had once known. Yet, time had not been kind. Although he still lived, those from his memories were either slain or had succumbed to the ravages of age. This profound sense of loss, the feeling of being surrounded by strangers where once there were familiar faces, stirred a deep melancholy within him, prompting thoughts of returning to his kin to see how his clan fared in the present day. Eightfold Cave Heaven. Due to the distance, the white-browed Eagle King could not discern the features of the young man, yet he perceived the Eightfold Cave Heaven unfurling before him. Initially, he had assumed that it was a practitioner of divine arts who had entered the sacred realm and thus attracted the thunder tribulation, only to discover it was an extraordinary talent. Stunned, the white-browed Eagle King could not help but sigh. In his youth, he had managed to open only 7 cave heavens, which already set him apart as a rare prodigy, achieving unparalleled advancement among his peers and ultimately reaching the threshold of the half-step great sage. Perhaps, had he not been trapped in the Taishian, he too might have ascended to the great sage realm. As he witnessed the young man nearing the completion of his tribulation, the white-browed Eagle King felt a wave of emotion and prepared to depart. However, he suddenly found himself frozen in astonishment. Was it truly that young lad? After successfully enduring the thunder tribulation, Chu Ying absorbed the essence of the heavenly tribulation, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. His cultivation became more refined. His physique grew increasingly robust, and his soul received a profound cleansing. In essence, every time he weathered a thunder tribulation, he experienced a transcendence. Yet, just as Chu Ying touched down, a chill coursed through him, and his hair stood on end. Before him, an enigmatic figure draped in ancient robes stood silently. Junior Chu Ying, I happened upon this place to undergo tribulation. If I have disturbed your serene meditation, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, he said, bowing deeply in trepidation. He could scarcely fathom the immense power of one who had appeared before him so quietly. If that being harbored any ill intent, he would surely meet his demise. Though he possessed a system, he was still in the early stages of growth, and it could not shield him. You have opened your eightfold cave heaven quite smoothly, haven't you? A somewhat familiar voice resonated in his ears. Startled, Chu Ying lifted his gaze, his mouth agape in disbelief. Senior? He had not anticipated that the figure before him was none other than the white-browed Eagle King, the demon clan leader who had been suppressed in the Taishian Sacred Land's celestial prison for a staggering 3,000 years. What an incredible coincidence. With a chuckle, the white-browed Eagle King remarked, as a disciple of the Taishian, what brings you to the North Sea to undergo tribulation? The North Sea? Chu Ying mused that it must be the vast ocean nearby. He sighed, Senior is jesting. As it stands, I am uncertain if I can return to the Taishian Sacred Land, having been pursued and forced to flee into the great mountains, where I inadvertently encountered this tribulation. The corner of the white-browed Eagle King's mouth twitched at the boy's nonchalance. You say you merely weathered a tribulation? Is it truly so simple? By the way, what brings you here, Senior? Chu Ying inquired with curiosity. He was indeed somewhat apprehensive about the ulterior motives of this elder from the demon clan, especially since he possessed a young nether hound. Additionally, he carried remnants of the 9 calamity scriptures, fragments of the heaven-devouring demon art, a nameless monument, and that imperial throne. Any one of these would incite a tempest of bloodshed. Just as he pondered, the hound, hidden in the mountains, approached Chu Ying after he had completed his thunder tribulation, casting a scornful glance at the white-browed Eagle King. The Eagle King was taken aback. The appearance of this peculiar beast made his very blood quiver. Ahem, this is my companion, the black egg you have encountered before. Chu Ying explained sheepishly while lifting the hound, though caution lingered in his heart. I see, the white-browed Eagle King replied, scrutinizing the hound's vertical pupil with a contemplative gaze. I am indeed a member of the demon clan from the North Abyss Sea, and I have returned to visit my kin. He smiled amiably, exhibiting no airs of superiority, and bore no ill will towards Chu Ying or the hound. Given his stature, he deemed it beneath him to act against the younger generation, especially since Chu Ying had once saved him from peril. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and his eyes glimmered with golden light, as if piercing through the void to glimpse the depths of the North Abyss Sea. Humph! A fine pair of Chuin and golden-winged rock. A fierce, killing intent surfaced between the Eagle King's brows, causing Chu Ying to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Despite the intent not being directed at him, young man, since you are here, could you do me a favor? The Eagle King inquired, directing his gaze towards Chu Ying. Chu Ying blinked in surprise. Me? How can a mere celestial realm cultivator assist a being on the brink of becoming a great sage? Surely, this is a jest. Enough of the pretense. You possess remarkable talent. Rest assured, accompanying me on this journey will bring you great fortune. With that, the white-browed Eagle King whisked Chu Ying away, disappearing swiftly over the North Abyss Sea. Since the elder has entrusted me, I shall not refuse. Chu Ying, quick-witted, soon realized that this elder harbored no malice towards him. Thus, forming a bond with such a formidable being would be immensely beneficial. The Eagle King, with a calm smile, remarked, if I am not mistaken, your companion here is one of the legendary primordial 10 fiends. Am I correct? Chu Ying felt a tightening in his heart and blushed slightly. Your insight is commendable, elder. Do you know who the ancestor of my primordial sky demon rock clan is? He inquired. The primordial sky demon rock? Chu Ying exclaimed in astonishment. Never anticipating that the white-browed Eagle King was indeed a member of this lineage, he had assumed him to be a bird-like demon. The ancestor of the primordial sky demon rock clan is the Kuanpung, one of the primordial 10 fiends. However, alongside my clan, there exists another lineage, the Chuin clan of the North Abyss Sea. As he spoke, a glint of cold light shot from the Eagle King's eyes. You should be familiar with the 10 fiends' treasured arts, correct? The Kuanpung's treasured art is one of them. The reason the primordial 10 fiends arts reign supreme is that they evolve with the practitioner's strength, unlike martial techniques and skills which have tiers. True 10 fiends arts possess no ranks. To master one is to dominate the world. The ancient heavenly demon Peng clan inherits the Yang bone from the progenitor of the Kunpeng, while the Kuan clan possesses the Yin bone. The Kunpeng progenitor is a master of the duality of heaven and earth, whose precious bones were divided and passed down to our two ancestral demon tribes. If the Yin and Yang bones were to unite, the legendary Kunpeng treasure art could be revived. In Chapter 77, there is a pressing threat to the ancient heavenly demon Peng, aimed at the Yang bone. What does the elder mean by this? Although Chu Ying was astonished by the illustrious lineage of the white-browed Eagle King's clan, he was also filled with curiosity. Follow me, and you shall understand. Perhaps you will be fortunate enough to acquire the Kunpeng treasure art. The white-browed Eagle King smiled slightly. Yet his gaze towards the depths of the northern sea was frigid, as if he were ready to kill. In the current eastern wasteland, the human race thrives with countless prodigies. The Tianchu Luo family has given birth to a divine body, while the Hunting Jiang clan has also produced a royal body. Not to mention the enigmatic Yuming, Yipin Hall, and the demonic sects, all of which boast extraordinary geniuses. In stark contrast, our demon race is gradually declining. The sacred demon hall is no longer what it once was. To change the fate of our demon race, we must cultivate extraordinary prodigies capable of surpassing human divine bodies and royal bodies, overpowering even those of the eight heavens. Kuan Wujia's gaze suddenly fell upon the group of black-robed cultivators, and he spoke sharply. Friends of the ancient heavenly demon Peng clan, you possess the Kunpeng Yang bone, yet your clan has withered to this state, lacking prodigies and nearing extinction. Would it not be wiser to surrender the Yang bone and unite it with our Kuan clan's Yin bone, allowing the northern sea to witness the resurgence of the Kunpeng treasure art, and restoring the glory of our demon race? In that instant, all eyes on Creation Island turned towards him. It was revealed that these black-robed figures were indeed members of the ancient heavenly demon Peng clan. What does the Kuan clan mean by this? The current clan leader of the ancient heavenly demon Peng Wuyan, stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair, at least 200 years old. Yet his aura was weak, far from comparable to the saint-level cultivators present. Do you not understand? An elder from the golden-winged great Peng clan emerged. Not the ancient Peng saint, but a newly ascended saint-level cultivator known as the fierce Peng saint. The fierce Peng saint scoffed. Your clan is unworthy of possessing the Kunpeng Yang bone. As a prominent clan of the Peng, my golden-winged great Peng clan far surpasses your ancient heavenly demon Peng. Preposterous. Peng Wuyan's eyes turned crimson upon hearing this. Over the years, their clan had only dared to remain in their ancestral lands. Whenever clan members ventured out, they were often met with death, perpetually pursued by the golden-winged great Peng clan. In ancient times, the three clans of the northern sea were the Jiao Dragon clan, the Kuan clan, and his ancient heavenly demon Peng clan. In the depths of the northern sea, there existed a fish named Kuan, which transformed into a bird called Peng. This Peng refers specifically to his ancient heavenly demon Peng. However, the lineage of his clan had become increasingly difficult to propagate, leading to a gradual decline and eventual withdrawal from the ranks of the three clans. Nevertheless, the ancient heavenly demon Peng remains a formidable clan within the northern sea. Yet, since the disappearance of the white-browed ancestor 3,000 years ago, the ancient heavenly demon Peng clan has faced oppression from the golden-winged great Peng clan, enduring both overt and covert attacks, even the assassination of their prodigies. Even the Kuan clan, once allied with him, has severed ties and turned to the golden-winged rock. For 3 millennia, the ancient celestial demon rock has been suppressed, now reduced to a mere 10 individuals. If one were to inquire who the ancient celestial demon rock despises most, it would not be the estranged Kuan clan, but rather the ambitious golden-winged rock. Yang bone is a legacy left by our ancestor, the Kunpeng. Our bloodline remains pure and untainted, even in decline. Who dares to claim superiority over our lineage? Peng Wuyan's eyes blazed crimson as he thundered. What a splendid peach banquet of heaven and earth! If I am not mistaken, this is the trap set by you, the golden-winged rock and the Kuan clan, merely to seize our Yang bone, is it not? Upon hearing Peng Wuyan's words, the mask of pretense was entirely discarded, and Kuan Wuji scoffed. Do you truly believe your clan possesses the ability to inherit the Yang bone? Let us not even mention that the Yang bone resides in your ancestral land. Even within your clan, there is no one who can gain its recognition. To draw forth the Yang bone, you, the leader of the celestial demon rock, currently only possess the cultivation of the divine ability realm. Never having reached the Saint Master realm, shouldn't your clan surrender the Yang bone? While the descendants of Kunpeng include my clan, in terms of great clans of the rock, it is not necessarily you, the ancient celestial demon rock. I observe that the Golden-Winged Rock clan commands great prestige in the northern domain, possessing the swiftness of the rock. Not only are there numerous strong warriors within the clan, with venerable figures like the Rock Saint presiding, but also exceptional prodigies such as the Golden Rock Prince emerging, overshadowing the saint sons of the human race. The Golden-Winged Rock clan, therefore, holds the qualification to inherit the yang bone of the Kunping progenitor. At this moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension and murderous intent, directed towards the ancient celestial demon rock, solely to seize the Kunping's yang bone. I appreciate the acknowledgement from the Kun clan leader. My Golden-Winged Rock clan has always been a formidable lineage of the rock, low-key and unassuming, unlike certain clans that claim descent from Kunping yet remain so feeble. The fierce rock saint smiled slightly, and continued, if our clan inherits the yang bone, it would undoubtedly restore the glory of the demon race. Our clan's young master, the Golden Rock Prince, is an unparalleled prodigy who has opened 7 celestial caves and is on the verge of opening the 8th. Looking across the entirety of the eastern wilderness demon race, I doubt there are more than 3 who can stand shoulder to shoulder with our young master. Upon hearing his words, many demon lords exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. The young masters of their clans had barely opened 6 celestial caves and were preparing to challenge for the 7th. They were astounded that the Golden Rock Prince was already preparing to unlock the 8th. The disparity was indeed monumental. If our young master were to obtain the Kunping yang bone, he would surely become the foremost individual of this younger generation in the eastern wilderness, overwhelming the human race. At that time, our demon race would rise in prestige, and all present would share in that glory, gaining access to greater resources of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, should our young master acquire the yang bone, it would merge with the yin bone of the Kun clan, allowing the Kunping's precious bones to re-emerge in the world. And the Kunping's precious techniques would certainly manifest. The 10 supreme techniques are unparalleled throughout the ages. Do you not wish to witness them? I must admit. The words of the fierce rock saint stirred the hearts of many demon lords present. Kun Wujia then stepped forward and proclaimed, the profound arts of the Kunping ancestral lineage ought not to remain dormant. As the chieftain of the Kun clan, I shall set an example. For the revival of our demon kin, should the Kunping arts arise, the Kun clan will not hoard them for ourselves. We are willing to share them with all present, provided that you can comprehend their essence. The Holy One of the fierce Peng concurred, stating, the golden-winged great Peng tribe shares a similar sentiment. Their synchronized declarations seem to herald the impending deprivation of the Kunping yang bone, a legacy of the ancient celestial demon Peng. Peng Wuyan trembled with rage, and the 2 individuals beside him, a seasoned servant and a pallid youth, wore equally grim expressions. Therefore, we kindly request that the chieftain of the celestial demon Peng relinquish the yang bone. Kun Wujia continued, I almost forgot. None of your clan has ever received acknowledgement from the yang bone. The Holy One of the fierce Peng chuckled. If only I could allow our clan's young master entry into the ancestral grounds of the celestial demon Peng, the yang bone would surely manifest. Impossible. Peng Wuyan interjected furiously. Why should our ancestral grounds be open to outsiders? Would the ancestral grounds of your golden-winged great Peng allow entrance to outsiders? He turned to the assembly. I ask all of you, would you permit outsiders into your ancestral grounds for enlightenment? The Holy One of the fierce Peng narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within them. At that moment, another prominent figure from the demon clan spoke up. Indeed, an ancestral ground is the foundation of a lineage's heritage. Allowing outsiders entry is certainly inappropriate. The king of the 2-headed lion clan, King Qishao, spoke in a tone devoid of discernible emotion, leaving his allegiance ambiguous. Chapter 78. Humiliation, agreeing to the duel. Upon hearing this voice, Peng Wuyan initially thought he was receiving support. However, King Qishao continued, nonetheless, the Kunping arts should not lie in obscurity. If the 10 fiends arts were to emerge, the resurgence of the demon kin would be within reach. The leader of the big ancient partridge tribe chimed in. I support allowing the young master of the golden-winged great Peng, Prince Jinping, to enter the ancestral grounds of the celestial demon Peng to seek the Kunping yang bone. The emergence of the Kunping arts would be a fortuitous event for all our demon kin. Peng Wuyan's expression darkened considerably. The young man beside him, already pale, clenched his fists in frustration, lamenting his lack of strength to protect the celestial demon Peng. Unable to contain himself any longer, he exclaimed indignantly, esteemed elders, you are leaders of the demon kin, thought to be of high virtue and renown, yet it appears you are nothing but despicable individuals coveting the legacy of our clan. His words offended numerous prominent figures among the demon kin, and at that moment, piercing gazes descended upon him like blades, the wrath and pressure of the holy masters palpable. Humph, Kun Wujia scoffed. Suddenly, among the Kun clan members behind him, A strikingly beautiful woman with an elegant figure stepped forward. What is your status? What right do you have to speak here? Her icy gaze fixed on the young man. I am Peng Xiao, the young master of the ancient celestial demon Peng. And who might you be? Peng Xiao retorted solemnly. Huh, what pride can a young master on the brink of extinction possess? Has the 7 caves of heaven been opened? The woman mocked with a sneer. Which of the clan leaders present is not your elder? Such disregard for your superiors. The young master of the celestial demon Peng certainly has a unique upbringing. Peng Xiao's face shifted between shades of blue and red, an expression of profound discomfort. Chieftain of the Chuing clan, is this woman your daughter, one of the 2 young masters of the Chuing clan? It has been heard that the 7th heaven has been opened. Is there any truth to this? The saint of the fierce Peng inquired. Indeed, my daughter, Chuing Taimei, has recently opened the 7th portal, possessing a modicum of talent. However, compared to the noble golden Peng prince, she pales significantly. Chuing Wujia humbly replied. Haha, Chief Chuing is far too modest. I believe your daughter possesses boundless potential, and her future in the sacred realm is promising. The words of Chuing Taimei undoubtedly restored some face to the prominent figures of the demon clan, and the saint of the fierce Peng would not let Chuing Wujia's humility go unacknowledged. With matters having reached this point, chief of the heavenly demon Peng clan, you have no choice. The saint of the fierce Peng scoffed, stating, were it not for our clan's consideration of unity among demonkind, your tribe would have been utterly obliterated long ago. Such a feeble lineage is a disgrace to the esteemed name of the Peng clan. The human race is formidable. Our clan's heir must acquire the yang bone of the Chuanping. Should you refuse, my golden Peng clan would not hesitate to declare war upon your tribe. The Peng saint shares this sentiment. Upon hearing the name of the Peng saint, many dignitaries instinctively cast their gazes toward the elder golden Peng, who had not uttered a word since his arrival. In the western and northern demon tribes, this elder golden Peng is a figure of immense seniority and terrifying power. Even numerous clan leaders must respectfully address him as senior. It is said that he has already touched the threshold of the half-step great saint realm. Peng Wuyan, with a heart full of trepidation, glanced at the meditative elder golden Peng. However, as the leader of the ancient heavenly demon Peng, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for the golden-winged great Peng. Had it not been for the continuous oppression and assassination attempts against him, the heavenly demon Peng would not have weakened to this extent, with merely a dozen members remaining in the clan. Gritting his teeth, Peng Wuyan turned to the silent Qingjiao saint of the Jiao Dragon clan. The Qingjiao saint, as the leader of the Jiao Dragon clan in the North Sea, has always been the arbiter in any decisions made, ensuring fairness in judgment. In light of the upcoming Heavenly Peach gathering, both of these clans seek to seize our legacy, and we hope the Qingjiao saint can procure justice for us. Peng Wuyan clasped his fists and spoke. However, upon witnessing the indifferent expression of the Qingjiao saint, his heart sank. In truth, I find their proposal quite reasonable. The Qingjiao saint slowly articulated, his words akin to pebbles disturbing a placid lake, igniting a sense of excitement among many demon clans. Although they had already received benefits from the Chuan clan and the golden-winged Great Peng clan by aligning themselves, should the Jiao Dragon clan choose to remain neutral, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. No, just as Peng Wuyan was about to voice his objections, he was interrupted by a reprimand from the saint of the fierce Peng. The Qingjiao king has yet to finish speaking. Why the haste? The Qingjiao saint continued. Your clan has fallen into decline. Even safeguarding your ancestral lands will avail you nothing. The yang bone of the Chuanping remains unattainable for any of your descendants. I believe the Golden Peng clan could pay a price for the opportunity to enter your ancestral lands. This would also serve to rejuvenate our demon race, for indeed, the Golden Peng prince is a remarkably formidable prodigy, and should he enter, it is highly likely that the yang bone will manifest. Even my own clan's heir may only stand a 50-50 chance against him. Peng Wuyan's countenance darkened, and his fists clenched with fervor. Why should the Golden Peng prince be allowed to enter our ancestral grounds? The Chuanping yang bone can also be drawn forth by me. The young master of the Tianma Peng, Peng Xiao, clenched his teeth and spoke. The saint of the Qingjiao maintained a calm demeanor, neither angered nor dismissive. Since your clan's young master is so confident, let us await the arrival of our Golden Peng prince. Once he arrives, he shall duel with your young master. Should he emerge victorious, he will be granted entry into your ancestral grounds for enlightenment. If he fails, we shall cease our pursuit. What say you? If you refuse even this, then my Golden Peng clan shall dispense with pleasantries, for our demon race venerates strength above all. In the end, it is all about the might of the fist. The saint of the Lu Peng spoke with a sinister expression. He understood that the Tianma Peng would not easily yield. Even the threat of extermination might not compel their submission. Thus, a duel between the younger generation was the most prudent course of action, contingent upon the agreement of the Tianma Peng patriarch. One of the aims of this celestial peach gathering was indeed this very matter. Peng Wuyan's expression fluctuated. Caught in hesitation, filled with indignation yet rendered powerless. As the patriarch, he felt the weight of his inability to safeguard their ancestral land. Just then, a mysterious and ancient voice resonated within his mind, causing him to shudder. Agree to him. Initially taken aback, Peng Wuyan was soon overwhelmed by the voice's subsequent words, stirring a tempest within his heart. He quickly masked his emotional turmoil and spoke in a deep voice. I shall agree. However, the champion from my clan shall not be my son, and should the Golden Peng Prince be defeated, no one shall covet our Kunping Yang bone. Peng Wuyan's unexpected reversal sparked confusion among some of the prominent figures present. Did the ancient Tianma Peng clan possess another prodigy? This young master of the Tianma Peng, it seemed, had yet to even open the six heavens and was hardly worthy of their notice. Were there truly others? The saint of the Lu Peng laughed heartily. Of course, you may summon external assistance. My clan's young master fears no one. Unstoppable in his advance. On Chaos Island, the atmosphere had considerably lightened. The peach gathering had not yet formally commenced, and the northern demon race had yet to arrive. This grand assembly also extended invitations to the human sanctuaries of the north, as well as the Jiangs of Zhu Lu, with the aim of seizing the Kunping Yang bone, a mere pretext, yet a crucial element. However, the greater ambition of the demon race was to utilize this grand event to proclaim their resurgence. Chapter 79. The Source of the North Sea, the Eye of Hell. Are you suggesting that I should battle the Golden Peng Prince? Chu Ying's expression was peculiar as he lingered near the North Sea, close to the ancient Tianma Peng clan. He had witnessed the standoff on Chaos Island. However, the white-browed Eagle King did not intend to reveal himself just yet. Casting a glance at Chu Ying, the white-browed Eagle King remarked, Young one, I have faith in your strength against the Golden Peng Prince, and this may indeed be your grand opportunity. Chu Ying remained noncommittal. The Kunping treasure arts sounded appealing, yet they required the Yin and Yang bones to fuse as one. Even if the ancient Tianma Peng clan possessed the Yang bone. What of the Yin bone? That resided with the Kuan clan. Would the Kuan clan willingly relinquish their inherited Kunping Yin bone? This upcoming peach gathering was no simple affair. The Eastern Wilderness human race would also send forth their elite, and if I am not mistaken, it should involve the northern sanctuaries and ancient families. As the northern demon race intends to scheme for something substantial, the white-browed Eagle King let out a cold smile, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. After being away from my clan for 3 millennia, I never anticipated that we would be subjected to such oppression by the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Nor did I expect our once friendly relations with the Kuan clan to have soured so drastically. It seems they have forgotten about the heavenly demon Peng and my old bones. And does the Jiao Dragon clan truly believe it reigns supreme over the North Ming Sea? Just as Chu Ying was about to speak, the white-browed Eagle King whisked him deeper into the North Ming Sea, bypassing the ancestral grounds. Master, is this not the North Ming Sea of the Western demon tribes? What brings us here? A young maiden clad in a sky-blue gown, with delicate and graceful features, fair skin, and eyes that seemed to glisten with mist, inquired softly. The maiden appeared to be around 18, her budding figure modest yet youthful, and her form was exceptionally graceful. Beside her stood an elderly woman in a green robe. Though she was aged, her face bore few wrinkles, hinting that she was once a beauty in her youth. Hunter, do you know why I brought you back from Zhongzhou to the Eastern Wilderness? The old woman asked with a smile. The young girl, Luo Shuihan, blinked in surprise. She was originally a daughter of the Luo family in the Eastern Wilderness, but had, since childhood, apprenticed under a mysterious master from Zhongzhou. While the Eastern Wilderness believed that both daughters of the Luo family were training within their clan, the truth was otherwise. After she opened 7 cave heavens, her master suddenly brought her back to the Eastern Wilderness, leaving her puzzled, as she initially thought it was a family visit, but it appeared otherwise. My talent may not match yours. I reached my limit at 7 cave heavens in the cave heaven realm, yet I ultimately opened 8. Do you know why? The old woman's face lit up with a hint of nostalgic joy. Shuihan shook her head in uncertainty. The 8th cave heaven I opened was right here in the North Ming Sea, the old woman reminisced with a sigh. Deep within the North Ming Sea lies a realm of utter cold and lifelessness, known as the Eye of Hell. It is, in fact, the spring that nourishes the entire North Ming Sea, the very source. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled into that place, and with the cultivation technique I practiced, I absorbed the yin-yang transformative energies that had existed since the formation of the North Ming Sea, which enabled me to open the 8th cave heaven. Despite this achievement, breaking through to the Great Sage realm remains exceedingly difficult, compounded by the lingering internal injuries that have never healed. In this lifetime, I hold no hope of reaching the Great Sage realm, and my lifespan is drawing to a close. You possess the Tao spirit body, your aptitude surpassing mine. Before I depart, I shall assist you in opening the 8th cave heaven." Upon hearing this, tears welled in Luo Xuan's eyes, and she sorrowfully remarked, "Master, cultivators who cannot transcend to immortality will inevitably face the depletion of their lifespan. Even a great emperor who dominates the starry skies is no exception." The old woman, however, remained remarkably carefree. Finding a worthy disciple before her demise to inherit her legacy left her without regrets. Several hours later, the master and disciple arrived at the deepest part of the North Ming Sea. Despite the frigid temperatures, the old woman's profound cultivation completely shielded the young girl. Gazing at the terrifying black hole that loomed before them, resembling a massive eye suspended above the sea, the maiden felt her heart race. An instinctual fear that the abyss would swallow the entire North Ming Sea whole. This is merely the surface of the eye of hell. Its true visage is far more inscrutable. No matter, let us venture forth. The old woman, well versed in the secrets of this place, remains untroubled and confident. The two of them swiftly plunge into the abyss of that black hole. As the young maiden opens her eyes, she is astonished to find the surrounding waters seemingly frozen in time. Moreover, the waters here intertwine in a strange dance of black and white, creating an enigmatic spectacle of mutual existence. Viewed from above, one would discern a perfect circle. It is said that the birth of the North Sea is intimately connected to one of the 10 ancient fiends, the Kunping. When the Kunping emerged, it brought about an extraordinary equilibrium of yin and yang in this maritime expanse, forming an eye that opened the gateway to hell, drawing all the waters within. Subsequently, this eye began to rotate, expelling the absorbed waters, thus giving rise to the North Sea. The Kunping is the supreme entity that commands the forces of creation and transformation, and its birth here has led to a peculiar yet extreme confrontation of yin and yang. As the old woman narrates, the two descend deeper into the waters, finally arriving at their destination. Before them lies a realm of white waters, reminiscent of ice. On the opposite side of these white waters, black waters await. Though their true nature remains uncertain. Honor, you should commence your cultivation here, with the transformative powers of yin and yang at your disposal. It is no arduous task for you and my methods to open the 8th heaven. Should you encounter flowing black waters in the stillness of the White Sea, akin to a fish's eye, you must strive to swim towards it and absorb the energy therein, the old woman advised gently, adding, in yin, there is yang. In yang, there is yin. Such is the ultimate essence of creation. Luo Xuan, possessing remarkable intellect, grasped the old woman's intent and replied, "Master, I shall proceed." With that, the maiden submerged herself in the white waters, swiftly engulfed and rendered invisible by their purity. The old woman remained vigilant, steadfast in her watch. Yet, this realm was not solely occupied by the master and her disciple. "Senior, what place have you brought me to this time?" Chu Ying marveled at the waters that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Tai Chi diagram from his previous life. The birthplace of the Kunping, the white-browed Eagle King chuckled. "I have concealed an unparalleled sacred weapon here. Though it may not rival the imperial weapons of the utmost path, its lethality is unmatched. You must retrieve it for me." Chu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior, are you jesting? How am I to retrieve a sacred weapon? This place, there is no danger here. This is a realm of still waters, profoundly mysterious, devoid of any living beings or tribes." "You need not be concerned," the white-browed Eagle King assured him. "Your 8th heaven is to be established in the North Sea, and it will undoubtedly be influenced by its power. Contemplate deeply, and you shall understand." Within this tranquil black sea lies a current of white water, adrift in the vastness, resembling a fish's eye, while the entirety of the black sea mirrors a fish. My sacred weapon resides within that flowing white water. If you can lead me out, this time at the Heavenly Peach Gathering, I assure you that you shall acquire the Kunping divine art. Chu Ying was filled with skepticism, yet the allure of the Kunping divine art stirred his heart. For perhaps he could even coalesce the form of the Kunping. Chapter 80. The convergence of yin and yang in the sea of creation, the clash of half-step great saints. "Senior, please do not deceive me. We share a bond akin to life and death." Gazing at the pitch-black expanse, Chu Ying felt a twinge of apprehension. "Why are you so timid, lad? Do you think I would deceive you?" The white-browed Eagle King huffed in irritation. After some contemplation, Chu Ying reasoned that if the Eagle King wished him harm, given his half-step great saint prowess, there would be no need for subterfuge. "Senior, please keep an eye on Tiaobai." Reluctantly, Tiaobai leapt from Chu Ying's arms, casting a disdainful glance at the white-browed Eagle King before bounding away. "Huh. Off you go," chuckled the Eagle King, ruffling Tiaobai's crimson mane. Then, like a fish returning to the sea, Chu Ying plunged into the inky depths of the black ocean, which resembled the shape of a great fish. Is this truly seawater? What a wondrous substance. It feels akin to flames. As he absorbed the surrounding black waters, Chu Ying suddenly realized that all 8 of his celestial realms had quietly manifested. Among them, the 8th realm, originally opened by the power of devouring the heavens, now exhibited the imagery of the Taiji diagram after absorbing the yin-yang creative forces of the northern underworld sea. Chu Ying named it the Taiji celestial realm, and now, the Taiji diagram within it spun, with the black yang fish and yin eye radiating brilliance. In the stillness of the black waters, a flow of white seawater caught Chu Ying's attention, and he murmured softly, "If this place is indeed related to Taiji, then that flowing white seawater must correspond to the yin eye of the Taiji diagram." As time trickled by, Chu Ying, relying on the unique connection between the Taiji celestial realm and this place, experienced a marvelous sensation, seemingly drawing him toward that flowing white seawater region. In truth, this seawater was formed from the powers of yin and yang creation. Before long, Chu Ying beheld a small circular patch of white seawater amidst the vast black expanse. With no foreboding of danger, he swiftly swam toward it. Is it truly flowing? Chu Ying gasped in astonishment. The closer he drew to the white seawater, the more he felt himself spinning, as if the entire oceanic expanse were in motion. Could there be a supreme sacred weapon hidden within? Chu Ying harbored doubts. Yet he could not discern what lay within the white seawater region. Taiji celestial realm, I rely on you. Taking a deep breath, he fully summoned the powers of the Taiji celestial realm. In an instant, the white seawater surged violently, and as Chu Ying swam toward it, he felt an overwhelming force drawing him in. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated but then surrendered to the pull, ceasing to struggle. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the white seawater. Little did he know, at that very moment, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within the northern underworld sea, a place known as the Eye of Hell. Legend has it that before the Kunping ancestor ascended, he left behind not only the yin and yang bones, but also 2 pieces of divine iron, one representing yin and the other yang. The progenitor of the ancient rock demon Peng tribe forged an unparalleled divine blade from the primal creation iron known as the Sun's essence. At that time, the Dragon Serpent clan sought to trace the lineage of the true dragon, aiming to unify the northern abyssal sea and, indeed, all demonkind, to carve a dominion in this realm. While this ambition could be perceived as noble, their methods were excessively tyrannical, declaring that those who complied would thrive, while those who resisted would perish, demanding that all demon clans yield their ancestral lands and contribute resources. Our clan, born from the northern abyssal sea, descended from the Kunping, and, akin to the true dragon, would never acquiesce to such subjugation. The blade forged by our progenitor, named the Dragon Slayer, was created to protect our lineage, with the Dragon Serpent clan as its adversary, thus the name. However, the Dragon Slayer was but a fleeting glimpse. It appeared as though the Dragon Serpent clan had encountered a terrifying omen and ultimately refrained from purging the demon clans. Naturally, our progenitor did not wield the blade thereafter. In the Eye of Hell, beyond the realm of the black waters, the white-browed Eagle King softly reminisced about the ancient memories of his kin. He had not deceived Chu Ying. Indeed, within that creation as shadowy eye lay the supreme sacred weapon, the Dragon Slayer. Only the shadowy eye of creation could contain the blade's radiant power and continually nourish it. It was said that another piece of the primal creation iron, shrouded in profound darkness, rested in the hands of the Kuan progenitor, its ultimate purpose unknown. As the white-browed Eagle King contemplated, his expression suddenly shifted. The howl of the beast in his grasp signaled a change. The still black waters began to roil violently, and the Eye of Hell itself commenced its upheaval. Spinning with ferocity, the black void at the surface, resembling a pupil, expanded as if it would consume the entirety of the northern abyssal sea and all within it. What is happening? The white-browed Eagle King tightened his grip on the beast as he too was engulfed by the black waters, swirling tumultuously. He snorted, steadying himself while reaching towards the approaching torrent of white waters. In his estimation, in this realm of yin and yang equilibrium, only disturbances in the still white waters, which belonged to the yin, could provoke such anomalies. Who could it be? Then, with a fierce shout, the white-browed Eagle King thrust forth a palm. Sensing an overwhelming aura surging from the white waters, a thunderous clash erupted where the 2 still waters converged, sending titanic waves surging. The elder in the azure robe faced the white-browed Eagle King, both bearing expressions of grave concern and astonishment. The 9 Nether Cold Abyss technique? Are you of the Yin clan from the central continent? The white-browed Eagle King scrutinized the elder across from him, feeling immense pressure. He had not anticipated encountering an individual of equal cultivation in this place. The elder was also at the cusp of the great sage. The elder found it peculiar. This was a forbidden zone of the northern abyssal sea, a place where no one was meant to tread. Its status as a forbidden area stemmed from the creation of this yin-yang sea, both still and flowing, an enigma to all. Had she not stumbled upon its entrance by chance in her youth, she would remain oblivious to its existence. Who are you among the demon race? The elder, unable to recognize the white-browed eagle king, could only discern that he belonged to the demon tribes, given her origins from the central continent. The white-browed eagle king stroked his chin, not responding immediately, but his eyes soon lit up as if he had deduced the old woman's identity. The Yin clan of Zhongzhou practiced the 9 nether cold Yin technique, instilling fear in the region. However, this technique could only be cultivated by women. Among the Yin lineage, it was difficult to find a woman who could attain the cultivation of a half-step great sage, at least based on my knowledge at the time. Nevertheless, it was said that there was a woman from the Yin clan who became the Frost Snow Lord of a mysterious force, subsequently announced her departure from the Yin clan, and swiftly ascended to the realm of half-step great sage. Could it be that you are Yin Songtai from 3 millennia ago? The white-browed eagle king's words astonished the old woman, who did not expect him to truly guess her identity. Yin Songtai nodded and said, "So it turns out you are also a figure from 3,000 years ago. What a pleasure to meet." The white-browed eagle king chuckled. "How intriguing. I am the white-browed eagle king of the eastern wasteland. Are you familiar with my name?" Yin Songtai furrowed her brow slightly, as if she had heard of this title, yet could not recall it immediately. "The most handsome man of the eastern wasteland 3,000 years ago. You must have heard of me, right? In my youth, countless women from the human and demon races of the eastern wasteland were enamored with me." The white-browed eagle king chuckled mischievously. Yin Songtai suddenly realized, exclaiming, "You are the peerless Peng King, Peng Yuyan, of the ancient demon clan." "Indeed, that is I," the white-browed eagle king replied, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. For even after 3 millennia, someone still remembered him. Yin Songtai regarded him with a strange look, recalling the tales of the peerless Peng King from 3 millennia ago, whose unparalleled beauty captivated numerous saintesses of the human race and charmed many jewels of the demon race. Yet who knew that this extraordinary Peng King was a romantic at heart? The last accounts of him indicated that he ventured into the Taishan holy land of the eastern wasteland, after which he vanished without a trace. "I never expected you to still be alive," Yin Songtai remarked, having heard of his fate, though the memory felt too distant. 3,000 years had transformed the world. Moreover, wasn't it rumored that the peerless Peng King had ventured alone into the Taishan holy land, severely wounded, yet perished without treatment? How cruelly fate plays with us. The white-browed eagle king sighed in melancholy, feeling a wave of sadness. At that moment, the surrounding waters churned and boiled, swirling at a terrifying pace. However, it was not mere seawater, but rather the primordial yin-yang transformative energy of the northern undersea, manifesting in the form of water. Yet, this immense force of turbulence could not budge the 2 half-step great sages in the slightest. After a moment of silence, Yin Songtai seemed to grasp something and said, "Are you also here to assist your disciples in opening a cave heaven?" The white-browed eagle king smiled, but remained silent. Indeed, the yin-yang transformative power here was beneficial for opening a cave heaven, but it depended on one's physique and the cultivation method practiced. Otherwise, even if one found this place, it would be a fruitless endeavor. The two remained in a standoff. Yin Songtai was concerned that the white-browed eagle king might act unexpectedly. If it delayed her disciple from opening the 8th cave heaven, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, the white-browed eagle king worried that Yin Songtai might develop a desire to seize the dragon-slaying blade upon seeing Chu Ying wield it. Thus he maintained his stance, confronting her. Unbeknownst to them, the focal points of their attention had already intersected. If one were to gaze down from above this sea of transformative energy, resembling a Tai Chi diagram, they would discover a colossal Tai Chi symbol spinning rapidly, with the yang fish and yin eye intersecting and merging. Upon entering the flowing expanse of the White Sea, Chu Ying initially sought the so-called supreme sacred weapon. However, he was unprepared for the sensation that his body seemed to be intricately linked with this realm. Spiraling out of his control, an overwhelming surge of transformative power flooded into him, and soon, the rapid rotation blurred his consciousness. Simultaneously, one of the twin maidens of the Tianchu Luo family, situated within the yin fish and yang eye, the young maiden Luo Shuihan, sensed the shift. She was engrossed in absorbing the balanced forces of yin and yang, striving to open her 8th cave of heaven, when unexpectedly, her body felt as though a dam had burst. A torrent of transformative energy surged in, disrupting the delicate equilibrium of yin and yang. With a sudden impact while still in the process of opening her cave, Luo Shuan found her spirit wounded, as the imbalance morphed into a lethal threat. Just as despair engulfed her and her consciousness began to fade, the yang transformative energy gradually flowed from her body, while the yin energy surged in. Time became an enigma, until a piercing scream shattered the silence of the sea. "Let go of me." The maideness alabaster cheeks were stained with a crimson hue. her fury directed at the youth before her. I wish I could release you. But do you believe I am capable of such a feat? Chu Ying replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes widened like copper bells. Before him sat an ethereal beauty. Upon awakening, he had thought he was dreaming, only to realize, much to his astonishment, that it was indeed reality. Then close your eyes, Luo Shuihan commanded sharply. I refuse. Chu Ying blinked, not considering himself a gentleman of high morals. Of course, prior to being betrayed by Yao Ruoshi, he had been. But now, he scrutinized Luo Shuihan's visage, eager to meet her gaze and glimpse the so-called divine intent of a woman. Alas, she kept her eyes tightly shut upon seeing him. Dear maiden, I find myself in a similar predicament as you, he jested. If you feel wronged, why not open your eyes to look back? You shameless rogue, Luo Shuihan retorted through gritted teeth. Yet, her voice, soft and laced with the delicate charm of a Jiangnan woman, only intensified Chu Ying's intrigue. Is your name? He began. Not at all. Luo Shuihan huffed coldly in response to his inquiry. Is that so? You appear rather undernourished. Chu Ying chuckled lightly, flustered and enraged. Luo Shuiyan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. A wave of indignation surged within her. Humph, what are you staring at? She snapped. At that, Luo Shuiyan shivered. Feeling as though her secret had been exposed, her anger mingled with embarrassment. I was not looking, she vehemently denied. Who are you and why are you here? Well, I suggest you focus on opening your 8th cave of heaven, Chu Ying replied with a smile. Ah. The reminder jolted Luo Shuihan back to her purpose. She had come here to open her 8th cave of heaven. She could not afford to disappoint her master. The master's lifespan is dwindling, yet he is still intent on assisting me in opening the 8th heaven. Should I falter? I cannot fathom the sorrow that would befall him. Luo Shuihan clenched her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm as she invoked the 9 Nether Cold Abyss technique, continuously absorbing and refining the balanced powers of yin and yang, striving to penetrate the 8th heaven. Chu Ying, sensing the situation, chose to withdraw and not disturb her further. He was equally astonished, for this young woman's endeavor to open the 8th heaven marked her as an extraordinarily gifted prodigy of unparalleled caliber. One could only speculate which faction she hailed from. Even he, having only acquired fragments of the devouring heaven demon technique, had managed to establish the 8th heaven, bolstered by his experience of overcoming several tribulations. The fact that this young girl could also achieve such a feat was truly astonishing. What is happening with my 8th heaven? A quarter of an hour later, Chu Ying furrowed his brow as he noticed his own 8 heavens beginning to rotate involuntarily, as if drawn by some unseen force. At that very moment, a complete 8th heaven was successfully opened by Luo Shuihan. From the depths of the realm they occupied, 2 radiant beams of light, one azure and one crimson, surged skyward. Chapter 82, The Sacred Weapon of Creation. A clash once more. A supreme sacred weapon? The beams rising from below emitted an aura of unfathomable terror. Chu Ying immediately sensed it, believing it to be the sacred weapon spoken of by the white-browed Eagle King. Yet, why were there 2 beams? At that juncture, the bridge of creation connecting Chu Ying and Luo Shuihan severed, prompting him to decisively retract his hand and swoop toward the sacred weapon ascending rapidly beneath him. With only one to choose from, he could claim but one. Clang. Chu Ying braced himself against the overwhelming pressure of the sacred weapon as he finally discerned the object hurtling toward him. It was a knife. Its entire form was of vivid crimson, imbued with an intensely blazing yang energy, the emanating blade aura sharp enough to pierce the bone. Chu Ying could almost hear a faint yet sorrowful dragon-esque roar, reminiscent of anguished laments, as if it were the desperate whispers of those who perished beneath the blade. Grasping the hilt, Chu Ying felt a surge of energy coursing through him, his eyes bloodshot. Before him appeared numerous dragons, perhaps serpentine dragons or the legendary true dragons. 2 words echoed in his mind, Dragon Slayer. At the very moment Chu Ying sprinted toward the Dragon Slayer knife, Luo Shuihan also sensed the emergence of a terrifying treasure. She widened her eyes in shock. Is this a sacred weapon? As one of the twin beauties of the Tianchu Luo family, she knew she could not possess a sacred weapon, yet she had encountered their aura before. Thus, she recognized it instantly. Seeing Chu Ying rush toward the radiant red sacred weapon, she hesitated not for a second. Unbeknownst to her, she had donned a robe and swiftly darted toward the azure-glowing sacred weapon. A sacred sword. Luo Shuihan effortlessly grasped the weapon, feeling a profound affinity with it. This splendid sacred sword shimmered in a clear azure hue. The moment she held the sacred sword, visions of the tumultuous North Sea from ancient times flooded her mind. Countless serpentine dragons soared through the heavens, shaking the world with their might, seeking to unify the demon race. The sword, with its blade aimed directly at the dragon, intended to slay the beast. Luo Shuihan was taken aback. Suddenly, Two exceedingly cold and formidable holy weapons emerged simultaneously, unleashing a power that disrupted the balance of yin and yang in the vicinity. The forces of the Eye of Hell began to unravel, giving rise to a murderous intent. A tremendous shockwave sent both Chu Ying and Luo Shuihan hurtling through the air. Had they obtained it? As they flew outward, they caught the attention of the white-browed Eagle King and the enigmatic elder Yin Songtai, who had been waiting outside. The white-browed Eagle King swiftly appeared beside Chu Ying. Chu Ying, momentarily dazed, felt a chilling dread from the sword's terrifying murderous aura, even though it was not directed at him. Indeed, it was the dragon-slaying sword forged by his ancestors. Tears welled up in the eyes of the white-browed Eagle King, as he envisioned the once mighty ancestor of the celestial demon Pong, who reigned over the North Sea and led the ancient celestial demon race to its zenith. Honor, are you all right? Yin Songtai appeared beside Luo Shuihan, enveloping her with power to shield her from the energy waves present. Master, look at this sword. Luo Shuihan offered her holy sword to Yin Songtai. Upon seeing it, Yin Songtai's pupils constricted sharply. This was, astonishingly, the legendary Creation Divine Iron. The Creation Divine Iron is a divine substance capable of forging supreme imperial weapons. Its hardness and material properties are exceedingly rare in this realm. Friend, Yin is indeed fortunate. Just then, a ghostly voice echoed. The white-browed Eagle King wore a peculiar expression, having learned from Chu Ying that two holy weapons had emerged from the creation Yin-Yang Eye. One of them was naturally the dragon-slaying sword, safeguarded by the ancestor of the celestial demon Pong. However, he had not anticipated that the piece of Creation Divine Iron from the Chuing clan had also been forged into a holy weapon and sealed away in this very place. It seems the ancestor of the Chuing clan understood that such a divine object, if left within their clan, would likely attract the covetous gaze of outsiders, bringing calamity upon themselves. Moreover, after receiving a warning, the Dragon clan had quelled their ambitions and refrained from declaring war on all demon clans, choosing instead to hide the forged holy weapon. Undoubtedly, the birthplace of the North Sea, beneath the Eye of Hell, was the most suitable hiding place. The dragon-slaying sword, crafted from the supreme Yang Creation Divine Iron, was concealed within the Yang Fish Yin Eye, while the sword forged from the supreme Yin Creation Divine Iron of the Chuing clan was hidden within the Yin Fish Yang Eye. The Yang Eye could suppress the forces of supreme Yin, while the Yin Fish could nurture the supreme Yin, continuously strengthening the holy weapon. I must express my gratitude to you, white-browed friend, and this young companion. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for my disciple to seize this fortuitous opportunity. Yin Songtai had comprehended the unfolding events. The balanced creation Yin-Yang Sea had been disrupted by the appearance of Chu Ying and Luo Shuihan, leading to a state of imbalance, which ultimately resulted in the emergence of the two holy weapons hidden within this place. Truly remarkable. Master, why thank him? He is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Luo Shuihan glared at Chu Ying, her teeth gritted in anger. She refrained from revealing the embarrassing circumstance of being nude before Chu Ying, who was equally unclothed, as she found it too mortifying to confess. Yin Songtian furrowed her brows and inquired, Honor, does this young man harbor ill intentions towards you? Simultaneously, a chilling aura emanated from her, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, freezing even the surrounding seawater into ice. She would not tolerate anyone daring to harm or bully her disciple. Friend Yin, could this be a misunderstanding? Bai Meiying Wang interjected, attempting to shield Yin Songtian from her overwhelming pressure, his voice steady. Misunderstanding? My disciple possesses a gentle nature and has never been one to slander others. Since she has declared it so, there must be some transgression on the part of this young man. Yin Songtian's eyes glimmered with an icy resolve, sharp as a blade. Bai Meiying Wang turned his gaze towards Chu Ying, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Chu Ying, feigning innocence, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. This has nothing to do with me. It was clearly an accident. I merely sought the flowing white seawater as instructed by you, and upon finding it, I entered. Then, who could have foreseen? Silence. Chu Ying was about to clarify the details to prove his innocence when Luo Shuihan, blushing with embarrassment and anger, interrupted him. Master, I misjudged him. Let us leave, she declared, gritting her teeth as she spoke to Yin Songtian. Yin Songtian, now confused, replied sternly, Honor, do not hold back. If that boy truly bullied you, I shall take his life in your stead. Even though this esteemed friend is a half-step great sage, I fear him not. What is a half-step great sage to me? I would not hesitate to slay him. Huh. Upon hearing Yin Songtian's words, Bai Meiying Wang felt a surge of anger. Responding with a nonchalant smile, this king has not emerged from seclusion for 3 millennia, and our previous encounter was but a fleeting exchange. I wish to witness the true strength of the Frost and Snow Lord of the Four Seasons Tower. Are you truly as formidable as your reputation suggests? At this moment, The atmosphere grew tense, with two rare half-step great sages, each possessing their own pride, ready to clash. There was no need for a reason. A mere spark could ignite the battle. Yin Songtian's eyes narrowed, her form flickering as she lunged towards Bai Meiying Wang. However, Bai Meiying Wang was even swifter. Among the demon clans, the golden-winged Great Peng is often hailed as the fastest. Yet the ancient heavenly demon Peng is the true heir to the swift legacy of the Kuan Peng. Bai Meiying Wang struck first, directly engaging with Yin Songtian. The two half-step great sages plunged into the chaotic sea of creation, their battle unleashing a tempest. Chu Ying and Luo Shuihan found themselves mere spectators in this fierce confrontation. Chapter 83, Master, save me. I am about to be bullied. At the edge of the North Undersea, a forbidden place sought by none, the Eye of Hell. In the realm of creation, two half-step great sages clashed. I have heard tales of the 7 supreme lords of the Four Seasons Tower, each one crushing their peers with ease. Yet you, the Frost and Snow Lord, seem to be rather mediocre. Bai Meiying Wang laughed heartily, his blood-red hair billowing in the wind and his snow-white eyebrows giving him a striking presence, even amidst the passage of time. One could still discern the contours of his youthful handsomeness. Hailing from the ancient heavenly demon Peng of the eastern wilderness, known as the predecessor of the Kuan Peng. Yet your speed is merely this? Yin Songtian let out a cold snort, as snowflakes began to swirl around them. The balance of yin and yang in the sea of creation turned completely chaotic. Her presence was ethereal, and within her realm, she reigned supreme. Let us see. The clash between the two intensified. The terrifying fluctuations left the onlookers, Chu Ying and Luo Shuihan, deeply unsettled. To their astonishment, the elder engaging in combat with her master turned out to be the legendary Bai Meiying Wang of the ancient Tianma Peng clan, who had once roamed the eastern wilderness 3,000 years ago. Even my own ancestor had not been a match for Bai Meiying Wang, Luo Shuihan murmured, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Her master had little time left, and battling a peer would only further deplete her lifespan. This confrontation was altogether unnecessary, instigated solely by her master's intervention. With this thought, she could not help but glance at Chu Ying, her eyes glistening with tears, pleadingly imploring. Could you persuade that elder to cease hostilities? Chu Ying was taken aback, then responded exasperatedly, please. If you hadn't spoken out of turn earlier, your master wouldn't be fighting Bai Mei. Once these two half-step great saints engage, it is beyond the capacity of us mere cultivators to intervene. Feeling a bit wronged by his words, Luo Shuihan's eyes welled with tears as she retorted, but you saw everything. How could that be considered speaking out of turn? Hush. Chu Ying felt a shiver run down his spine as he quickly gestured for silence, casting her a sharp glance. Do you still wish for your master and my elder to cease their battle? Luo Shuihan immediately fell silent. Chu Ying patiently clarified, in that underwater state. Neither of us had any control. It was beyond your will and mine. I awoke to find myself in such a predicament. Moreover, had I not connected you to the bridge of yin and yang, allowing you to channel the powers of creation, would you have been able to open the 8th cave heaven? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuihan finally grasped the situation. Before her unconsciousness, she had sensed a surge of balanced, supreme yang energy flooding her body, something she could not have refined on her own. At that moment, she had believed her attempt to open the 8th cave heaven would surely fail. Yet upon awakening, she discovered the balance of creation between yin and yang had returned, enabling her to continue her efforts. It was all due to her connection with him. Oh, thank you, Luo Shuihan murmured, her face flushed, her mind occasionally drifting to that vivid image, causing her considerable embarrassment. Chu Ying sighed, saying, I can only reason with my elder. As for your master, that is something you must address yourself. Although they are engaged in battle deep within, they can likely hear our voices. Luo Shuihan understood Chu Ying's implication and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two began to call out to the Bai Meiying Wang and Yin Songtai. Enveloped by towering waves, Chu Ying urged Bai Meiying Wang to withdraw, while also assuring Yin Songtai that he had not bullied her disciple. Luo Shuihan affirmed her own sentiments, beseeching her master to refrain from further conflict. However, despite hearing their pleas, Bai Meiying Wang and Yin Songtai were already embroiled in combat. Retreating was no simple matter. Moreover, both were beings who had lived for millennia, and their desire to fight was not merely for the sake of conflict. A half-step great saint, under the duress of life and death, might very well break through and ascend to greatness. It is a dire situation. My esteemed master's hair is turning increasingly white, undoubtedly depleting his lifespan. Luo Shuihan faintly glimpses Yin Songtai's hair gradually turning snow white, which only heightens her anxiety. Chu Ying, however, remains less perturbed. In his view, the white-browed Eagle King has survived 3 millennia of suppression in the celestial prison, indicating that his strength must be formidable. Can't you devise another solution? Luo Shuihan implores once more, directing a beseeching gaze at Chu Ying. This prompts a twitch at the corner of Chu Ying's mouth as he retorts. I am but at the celestial realm. What means do I possess to halt the clash of two peerless half-step great saints? Even if there were, do you believe I could achieve it? Suddenly, Luo Shuihan recalls that upon opening her eyes, she had vaguely perceived 8 celestial realms behind Chu Ying, and the manifestations within them had evoked a shiver within her. You needn't worry. I suspect these two venerable figures seek enlightenment through this life and death struggle. After all, half-step great saints are rare, likely elders from various sacred lands, either in seclusion or slumber. It is no easy task to find a worthy opponent. Chu Ying muses. Luo Shuihan, observing his nonchalant demeanor, cannot help but feel exasperated. That venerable white-browed eagle king belongs to the demon race, while you are of the human lineage. It's clear you share no bond as master and disciple, hence your indifference. Yet it is my master who cherishes me as his own, battling against the eagle king. How can I not be worried? The waves have completely obscured their view, rendering the figures of the two half-step great saints invisible. Tears well up in Luo Shuihan's eyes as she ponders how she would cope if her master were gravely wounded after this battle. Suddenly, she catches a glimpse of Chu Ying's chiseled profile, striking and masculine, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Despite his somewhat roguish charm, he is indeed appealing. An idea flickers in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet she realizes that this could be the only way to persuade her master to halt. Biting her lip, Luo Shuihan inquires, "What is your name?" Chu Ying hesitates, his eyes darting. "Do you wish to know my true name or a pseudonym?" "Certainly the true name." "You," Luo Shuihan retorts, irked by his annoyance. "My name is Chu Ying. You are welcome to seek me out in the future for trouble. But if you claim I have sullied your virtue, I shall not acknowledge it," Chu Ying declares, a look of righteous indignation on his face. "I am Luo Shuihan," she exclaims, and without warning, she lunges toward Chu Ying. Startled, Chu Ying finds himself enveloped in softness, a delicate fragrance wafting around him, momentarily causing his mind to falter. "Master, save me. If you do not come soon, I shall be bullied." Luo Shuihan's plea, tinged with a cry, escapes her lips, her exquisite cheeks flushed with color. As Chu Ying gazes at the girl pressed against him, their eyes meet, leaving him bewildered and lost in confusion. "Please, I beg you for assistance," Luo Shuihan murmurs shyly, yet continues to cling to him, adopting a posture of being wronged. Meanwhile, Yin Songtai is indeed engaged in a life-and-death battle with the white-browed eagle king. Hoping to grasp the profound truths of transcending into a great saint through this fierce confrontation. Upon hearing Luo Shuihan's cry for help, she initially thought it was another plea for her to cease, but a sweep of her consciousness reveals her disciple being bullied by that young man. In that fleeting moment, Yin Songtai's anger ignited fiercely, seeking death. The frenzied eruption of Yin Songtai left the white-browed eagle king astonished, realizing the imminent danger to Chu Ying. The white-browed eagle king, engulfed in fury, bellowed as he expanded his sacred domain, seemingly attempting to merge it with the very fabric of the heavens. Yin Songtai mirrored this action. It was the most intense and brutal clash imaginable. The collision of their sacred domains posed a grave risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of their sacred paths, resulting in a fall from grace and a shattering of their hearts of Tao. Yet, in that very instant, the yin-yang sea of creation underwent another transformation. A complete Tai Chi diagram began to rotate and coalesce, and their sacred domains gradually faded, becoming almost imperceptible. Simultaneously, 3 ethereal flowers, each a different hue and appearing almost translucent, quietly manifested above their heads. Auspicious golden clouds enveloped the scene. Beneath their feet, the yang fish and yin eye of the Tai Chi diagram were distinctly aligned. Chapter 84. Luo Shuihan, Master, do not harm him. The auspicious sight of 3 flowers gathering at the crown emerged above this sea. Had any other half-step great saints witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy, perhaps even turning green with jealousy. The golden clouds in the sky and the gathering of 3 flowers signified the imminent ascendance to the realm of great saints. If they reached this stage, barring any unforeseen events, they could retreat into seclusion with the certainty of stepping into the great saint realm firmly within their grasp. Bang! Yin Songtai and the white-browed eagle king, sharing an unspoken connection, simultaneously dissipated their opposing powers. Yet, in the next breath, Yin Songtai flickered to the outside of the sea of creation, appearing before Luo Shuihan and Chu Ying. Master. The sight of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown caught the attention of Luo Shuihan and Chu Ying, though they were oblivious to its meaning. At that moment, seeing Yin Songtai return safely, joy illuminated Luo Shuihan's delicate face. Dare you bully my disciple? Yin Songtai's gaze, however, was frigid, fixed intently on Chu Ying. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down Chu Ying's spine, leaving him feeling icy within. Still not releasing her. Suddenly, Yin Songtai raised his hand, poised to strike down Chu Ying. A terrifying murderous intent enveloped Chu Ying, stirring a mixture of shock and fury within him. Faced with the brink of life and death, he instinctively activated his 8 great heavens. From the 8 realms, 4 formidable avatars roared with fury. Among them, 2 stood as the most enigmatic and taboo. The Jiuyo Xian avatar, one of the 10 ancient fiends, and the Mo Qingwan avatar, which had astonishingly ascended to the taboo level after Chu Ying consumed the demon avatar pill. The remaining 2 avatars were Taotai and Xiongqi. As Chu Ying had yet to find an opportune moment to consume the demon avatar pill to further upgrade the other avatars. These 2 remained at the extraordinary level for now. With the 4 terrifying avatars soaring from the 8 heavens, even Yin Songtai, who was on the verge of stepping into the great saint realm, felt his pupils constrict sharply, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. Master, do not kill him. At this critical juncture, Luo Shuihan stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Chu Ying. Honor, did you not say he bullied you? Allow me to deal with this wretch. Seeing Luo Shuihan standing before this boy, Yin Songtai inwardly acknowledged her words, a hint of amusement flickering deep within his gaze. Yet her voice remained a chilling, low reprimand. Master, please. He did not bully me. Luo Shuihan bit her lip tightly, continuously shaking her head at Yin Songtai. You wish to harm me before discerning the truth. Is this not sheer barbarity? Under the pressure of the moment, Chu Ying, feeling unjustly accused, could not help but defend himself. You claim I am unreasonable? Yin Songtai's gaze pierced through Chu Ying like a sharp sword, exuding an oppressive force that felt almost tangible. Chu Ying's face flushed crimson, struggling to breathe, unable to articulate a single word. Master. Witnessing Chu Ying's plight, a flustered expression crossed Luo Shuihan's delicate features. You have misunderstood. He truly did not bully me. It was I who resorted to this desperate measure to halt the conflict between you and the white-browed Eagle King. Luo Shuihan endeavored to shield Chu Ying from her master's oppressive aura, but in an instant, that dreadful pressure dissipated. The white-browed Eagle King had arrived. In truth, he could have intervened the moment Yin Songtai approached, but he feigned delay due to Yin Songtai's secret communication. Oh, this lad did not bully you? Yin Songtai observed his disciple with a bemused smile. Honor, why does it seem to me that you are quite protective of this boy? Luo Shuihan was momentarily speechless, her cheeks involuntarily blossoming with color, her bashful demeanor strikingly charming. Do you have feelings for this lad? Yin Songtai shifted the conversation with unexpected inquiry. At this, Luo Shuihan's face turned a deep shade of crimson as she furtively glanced at the bewildered Chu Ying behind her. What is the meaning of this? Chu Ying thought in confusion. Was this all a ruse to test his disciple? I do not. Luo Shuihan's voice was barely a whisper, yet with each word, her cheeks grew warmer. Enough, I trust your words. Otherwise, I would have had to flay this boy alive. Yin Songtai interrupted her, his tone hinting at a mix of exasperation and lingering ire at being thwarted by his apprentice. Initially relieved, Luo Shuihan became anxious again, hastily explaining, Master, Chu Ying did not bully me. It was I who asked him to play along with me. Please do not. Seeing his disciple's nervous demeanor only confirmed Yin Songtai's suspicions. He could not help but inwardly lament, how is it that in such a brief visit, my little cotton-padded jacket has already revealed its warmth? Fellow Taoist Yin, your disciple has quite discerning taste, remarked the white-browed Eagle King with a grin, addressing Luo Shuihan. Child, this lad is not only handsome but also possesses considerable talent. If you fancy him, I shall gift him to you. With these words, both were left speechless. Chu Ying, Luo Shuihan, Senior White-browed, please do not speak nonsensically. Chu Ying exclaimed, flying towards the white-browed Eagle King in indignation. I retrieved the dragon-slaying blade for you, and this is how you repay me? The white-browed Eagle King scoffed. Do not be ungrateful. To be favored by a young lady is indeed a stroke of fortune. Chu Ying fell silent, thoroughly vexed by this old man's antics. He has come to a realization. The venerable white eyebrow must have intentionally concealed himself. The dragon-slaying saber? At that moment, Yin Songtai finally focused her attention on the 2 sacred weapons hovering nearby. The blood-red dragon-slaying saber. My dear white eyebrow, do you comprehend the significance of this? Yin Songtai's expression was peculiar. She understood that the emergence of these 2 sacred weapons was undoubtedly connected to her disciple and Chu Ying. Yet, why would such supreme weapons be hidden within the eye of creation and yin-yang? These sacred weapons were forged from divine iron of creation, their worth incalculable. Once the existence of these weapons in the forbidden region of the North Sea is revealed, the entire eastern wilderness would surely descend into chaos. This saber, known as the dragon-slaying saber, was crafted by the progenitor of the ancient celestial demon Peng clan using the utmost yang divine iron of creation, its purpose being, as the name suggests, to slay dragons. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the need to slay dragons dissipated, and the progenitor concealed the saber here, utilizing the power of creation's yin-yang to suppress and seal it. The White Eyebrow Eagle King was equally struck by this revelation, his gaze drawn to the azure sacred sword. I never anticipated that, aside from the dragon-slaying saber, the progenitor of the Chuing clan had also crafted a sacred weapon from the utmost divine iron of creation, which was likewise hidden here. Upon hearing this, Yin Songtai instantly grasped the situation, her eyes igniting with fervor as they fixed upon the azure sacred sword. This sword, imbued with an icy chill and possessing an attribute of utmost yin, was forged from divine iron of creation, embodying limitless potential. To speak candidly, it could potentially evolve into an imperial weapon of extreme path in the future, provided its master can attain the status of emperor. Chu Ying of the Chuing clan murmured softly, pondering how there could be two sacred weapons. It seems he had indeed been misled by the White Eyebrow Eagle King. The White Eyebrow Eagle King had informed him that he concealed one sacred weapon here. Yet, evidently, the dragon-slaying saber was not hidden by the White Eyebrow Eagle King, but placed here by the progenitor of the ancient celestial demon Peng clan, who might remain unaware of how many eons have passed since then. Chapter 85. The Terror of the Demon Shadow Pill and the Splitting of the Golden Peng Prince's Soul. The Chuing clan is likely fated to be without this sword. The White Eyebrow Eagle King smiled knowingly. The dragon-slaying saber belongs to my clan. It is only natural that I take it. As for this sword, being without a master, does fellow Taoist Yin have any interest? Yin Songtai's eyes sparkled with excitement. How could she remain indifferent to such a weapon of creation? Moreover, she wished to bestow this sword upon her disciple as a companion for their journeys across the world. For no adventurer should be without a weapon. I am indeed interested. Thank you, dear White Eyebrow. Yin Songtai expressed her gratitude. Should the White Eyebrow Eagle King seek to contest for this sword, she would undoubtedly have to engage him in battle once more, with the outcome uncertain. However, if fellow Taoist Yin were to claim this sword, she would inevitably become adversarial to the Chuing clan, and she must be mentally prepared for that. The White Eyebrow Eagle King reminded her with a cheerful smile. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-slaying saber soared into his grasp, and he then grasped Chu Ying's shoulder, preparing to depart. What of the Chuing clan? A glint of determination flickered in Yin Songtai's eyes. Opportunities and treasures are destined for those with the affinity to claim them, since her disciple has drawn it forth. It signifies a deeper connection between her disciple and the weapon. Moreover, as I am on the verge of transcending to the great sage realm, rejuvenating my essence and extending my lifespan to 10,000 years, what need have I to fear the mere Chuing clan? Senior, where is the fierce beast? Chu Ying inquired, just as he was seized by the white-browed Eagle King. Here I am, the small head of the fierce beast peeking out from the sleeve of the white-browed Eagle King. Upon seeing the fierce beast, Chu Ying felt a sense of relief and curiously asked, by the way, Senior, why do I feel you seem somewhat different than before? The white-browed Eagle King chuckled heartily, clearly in high spirits. I am soon to step into the Great Sage realm. What? The Great Sage? Chu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the revelation. To speak of it, I owe it to you, the white-browed Eagle King reflected. Had I not brought you here and fortuitously crossed paths with Master Yin Songtai and his disciple, I would not have engaged in combat with Yin Songtai and unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of 3 flowers gathering at the crown. 3 flowers gathering at the crown? Chu Ying queried, bewildered. This is an omen of approaching the Great Sage realm. The 3 flowers gathering at the crown signifies the unification of essence, energy, and spirit, heralding the forging of an immortal sacred body, thus attaining a lifespan of 10,000 years. The white-browed Eagle King smiled but refrained from elaborating, stating, the master of that young girl has little time left. Her lifespan is even shorter than mine. It is known that the maximum lifespan for a sage lord is 3,000 years, and she has already lived for over 3,000 years, not younger than I am. Moreover, she likely harbors numerous unresolved internal injuries, thus her days are indeed numbered. However, she should be able to enter the Great Sage realm now, gaining an additional 7,000 years of life. Chu Ying's gaze flickered. The weight of a great sage was surely unfathomable. Senior, what shall we do now? Chu Ying queried. Of course, we shall attend the Heavenly Peach Gathering. The white-browed Eagle King's expression turned somewhat stern. Young Master Chuing, please wait a while longer. The young master is still in the ancestral land in contemplation and cannot receive you at this moment. However, he will emerge by tomorrow at the latest and will not miss this Heavenly Peach Gathering. A powerful figure from the golden-winged Great Peng clan spoke apologetically. No worries. I shall await the Golden Pung Prince's emergence, replied a young man dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal aura. This individual was the foremost young master of the Chuing clan, Chuan Taishu. Chuan Taishu was already aware of the developments on the Island of Creation. The acquisition of the Chuan Pingyang bone from the ancestral land of the heavenly demon Pung was a foregone conclusion, yet it required the Golden Pung Prince's intervention. Thus, he had come directly to the golden-winged Great Pung clan. Meanwhile, within the ancestral land of the golden-winged Great Pung clan. Oh, damn it. The anguished wails of the Golden Pung Prince echoed in despair. Unfortunately, this was the ancestral land, and he was alone, so no one could hear his cries. The Golden Pung Prince, having endured the excruciating torment of a soul being torn asunder, appeared maddened, his hair disheveled, and his body smeared with blood, looking utterly disheveled. Damn it, damn it. Do you think a mere inner demon can take control of my body? You are unworthy. The Golden Pung Prince was engulfed in a dark aura, fiercely resisting the terrifying inner demon that sought to devour his main soul. Initially, after barely escaping from the Tontian River, he had returned to his clan and entered the ancestral land to heal his wounds. Little did he expect that just as he had recovered, he would find himself plagued by an inner demon. What horrified him most was that this inner demon had bizarrely split half of his soul. Moreover, he fused with the manifestation within his own realm, devouring other manifestations as well. Let me take command of this body. I shall make you the mightiest prodigy. What of the infernal One Piece Hall or the ancient families? They are insignificant. Let us merge. Nonsense. Begone. I do not require your assistance. The Golden Pung Prince's eyes glowed crimson. Even if he were to become the strongest prodigy, he would do so through his own efforts. Why should a mere phantom of the mind seek to usurp him? You cannot even defeat an inconsequential nobody. You are far too weak. Open your heart and let us become one. I shall accompany you into this glorious era. The voice of the inner demon, filled with seductive whispers, echoed in his mind, twisting the Golden Pung Prince's countenance into a grimace. He could not eradicate this inner demon. Had his soul not been fragmented and consumed by this demon, how could he possibly find himself unable to suppress and destroy it? At that moment, a bizarre force rendered him powerless to halt the tearing of his soul. Within the Golden Pung Prince, his aura grew increasingly chaotic. His main soul was engaged in a deadly struggle against the inner demon, who had claimed dominion over a realm. Yet, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of peril. Now he faced two potential outcomes. The first, to remain in a deadlock. But the turmoil within him would escalate, risking the shattering of his Tao heart and a decline in his cultivation. The second, to be consumed by the inner demon. How infuriating. Was it destined that I, the Golden Pung Prince, after traversing half a lifetime, would fall victim to this wretched inner demon? A furious roar of indignation erupted from the Golden Pung Prince. Suddenly, a strange gale swept through the ancestral land, as if the spirits of the golden-winged rock ancestors had manifested. This lad is a prodigious descendant of our clan. How could he be infiltrated by an inner demon? Such a demon is truly bizarre, unprecedented, capable of claiming dominion over a realm and devouring manifestations. Our clan's prodigies must protect him. Transparent. Ethereal remnants of ancestral spirits conversed amongst themselves. Ultimately, they exchanged glances and chose to disperse their intellect, transforming into pure soul energy that flowed into the Golden Pung Prince's divine sea. Instantly, the Golden Pung Prince's main soul was nourished and began to surge in power. He realized and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestors, for your aid. I shall slay this inner demon. At this moment, he had surpassed the inner demon and was resolute in his desire to vanquish this accursed foe. Do you truly intend to kill me? Do not forget. I am also you. If you slay me, the manifestations within this realm will also perish. You are me, and I am you. Let us unite. The inner demon's beguiling words caused the Golden Pung Prince's mind to waver momentarily. He had painstakingly coalesced the 9 manifestations within his realm, only to have them devoured by the demon. If he were to slay the inner demon, he would be forced to reforge new manifestations for this realm. I forgot to mention, I am currently the manifestation of this realm. Should you kill me, this realm will be rendered void. I shall ensure it shatters along with me. 7 realms will become 6. Do you wish to experience that? Rather than engaging in mutual destruction, let us merge into one. I am you. You cannot extinguish my existence. Chapter 86. The primordial holy sun's resolute determination, a fierce and wrathful roar reverberated through the air. Ultimately, the Golden Rock Prince refrained from eliminating the manifestation of his inner demon, lacking complete assurance in his ability to vanquish this heart's demon. He understood that pursuing such a path could lead to mutual ruin and potentially render himself utterly incapacitated. Moreover, the inner demon was a fragment of his very soul. Should he truly slay this demon, his power would undoubtedly suffer a grievous decline, severely impacting his cultivation within the Soul Palace. The Golden Rock Prince concluded his meditation, intending to seek alternative methods in the future, one that would allow him to shatter the will of the inner demon while preserving this other half of his soul. Brother Jinping, have you emerged from your seclusion? A quarter of an hour later, Kuan Taishu beheld the Golden Rock Prince, whose demeanor was composed and confident. Brother Kuan, I apologize for the wait, the Golden Rock Prince replied with a slight smile. In truth, he held little regard for Kuan Taishu. Although the latter was the young lord of the Kuan clan, his innate talent and strength paled in comparison. Among the demon clans of the Eastern Wasteland, the only one who truly commanded his respect was the prince of the Jiaolong clan. Your cultivation appears to have progressed, Brother Jinping. I trust that at the upcoming Heavenly Peach Banquet, you will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, Kuan Taishu remarked, unaware of the Golden Rock Prince's true sentiments. The Golden Winged Rock clan possessed formidable strength, and the Kuan clan sought to maintain a favorable alliance with them. Their ambition to seize the Yang Bone of the Kuanpeng was a premeditated endeavor between the two clans. I have heard that the Heavenly Demon Rock clan has consented? The Golden Rock Prince inquired, his expression subtly shifting. Indeed, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Rock, who is yet to attain the realm of the Holy Monarch, seems to fear annihilation and has agreed to let someone battle you, Kuan Taishu replied. However, Kuan Taishu paused, a hint of surprise in his tone. The leader mentioned that the individual who will contend with you may not be the young lord of the Heavenly Demon Rock, but could potentially enlist external assistance. External assistance? Regardless of whom he summons, they shall only meet defeat at my hands. The Golden Rock Prince scoffed, his confidence unshaken, having fully recovered from his injuries. He believed that even without significant advancement, few in the Eastern Wasteland could rival him among his peers. Yet unbeknownst to him, while his body appeared restored, it harbored numerous hidden injuries. Should he engage in combat, those concealed, nameless repercussions would surely manifest. Brother Kuan, let us set forth. To the north of the 10,000 mountains, a group of young cultivators clad in gray robes, exuding a remarkable aura, made their approach. Among them were two Holy Monarch-level cultivators. Upon closer inspection, one youth stood out with an extraordinary appearance and an ethereal presence, his cultivation far surpassing that of the others. This mission to the North Sea for the Heavenly Peach Banquet is not only to forge alliances with the demon clans, but also to showcase the might of our Taishan Holy Land. Spoke a Holy Monarch-level cultivator, a renowned expert known as the Baihong Saint. The other was the Taekwon Saint. As Baihong Saint spoke, his gaze instinctively turned toward the exceptional youth. The primordial Holy Sun declared, "Rest assured, Saint, this time I shall not suffer defeat at the hands of the Golden Rock. Should I falter again, I shall relinquish my title as Holy Sun." This individual was none other than the primordial Holy Sun of the Northern Domain, whose defeat at the hands of the Golden Rock Prince had become widely known. After a period of introspection and refinement, he felt assured that should he face Prince Jinping again, even in defeat, he would not succumb as before. The Holy Sun's words carried weight. Both sages sighed, evidently harboring little hope. Merely avoiding Prince Jinping would be a blessing. In another direction, a team from the Five Elements Sacred Land in the northern region also made their way, having received a similar invitation. Furthermore, an individual traversed the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains alone, forging paths through mountains and constructing bridges over water, unafraid of toxic miasmas, and slaying beasts with bare hands. It had been 3 days since the discussions on the Island of Creation. The Taichu Sacred Land has arrived. The Five Elements Sacred Land has arrived. The Jiang clan of the Hunting Deer has arrived. The prominent figures of the Western Demon clan wore smiles upon their faces. Presently, the Eastern Wilderness human race holds great power. The invitation extended to the northern region's human forces by the Northern Sea for the Peach Gathering is, in truth, a mutual gesture of respect. Friend Sangjiao, I hope you are well. A clan leader of the demon race greeted one of the sages from the Five Elements Sacred Land. As both sides engaged in pleasantries, despite the existence of underlying conflicts, the atmosphere remained cordial rather than tense. With the friends from the northern region present, it was time to commence the proceedings. The holy sage of the Jiao Dragon clan presided over this grand event. The major clans of the demon race included the Jiao Dragon clan, the Kuan clan, the Golden Winged Rock, the Baigu Partridge, and the Two-Headed Lion. The invited human forces from the northern region comprised the Five Elements Sacred Land, the Taichu Sacred Land, the Jiang clan of the Hunting Deer, along with several independent masters of the Holy Lord realm. Compared to the central and southern regions, the Western demon race maintained closer ties with the northern region. Thus, the focus of this gathering was primarily on inviting human forces from the north. Naturally, these demons were also concerned that inviting too many human factions might lead to an imbalance of power, potentially resulting in a tarnished reputation rather than the desired elevation. Holy Sage Liping, has your clan's young master arrived? Inquired the Holy Sage of the Qingjiao. The expression of Holy Sage Liping grew slightly grim as he replied. Our young master encountered some issues on the road. Perhaps we should allow the other prodigies to compete first. In truth, Prince Jinping and Kuan Taishu had already set off for the Island of Creation, but faced unforeseen circumstances along the way, which prevented their attendance. As the representative of the Golden-Winged Rock clan at the gathering, Holy Sage Lipeng could not simply depart. As for Old Peng Sage, his whereabouts were unknown. However, since Prince Jinping had not sought assistance in his message, it suggested that all was well, and he would arrive soon. I have met the Holy Sage Qingjiao. I am Yang Jiuxiao from the Taichu Sacred Land. I wish to challenge the demon race's prodigies. At that moment, the holy son of the Taichu Sacred Land could no longer contain himself. He had been waiting to prove himself at the Peach Gathering and was eager to challenge Prince Jinping once more. Since Prince Jinping had yet to arrive, he would take the opportunity to warm up. But holy son of Taichu? The holy sage Qingjiao chuckled as he inquired. Indeed, replied the holy son. As soon as he spoke, a demon prodigy sneered. Yang Jiuxiao, did you not just suffer defeat at the hands of Prince Jinping? How quickly you returned to embarrass yourself. The holy son's brow furrowed in anger as he retorted. Who are you? From the Two-Headed Lion clan, Bai Lian, a silver-haired youth emerged. The young master of the Two-Headed Lion clan, bearing the rare bloodline of the Two-Headed Snow Lion, defeated by the Golden Pong. What right do you have to scoff? The holy son of primordial chaos acted directly, solely to demonstrate his prowess. Not everyone possesses the privilege to mock him. Oh, let us see if I indeed hold such privilege. The two engaged in combat at the first glance, both at the level of the seven heavens. The onlooking holy ones of both the demon and human races merely watched with amusement, occasionally offering comments, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Among the crowd, several prodigies captured attention. One was the holy son of the five elements, said to have mastered the postnatal five-element divine body and comprehended the sacred intent of the five elements. Another, whose identity remains uncertain, seemed to embody the royal physique of the Jiang clan, exuding an unfathomable aura. The second young master of the Kuan clan, also the sister of Kuan Taishu, Kuan Taimei, wore a serious expression. Did not the Tianma Peng clan seek external assistance? Or were their allies? Kuan Wujin, the patriarch of the Kuan clan, frowned upon seeing that the Tianma Peng clan was still accompanied only by Peng Wuyan and a few others. Little did he know, the external aid of the Tianma Peng clan consisted of the Golden Peng Prince and unforeseen events encountered on the road with Kuan Taishu. Chapter 87. Encountering the Golden Peng Prince again, a chaotic slaughter. It's you, the wretched fiend. The Golden Peng Prince unexpectedly encountered Chu Ying over the North Ming Sea, igniting his fury. To him, had he not been defeated by this individual in the Tongtian River, the manifestation of his inner demon would not have arisen. He was a top prodigy traversing the eastern wilderness, undefeated until now. Yet, he fell to the hands of a nameless wretch like Chu Ying, and so miserably, that it birthed his inner demon. Little did he realize, provoking Chu Ying would inevitably summon his inner turmoil. It was impossible to eliminate it. Even if he succeeded, it would reappear. Huh, so it is you, the vanquished. Chu Ying chuckled peculiarly. The White-Brow Eagle King had already informed him that the adversary he would face on Creation Island was none other than the young lord of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Unexpectedly, before even arriving at Creation Island, he encountered him here. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. Hell has no gate you willingly enter. Come to your demise. The Golden Peng Prince's eyes turned crimson, his wings unfurled as he charged fiercely. The inner demon's manifestation in the cave enticed his consciousness. He must slay this individual. It appears that before I even reach Creation Island, I can teach you a lesson. Chu Ying, undaunted, summoned the sword of the demon's seed into his hand. The clash between the two was imminent. Who is this person? Why does the Golden Peng brother completely lose his composure upon seeing him? Kuan Taishu retreated to the side. Deep in thought, suddenly his eyes brightened with realization. The Golden Peng brother sought the inheritance from that individual in the Tongtian River, yet it seemed he returned empty-handed, bearing severe injuries. But how could the Golden Peng brother be so strong? Few can injure him in the eastern wilderness. Could it be related to this person? Kuan Taishu murmured softly. He believed himself to be an outsider, unaware that upon arriving at Creation Island, he would inevitably confront Chu Ying. Have you not eaten? You seem so frail. Raising his hand, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that forced the Golden Peng Prince to retreat repeatedly. A cold smirk gracing Chu Ying's lips. The only true feather sword. The Golden Peng Prince's expression darkened, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful ancestral technique from his clan. In an instant, the void was filled with countless true feathers of the rock, each resembling a sword. Under the barrage of countless swords, Chu Ying found himself utterly overwhelmed. You believe this tactic will be effective against me, despite having encountered it previously? However, Prince Jinping soon displayed an expression of shock. Chu Ying's voice echoed as a mysterious black vortex hovered above his head, consuming all lethal energies aimed at him. In the spirit of reciprocity, I shall let you experience this as well. The sword technique of the heavens. With a single stroke, an invisible sword energy surged towards Chu Ying's core. Yet, he did not cough up blood. Instead, Prince Jinping suffered immediate injury. Divine Falcon's Gale. He bared his teeth in a furious roar as two streams of invisible wind emerged from either side, transforming into the shape of a divine bird to counter Chu Ying's strike. Prince Jinping had mastered many inherited martial techniques from the ancestral lands, and his recent seclusion bore fruit. Remaining unfazed, Chu Ying unleashed his second sword strike. Reversal of the four extremes. A sharp crack echoed as the bones of Prince Jinping's arms and legs were inexplicably struck with tremendous force, resulting in two of them shattering on the spot. With no time to retaliate after barely blocking Chu Ying's first strike, he was forced to endure the second. Blood gushed from his body as he plummeted towards the sea. Witnessing this scene, Kuan-Tai Su was left speechless. What kind of ruthless individual is this? He has effortlessly injured even Prince Jinping. You rely solely on the bloodline of the golden-winged rock to assert your dominance. Chu Ying descended from the sky, delivering a heavy kick to Prince Jinping's chest, causing his eyes to bulge as he violently spat blood. Ah, you shall perish. Prince Jinping, in a frenzy, was engulfed by a surge of malevolence. Within his seventh celestial realm, a manifestation of his inner demon writhed and morphed into a grotesque visage behind him. A terrifying aura of hostility and murderous intent surged towards Chu Ying. With a swift movement, Chu Ying evaded, his gaze sharpening as he uttered a few soft words. Transcendent manifestation. After a breath, Chu Ying experienced a moment of clarity. So that is it. During his confrontation with Shi Yao in the secret realm of the Earth's Soul Palace within the Tontian River, he had consumed a demon manifestation pill. This pill had facilitated the transformation of his Qing Yuan manifestation into a forbidden form. However, the side effects of the pill had slipped from his mind, as he bore no responsibility for them. Reflecting on it now, those who had to endure the side effects were undoubtedly suffering. Are they still alive? Designated targets for side effects. Prince Jinping, Yi Jun Fan, main body, Yi Jun Fan, Holy War Incarnation. Du Mao, Son of Calamity. Current number of targets enduring side effects. 4, maximum limit 65. Glancing at the system panel, Chu Ying's lips twitched. By heavens. Each of them possesses remarkable resilience. They are still alive. He recalled Li Feiyu's note on the demon manifestation pill, that consuming it would lead to the fragmentation of the soul, with the main soul being devoured by the inner demon. Right, if the main soul is consumed by the inner demon, does that constitute death? Perhaps not. For the inner demon and the main soul are the same entity, differing only in will. Perhaps these individuals have already been overtaken by their inner demons. Yet the system does not register their deaths? Chu Ying pondered thus, unbeknownst to anyone. The Prince of the Golden Rock dramatically revealed his true form, a magnificent and formidable golden-winged rock. An awe-inspiring sight that seemed to blot out the sun and exuded an intimidating aura. This golden-winged rock radiated a chilling malevolence, appearing extraordinarily sinister. With no room for idle chatter, the frenzied Prince of the Golden Rock unleashed his immense power, his attacks formidable. His razor-sharp claws descended upon Chu Ying, compelling him to take the threat seriously. Indeed, as the heir to the golden-winged rock lineage, his luck and fortune were beyond that of mere mortals. Not only had he withstood the side effects of the demonic appearance pill, but he also possessed such formidable strength. Chu Ying narrowed his eyes, recognizing without a doubt that this was a formidable enemy. Should he allow him to live, it would undoubtedly lead to great peril. At that moment, a murderous intent surged within Chu Ying. However, considering that another individual stood beside the Prince of the Golden Rock, presumably a descendant of the Kuan clan, he was cautious. This was the North Sea. Should he kill the prince, it would likely be tantamount to digging his own grave. Even the venerable Bai Mei would find it challenging to protect him, and success was not guaranteed. Thus, he resolved to ruthlessly trample upon this person's will. A fierce determination flickered across Chu Ying's visage. With a flourish, he summoned the Azure Wand's sacred art, the reversal of the four extremes, and the celestial sword technique. Surrounding him, the shadow of a dark azure wand materialized. Upon reaching the forbidden realm of the Azure Wand's divine form, its sacred art became exceedingly formidable. The Azure Wand's speed was already rare in the world. Its inability to match the Kunping stemmed from the latter's mastery of the cosmic dualities of creation and the manipulation of space through yin and yang. Yet now, the demonic Azure Wand boasted a speed that rivaled any creature. Clang. The Prince of the Golden Rocks' strike missed its mark, while Chu Ying appeared silently behind him. Allow me to help you stretch your bones. Chu Ying thrust his sword fiercely into the prince's back. By the time the prince reacted, he had already been grievously wounded. Blood gushing forth. Get away. The revealed form of the Prince of the Golden Rocks spoke human words as his bloodied body thrashed violently upon the surface of the sea, creating tumultuous waves. What a spectacular sight! A golden rock plunging into the vast ocean.